become a
Well,
thing in
actually, I
America,
said
but
the
that was not the
capitalist.
basis.
Well,
That was not the basis of
no.
the
I
gold
said
standard itself. Just to be clear.
right. I said the
Right.
capitalist system was built on the exploitation of black labor and African resources. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say that. Are
I
you
think
okay?
Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, we could run the tape back where you said word for word
Right. Cool.
the
Okay.
gold
Let me
standard.
clarify what
You
I
said
said.
you said the
The
gold
capitalist
standard. Where do you
system.
think the gold came
Right.
from? You said where do you think
Right.
the
Right.
gold
Right.
came
So
from,
this
and then you
is
said
right.
Africa. You lied.
Right. So this is a statement. Right. Let me clarify. So
It's
you'll
not a
know.
clarification. It's a concession.
Yeah.
You could
Right,
you
right,
could
right, right,
reiterate
right,
what you
right, right,
said
right,
or
right,
walk it
right,
back.
right. Y'all gotta
Okay, cool.
calm the
Yeah,
fuck down up
yeah.
here, man.
Walk
Y'all
it
acting
back.
like groupies. Just shut up for
Walk it
two
back.
seconds.
Walk it back.
Right. The capitalist system was built on the exploitation of black labor and African resources.
Mhm.
Now, are you telling me that the
What about the
capitalist
gold
system,
standard?
the
That was the
capital, fuck
claim.
the gold standard, fuck the
Your
gold
claim was about
standard.
the gold standard. So now
Right,
are you
right. Now I'm
conceding the
beyond
point
it.
that
I'm
you
beyond
are
it.
you conceding the
The
point that you
capitalist
lied
system. I
about
don't care
that?
about
Did you
gold.
lie about
Gold
that?
is not the only natural
Picasso,
resource.
Picasso,
Gold
did
is
you
not
lie
that.
about
Dude, I
that just
don't give
20
a
seconds
fuck,
ago?
man.
Of course you don't care
Damn,
because
man.
you're a fucking you're literally a grifter, dog.
Now what?
You just come up here to argue this
Now
shit so you can
what?
get gifts. You lie, you spew false
Now
facts, you get
what?
proven wrong, and then you go, and
Right.
what? And we're gonna move on. I don't care about that. What does that matter? You're a fanboy. You're a fucking liar, dog. You spread false
Okay. Are you
information to
done?
people to make them feel
All right.
good so you get gifts out of it. And then when you get proven wrong,
Uh,
you just act like you didn't say what the fuck you just said.
okay.
Be a
Cool.
fucking adult.
Right. Cool. Are you done? Again, the capitalist system was built on the exploitation of black labor and African resources. If not, tell me what it was built on. I don't
What
give a
was
fuck about the
capitalism
government.
again?
Right. What
I'll
was it
answer.
built on?
I want to answer because I've been waiting to talk. But
Right,
first,
right,
tell me what
right. So
capitalism
I'm
is.
talking about one thing here. I don't want
Explain
you asking me a
capitalism.
brand new question. And I'm saying, respond to what my statement was. The capitalist system in its entirety was built on black exploitation and African resources. Yes or no?
The capitalist
No,
system, which is
no.
Are you speaking just about
So
the
what?
United
So what
States,
was it?
Paso?
No, no. I'm not just speaking about the United States. Is
Well,
the
then
capitalist
no.
system just the United
Oh,
States of
I
America?
Then
so the
Is
no.
the system
capitalist
of
system.
capitalism
So the
only the
capitalist
United
system, which
States of
has its
America?
roots in the French
yeah,
Revolution, affected the
yeah.
Right.
United States. How? What are you like? We're already off to a
So,
bad start here.
So
so
like
you said
in America, like black
so
people
I
were
want
the
to be clear.
first
You guys are
capital in
saying no.
America.
You guys are telling me that
Yeah.
the capitalist system was not built on black exploitation and African resources. Are you intellectuals telling me that? This is
I
why
don't
nobody follow y'all, man. Y'all do this debate bro shit where you'll discredit the truth and try and validate
well it's
yourself from a point or position that makes no fucking sense. You're not gonna tell me that capitalism was not built on black exploitation and the pillaging of African resources. Stop the bullshit.
I think the pillaging of African resources absolutely
Was
helped
the
kick
in
it off, but I don't think that that is what it was built upon,
was
if
the
that makes
inception of
sense.
capitalism and free trade only in America?
Why do y'all always respond with asking just a random ass question,
It's not
bro?
a random ass
If
question. It
That has
directly
nothing
refutes
to
the
do with my
point.
statement. You
Yes, it
if
don't
the
does.
answer.
argument is
There's
that
no
black
argument
people were
because
the
you guys
first
don't
capital.
answer. You don't
Wait a
answer
minute.
any
Wait a
questions.
minute. Wait a minute.
Your
Hold up.
response is
Pause.
asking me a
Wait,
question. I didn't
pause.
ask
Wait,
you.
pause. I'm not asking you a question, one. And two, I'm
Right.
not a fucking debate bro. I don't do this Phil bro shit. I'm literally just trying to have a conversation and respond to what you're saying. Um
This isn't even
I'm not.
philosophy.
There's no ain't no smoke here. I'm saying what I'm saying
Right.
is that I don't know if you can say that capitalism globally started off the backs of black people. I don't know if you can say that in the United States of America, absolutely, because black people were the first capital in the United States that kicked off everything the fuck else, right? Absolutely, you can say that about the United States of America, but
Black people were the
globally,
So
first
I
were
don't know if
people.
humans
that would be a
humans
correct
not
argument.
taken to other
No,
countries
I'm not.
outside of the
And
US?
wait a minute, I'm not
Were
trying. I'm
humans
not
not
saying that
taken to
that's.
other countries outside of the
But when
US?
I
we
didn't
talk,
make that argument.
but
That's not what
skeptic,
I said.
I'm asking you a
Humans,
question.
even with what she's
absolutely,
saying,
absolutely.
even with what you're saying, hold on, the transatlantic slave trade is not specific to the United States of
I
America.
know that.
And
I
you-
okay.
God damn, like, go ahead. It's hard to deal with y'all Republicans. Y'all manic as
Who
hell.
the
Then when
fuck
I
is a
start,
Republican?
right. When I start, you see what I mean? And when I
Who's
start
a
trolling out,
Republican?
Also,
when I
I think I'm
start
being
No,
a
who
trolling
little
the
out, I
fuck is
start
a
speaking
misunderstood.
over
Republican?
y'all. It's
Absolutely not.
impossible
Yo,
to,
no, I'm not
okay.
going to allow you to slander my name
Love,
because I'm
okay, my
on a
bad.
panel with the rest of these people.
Okay, all
One.
right.
Hold
Okay,
on,
Two,
all
hold
ain't
right.
on.
nobody a Republican over here. I'm a fucking leftist. Like, what the fuck are you even talking
Okay.
about?
All right.
What is this conversation? What's the rudeness
All
to
right.
me for?
What the fuck is wrong with these
What
people
the
on
fuck is
TikTok?
wrong with you?
Can I say
You're
the
being rude
interesting
for
thing?
what?
I think the interesting thing is that people are like labeling themselves as
Jesus
intellectuals, but in reality, it's not an honest conversation when everyone is continuously asking questions, but nobody is answering the statement. And I'm saying like it's okay that you disagree with someone, but you have to allow them to finish their statement and not ask them a question with a question, but
Fuck.
respond.
No one's
So,
calling
for
themselves
example, if I
intellectuals.
want to make a statement, I'm going to give you the information that I know, whether it's about capitalism, for or against it. I don't have to ask you a question unless
I
I
didn't
myself don't
ask
understand what I'm
I made a
what my
statement.
hold on, let me finish this. What my statement is really based on. So I think that's where like the dishonesty in the conversation can't move forward. If you're truly an intellectual, you don't have to do that. You can just state your facts, move forward.
You don't have to ask clarifying questions if you're an intellectual, even though definitions are not like you would have to ask somebody like if they're using a word, right? And you want clarification on how that word is being used, you would want to ask clarifying questions, regardless of what your level of intellect is. Asking a clarifying question is absolutely valid. One,
So
two, when having a conversation, like if there is a response where there sounds like there's a question mark at the end, like the best bet would just be to respond to that. Like there's nothing wrong or nothing anti-intellectual about asking questions. That's crazy.
So the reason why the conversation has kind of stalled and hasn't been able to move forward is because people want to come up with arrogance saying that they're intellectuals and they don't clarify what their statement is really based off of. If I come up here and I say, so you're pro-capitalism, explain to me what is capitalism? What is capitalism? In order for the conversation to move forward, I can either make a statement with information that I have and then ask you whether or not you agree or disagree so we can move forward in that statement. If I'm truly an intellectual, I don't need you to clarify for
That's
me
a
what
no
I
true
know.
Scotsman argument, skeptic.
Right. Like what are we
It's
talking
not.
about?
It
Yes,
actually
it
isn't.
is.
That's why
That's
this conversation
exactly
has
what
not
that
gone
is.
A
forward.
true intellectual would do this. That's a no
That's a
true
no true
Scotsman
Scotsman
argument.
fallacy.
No, I'm saying this
Dylan,
conversation has not
What
been
are we
able to move
doing?
forward.
Dylan, you hadn't answered
Also,
a
no one's
single
Yeah.
calling
question.
Also,
themselves
Nobody
did.
else on
intellectuals.
this panel.
This
None
I
of you
didn't even
guys.
conversation
know
has
what
been
Picasso was
trashed because
talking about.
all
It's
of
None of
you
like
you
are
guys
jumping
have
in and
answered
asking
a single
questions.
question. All of y'all
I
are
answered your
self-proclaimed
question. You just
intellectuals, right?
rejected it. Just
Dylan,
because you
thank you.
no
rejected it
one is
doesn't mean that I didn't
claiming they're
answer.
Right, Dylan.
intellectuals.
So
I
I like
asked you
for
to clarify what
right. I like for you to
capitalism is because I
reiterate,
don't know what the fuck
Doctor
you're
Good.
talking
Let me
about
do.
because I'm
Let me
pretty
do
sure
this. Let
you're
me
just
ask.
rambling.
Let me ask. Y'all keep saying a nigga right. Listen, bro. Just be quiet for 2 seconds. I mean, don't ask me no clarifying questions. I'm asking Dylan a question. I want Dylan to answer a question specifically for me directly. Again, why is black capitalism not profitable? That's all I ask y'all. I asked you. I asked Future that. I asked the other boy that. None of you boys can answer that. Why is black capitalism not profitable? I asked Future that. I asked the other boy that. None of you boys can answer that. Why is it that black capitalism does not say? I mean, black racism does not seem to be profitable? Why is black racism in America not profitable? Capitalism does not say, I mean, black racism. Why is black racism in America not profitable? You guys should be able to answer this. You are all intellectuals, or so you claim to be. Explain to me, just a common old person, why black racism is not profitable. Do we do it? We participate for free, is what you're saying. We just do this racism shit for free as a group of people. Why is black racism not profitable in America?
I'm just gonna
Come
answer
on,
it with the.
intellectuals.
I'm
Come
just
on,
gonna.
y'all intellectuals. Answer the fucking question.
Yeah, but nobody posited that claim. That's just a
Answer
burden
the
shift.
question, man. You guys are self-proclaimed intellectuals. I don't know anything, so I'm asking you.
you're the
Why
only
is
one
black
that's calling
racism
people
not
intellectuals.
profitable?
Well,
We
one, I
own,
never.
let me help you. White America, dominant white
No
society,
one
owns
claimed being intellectual.
87% of the wealth.
You're the only one
87% of the
being
wealth in America is owned by dominant white society.
I
Black
would just
people,
argue
black
that racism
Americans,
isn't profitable.
black Americans own 4.5%. Don't start moving the goalposts.
It's not
Don't
moving the
start trying to play
goalposts.
and listen.
But if
I
the
want you
claim, but
guys.
hold on, Kasu, because if the question is why isn't black racism profitable, And no one has posited that claim. I'm just going to make a positive claim that racism in of itself is not profitable.
We can look at chattel slavery. We can
Yeah.
look at
And we can look at how the South
we can look at chattel
slowed.
slavery. We can look at corporate America. We can
Yeah,
look
we
at
can look
VC
at
funding.
we can look at how
White
chattel
startups.
slavery.
Give me
We
a
can look at
second, man.
how
Let me finish my point, dude.
no,
This
you
is
don't
what
get a
y'all
gish
do.
gallop. No, you
Right,
don't
when
get
I
a gish
start
gallop. You
speaking,
brought up
fam, you
one
start speaking
point.
over me, and then you
Because
force
if
me to
you
continue
because if
speaking,
you
and then
bring up
you act
because if
like
you
I'm just
bring
so
up
unhinged.
one claim, we
Again, Mikey,
address
I would like
one
to finish
claim,
my
bro.
statement without you speaking over me, man.
Hey, can we not gish
Right,
gallop?
you
Is
can
that
wait
cool?
until I'm done. No, I don't want you to tell me what the fuck to say. I want you to wait until I'm done
Okay.
speaking, and
Okay.
then you
So
can
name
speak, bro.
300 points, and then we'll try to address them
Right, I
all at the
don't
Talking
care
same.
about.
about
That's
what
what
you
he's
say,
doing.
broski. I don't care about that. Just be quiet for a second, man. Stop acting
Okay, you're
like a
just
little bitty
gish
ass
galloping.
boy.
It's
Right,
just bad
right.
faith.
Right, again,
Yeah,
right.
so when it
Okay,
came to the
whatever.
Industrial
Can I
Revolution, the
respond?
argument is to be made that the South lagged behind the
Dylan.
North
See, this
due.
is where you're being disingenuous
I'm not
because you're
being
trying to pretend like,
disingenuous.
right? You're trying to pretend as if white racism has not been profitable for white people in America. It has been extremely profitable
I mean, the
for
Wells
white people
Fargo
in
study,
America.
would argue differently.
No, what are you, Dylan? What are you talking about, man? White
Oh,
people
really?
control
Would it? Because
87,
I've had this.
You said,
87% of the
no,
financial
but
assets.
can I walk you
87%,
down that road
87%,
though, Cass? So if I
87% of
say,
the.
like, look, if you say white
Or no, it was
racism
Citibanks.
is,
My
hold on one
apologies.
second. If you say white racism is profitable, and then I'm assuming you by that you mean not limited to slavery, and slavery is the most had the most slavery in the South, and now the South is the poorest place and was the poorest place even during slavery. Then how is it more profitable than a place that does not partake in slavery
Are you
than
guys
during?
intellectuals? Are you really asking me another? Are you asking me another question without answering my initial question? And you guys proclaim to be
I
intellectuals.
already
When we
answered the
look at
question.
redlining, when we look at the right, man, y'all have to allow me to finish one of these fucking statements without chirping behind me, please, man, respectfully. Again, when we look at chattel slavery, when we look at redlining in America, you can look at modern day VC, hedge funds, startups. White startups in America receive 95.5% of investments. Black startups receive 0.5% of investments. When you look at government contracts in America, every year $777 billion is given out. Black people government contracts in America every year. Black people receive 1.5% of those contracts. Dominant white society receive 95% of those contracts. White men are overrepresented in the American government. White men,
Is the only
28%
solution
of
to that
the
racism?
population. I'm almost done, Dylan. White men are 28% of the population, but you make up between 75 and 80% of leadership positions, whether it's the
That's a
private sector or
disingenuous
the
narrative.
government. Right.
You're conflating
This is
global.
not disingenuous.
Yes,
These
it
are
is.
numbers. How can numbers be disingenuous, Dylan?
The same way that
How
you
can
could.
numbers be disingenuous?
Yeah, I got you. The same way that I could make the argument that black people make up 50% of the exonerations, but when we look at what that actually means, it's almost a non-factor.
I'd like for you to not go there. I want you to explain to me why black folks hadn't been able to turn a profit with racism the same way that dominant white society has been able to turn a profit with racism. And what we're going to come to, and this is why you
I've
guys
already made
ignore
the
these facts,
assertion
right?
that
You
racism
guys
is
don't
not
want to answer
profitable.
that because when you answer
I
that, we're
already
going to arrive
answered.
at this
I
point.
already
Black people
answered.
cannot be racist in America because we don't have any systemic power or authority in this particular system. There's nothing that we can do as a group of people, black people in this country, to disenfranchise white America in mass to the betterment of us. You're not going to tell me that black people are racist in America for free. That does not make sense. You guys control almost 90% of the wealth in this country for a reason, because these racist systems that you put in place are beneficial to you.
But if racism in of itself is a system, why do we need to add the qualifier of racist systems? That just
You
sounds
see what I
redundant.
mean? You see what I mean?
Yeah,
And that's how
because I
y'all
already
paint
Your
out.
answered your
statement,
question.
Right.
no, your
And
statement
that,
makes no sense,
exactly.
Dylan. You're like,
Yes, it does. That's
no,
like
it doesn't.
saying that. That's
And
like
let me
saying
just
the
say,
system
when you
system.
even your
That's
example
saying the
about the
system system.
exonerations, even your example about the exonerations, 21% of of all overall crimes, when you talk about smug offenses, 21% end up in
I didn't say
exonerations.
smug offenses.
21% end up in exonerations, which means that people are proven that they actually were innocent. So even your example makes zero sense because exonerations account for more than 10% of overall crime. So no, it's not a
Exoneration.
non-qualifier. It doesn't
Listen, you
even
can
make
talk
sense.
louder in
So
your
here's the
mic,
thing.
right?
So
No,
here's the thing, futurist, because you've done
this
this
is
whole time.
crazy.
You act as if the
But I
words
never
that you're
posited
using
that
make sense
claim.
in a sentence, but you don't even understand
Yeah, but Skeptic, I never
So
posited that
understand the
anyways,
claim.
definition of the words you're using.
so
And you don't
anyways,
sound
right?
you sound
Again,
smart because you use big words, but they don't make sense.
Sure, that's
Skeptic.
fine. We can
You talking
we can
about
eat our mics. We can
exonerations?
eat our mics all we want, but if you want to bring up
Right. So you guys
exonerations,
can see
if we
we won't
Speaking
answer
to
the
agree,
question,
future.
but
I
you're
wasn't even speaking to
intellectual.
you.
you
But you
literally
guys are
directly said my
intellectuals.
Isn't there
name,
like
bro.
a
Like, what are
You
we
guys
language
hadn't
talking
answered the
about?
question yet,
Other
but you're
people directly
intellectuals.
address me with my name, and then I respond, and then they're like, "We're not even talking to you." Are we actually okay? Is
But these
everybody
are
good?
intellectuals. No, you
Like,
hadn't
what the
answered the
fuck are
question.
we
You're not
talking about?
okay. You
I'm
have
trying to
not
directly
answered
I was
respond
talking
to
to
the chick that
country.
just said my fucking name.
I was talking to country. Sorry, y'all
When
look
you
alike.
wait, my bad.
Not I was
When
not
you
I was
said
not addressing
futurist,
you.
when
Did
you
you
said
make
futurist
did
and
you
then directly
make
addressed
I
me,
yeah, I
bro.
said I was not
Are we
talking
being
to
dead
you.
ass, bro?
I addressed you to say I was not speaking to you. I was speaking to country
You
because
directly addressed me. What are you
he's the
talking
person that
about?
made the statement.
Skeptic, can they answer that original question, please? Because these guys hadn't answered the question. But you guys are so please, because these guys hadn't answered the intellectual.
Wanted to
Answer the
respond to the
question.
point. I wanted to respond to the point about the exonerations that just got
Right.
brought up.
Why are you talking? That has nothing to do with my
This
question that
literally
I asked.
just got brought up. Okay, great.
Right, right.
So
Now you
your
want to talk
question
about
is
black
around.
people in jail. I bet you do want to talk about black folk in jail. Answer
No,
the
bro.
question. Why
It's
is black racism
talking
not
about the
profitable?
talking about the
Intellectual.
misrepresentation of
Intellectual.
that data
Answer the
point. You're the
question,
only one that keeps
intellectual.
calling people intellectuals, bro.
And answer the question, man.
Anyways,
Why is black
the
racism not
sure,
profitable?
sure. I would argue.
They'll never
I
tell
would.
you. They'll never try
I'm
and
literally.
explain why it is
I'm
that black
directly
racism
trying
is
to
not
answer you, bro.
profitable.
Do you want me to answer? Or do you want to talk to Amir?
I really
Okay.
don't give a fuck, but
Right.
go
Okay.
ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Great. Great. Then you cannot give a fuck on mute and wait. Now, anyways, racism itself is not profitable. If we look
Mhm.
overall at the cost that the United States of America has had to spend in recourse due to racist actions, about 16 trillion that we have not in the country because of racism. So it seems to be the case that racism itself is not profitable. If profitability is going to be shown through things like GDP growth and XL growth within the country, and the point earlier that you brought up about slavery when it came to profitability is also not true. The Foundation for Economic Education has a whole article talking about this, tracking the GDP from the early 1800s up until the beginning of the 1900s. And we don't see excessive GDP growth in the United States of America until the industrial age. And the industrialization in America did not happen because of slavery, because there was countries that were not engaged in chattel slavery that also incurred the industrialization of their systems. So it was not because of slavery that industrialization happened. You would have to prove that. And you can't prove it because the textile industry was something heavily sanctioned by the British as a result of 1776. They didn't want to fuck with America's markets because they were upset that they got their fucking asses whooped. And that's just a fact. And again, you can look at Foundation for Economic Education. They have a whole article about it. Was slavery economical or profitable to the US? And the answer is very clearly no. And they cite many different economists and historical economists that clearly show this to be the case and give you the data for it. Microeconomic scale, sure. Macroeconomics, definitely not.
Right, that shit made no sense, but I appreciate your effort in
And
terms of
by
trying to answer.
micro, you mean
Yeah, bro.
really,
Great
really
answer.
micro,
Great
because it's
answer.
not
Thank
for
you. Thank
profitable for
you.
white people. It's for the
Great answer.
3% of white people who
Slavery in
actually own
America.
slaves.
I like Mr. Good. Can I reply to that and then you got it?
Yeah,
Slavery in
please.
America was so profitable that slavery bankrolled two systems and two separate ideologies in the world. Communism would not exist without Black American slavery. You look at Karl Marx. Go find out who Karl Marx's best friend is. The man who funded Karl Marx's career. Go find out who his best friend is and what his best friend what his dad did. Friedrich Engels, if I'm not mistaken, his dad was
Engels,
a
yep.
big time tycoon, right? And he had a textile mill over in England somewhere. So his participation in capitalism allowed his son to fund the career of Karl Marx. So not only did we black bodies in the Americas, not only did we prop up capitalism, we are responsible for the world even being introduced to communism. That's how profitable racism against black people in the Americas was, specifically in the United States
Wait,
of America. Now, you can do this thing.
What the fuck is happening,
What
bro?
are you gonna,
communism is based off of indigenous communalism.
right? Why are you
That's
asking me that question? And why did you cut
no,
me off
no,
to
no,
ask me
no,
that
no, no,
question?
no. There was no
Respectfully,
question.
right?
No, 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 no,
Right,
no.
right, Queen. I
Respectfully,
want to finish
let's be
right.
clear.
Respectfully, right.
There
I
was
want to
no
finish. You're
question
not
mark
gonna.
at the end of that statement.
Right,
That
right,
was a
right.
statement with a period,
Right,
a big black
right.
dot at
You're
the end,
cutting me
right?
off to make a right. You're cutting me off to just say
Communism is
something
based
random.
off of indigenous communalism.
What are you talking about?
What are we talking about?
Again, like as I stated, Karl Marx, the father of communism, his career, how he was able to move around the world and introduce communism to the world. I spoke about the man who bankrolled that. His best friend, Friedrich Engels, was the son of a capitalist. I'm not sure what it is that you're talking about. I didn't ask you for the definition of communism. You offered that. I didn't ask you for that. So please don't come on mute trying to discredit what I'm saying.
I didn't give a definition.
Right, love. You're not speaking towards my statement. That's something that you want to say on your own. So you can do that once I'm done speaking, please, respectfully. You guys are not. Your statement, future, is this: racism is not profitable. It's not profitable to black people. Racism has always been extremely profitable for dominant white society. Always. You can't point out a time period in which racism was not profitable for white people.
I just did.
I bet you did.
I did with the biggest example being slavery. And I gave you the source, which is the Foundation for Economic Education. I can begin to cite the economists and their exact statements on it. If that makes you feel as though there's some kind of credibility behind what I'm saying. But I did give you the example.
We know that what
Skeptic,
you're
I was
saying
not
is not
sorry,
true.
Skeptic. I wasn't talking to you. Sorry, Skeptic. The same way you decided to shut me out, I was talking to Casso. So,
Okay,
anyways,
well, good. But here's
okay,
the thing: we know that what he's saying.
Cool. So, Casso, so I
We
did
know
give
that
you
what
an
you're saying is not
example.
true.
I did give you an example. I gave you a source, right, that specifically references it. We can look and track GDP growth in the United States of America, overall GDP from the 1800s to the 1900s. And we can see that the only point where significant GDP growth was shown in America was from the industrial age. It was not shown from the utilization of chattel slavery. It was very stagnant.
Crazy. It's so wild that he doesn't want to allow anybody else to talk. We know for a fact that the cultivation of rice almost went extinct in southeastern United States, but because slavery was brought here and because those that came here knew how to cultivate rice, they literally brought the industry of rice and the cultivation of it and saved it from it not working here. That not only helped the economy here during the Civil War time. I don't want to say the W word, but after slavery was abolished, they literally saw the decline of rice and the cultivation of rice because of the ending of slavery. Like, what are you talking about? Are you serious right now? Like, no, no. I'm about to finish my statement, and then you can come in.
51 or 31 a higher number.
I'm about to finish my statement before you
51
can
or
come
31
in
a bigger
and
number?
just blabber off because you don't even know what you're talking about.
Is 51 or 31 a bigger number?
The majority of economists understand that slavery was profitable, which is the reason why it was so common. They would not have taken people, kidnapped people, and used them and moved them across the world if it was not profitable for them. So you're telling me that they just did this because it was fun for people to kidnap them and move them to another nation? Like, make it make sense. What you're saying is so obnoxious. It just makes zero sense. Like, people are laughing at you. People that agree with you, and that are on your side think you're stupid right now. Right, that's why you have to talk louder. That's why you have to talk louder.
Skeptic, what's a bigger number?
Wait, no, Dylan, hold on, bro.
This was my debate.
Madison, what do you mean?
Dylan, I want to respond. Dylan, give me
sure,
2
bro,
seconds.
you're good. You know what? You cupcake back and forth with Casso all the time. You're good, bro.
No, bro, I want to respond to what you said because you've been disingenuous. You spoke about
how am I being disingenuous?
Right, you spoke about the industrialization of America, and you tried to make it seem as if factory workers in America increased America's GDP or sustained it. I'm not sure
We
what
did.
point you were trying to make with that, but you being disingenuous
Mhm.
because doing that particular, don't do that, bro. I don't need you to do that because you fail to acknowledge the fact that industrialization only
Mhm.
ramped up what was already taking place in terms of American slavery. So the time period that you speaking on specifically is after the cotton gin was created. Of course, you're going to see a substantial increase in America's GDP after the cotton gin was created because everything that was accomplished in this country prior to that was just accomplished by black folk in two hands. Are you going to acknowledge the fact that the time period in which you just spoke towards has a bunch to do with the cotton gin? Is that the industrialization that you speak about?
Yeah, so the cotton gin is one example of
Right. So
industrialization,
yes.
but we
So
see
yes.
that,
I
hold on, bro.
right. So I no because you're trying to do it where you're gonna
Nah,
spin it and
nah,
try to
that
wiggle
doesn't
out of
work.
it.
That doesn't work,
Right.
right? That
Again.
doesn't work. You don't get to do
Right.
that.
Again.
So
All right. I'll land it and you can
anyways,
have
when
it,
we look
Mikey.
at
I'll
the,
land it by saying this: your original
you asked me a
statement, you were
question. I'm directly, you
disingenuous
already handed it
because
to me.
you
You
tried
asked
to
me a
paint the
question,
picture,
bro.
and the picture that you tried to paint was that it was not racism
Mhm.
towards black people in America; it was the
What?
Industrial Revolution and factory workers in America.
What?
And that's the first
Said,
time in which we
I
saw
said that
America do that.
slavery
I'm
was not
almost done. I'm
economical.
almost done. I just want to
You
clean
just
up the
pivoted the
paint.
whole
I want to
claim.
clean up the paint that you spilled. I just want to clean up
Pivoted
the
the
paint that you
whole
spilled for the people
claim.
in the room. And you can have it, Mikey. You can have it after me, I promise. And I'll be
Hmm.
quiet. Again, you were disingenuous with your statement because you made it seem as if factory workers in America made the largest contribution towards America in a time period in which we saw the most growth in terms of GDP. What you failed to acknowledge was the period that you're speaking of in terms of industrialization is the cotton gin. Right after the cotton gin was created in America, America saw its largest jump in terms of GDP growth. And that's because they could work the Negroes a little bit harder and get more out of them. But
Okay.
you didn't acknowledge that because you want to act as if slavery was
Am I
not as
good?
profitable as factory workers in America. Come on, man.
Yes, economic historians Alan Olmsted, Paul W. Rode note that American South was a latecomer to the world cotton markets. The U.S. cotton played no major role in the kickstarting of the Industrial Revolution, nor was the revolution sparked by Britain's involvement with slavery more broadly. This is pointed out by David Eltis as well as Stanley L. Ingerman, both assessing the contribution of British 18th century slave systems to industrial growth. It was not particularly large. There's also this theory that the cotton industry, dependent on slavery, triggered industrialization in the northern United States by facilitating the growth of textile industries. But as demonstrated by Kenneth Sokoloff, the northern manufacturing sector was incredibly dynamic and productivity growth was broad based and in no way exclusive to specifically cotton textiles. Eric Holt also further collaborates and elaborates on this point, pointing out that the vast literature on the Industrial Revolution that economic historians have produced shows that it originated in the creation and adoption of a wide range of technologies, such as the steam engine, coke blast furnace, which were not directly connected to the textile trading networks. So, no, the industrialization did not happen via the fact of the cotton industry, like you just tried to say. And again, don't take it up with me with the data about the GDP per capita. Anybody in here that disagrees, you could take it up with the Madison Project database in 2018 that they took and were able to look at GDP growth per capita in the United States of America in comparison to the United Kingdom from the 1800s all the way up until the 1900s. And we do not see excessive GDP per capita growth until the point of the industrialization, not during the point in time of slavery. The reason that slavery happened, to answer skeptics' point, it was not because people just wanted to do it for fun. It was because it was an archaic system that nobody had an alternative to because industrialization and innovation hadn't been seen.
I want to respond to you by saying this, and this is why I say you guys are disingenuous. What you do is you try and throw a whole bunch of words together and you try and speak real fast, but that's not even the point that I was speaking to. You said specifically, you said when you look at the chart, when you look at America's chart in terms of GDP growth, you pointed out one time period in which there was the first significant spike in GDP growth. This is what you said. The first major spike in America's GDP is what you said specifically. Now you're talking about the Industrial Revolution and steam engines and all this other shit that you're rambling on about. That's irrelevant. So I want to read to you directly in terms of what you were trying to point out. The rapid increase in American cotton production in the early 19th century, driven by Eli Whitney's cotton gin, 1793, and expansion of plantation slavery is widely considered the first major catalyst for sustained GDP growth and industrialization in the United States. The first major catalyst for sustained GDP growth. This is what your initial statement was. You said when it comes to stability, GDP growth, the first major spike, it came after the industrialization of America. You were lying. You were lying. The first major spike is due to the cotton gin. And you just rambled on about steam engines or whatever the hell you were talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Where are you pulling that from? What economist are you pulling that from?
What was your original statement?
Yeah, what economic historian are you
What
Oh,
was
he
your
pulling
read it
that
original
from?
off
statement?
ChatGPT.
I'm not reading off
Right.
ChatGPT. I'm reading off the article that I cited for you guys earlier that nobody decided to actually go and look at. That cites multiple different economic historians and cites multiple different historians and economists in unison that all hold this belief. So when the argument that was made was that the majority believe this, I'm just refuting that by showing you a general
Give me a second. No, you're
consensus.
not. You're being disingenuous and you're trying to present a new argument to make yourself look better. What I'm reading is from
New
Mississippi History
argument.
Now.gov. Again, I'll give it to you. What I'm reading to you is from Mississippi History Now.gov. You spoke towards the first significant spike in America's GDP in terms of the 19th century, if I'm not mistaken. Your position was that GDP spike occurred not because of slavery, but because of the industrialization of America, specifically northern factories. You are lying. The first time that we see the GDP in America become sustained in any way is directly after the cotton gin was created, man. And they were still
Where are you
using
pulling that
black
from?
bodies. I just told you, man. Mississippi History Now.gov.
Mississippi History
Mississippi
Now.gov. What's
History
the great?
Now.gov.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you. What's the
Right.
what's the economic historian that they're like quoting in this?
Listen,
That looked
man.
at this.
I gave you enough. If you wanted, you'll
So
find
you
it.
just Googled
What
it
you
and
think?
looked
I'm
at the
just
top
making it up,
result.
huh? I'm just
No,
making it up.
I think you Googled it, looked at the top result, and didn't look at who it was and
Listen,
what the
I
methodology
am
was that they came to the
again.
conclusion.
Yeah,
That's
we're
what I
not gonna
think.
move the goalposts again. We were speaking towards the first significant spike in America's GDP growth. You said
Yep.
it was because the industrialization of the North, basically. You were trying to take the position that it didn't have much to do with American slavery.
No,
I'm just
actually, no.
responding to
Wait.
that
So yeah,
initial
my point
statement,
was,
man.
my point was that the North had a more dynamic form of economy. Again, I very clearly stated this. I can just reread it for you verbatim what the statement is, which is that the North had a more dynamic form of economic system, right, that was not relying on these same type of archaic usages of the U.S., and that was where the majority of the GDP was
Of
coming
course,
from,
the North
right,
did. The
at the
South
time
depended
was because
solely on
so wait, if
slavery.
the wait, oh,
Of
perfect.
course, the
So
North had a more
so
dynamic
perfect. Wait,
system.
so
He said
perfect.
slavery was
If the
not
North,
profitable.
if
He
the
said it was not
if the
Exactly.
profitable.
North,
He's
wait,
lying now.
it
So
was
now
not
you're
economical.
backpedaling.
It was
Now
not
you're
economical.
backpedaling
Oh,
because you got
she's
proven wrong.
eating her mic. No, that didn't get proven wrong. So if we
So,
agree, Casso,
so
if we agree that the North, because it had a more dynamic form of economic system, right, that more of the GDP growth stemmed from the North, right, then it would also show and prove that slavery existing in the South was not economical for the US because it was not actually pivotal to the point of the industrialization that happened. It was more due to the
that's an
dynamic
entirely
economy,
new
right?
no, that's an
This was the
entirely new
argument I made
position.
from the beginning, bro. This is the
No,
argument I
that's an
made
entire
from the beginning.
that's an entirely new position that you're taking now to justify whatever information you went and found. That's not what you
Would
said
never
originally.
listen. The argument of
I want
slavery
you
not
to
being hold
you
up.
can go
The
find it on
argument.
your own,
I
man. The
just want to
first
clarify.
major
Wait. I want to
catalyst.
clarify
Broken
with you.
Casso.
I
He's
want to
talking
clarify.
super. He's talking
No,
150
no.
miles an hour
This
now.
chick. Listen, you can put the pom poms down whenever you want, but that's totally fine.
But
But
it's not
anyways,
about pom
right?
poms,
I
man.
said
Even
it's.
faster
Wait.
now.
You
What
have
did I
moved
say?
away
What
from
did
the
I
original
say? What did
statement.
I
You
say
have
about a
moved.
micro? Wait. What did I say in the very beginning about a distinction between microeconomics and macroeconomics? What did I say? Y'all were
You
listening, right? You were
listen,
listening,
man.
right?
You
So you
have
know that
moved.
I changed my claim.
You.
What was the
Why do
original
you guys
statement that I
always do
made?
this?
What was
When
the
you get
original
caught up, you
statement that I
begin
made about
asking questions, right?
microeconomics as opposed to
You talking hella
macroeconomics?
fast. You talking
Yeah,
Sure,
his
hella
that's
hella
fine. That's fine.
fast.
The pom
Then more
poms in
stuff.
the routine looks real good. The pom poms in the
right,
routine looks real good.
right.
Again, I said microeconomics as opposed to macroeconomics. On a microeconomic scale, for those individuals, we can argue that yes, there was some form of profitability. But when we're talking about the country as a whole, it did not bring massive profitability to the United States of America because we see that in GDP growth per
Again, no
capita.
one's
Well,
Did we
arguing.
Mikey,
not?
in
Nobody,
Did we
his
not track
nobody,
that?
no, nobody,
Mikey, in
nobody
his
has
own
taken
source,
a.
Did
it
we
doesn't
not
state
track that?
GDP. It doesn't state GDP in his own source.
Well, then what
Cotton
the
in a
fuck?
global economy, Mississippi, 1800 through 1860, Mississippi History Now.gov. Doesn't state GDP anywhere.
Are we
And what he's
talking
not
about?
taking into
He
account is
doesn't
that
even
he's
provide the
taking the
data. It's
North.
just an opinion of a
He's
motherfucker in
taking the
Mississippi.
North. He's taking the North versus the South. Was there not slavery also in
And
the North?
Mikey, this was
Was
written
there
by
not slavery in the
Eugene
north
R.
part of
Battle.
America? So how are you
What
going to
number? What
isolate
number
the
are you
South from
looking
the
for,
North?
Jay? Again, this man spoke about sustained GDP growth and the first major spike in the GDP. You didn't speak about anything that
The
you're
Because
trying
first
of
to say.
major
All
sustained
industrialization.
right.
GDP growth would have been post World War II.
What? Wait,
What
no,
the
that's
fuck are
not.
you
Wait,
talking?
yeah,
That's
no,
not
no, no, Dylan,
correct.
that's not true.
Nope.
No, that's not true. We were an economic,
Man, come on, y'all
powerhouse
guys,
by the
y'all just fishing.
1890s.
Mike, y'all,
No, no,
Mikey,
no,
we like to
The
I'm
respond to
first
you now.
disagreeing with you.
major
Mikey, we
sustained
listen to you,
spike in US
Mikey.
GDP occurred during
Mikey,
World
we
War
listen to
II.
you. You moved the
No,
goalpost twice. You're trying
1880
to
to
justify your
1890 was our
position. We like
biggest
to
GDP
respond to
per
your
capita
position now.
spike.
When it
Just
comes
to
to
Yeah,
be
but I'm
clear.
saying
capitalism in the
sustained.
North and the South,
He added the
this
qualifier
is the
sustained.
primary reason why the Civil War began in the first place. Because the
Hmm.
profit margins being made by Southern plantation owners in comparison to what the white men up north were able to do with factories. This is literally what caused the Civil War. It wasn't black bodies and black folk being freed. White men
No,
up
I agree.
north
Wait, I
were saying,
agree.
your overhead is unfair. Your overhead is unfair. So for you to be taking a position that the North made some sort of the North
Mhm.
made more of a substantial contribution to America's GDP at the time, that's not true. It's not true at all. How
Wait,
can the
100.
North make more of a substantial contribution to America's GDP when you literally have slavery going on in southern states?
Wait, so
We can find this. We can find this
whose
historical. Hold
sector
on,
was
because
more
he's been talking a lot and he
dynamic?
talks super fast. Nobody can
Okay,
understand
my
him.
bad. The
We
cheerleader
can
wants to
find.
speak.
We
Mikey,
can
can
find.
she
Yeah,
speak at all?
look.
No,
Casso's,
because
Mikey,
he
the
wants
way
to
you
talk.
let her
addressing me.
speak,
He wants
man,
to
can she
talk
speak?
160 miles an hour. Nobody can.
Okay,
He's a
okay, my bad, my bad.
we
You need the
cannot hear you.
cheerleader to come
We
in. That's
know
fine.
that at the beginning of the Civil War, 75% of the world's cotton was produced in the South. So, and here's the thing about it, the interesting
And how
part.
much of
He's
that
trying
went
to
in the world
argue
market?
here,
Mikey, can
let me
she please
finish my
speak, bro? She
statement,
didn't let her
man.
speak, bro.
He never lets a woman finish. He doesn't know what that is. So here's the thing about it. The way that he's trying to isolate the South from the North, it's almost as if slavery did not exist up north also. Like you cannot isolate the fact that the North also had slavery and the South did too. So how are you going to quantify whether or not the North was benefiting from slavery the way that the South was, even though there wasn't as much slavery up north as there was in the South? Make it make sense, because it doesn't.
Yeah, that didn't address anything that I said. But anyways, the point that I was making about the U.S. cotton
Can't address it
markets,
because
right?
it doesn't make any sense.
When you say that the U.S. cotton market made up 75% of the world market, was the American South a latecomer to the world
Who
cotton
said
markets?
that?
The
Nobody
answer
said
is yes.
75% anything.
That was exactly what she said, Casso. You need to listen
I
to your
have
own team.
I have a source that says that in the
Perfect,
beginning
perfect.
of the
She just
Civil
said
War,
that.
75% of the production of cotton was coming
Mhm,
from America, from the South
mhm.
part of
Great.
America.
Was
So
the
here's the
American
thing.
South a
So here's the
latecomer to
thing.
the
So
world
and
cotton markets?
I'm gonna finish whether you like
Was
it or
the
not. I'm gonna be
American
selfish
South a
today.
latecomer
So
to world cotton
the
markets?
interesting thing is that you're pivoting from one thing to another because
Answer.
you first said that
Just can't
slavery was
answer.
not profitable because the GDP did not grow here in America. And then you start looking down at the numbers of how it was that America was profiting in different aspects of the economy, whether or not that is taken into account in GDP growth. And then you're trying to isolate. So then you pivoted again and try to isolate the North's profitability versus the South when you can't even isolate the North because there was also slavery up North. And you haven't answered any of the questions that we have, but now you want to pivot to something else and talk 160 miles an hour and make zero sense.
Yeah, can you show me based on your source the GDP that came from that?
Never said GDP in my statement.
When you make the statement, so yeah, let me be clear. Sorry,
So
Okay, so
again,
that's all I
so we're
needed
gonna
to hear.
pivot
So
again. So we're gonna
I
pivot
should be able to
again.
finish my sentence, right? Yeah, right. Now, anyways, when you make the statement, 75% of the cotton that's produced was produced in American South that went to the world, you are obviously implying with that, unless it's just a weird like factoid that you wanted to throw out, you would obviously be implying to that that would have an impact when it came to the national GDP or the growth economically within the country. So I'm just asking you, based on your source, what's the GDP count that they gave from that?
Well, here's the thing. You're saying that it was not profitable, that slavery was not profitable. I am showing you an example of how it was. You want to
You're
go into
presupposing it
this
is.
one, you want to go into this one specific point, right? And try to say, compare GDP
Profitability would be shown through GDP.
Profitability it can shown in different
Would be
aspects,
shown through GDP,
not
right?
just GDP, not just GDP. And that would be an argument that conservatives would make because we know that GDP has gone down since this WAR started.
Wait,
So
GDP per
saying that
capita isn't a good way to understand?
profitability, hold on, profitability isn't only quantified in GDP. You do know that, right?
Wait, so again,
Hold on, hold
GDP
on,
per
hold on. So
capita.
wait,
Stop.
because you're gonna pivot. No, we're gonna stop here.
GDP per capita
You
is
do
based on
know,
household income
I'm
per
gonna
the
repeat my
American
question. I'm gonna repeat my
citizenship.
question
Is
again.
that not a good form of
I'm
profitability?
going to repeat my question again. You cannot
No answer.
quantify profitability only by GDP. You do know that, right?
Wait, again, when you're
Do you
saying
know that?
GDP,
Yes or no? Do
there's
you
an.
know that?
Do you
Yes or
know the
no?
difference?
We
Do you
do
know the
not
difference between
quantify. Hold
when
on a
I say
second.
GDP?
No,
Stop
no, no,
talking.
no,
When I say
no.
GDP
No,
per
I'm not. No, I'm not,
capita,
because you're making
when I
zero
say
sense.
GDP per
There, you got
capita,
again.
we're talking about household income. And when I ask you to
Well,
show
No.
GDP
What?
per
Wait,
well,
capita,
Skeptic, I
hold
want to
on.
respond
right?
to him and say
That's
this,
what
and
I'm
you got a
looking
special
for.
way of being disingenuous because the fact of the matter is that slavery was extremely profitable on an individual level. So for the
I already
individual
agreed to that.
slaveholders, hold on, but you agree
I
to
already
it, but
agreed
you're
to that. Yeah, I
presenting.
agreed to that.
Right, brother. You have to let us
Microeconomics
speak.
versus
Right, you
macro.
have to let us speak. Right, we shouldn't have to combat you every 2 words, fam. You have to let us reply because you're being disingenuous in the way that you paint your paint your position and how you present your facts. Because
Mhm.
you're saying broadly, you're saying slavery was not profitable. That's not true. In terms of individual slaveholders, slavery was extremely profitable. Now, if you're talking about industrialization overall, infrastructure in America, if you're talking about the economy growing in America, free labor systems in America, all of those sort of things, you might have an argument there. But at the end of the day, you're not going to convince anyone that slavery was not profitable. Slavery was extremely profitable for
Yeah, so
slaveholders. And
Right,
this
but
is
like,
why, you begin to see the
oh
North
well if that's the new
rumble a
claim,
bit. This is
yeah, if that's the
why,
new
again,
claim, then I
you
already
begin to
agree with
see,
that.
right, again, we are allowed to finish our statement. This is not an interrogation, man. We're just having a
Yeah, but
conversation.
the original claim
yeah,
was that
no,
When it's
I
No,
racism
wait.
is.
two v
He
one,
no.
when
He
it's
The
doesn't
two
original.
v one
understand.
hold on one
jumping
He
second.
down
I'm
does.
my
going to put
He
throat,
does.
that's a
Brian.
He
little
does
bit
not
No,
embarrassing.
give
understand
me a
the
second. What we
economy.
gonna do, bro? Because every time
Well,
Skeptic and I speak,
hold on one second.
you guys cut
When
us
it's
off,
two
Calm
v
man,
down.
and we
one
let
and
you
I
Calm
have
guys get
down
both
all
you
the way to
jumping
the end of
down
one second.
your
my
statement.
throat, yeah, it's an
Everyone,
interrogation.
Well,
everyone,
When
the
two
calm
people
original
down.
jumping down my
claim.
It's
throat,
not.
yeah,
Stop
it's an
playing the
Serious
interrogation.
victim.
though.
Are you a
Hey,
Jesus
victim?
Christ, bro.
can
He's
you
a
hear
victim
me?
God.
now.
What the fuck are
Can
we
you
talking
guys
about?
hear me?
No.
Can you please stop? We do have to go one at a time. We do have to go one at a time, and there's other people too waiting to speak.
Right, and I'm
So
going to go.
let's let Casso finish, Mike continue, Skeptic, and then let's go down the line.
Well, the
Go
original
ahead,
claim
Casso.
was that racism wasn't profitable and isn't profitable, and that's the claim that I posited. And somehow we got onto slavery.
Right. Actually, that's not the
Right.
original claim. That's what you
Yes, it
pivoted.
is.
Right. That's what you pivoted towards when
You
I asked the
asked the
question.
question. Yeah,
And
you
my
asked the
question is
question,
staying.
how is black racism profitable for the black
Right.
community? And I
Right.
said
Because
that
this is
racism is not profitable. That was the
right.
claim that was posited to
Right.
the question that you asked.
This is my response. Again, you moved away from the original question that I asked you, Dylan. You did not present the question. Because my
I didn't
point is
say I
this: if you
presented the
guys
question.
are
I
going
said
to
I
say that
posited
black
the
people,
claim.
if you guys are going to say that black people in America can be equally as racist as white people in America, I'm trying to get towards some sort of understanding as to why racism, black racism specifically, here in America has not been profitable for black Americans because we own 4.5% of the wealth in this country. White society controls almost 90% of the wealth in this country. You cannot tell me that I do a thing just as good as you, but I'm not rewarded in the same way that you are. So my question still stands, and you hadn't probably answered that question.
I did.
Why is
Right.
black racism not as profitable for black people as white racism is for white folk? And the answer is, since y'all don't want to answer, we don't control the systems to enrich ourselves at the expense of white society. We don't control those systems. We can't pull levers that are going to make white people poor
My
and make us
answer, yeah,
richer.
my answer to that claim, to that question, right, which is what started this entire debate that we now digressed into slavery and the profitability of slavery is that when you asked that question, I stated that racism is not profitable. So of course it's also not going to be profitable for black people. If it's not profitable for anyone, it's not going to be profitable for black people either.
Yeah, but and particularly the case of slavery, like yes, for 3% of the white people that owned slaves at its peak, yeah, it was profitable, I'm sure, but it actually disenfranchised the other 97% of black people. I mean, white people. Like it was bad for them. It was bad for their economy. It took jobs from them. They had less people to sell things to because slaves didn't buy stuff. Like this is obvious. This is common sense shit. You don't even need charts
Right. Let's
against
use common
it.
sense. Right.
It was worse.
Use common sense. Right. And we're gonna push it up to the 1930s. Let's push it towards the Great Depression. Then let's look at the New Deal and how the New Deal bailed out white poverty in America and laid the foundation for white families all across America, poor white families included, to start building wealth for themselves. Let's talk about how
Is
early
that
welfare
exclusive to
systems
white
work.
people?
Yes, it was. And hear me out, because y'all do this thing where y'all give me a second, man. I don't give a fuck about you chuckling, Dylan. You know that. Y'all do this shit where y'all say what law says is only specific towards. I don't want to hear that shit. We know what black codes were. We know what Jim Crow is. We know what the Triple K is. We know about all of these tactics that white society has used to withhold the same social safety nets provided to white folk from black folk. You're not going to convince me that the vast majority of black people in America in the 1930s benefited from the New Deal. I don't give a fuck what side of your neck you laugh out of. This is a fact. White wealth in America was built due to racial bias. When you look at the VA loans, FHA loans, you're talking about land grants, you're talking about the Homestead Act, all of these things built wealth. Racist white systems that were biased towards black people in America and excluded them built wealth for white society. You guys like to play and act as if this shit is not what it is.
Yeah,
And
in a
if that's
very
not the case, if we did have access to social safety nets in the 1930s, why in the 1964 Civil Rights Act did it include social programs? Why would that Civil Rights Act say, and you cannot exclude black people from social programs? That's the SBA loans. That's food stamp welfare systems that existed here in America during the 1930s.
Yeah, I'm just going to respond with over 600,000 black workers secured jobs through the New Deal programs like Work Progress Administration and the Civilian Conservation Corps. Programs, education and aid programs helped over 1 million African Americans gain literacy skills. FDR appointed African American advisors such as Mary McLeod Bethune to ensure fair representation, and programs like the National Youth Administration and the Federal Theater Project and other initiatives supported African American artists and professionals.
And I'll be the first one to say there were.
So the
Compared to
New
how
Deal-
many whitey people, compared to how
Doesn't-
many
it,
whitey
it,
people.
it doesn't matter. It's
No,
not
you
in
see, this is something that y'all do, and
comparison,
it,
though.
no, I was,
because it
I was
wasn't in
named after,
comparison
so I
to.
get
It
to, I
wasn't in
get,
comparison to,
No.
Skeptic.
I
The
get to.
claim was that the New Deal did not benefit the black community. It wasn't in comparison to.
So this is what you do. This is
No,
what
but
I see that white
I
tea
was
men
just trying
do.
to say what I was
No,
saying. This
I
is
was
making
named
an
after. I
argument.
was allowed to answer after, and I haven't
I
spoken.
was
Man, y'all
So
gotta let her
you
speak, dog.
conflate.
Y'all gotta let her speak, bro. I don't know what's up with y'all. Just let her speak, fam.
I just want
They
to
never
go
get to
because I
talk to
talked
women.
first. I
They
was
only
talking
speak to
first.
women on TikTok. That's the
And you
thing.
just
So when they hear a
interrupted
woman
me in the
speak, they
middle
don't
of
know
my
how to
fucking
act.
sentence.
That's
That's all I want to do. I just want to
sick
finish my
ad hominem.
sentence.
So,
You can go
so
ahead.
what you do
Like,
is you
I
try to
don't care
conflate the
about that.
numbers, and
Like,
Dr.
so at
Good
the
did
end of
this
the
also.
day,
Y'all,
I just
y'all
want
don't
to
want to
finish
give us
what I
the
was saying because I
actual
was
numbers
talking
because you don't want to
first.
give us
And
the
that's what I
comparison
was
to
going to
white
get
tea
into.
people
Like, that's the
and how
thing.
white tea
I'm not
people were
worried about
actually
it. I'm
benefited
eventually going to
more.
get out what I have
If
to
you can
say.
There's
almost,
more
I
white
want to say it's
people.
almost 3 times
Hey,
more
Yeah, there's
beneficial.
more
And we
white
actually
people.
have government documents that say that they disqualified people because they were not white tea. So the New Deal has
Okay,
been
so
understood,
substantiate
and
it.
we know. Hold on a second, I can't. That the New
Oh,
Deal.
you can't?
I'm about to. Can I finish my statement? I can't
You
even.
just said
I
you
can't.
can't substantiate your own
I
claim.
can. I can. You cannot hear correctly. So, and this is the thing. Dr. Good came up here and said that it was 3% of white people that owned slaves. And he doesn't want to give you the correct numbers because when you take the overall in America, it may come out to 3% for the whole population. But when you break down how much it was in certain states, the state of Alabama, 35% of white men owned slaves. In Georgia, 37%. Mississippi, 49%. That's almost 50%. In South Carolina, 46%. So you all try to play with numbers and act as if the numbers don't add up.
You're
We
actively
know.
playing with
I'm about
numbers.
to finish my statement if you'll stop interrupting me. And to your little friend that was out here arguing and saying that slavery was not profitable, GDP and household
Nobody
income is
said
not the
that.
same thing. I'm about to finish my statement. Can somebody mute this guy? Because I can't even talk for 2
You're
seconds
just
without him coming
lying.
up.
You're just
No,
lying.
because you don't want to hear the actual facts.
You just lied and we
GDP.
let you finish, bro. You were literally you just come in with random ass facts from
Yes,
anywhere on the
yes. So
internet,
when
bro.
Dr. Good said
GDP and household incomes are 2 distinct factors. They both help evaluate the economy, but they are not the same. He tried to conflate as if he said household income. And in reality, when you look at GDP, it's talking about overall profitability from the economy in certain regions based on population. It doesn't make absolutely any sense that he's saying the household income when we know that the South was rural. It was very rural. So by population size, the fact that they had the profits that they did with the small amount of population was because of slavery, a direct correlation to slavery. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't know economics, and ChatGPT does not make you an intellectual.
I'm not on ChatGPT, so I'm gonna jump
The
in here.
equivocation is
No,
wild.
hold on.
The jobs he spoke
Exactly
of,
what I was gonna say, 'cause
were
I
those
am
jobs
still
in the
waiting
north
to
or the
finish
south?
my
Bro,
original
how?
Right,
fucking
I'm asking
question.
him a question. He
How?
spoke about 600,000
How did
jobs
I
for black
get
people
here?
doing a new deal.
Nothing
Were those
to
jobs up north or down
Never mind, bro.
south?
Y'all got it, bro. Y'all
Were
got it.
those jobs up north or down south? The 600,000 jobs you spoke of that black folk got doing a new deal, were they up north or down south? And once you come off mute and tell me that they were up north, I want you to explain to me how many black folk were excluded down south based on race. Come off mute and tell me the 600,000 jobs were up north somewhere.
Wait, where were the factories
doesn't
at?
matter.
Where
That
I'm
were the
not
wasn't the
talking to you,
factories
man.
at,
You didn't present
Cazzo?
that statement. He know who
It
I'm
doesn't.
talking
Where
to.
were the
Yeah, hold
factories
on,
at?
doctor. Hold on, doctor. So this was my claim, right? But that doesn't matter, right? Because I was just
No, I'm
directly
asking you,
refuting.
Dylan. Don't start
That
there.
doesn't
Everything
matter.
matters in a conversation like
That's
this.
irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
Yes, it is, because your claim was that the
No,
New Deal
because
didn't.
you want to. You
Your
want
claim
listen,
was.
Dylan. This is
Your
what you're
claim
doing.
was that the New
You're trying
Deal
to point the
didn't.
new. You're trying to point the new
Oh
deal.
my goodness.
Let me say this, Dylan, because I'm cool with you. You know I'm gonna let you. We don't have to do it this way. Listen, because what you're doing is you're being disingenuous in how you're presenting the information once again. Because you're saying that the New Deal was a fair system.
I didn't
Because
say that.
600,000 black people received employment, but you're not pointing out the
That wasn't my
racial
claim.
bias that was taking place in southern states and the fact that almost no black people down south had
That
any
wasn't my
sort of
claim.
benefit in terms of the New Deal.
That
Okay,
wasn't my
but
claim. Your
hold on,
claim
wait.
was that the New Deal didn't benefit the African American community, and I stated how it did. The relevancy of where it was doesn't matter. You made a holistic claim.
Listen, fam. This is why it's so disingenuous, and y'all do the same thing with Obama. That y'all had one black president. We can talk about the venture capitalist sector right now. I spoke on earlier.
This is
Venture
a pivot.
capitalist funding in America. Give me a second. VC funding in America, 99.5% of that go to white startups. 99.5% go to white startups. But this is the game y'all play. Y'all will look at that 0.5% and say, look, the black people are included. They get 0.5%. Come on, man. Y'all got to be a little bit better than what y'all being on here. And Deontay, I see what you're saying down there in the comment section, bro. Listen, white people don't get to step out of whiteness when it's beneficial to them. Don't tell me that 10% of Americans control all the goddamn wealth in America. I don't care. That 10% is white. If you're going to be white when it's beneficial, you're gonna have to be white when it's time for you to have some damn accountability. You don't get to step outside of whiteness because you poor and white. You still white. It's black men like you that do us a disservice, bro. You dishonest in your position in this shit.
Yeah. Also,
You're talking about the top 10%. Who enables the top 10% of American society? Who enabled this GOP administration to further enrich themselves? Who enabled this 10% that's in control of American society right now to further enrich themselves? Who empowered that 10%? The poor white people in America constantly empower the top 10%. So I don't want to hear poor white Republicans crying about rich white folk in America.
But if black people are the biggest, but if it is the case,
We gotta let Mikey. It's Mikey's turn, dude. He's been waiting a while.
I got you, Bill. She can have it here. But I'm not letting YT people off the hook in America because they are of the impoverished class. Stop voting for the oligarchs.
if it is the case that black people are the largest consumers,
It's Mikey's turn. Mikey, then you can go Dylan, and then Doctor. Go ahead, Mikey.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess there's a few things to respond to here. There's like two different arguments that are happening. I don't care about the New Deal. I don't care to argue about whether there was legislation that went against black people. I agree that there has been historically. But the point about the GDP per capita, it is an insight to be able to understand and give us at least a proper way of being able to evaluate what the average family income or GDP per capita is, because it's going to be based on two different things, specific metric, right, which is going to be for our economic output, which would require production, right, which is going to correlate to wages and income, and then also, right, consumership. These are two things that are going to be shown when we look at things like GDP overall, and GDP per capita is going to show us based on specific areas and population numbers as to what's going to be, what that's going to look like. And again, when we look at GDP per capita, we look at the time of slavery, we do see that there is a stagnation in the GDP per capita, right? As opposed to during slavery, as opposed to the point in time when slavery no longer existed, or at least was being kind of less commonly used in the sense of the industrial age. That is a fact. The cotton gin is not the only thing, which was one of the previous arguments that was made. The cotton gin, by the way, guys, in the comments, Casso didn't run. He just said he had to switch phones. I do that where I like feign that somebody's running away if they're not. But anyways, the cotton gin is not the only reason as to why industrialization happened. Right? There was a litany of things, and again, it's historically just crazy to try to act as though the North did not outperform the South. Which obviously the reason that the North outperformed the South was because of the fact that it had a dynamic economy, as opposed to the South that was solely reliant on things like chattel slavery.
You got an echo. Someone's got an echo.
Yeah, Casso had an echo when he came in, but I think it's fixed now.
I think it's Dylan, and then Doctor, and I think Skeptic. Did you want the big box to show something earlier, or no?
Going to show about how the how the New Deal was discriminatory towards minorities. But the thing about it is that you said household income, and income is not a direct measure of GDP. So I think it was you conflated those two things, and which shows me that you don't understand economics. But the thing about it is that you said household GDP. So I think it was you're speaking on something because you read an article.
All right.
Well, I explained this, so I mean, I think that just falls on deaf ears. That's fine.
Explained something and incorrectly stated something about economics, which it just
explained
shows
what I
me that
meant
you
by
don't know what you're
household
talking
income.
about. Reading an article that says that has bias by the author or whoever it is that wants to pass on information that is not true, and that we can show, and I have shown you with numbers that it was very profitable, particularly to the South, when you take it per capita, which is how we measure GDP. I've proven my point, but I think that you lack the understanding of economics, and therefore you're not getting my point.
Yeah, that's what I just argued. So again, real GDP per capita,
you went
which
to
is
the
going
cotton
to be sorry. I guess if we're just going to do the talking over and like making ourselves louder so that we can make our points, I guess I could do that too. But I thought we were going to get back to decorum. Anyways, the Madison Project database from 2018 measures real GDP per capita from the 1800s to the 1900s, measured as international money in 2011 prices. This is comparing the United States to the United Kingdom, right? And this is backed up by multiple different economic historians, which I cited. So it's not just one article where you're implying bias on the author, right? It's literally multiple economic historians, multiple different economists, all of these kind of things. Right, so it doesn't make any sense to sit here and try to imply bias when I've cited you probably 6 to 8 different individuals that are all in lockstep with this.
So your comparison is between the
Mike,
United Kingdom and the U.S.
But he's creating arguments that's singular to whatever it is that he want to talk about. You don't answer any questions, Mikey. You run off, you move the goalpost, and you start presenting an entire new argument, right? We were never having a conversation about GDP in America historically. You made that conversation out because that's where you're comfortable at. You wanted to move away from the racial aspect of the conversation. So now you want to talk about GDP growth and when it was more prominent than other time periods. Nobody asked you that, man. You are literally up here arguing with yourself on there. Go ahead, Skeptic.
The discussion was about profitability of racism. And do we agree that one of the most egregious forms of racism that occurred within the United States would be slavery?
Right, but do we agree on this? I'll let you
do you agree with that, Casso? Casso, do you agree with that?
Well, his argument
egregious. Do you agree that
I'll
the
tell you
most
what I do
egregious
agree
form
with.
of
I want you to look at your
racism?
chart. I want you to look at your chart, right? I want you to look at your chart, and I want you to
Okay.
look at the GDP growth. Doesn't matter when it occurred. One thing's constant: the exploitation of Black and brown people. You can close your eyes and put your finger on any point on that little graph or map that you're looking at. And when you open your eyes, I want you to understand one thing: the exploitation of Black and brown people is why that number is moving. Go ahead, Skeptic. You got it.
I didn't know what I was supposed to respond to with that, but that's fine. I didn't just
I
pivot
didn't
the
need a
argument.
response. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I kept to the
print.
I kept it. I just want you to agree. You agree that slavery was the most egregious form of racism in the United States, right?
I believe the transatlantic slave trade was the gravest crime against humanity in the history of humans, at least to my knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
So
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Right. So, if we say that it's an egregious example of racism, then if the principled conversation is around whether or not racism is profitable, bringing up the slave trade or the existence of slavery, chattel slavery in America specifically, and showing the economic relationship of it, I think would be sticking to the principal topic. Would you not agree?
No, we talk about the.
Okay, got it.
Give me a second. When you talk about when you mention how disgusting chattel slavery was, they go beyond just the economics of chattel slavery. The exploitation of people and working people, that's one thing. But chattel slavery was more than that, man. Chattel slavery was way more than that. You're talking about dehumanization. You're talking about generational despair, putting people in generational despair. Chattel slavery is much more than what you're trying to present it to be, Mike. And I hate the way that you present it. You're acting as if it was this one thing that somehow was not as harmful as it was to a group of people, man. I think you're being disingenuous about
I never
even
argued,
trying to
just
go
to be
there.
clear, I never argued that
Right.
it wasn't harmful. I agree. Slavery is
Right.
disgusting. It's morally abhorrent. It should
Right.
have never happened. It's an absolute moral
Right.
ill that is a stain on
Yeah.
American history. I 100% agree with you, right? My
Right.
point was simply just over the profitability argument that was being
Mhm.
had, which is going to necessitate an economics discussion. I'm not
All right.
saying that it wasn't
What does
harmful.
it
I'm
have
not saying it
to?
was no big
What has
deal.
it been?
All I was, Mhm.
But you're being disingenuous once again. What does chattel slavery being egregious have to do with profit margins? You don't have
Wait,
to be.
wait, come on, man. You just said that I was
No,
diluting
I'm
it,
trying to
and
get an
I was
understanding. Why did you
explaining to
go?
you that I was
Right. Why did you
explaining to
go
you
there?
that I
Why are
believe it
you?
is
Right.
egregious.
I
That
understand.
it is
I know
egregious,
it is
right?
egregious. Now, what does that have to do with a profit margin? You don't
Wait,
have to
again,
be.
these are responding to Cass. You literally just
Right.
said within 10 seconds ago that you felt that what I was doing was disingenuous because you said I was diluting what slavery was and saying it was and making it seem as though it wasn't harmful. And I clarified and said that is not what I'm doing here. I am addressing the principal discussion that we started off having about whether or not racism is profitable. And I used an example of the biggest example of egregious racism that we have on American history, which would be the slavery system. And I was having an
Right.
economics discussion showing it was not profitable to the
Right.
country to operate under that system. It was not.
Right, right. But this is what you're saying. You're saying chattel slavery was the far extreme of capitalism. But you're also sitting up here telling us that the northern economy and the GDP growth up north was far greater than what took place down south. There was no slavery up north. The European migrants working in factories up north were working for what, 5-10 cents an hour. So which is it? Are you going to use the far extreme of chattel slavery in the South to justify it, or are you going to keep your position that that the GDP of northern states sustained America? Which is it? Because in your original statement, in your position, which is the North sustained America and GDP growth was better up north. In that position, you're not talking about the far extreme of it. You're not talking about the far extreme of factory labor. But now all of a sudden you're pivoting towards the South and chattel slavery, and you're trying to use chattel slavery as the far
Use the North
extreme version of
comparison.
capitalism. Right. So you can't have both of those. That should be my position. My position should be that chattel slavery was the far extreme and it was so profitable. You told us that the North was more proficient in terms of GDP growth in America. Did you not, Mikey?
Yeah, it was more. It outperformed the South. Yeah.
Right. So if it outperformed the South, if the North and GDP growth in the North outperformed the South, and they weren't treating the white factory workers in the North the way they were treating black enslaved people down South, then what are you talking about? The conditions had nothing
That
to do
doesn't.
with it. The fact that it was an extreme doesn't mean anything because they did not have to be as extreme up north to turn more substantial profits. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Again, maybe I can. I don't know where we're getting so confused. The North outperforming the South proves the claim, right? That slavery was not economical, right, towards the United States GDP overall. Right? And then when I'm using that example, I'm comparing two systems. One foundationally based around slavery, which we agree is the egregious example of racism in the United States of America, and the North that had a more dynamic economic system and ways of production, not solely reliant on chattel slavery. And I'm showing if the North outperformed the South, then it would logically make the case,
No,
right,
you begin to
that
speak about
slavery
the
was not
inhumanity.
economically
No, hold on.
beneficial.
You begin to speak about the inhumanity surrounding chattel slavery in the South. Because you asked me, Casso, hey, is this the most egregious crime in human history? I said, yeah, this is the most egregious crime. So
Egregious example
you
of
begin,
racism.
right. So you begin to speak towards how egregious chattel slavery was. Why are you taking that position? Why is that relevant in terms of the conversation about GDP and
Because when
whether
the
the North was
conversation, because the principal conversation, the original point was, is racism profitable? Right? Dylan posed the position that he said racism was not profitable. I don't even know if I fully agree with that, but I can give the example where I can understand where he's coming from, which is why I gave the example of comparing the slave system and economy within the South as opposed to the North. And we see that slavery was not economically beneficial for the overall GDP of the country. And that was why, when I asked you, because you said that I was doing this weird thing where I was pivoting away from the original point of the conversation, that's where I asked you, I said, do you agree that slavery is an egregious example of racism in the history of America? And you said yes. I said, okay, I agree too. So that's why I was using the instance of slavery and having the economical discussion to show this common understanding that we could hopefully come to, that there is an example where egregious racism was happening and it was not profitable for the country as a whole.
I want to move back towards the middle because I'm getting kind of lost in your position, Mike. Now,
Okay,
this is the truth. This is the fact. When you get to talking about the North and the South, Lincoln originally tried to avoid war by paying Southern slave owners to end slavery. Because he said, "Hey, we'll pay you. The Congress will pay you guys." And he asked the Southern slave owners for a number. If I'm not mistaken, that number was 3 billion, 8 billion. It was 8 billion. You know what Congress said when Lincoln took them that number? They said this number does not exist. The North literally did not have the amount of money necessary to pay Southern slave owners to end American slavery. So how is it that you can convince me that the North outperformed the South in terms of GDP growth when the North literally couldn't afford to pay Southern plantation owners to end slavery in America? Go look this up, man. Lincoln tried to pay. He tried to avoid war. He wanted to outright pay Southern slave owners. The number that Lincoln took to Congress, they laughed in his face. They said, hey, this number don't exist yet. That's how profitable American slavery was. Your position is that the North was more important or significant, made more significant gains in terms of GDP growth, in terms of the American economy. I'm not sure how did you arrive there? Why would you think that? How can anything be more profitable than slavery? But Mike, I'm confused, man. You got me.
yeah, I
You
can
kind of
explain.
got me
Yeah,
wrapped up in.
yeah. So because it had a more dynamic and diverse industrial economy, right? It resulted in them receiving industrialization prior to the South, because the South was holding on to these archaic ideals of having to use manual labor and slave labor that they industrialized later. We know this to be the case just when we look at the difference between northern states and southern states and the conditions of living in comparison to both. The North is going to be more industrialized within America in comparison to southern states as a whole on aggregate. So yes, the North, right, is going to have been more economical because of their diverse economy that they had. It was not reliant on things solely as the South was. And I want to emphasize the solely part because I'm not saying there was not instances of slavery in the North, but solely the economy was not reliant on chattel slavery in the North as in comparison to the South. It was. That's my point.
Well, I'm saying this. I'm looking for an exact number. I think you're wrong. And this is what y'all do. Y'all say, hey, only 1% of white people own slaves here in American history. That may be true. I don't know. But even if I gave you that, the entire economy was propped up on the backs of black people who worked for free down south. When you talk about the North, there's no way the North could have been turning these profits on their own when you're looking at a good majority of the textile plants in America existing up north. So what they were doing, they were picking cotton down south and they would transport their cotton up north to textile plants up north. And those people would be employed literally because of slavery down south. So just the means by which most of the production in these plants was taking place up north was due to chattel slavery in the South. This entire economy was intertwined. What you're trying to do, Mikey, is you're trying to create two American economies. You're trying to say the North was up here doing this. The North was making shoes and automobiles, and down south they were the only ones doing slavery. No, it doesn't work like that. A good majority of the major ports were up north. Everything that was picked in terms of crops and cotton down south, they moved all of that stuff north, man. And the factory workers up north were dealing with the very products or very resources that they were bringing from down south. Mikey, what do you think they were making? What do you think they were producing in these factories up north? What do you think they were producing? What is the textile plant?
Yeah. So there was manufacturing textiles,
What was
and then
Wall
there was
Street?
also
Mikey, what was Wall Street originally?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I can look that
Mm.
up.
No slavery, no Wall Street. That's that standalone North he's talking about. No slavery, no Wall Street. Go ahead, I'll let you finish, Mikey.
Um, where it was originally located in the U.S. You're talking in the 1600s. Stassi here says Wall Street originated from a defensive wall that was built by Dutch settlers in the 17th centuries, where the name came from is synonymous with U.S. financial power. I'm looking for where the New York Stock Exchange originated.
Look for
That's
what was the
what you're
first
referring.
stock. Ask what was the first stock exchanged on Wall Street. You will find out it was human beings. That's where the phrase "we come from good stock," that's where that came from. We were the first commodity exchanged. It was black human beings. I'll wait.
I want to share this with him. Textile mills were the backbone and driving force of early industrialization in the northern United States during the 1800s. They acted as a catalyst for a broader economic, social, and technological transformation, shifting the region from an agrarian society to an industrial powerhouse. Chattel slavery is literally the reason you get the industrial revolution up north.
Oh no, that's not the case, and I already responded. Like I already refuted that claim. It's a very common theory that the cotton industry in the South was, that was dependent on slavery, triggered the industrialization in the northern United States by facilitating the growth of the textile industries. But Kenneth Sokoloff literally disproves this by showing that the northern manufacturing sector, which was incredibly dynamic and productivity growth was broad based, it was not exclusive to cotton textile. Specifically, also with the fact that the cotton industry itself in the American South, we were barred from the majority of the world market for a long time because of the fact that England had sanctions that was put on American cotton because of 1776 that they did not, take up until, pretty much right during the kickoff of the Industrial Revolution. So we were latecomers to the world cotton market,
You think
not until
American
about
cotton stayed out?
1800.
You think American cotton stayed out of Europe due to sanctions? The slaves stay out of America due to the when
The
they
the
ended,
cotton the
right?
cotton itself, not the slavery, but the cotton
But
itself. Yeah, Europe,
but the
Great
end
Britain
of the transatlantic
specifically.
slave trade, the quote
Yeah,
unquote end of the transatlantic slave trade, did not stop the transporting of slaves to America. It didn't stop it at all. So why do you think cotton, some sort of laws or sanctions over in England would stop cotton from flowing into England? Man, the cotton continued to flow. The
yeah.
cotton has
So it was
always.
about so cotton was about 5% of the nation's overall gross domestic product. It was an
Mikey,
important
Mikey,
contribution, but not the
you
backbone of the
realize,
American economic
What year are
development.
you referring? What year is
Mikey,
that?
you said
We'd be
1776.
looking in the we'd be looking
So
in the
that's
18
over
we'd be looking in the
100. So that would be
1800s.
over 150 years of not only free labor, but the textile industry up north and the industrialization of the north was due to pure profit from the south. So if you talk about 1776 on, that would be over 150 years after the first enslaved people were marketed in this country for free labor. So what you are saying is we should negate that 150 years, so a century and a half of pure profit would somehow negate what Caso is saying. I'm trying to understand why you think additionally conflating GDP and the North and South is diabolical. But the North was able to become a very industrialized area because of pure profit. And understand, where did the people in the North come from? They came from the southeastern seaboard. So think of your original 13 colonies and think about the movement down south, and then think about the textile mills that drove to the north, and think about when industrialization happened. You have literally over 226, I think it is exact, years of free labor in the North and the South by African enslaved people brought here. So you had a free labor pool in both the North and the South, because to act like slavery only occurred in the South is a lie. So I don't understand what you think you're arguing, but it's incorrect in just
Yeah,
all due
I'm not.
respect.
Yeah, I never said that there was no slavery in the
What?
North. It was actually like very specific to that. Uh, But I mean, to everything else that you said, I don't really see how that responds to the point about the Industrial Revolution not kicking off as a result of the southern U.S. cotton industry. I don't see. I'd love to see the data if you're trying to
What was
make that point.
revolutionized?
I would
What
have
was
to see that. I would have
revolutionized?
to. Sorry. I would have to
Answer my
see the
question.
data. I would have to see the data. What was revolutionized was the mode of production that occurred within the United States of America.
What were they
Okay, so
producing?
thank
Yeah,
you.
that's the question. So you're not telling us what's inside of those factories that you're referring to. What do you think was
Multiple,
inside of those factories?
multiple different things.
Like what?
Multiple different
You can't
crops,
Google
multiple
fast
different
enough.
crops, multiple
And
different
where are
textiles.
most
Like,
of the
what are we talking
crops in
about?
the United States? Mikey, think. In the North, was the North known for crops, or was the South? Was were the largest farmlands located in the South or the North? How did that transport food, goods, and services to the North? The North got industrialized to help it get goods and services from the South to the North and to the West with westward expansion. The entirety of the post-industrialized US was incumbent upon the cash crops of the South. The money and free labor and pure profit that was experienced due to Southern expansion is how the North got to take off like it did. Think also, if you think about industrialization, the cotton gin, think of all the things that were created in the South to help be able to make the cash crops on top of the pure sweat equity that was for free. Think of where the industrialization down south, due to crops, etc., took place. That was not in the North. That was, again, down south. So what I'm trying to get you to understand, and I believe what Casa was trying to get you to understand, is that saying that the North was like just preemptively, like just out of nowhere, they preemptively were above and beyond the South in terms of their GDP, in terms of that is incorrect. It was interdependent on the pure profit of the South. It was interdependent. The basis of the civil rights movement was the South not want, I mean the Civil War was the South not wanting to give up free labor, because that is how they stayed afloat. That is how they were competitive with the North post-industrialization.
So I want to share this with Mike. During the 1800s, northern factories primarily produced textiles, cotton and woolen cloth as their most manufactured product. Centered in New England, these water-powered mills drove the U.S. Industrial Revolution, with northern states producing 17 times more textiles than the South by 1860.
Yeah,
Other
that's
major
post
manufacturers
industrialization,
included
right?
shoes, iron, and machinery. But what I'm telling you is throughout the entirety of, at least up until the Civil War, all throughout the 1800s, northern factories primarily produced textiles, and that required cotton. This is, and you can go look this information up yourself, man. And we're talking about New England. We're talking about New England here. We're talking about the northern states producing 17 times more textiles than the South by 1860. And they're able to do that because of all of the cotton that was flowing north. I mean, you've presented the argument that the North had a standalone economy, man, and it's just not the truth, man. The
I didn't say it
North,
was no, I didn't say it was standalone. I just said they were distinct economies. Like the way that they functioned were obviously different. This was one of the reasons as to why, just as the previous speaker said, that the tensions rose that resulted in the Civil War itself.
yeah, one had slaves and one had factory workers. I would say that's a pretty distinct difference. One could clock out and go home.
That's why I just said
One,
it was distinct.
yeah, but okay.
I don't
All right.
understand. I don't understand. I don't understand how this is like addressing the economic argument. But yeah, I do believe that yeah, post-industrialization is what you're referring to there. We're talking about pre-industrialization, where we see again, because the original claim was that the Southern economy was not overall beneficial to the country's GDP per capita.
Well, we've arrived
This
at this
is
point because you
measured.
guys, again, have no real answer for my initial question, which was why is it that black racism is not as profitable as white racism? And the answer remains the same. Black people don't control any systems here in America that can benefit us at the expense of white folk. So I think it's disingenuous for anybody to be having a conversation and trying to convince any other person that black people in America can be racist. A bad word is not racism. Someone not hiring you is I don't take that as being racism unless we see it taking place systemically. And you can't point to a case in which black owned businesses were purposely excluding white employees or people who applied to work at those businesses, man. I'm
At
not sure
all?
why white people want to be. I'm not sure what Dylan. I'm not. Why do you guys want to be victims of racism? What do white people get out of being victimized? Why do you want to be victims of racism at the
What
expense of
is it?
black
What
people?
is this pivot and burden shift?
Hmm.
It's a non sequitur. Nobody's advocating to be a victim.
But you have to be when you say that we can experience racism as well. To experience racism is to be victimized. So if you're a white person and you're taking a position that
So
white
are
people
you
can
a victim,
experience
concept?
racism, huh?
Are you a victim?
Of what?
Racism.
No, I don't think I am, but that don't mean it don't exist.
I'm sorry, but do you not
I
live in?
have
Wait.
been,
Do you not
I
live?
have been, I have
Right.
been,
I,
Right.
I've been
I
silent
have
for
One
at
been.
least
second.
20
No, no,
minutes.
no. I'll
Six
answer
two.
that.
Let them finish. When it comes to dealing with cops, when they deal with coming to criminal justice system, if I put
But if
myself in
you
a
live in a
position
system of
to
white
be
supremacy, would that not
as a
automatically make
mercy,
it
right? If I
racist?
put myself
Okay, so would that not
right
make you a
in
victim?
right, I stay out. Right, I'm smart enough to stay out the way. I'm out the way. Now, I'm not going to act like I have the same advantages and privileges that you do. And I'm not going to act like there aren't other black folk who are put at a disadvantage, especially when you talk about things like employment, education, a medical setting. I'm one person, man. I'm not the entirety of black people. I feel like I got a pretty good grip on my life as an individual, but that's not the entirety of black people. There are black children out here right now being denied a proper education simply for being black. There are black women being denied proper health care and doctor proper medical attention simply because they're black women. There are black people out here being denied home loans by financial institutions simply because they're black people. But if you are you asking me if I'm dealing with those things right now in this moment? No, I'm not dealing with those things. But that don't mean that those problems don't constantly present themselves to black people. No, I wouldn't. I never take that position.
Also add that the fact that he's using faulty logic, because how he said that both economies were not independent of each other, they were actually intertwined. How are you going to, oh, and he left, how are you going to quantify whether or not it was profitable when both economies rely on each other for profitability? Like, make it make sense.
Oh no, Skep, they were distinct. That's that's the bullshit he said.
Like,
They
it
were
makes
distinct. Silly.
Another thing I want to bring up with Mikey, it's unfortunate that he left. I wanted to speak with him about this. And again, I'm not sure he studied economics. He's just Googling things. I saw him, he teacupped, and I think he Googled something from Sokoloff from the Foundation Economic Research. And that's unfortunate because James Sokoloff did have some good points, but he's not the end all to be all. God rest his soul. He passed away in 2007. He's a decent economist, but he's not the authority on everything slavery related. But anyway, so I wanted to get to this when Mikey said, this young white man, he said something like, well, the GDP growth in the North was stronger than the South. And he said this as though we had this bifurcated, like the sister down there, Skeptic, was talking about, Skeptic.tick, excuse me, was talking about, as though the two were mutually exclusive or mutually independent. And that's wholly what we find is not the case. Matter of fact, Lehman Brothers made their very first claim to fame in Tennessee. Lehman Brothers started off financing the slave trade, and not just that, but financing railroads. It wasn't just manufacturing, but it was modes of transportation as well. It was 10,000 miles of track laid by the Negro people. So again, what he's trying to say, I guess, he's trying to imply that one unit of slavery, if you could measure it, one unit of slavery is less profitable than one unit of free labor in the North. And what we're finding is that that's not necessarily true, because the North invested in capital outlays or capital investment. The South did never invest as heavily as the North, and they didn't have any reason to. Most rural and agricultural areas are going to be less profitable just by their nature of bringing raw goods to market, right? You have to manufacture and produce and process those raw goods, just like the cattle from my home state of Oklahoma had to be rustled up and go to St. Louis for processing, right? So we find that St. Louis is going to have more capital investment, more machinery and manufacturing at the turn of the century, of the 20th century, right before the first industrial revolution. That's the first thing. And the last thing I want to say, and you can kick me off the panel, the last thing I want to say is that Casso is right. Everyone else here is absolutely correct. I do have degrees in economics, econometrician. I worked for the federal government for 13 years, blah, blah, blah. But the point is that the people here on the panel is 100% correct when they're saying that slavery in and of itself did kickstart the first industrial revolution. This question has been proposed since the 1950s amongst economists like Sokoloff, like Keynes, like Stiglitz, Joseph Stiglitz, and all these other notable economists. And all of them are around the consensus. They have all agreed on the one major consensus, that this labor and the lack of investment in the South, that you didn't have to invest in the labor. You could just throw them away and use for another day and buy new, fresh replacements with no other expense, no other labor expense. This had allowed the transfer of wealth from Africa to the South, to the North, and thereabouts, finally into Europe. That's why Adam Smith and the rest, when we talk about Ricardian economics and Malthus economics and all this other stuff, we talk about these things. Everyone agrees, every single economist, at least notable economist that's worth their while, they agree that slavery was allowed for the kickstarted the first industrial revolution around the turn of the century. And so with that being said, I'll go ahead and mute and get myself off the panel. This is really good, really good. It's unfortunate, though, that the very person that needs to hear it is no longer here. Quite unfortunate.
You probably listening. Man, everything that America has become has been at the expense of Black people. During Reconstruction, white society didn't figure out how to move on. They sat around and they conjured up a new scheme that was comparable to American slavery, and that was a sharecropping system. So you had Black people making all these substantial strides during Reconstruction, then post-Reconstruction kickoff, and everything that Black folk worked for, they burned it down, took it away from them, and pushed Black people back into another system that was comparable to American slavery. If you go look at the numbers, most sharecroppers never turned a profit. So if you're not turning a profit, you're basically not even being paid. So when we talk about racism in America, systems in America, and how these systems are harmful towards other groups of people, I just like to know what system created by Black folk have been harmful towards the white community. And you're not going to be able to find a system that we put in place to harm white people for the betterment of ourselves. And if you can't find me that sister, man, you cannot convince me that black people can be just as racist as white people. What are you saying? We can say bad words the same as white people? Yes, we can say bad words. We can bully people. We can be prejudiced, but we cannot benefit ourselves in any way to the detriment of white people in this country. And I think that's where white folk like yourself, Dylan, this is where you guys are disingenuous and unfair in the way that y'all present these things. You think that black people can do harm towards you in terms of some sort of systemic bias, and it just don't exist. And y'all love saying a black business cannot hire a white person. Yeah, but a white person not hiring one black person does not mean that that's racism. Now, if that's happening systemically, if that's happening at various different locations across the board, if they find some applications where they drawing monkeys on the applications, or they putting the phrase "don't hire this black person" on it, or there's some sort of way for you to track whether they've been excluding black folk based on race, maybe then. But just this idea that we can be racist because other people have had their feelings hurt, man, I think that's laughable.
So since I have access to you, there's been a couple of times that you had stated, and I had to look this up because I didn't even know. In my 50 years of being on this planet, I didn't even know. But you had mentioned a couple of things in your and other debates when white people had challenged you and said, "Well, look, black people are the poster child for welfare and blah blah blah." And you had said, "Well, look, the very first recipient of welfare and food stamps was a white woman. It was made for white women." And I had to look that up. Clearly, it was true, right? But then you went deeper, and my independent research of what I had uncovered and what you had said at the same time happened to coincide, in which you were talking about the end of Reconstruction, or before the end of Reconstruction in the 1970s. But you spoke about the Homestead Act. I want you to elaborate on that for the 444 people in this room. I want you to elaborate as to how is it and why is it that the Homestead Act, what was the original purpose for it, and why Black Americans, or I call us the Negro people, but why is it that the Black Americans of the United States, why is it that they could not partake of the Homestead Act, and what net effect it had? And I think that was very prescient, because it's still in certain venues, when you talk about FICO scores and credit scores, it's still going on today. But I wanted you to just, if you can, elaborate as to how is it that becomes a systemic racial apparatus with which to stop Black people from owning land and homes right at the right at the end of the Civil War, if you may.
Oh, man, but where did Dylan go? Where does the White Ops go? This Tbone live, y'all. This is not by live. I hate the white guys ran off, but this is what Republicans do. They like to be in echo chambers, and when they can't be in echo chambers and they stop seeing W's down low, they start feeling away and they lead a conversation. But I'll say this about the Homestead Act, American, and this is what happened after American slavery. They shifted value away from bodies and they put the value in the land. So originally, all of the wealth was placed on Black bodies in America. If you wanted to get rich here in America, you come to America, you get your 5 or 10 slaves. Probably 2 slaves could get you rich back then. You come here and get you a few slaves and you get rich. But they understood that after the end of American slavery, they had to take that value off Black folk, because if you no longer control the Black people and they roaming around here free, that's just like gold floating around. Nobody can take advantage of it. So they placed the value on the, because if you no longer control the Black people floating around, nobody can take advantage of it. So they placed the value on the land. And this is how they distributed the wealth to white America, through land ownership. They didn't have to work hard for this land, man. They went out there and they gave them this land. You're talking about 160 acres for every white man in America that they quote unquote qualified for a homestead. You're talking about 230 million acres of free land given out. Now, if you take the white man in America that they for a homestead, you take the value off Black bodies and place the value in land ownership in America, and you give away 230 million acres to white people. What are you doing? You are distributing the wealth disproportionately to white society in a way in which only they can benefit from it. And that's not the only way they did it. You look at westward expansion, you're talking about the railroad tycoons, you're talking about the Vanderbilts, the Stanfords. As they built west, I think they got like 10 miles on each side of every piece of track they laid. What Vanderbilt and Stanford and the other railroad tycoons went back and did is they gave all of that land. That was another 200 million acres. They gave all of that land to white settlers. So if you take the value of black bodies, you put the value in land in America, and then you give the land away to European immigrants, what are you doing? The writing has always been on the wall. So America's not about working hard, man. America is about being in America in a time in which you can take advantage of an opportunity. Because whenever a door open in America, they're going to let it run for a while before they cut it off. When you look at the dot-com boom that we had in the 90s in this country, it ran wild for a while, and then they cut it off. That bubble popped and they moved on. Home ownership is the same way. When we're looking at the crypto markets right now, you're looking at some of the stock markets right now. That's the American way, man. You get in early before they put any restrictions or sanctions on it, because after that, it's going to be nearly impossible to get become wealthy through home ownership. I mean, land ownership and any other asset. In short, they took the value out of black bodies, American, and they put the value in the land. And after they valued the land, then they just simply gave the land away to European immigrants.
You were debating that on that other panel. You actually said something, and again, I had to go back and make sure I checked my dates. And the dates are correct. When you said, and again, I attributed it to Casso, I did my own independent research. We always want to trust but verify. But the bottom line is that Casso had said this, and this is one of the things that got me focused on this particular period and pulled out the data, whatever data I could derive from this period, that even before the end of the Civil War, pulled out the data, before the end of the Civil War. And we're talking about the very first Homestead Act is 1862, and this is Casso. I'm just recalling the debate that he had before. I'm attributing to this young act is 1862, and this is contributing to this young man here on the panel today. He said 1862 was the original Homestead Act. It was the exact same time at which the Negro people were not citizens because of the Dred Scott case. So they did this, the American government had done this intentionally, making sure that all citizens were able and have access to stake your claim, do the meets and bounds, plot out your land, go to the recorder's office and record your deed, the very first deed, whereas Negroes were systemically kept out of this because they were not citizens. It was only after the 14th Amendment did they have access to do this. And again, there was a second passage of or iteration of this Homestead Act, the Homestead Act of 1866. So even at that point, Black Americans of 1866. So Americans could not partake. And even when they did have access to record the deed, it was something like only, I think it was like 8%. Could not partake. And even when they only, I think it was like 8%. 8% of all filings would have been a Negro. And again, I want to be very clear. It was around that same exact time that the Negro people were being expelled from the South. I'm currently an auditor for the state of Arkansas. I've been pouring through some records. Literally in the state of Arkansas, 1859. I want people to Google this if you want to verify that I'm not talking shit. It's going to be the Negro Expulsion Act of 1859, just before the Civil War had popped off. That act declares that all Negroes must leave, all Black Americans must leave Arkansas before the end of the year, and that all land will be dispossessed of all land. Meaning that any freedmen here, any Black Americans here who had land, who were tilling on the land, even peonage farmers that ended up owning their land of one stake or another, they were to leave the state of Arkansas and they were to be wholly dispossessed of their land by 1859. We go 7 years later and we find there are two Homestead Acts passed by Congress, signed by the president at the time, and yet the Negro people only at Congress at most it was 8%. The rest of it was given to white folks. So white people, especially in the South, have been given government subsidies in the form of land. And I think that was very prescient.
Even today, T-Bone, I'm gonna get out of here. Bill, appreciate it. I don't want to take over y'all space, man.
Thank you for
I don't
coming.
want the Republicans to start DMing y'all saying, y'all let Castro take over the panel. Y'all know how they do.
You ain't have to run off them white boys like that. I appreciate you coming.
It's just a conversation, bro. This is my thing. If you proclaim to be some sort of intellectual, just have a conversation and be authentic. Like, don't
Yeah.
use your intellectualism to become crafty in the way that you dodge questions, because that's what they do. They never want to actually answer a question. They want to reverse it on you. And then they begin to play this I am more intelligent than you are game. Caso, what's a non sequitur? They're like, that's not why I'm here, bro. I'm here to come to some sort of conclusion as to why it is you believe in whatever it is that you believe in. And they just don't like to have those authentic conversations. If you're going to take the position that black people are racist, you have to be able to explain that when asked to explain it. And one thing that I would like to know, and I hadn't been, nobody with this black people can be racist position has been able to explain to me yet. Why is it that black racism in America has not been profitable? Nobody with this black able to explain to me yet. Why is it not been profitable for black people? If we can be just as racist, then racism for us should be just as profitable. And when they can answer that question, then we can have a genuine conversation. If we can be just as and when they can answer that question, then we can have a genuine conversation. If they're not gonna answer that question and just try to interrogate me, I'm a troll around. I'm a bullshit. I'm just be a jerk about it. If they're not gonna answer that question and just try to interrogate. I'm just be a jerk about it. But I appreciate you, Tbones, sorry, and I appreciate you, Bill.
Thank you, Council. You
Absolutely,
have a
man.
great day. Thank you for coming.
I will
Thank you
say,
for coming.
I brought up the same thing when I was in the debate with Ducky, which apparently I lost. It's frustrating, but it would make sense to me that if you are able to display racism in one sitting, then you would have the capabilities of doing it in all settings. Meaning, if I can be interpersonally racist, I can also be systemically racist. Like that's the only thing that follows with at least from the logic that I use.
The
Right?
transferability would have to be almost seamless because you operate in a system that allows for you to be personally racist as well as to borrow the power from the system to be systemically racist at a larger scale. You can scale of economies, if you will, if that were
Yeah.
true. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then that would just follow with the question of give me an example of seeing systemic racism taking place by black people, which we weren't able to fucking find. And if we can't, then
Because none of
the
them
second must
exist.
follow.
Right. If I may,
Makes sense.
sir, I apologize. So we absolutely absolutely cannot be racist, but even on, like, people always want to break things down to, well, there's interpersonal and there's internalized. None of that can exist without the structure and system of racism.
To
And
undergird it. Yeah.
you can't be the ist without the ism. And we have no power, and we have no cross sectional, cross world power. There is no world system that is set up by people of the global majority. The crazy part is we are people of the global majority, but we do not have any system in place. And on top of not having any system in place, we thereby do not have the power to uphold or undergird a system of racism, which would enable us to be racist. So it's like being a capitalist in capitalism. We don't have the ism, so we can't be the ist. On top of that, we cannot we being discriminatory, being bigoted, being insulting does not and cannot change the trajectory of a person's life. Me insulting a white person won't keep their credit score down. Me insulting a white person will not make them experience medical apartheid. Me insulting a white person, or me being what they want to say is prejudicial, which is not, because I have experienced them for 64 years. So me having experience with white people on the whole and me experiencing white people globally means no, I absolutely am not saying this prejudicially. I am basing it on experience. I am basing it on historical context. I'm basing it on intergenerational experience, firsthand, secondhand, and shared experience. So I get so tired of YT people wanting to say that they've experienced racism. And I'm saying it here for anyone to hear, the only way a white person experiences racism is when they are perpetuating it. You have experienced it when you are doing it. You have experienced it when you have witnessed another white person be racist. That's the only way you've experienced it. You haven't experienced it at the hands of any person of the global majority.
I'm going to get off the panel. Thank you, because I wanted to chop it up with Casso. Clearly, he's a big draw. Please, people, for the 300 people in the room, please go ahead and do your daily heart me's and gift the panelists and the host for having this discussion. This may be free to you, but it's still valuable. And if it's valuable, anything that's valuable is certainly not absolutely free. So please go ahead and gift and with roses or whatever you can to the panelists and to the host and to his moderators for having this space. I don't know this man. I don't know anybody on this panel. It's just that Casso, I do follow him, and when he came up in here and he had toe to toes with Mikey and these other people, I wanted to wade in and give my 2 cents. So I've done that. I think I've done decently well. I'm not a debater by any stretch of the imagination, but this has been a good discussion. It's been a good debate. And Spike T-Bone, thank you so much for allowing this to happen and for providing this space and having keeping decorum here as well. This has been a really good debate here on TikTok.
Absolutely. I appreciate you coming up. I also appreciate my mods helping to keep the decorum because I was not here at all. So that's all, y'all.
Absolutely. T-Bone, can you please get
Your mods watched
big
me
please.
get talked over for like 15 minutes, and I just said I could go in another half hour.
Did you want to speak now?
Nah,
Ah,
the conversation's over.
Some heavy hitters in the room.
Well,
Don't discount the women on the panel. They'll give you some bang for your buck. I guarantee you, Mike. If you're an op. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
yes, sir. We don't feel like talking to BGB, right? No.
Absolutely not.
Oh, does he
Alrighty.
speak?
And
I didn't
Dana's
know
kicked
he
from
He's
the
spoke.
panel for the day. Dana's still kicked for the day.
Nah, he's not a very smart person. Wait, Dana's
Dana's
kicked for the day?
Officer used his credit to kick her for the day.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
He put,
I'd actually like to ask the question. So your stance is essentially that the only time white people can experience racism is when they themselves are perpetuating it?
Bill, I got your message late. I think you sent it to me a half hour ago, so I'm assuming they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone. Sorry.
Dana, do we not understand what credit is? Is that like a foreign, like you used to do this too, Dana? If someone pays money ahead of time, they have credit.
Mm-hmm.
But keep crying.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's wild.
Which is I was directing that to you.
Oh, I apologize. What was you were saying, you were repeating what I said about white people experiencing racism?
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't misconstrue what you said. But essentially, your belief is that the only time white people can actually experience racism is when they themselves are perpetuating it.
You can't experience racism if you're white. There has never been a time you've experienced racism. Period. You cannot, I don't know how much more clearly I can state it, but you cannot experience racism. You can perpetuate it, you can inflict it, you can be racist, but you cannot experience racism because there is no system.
Bro, this person is trolling, bro. Just remove him.
So I guess my question would be, I'd like to debate that, but I'd like to debate it on its merit. Could you give me a reductio, just in the most basic way? Could
Absolutely
you
not.
define
Absolutely not.
racism
Absolutely
for me?
not. Absolutely not. Because that's what white people do. So I'm going to tell you like this. I don't believe in definitions because if you look at the beginning of every dictionary, Number one, the dictionary says do not use this as a source. Number two, the lexicon changes. So people have
Okay,
changed the. So
hold
just
hold on.
shut up.
I don't
Shut
think
up.
I got to
Shut up. Let
finish
me
what I
finish.
was asking though.
Okay, you go right ahead. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. I think you cut me off a little prematurely there.
But I was
Um,
just answering your question.
yeah,
No, I will
I'm
not
just
do.
asking for a reductio. Yeah, I think you cut me off a little.
Answering your question.
Yeah,
No, I will
I'm
not
just
do.
asking for a reductio to
I am
define it
not.
in the
I
way
will
that
not.
you're trying to
I will
showcase it
not.
in that light.
What I will do is tell you very simply that a dictionary is not a source. It
I'm not
tells you at the
asking for
beginning.
the dictionary
You asked me,
definition,
you
ma'am.
used the
I'm
word
asking you how
definition.
you're
You
applying
used the
it.
word definition.
Correct. I'm
And
asking
I
you
don't
to
deal in
define it in the
definitions.
way that
So I'm
you are applying
correcting
it.
you. I am correcting you. I don't deal in definitions. I deal in functionality.
So everything is fluid then under your worldview.
What I said is I deal in functionality. Is that too big of a
Define the
word for you?
function of racism.
So
But essentially what you're saying then is that everything is fluid, right? Because things can change in reality. Things are not always
that's not at all
applied
what I
the
said.
same way. Things
That's
change
not
over
at all what I
time.
That's
said.
what white motherfuckers do. They
That's not at
always
all.
try
It's
to
okay,
change
babe.
what a motherfucker
That's not
said.
what I said. I was very clear. I don't deal in definitions because definitions change. The lexicon changes.
You just
So
repeated what I said, ma'am.
for instance,
Yeah, you
do you know
just
the last
repeated what
time
I
do you
said.
know the last time do you know the last time the definition in the OED of racism, do you know the last time that changed?
No, I do not. But you're repeating what I'm saying, which is
2020.
you don't believe in
So
definitions because things
2020,
change, right?
I did not say fluid. Fluidity is very
To
different than
fluid
things change.
means that to fluid, right,
Fluidity,
means that it's
no,
adapting and changing.
fluidity is very different from the lexicon changing. Very big difference.
Oh my God.
Very big
Okay.
difference.
Okay. So just to get this straight, you don't want to work in definitions, okay? How do you actually apply
Hello, everybody.
this vehicle, okay, or this metric to reality then if you
Good,
cannot
Mike.
actually define what this is or you
Mike.
can't even prescribe what it is?
Would you agree, babe?
I
Would
wouldn't
you
even ask
agree
that stupid
that
ass shit.
the dictionary says that definitions are descriptive and not prescriptive?
I would agree that you probably shouldn't talk when you're eating food.
I'm
Yeah, that's
asking you, would you
that's
agree?
because what that means is
Would
that the
you
dictionary
agree?
doesn't tell you how you ought to use the
Yeah,
word. That's
that's
what a
fine.
prescription
You
Would
is.
you
keep bringing
agree?
up the
I
dictionary.
asked you a
I'm not.
question, Mike. I
That's
asked
not
you a
my
real simple.
question. Okay.
Mike, I asked you a really
Okay.
simple
Why are
question.
you answering my question with a question? And why do you keep
I
bringing up the
asked you a
dictionary
very
when
simple
I did not
question,
bring
and
up the
that is
dictionary, nor
you
did I
brought up
bring up descriptive
definitions.
language at all? I didn't even
Yes,
say
you fucking
descriptive
did.
language. I said prescriptive. So why are you answering my question with another
So
question?
what I said, baby, calm down.
Shit.
What I said was the dictionary states at the beginning of the dictionary, each
Who the
dictionary
fuck here
states,
brought up the dictionary by raise
it
of
says
hands?
that
Who?
I apologize, Mike. May I finish now? Because I listened to what you said.
No, I'd
So
like
what
you to
I'm saying,
answer my question and stop shadowboxing.
I'm not shadowboxing.
Okay.
I
Did
don't
I say the
have to answer
dictionary?
your
Did
question.
did I say the dictionary?
You asked me for a clarification of my point, correct? And I said to you
Which
very
you've refused to
clearly,
give. So I
I
Bro,
moved the
said
why do you
actually I
keep
conversation
said to you,
forward.
interrupting, bro? Just stop
actually I said
interrupting.
to you very clearly that no, there is no way for a white person to experience racism.
Point
I
blank.
said it is very clear, period, point blank, you
Mm-hmm.
don't experience racism.
Mm-hmm.
And then you brought up the word definition. And I said, no, I don't go by definitions.
Mm-hmm.
And what I am saying to you is at the beginning of every dictionary, it says that it is not a source and that words are the definitions in those dictionaries are descriptive, not prescriptive. So when you brought up the word
Yeah, what
prescriptive,
does that mean?
I said, when you brought up the word prescriptive, I said very clearly, definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah.
don't go by definitions. Then you brought up fluidity, and I said, I'm not saying things are fluid. I am saying that the lexicon changes. That does not denote fluidity. That is an assumption and an inference on your part. What I am saying is very simple. White people cannot experience racism. There is no system by which they are marginalized or the minority. Even when they
Mm-hmm.
are minority in number, they still have the world systems behind them. There is no way for them to experience racism. There is no way that they are marginalized. There is no way that the trajectory of their life is affected by their race, except in an upward way. So, period, point blank, no, white people can't experience racism. Period.
Okay.
I answered your question.
Okay.
You've asked me,
No.
you've asked me a number of other ways and a number of
No.
other things, and I am saying no. White people cannot experience
You
racism.
you have not
All
answered
right,
my
you're just repeating
question.
yourself. You got to let him respond, bro.
Yeah, you have not answered my
I'm also
question.
not a bro.
You said that you would not like to give a definition to it. And then you brought up the dictionary. And I said, don't bring up the dictionary. Okay, let's talk prescriptively. And then you cut me off to go back into why you don't want to use descriptive, okay, terms and why you don't enjoy the dictionary. Okay, none of that has to do with my question. My question is how can you show me, okay, that this system or this vehicle or this module, how can you show me where that's applied in reality without using, okay, prescriptive measures? Because if you can't use descriptive measures, I don't know how you could even use prescriptive measures. So how can you show me that this vehicle or system is existent in reality?
Was that rhetorical?
I don't know why you're
Name
answering a
one.
question
Name
with
one.
another question.
I'll put you this way. If you can name me one world system in place that
Why are
black
you?
people or brown, I am answering your question.
No. You're asking me a question. I want you to answer my question.
Shut the fuck up and listen.
Why are you asking me a question? Can you answer mine?
No, I am answering you if you shut the fuck up, like I said. There
Okay.
is
And then he
no
going like a
system.
bitch.
It's okay. He can bitch up all he wants. There is absolutely no system by which me as a black woman can put any type of racist anything towards you as a little white man. I can't do it. You are just a white man. That gives you privilege beyond expectation. There
It
is
didn't
no
answer his
system.
question.
There is no system in place in which you can experience racism. So I can't give you a
You're just
system because
restating the premise.
I can give you no system because there is no system in place
Mm-hmm.
anywhere in the world where it would exist that I could be racist towards you as a little white man. It doesn't exist.
You're really
It
just
doesn't
begging the
exist.
question and
It
dancing around
doesn't
it. You have yet to
exist. It
address my
doesn't
question.
exist. Babe, stop. It doesn't
Okay.
exist. There
Okay.
is
Maybe this
there
would be a
is
better route
no
to go.
system.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay.
this would be a
I
better route to
understand.
go.
I
There
understand. Maybe this
is
is a better
no
route to
way
go.
that white
Can
people can
you?
experience racism.
Okay.
There is no way that white
Bro, you're
people can
just
experience
repeating
racism.
yourself. That's fine. He's
Okay,
got to
little
be able to
girl. Thank
respond.
you.
Stop
Thank you, bitch.
repeating
Thank you,
yourself.
girl. Thank you,
Okay.
girl. Thank you, big
Jesus,
girl.
man.
Hey,
Appreciate it,
Peaches,
girl.
I'd like to progress the
Appreciate it, blunt
conversation
girl.
forward. So maybe we
What is
should
it
do
with
this.
these
Can
morbidly obese
you?
women, bro?
Yeah,
I'm
no
not
shit.
morbidly obese, but I understand you have
Peaches,
a little dick.
Peaches,
I can
I'd
understand
like
you
to
do
progress
want
the
to.
conversation. Okay. Obviously, you just keep ending up in this like circular,
The
thought
fact of the
terminating
matter is, there
roundabout.
is no
Can we do?
babe,
Can we do
babe.
something
There
different?
is no
If you
system
have to
in
tell
which
me
white.
one more
There
time that
is
there is no
no
such
system.
system or definition, I'm gonna assume that you cannot actually hold a conversation.
I'm
So
holding
let's
a
do this
perfectly
because I'd
good
like to try.
conversation.
No,
You
you're not.
just
You're
want
just
no.
begging my
You want to
question.
lead the
Let's do this.
conversation, and I'm not
Oh
going
my
to
God.
The
allow it.
requirement that
There
a system
is
is
no
needed is
system.
just a presupposition.
No, it is not a
Yes, it
presupposition.
is.
What
Peaches,
does the ism
peaches,
stand for in racism?
An
peaches.
ideology.
I want to make sure
An
we're all
ideology
qualified.
or a what? An
Hey, peaches.
ideology or a what? No, Mike,
Can I
your time is up.
qualify
I'm
all of us to
responding.
have this
I'm responding
conversation?
to the other.
Would you
I'm
like to
responding to the
repeat?
other.
Yeah,
No,
hold on,
Mike.
hold on.
No, I'm
Yeah,
responding
tough
to the other
shit,
little
lady.
person. I'm
Yeah,
responding
tough
to the other
shit.
little person. I don't get, babe. Stop, and calm
Oh my
down.
God.
So there is no just ideology in the suffix ism. So keep going with what an ism is.
Yeah, it's an
I know you
or.
don't want
It's an
to.
or, not an and.
Exactly. So
Okay.
keep going. What are all of the things that an ism can be?
I
Yeah, I got
believe
you.
you have an ism at this point, to be honest
What are
with you.
all of the
I
things
think
that
that's
an
why
ism
this
can be?
conversation is being
What are all of the
Autism.
things? I understand that you don't want to. I understand that you don't want to go along with things the way I'm going. I get that. I get that you want there to be a way for you to experience racism. You just cannot. It doesn't matter if I define it. It doesn't matter if I presuppose it. It doesn't, none of that matters. The fact is, and the reason you're getting so upset is the fact is there is no place on earth where a white person can experience racism. That is just a fact.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny when we look at
I know you
Can I
want it
tell
to
you
be
why I'm getting
otherwise.
frustrated?
I know you want it to be
Would you just like
otherwise,
me to tell
but it
you?
does not. It
You're
does
Wait,
not
assuming.
but she's wrong in her own assertion, right? Because when we look at system or doctrine for ism, this would be items such as capitalism, socialism, and Marxism. The racism, sexism, and ageism would fall under a prejudice or an attitude, not a system. So you're just wrong.
Actually, no. What you're doing is you're going by, as you usually,
You know, to say
weak-minded
that white
do.
people can't experience racism is racism within itself.
It is not. That's actually a circular.
No, to
non-sequitur.
say that white people cannot
It
experience
is
trauma.
not.
Hold on, listen
It
to
is
me.
not.
To
It
say
is
that
not.
to say that
It
a
is
group of
not.
people.
Nope,
Hold on, ma'am. Let me finish.
And I'm not. Nope. I don't
Can I
want to
finish,
pull
please?
math.
Bro,
No,
you
I don't want
mods
to
are
pull math
terrible, by the way. You
voluntarily.
mods can't
I
control
am
shit.
literally just saying.
We're not
Why won't you
supposed
let
to
me
like.
finish?
We're not
Hold on. Why
supposed
you
to
keep
do.
cutting me off?
Hey guys, we're not supposed to really like do a whole lot of modding. It's supposed to be free speech, but if everyone could take a deep breath and let someone else talk, that'd be great.
Well, since I just got here, can I please finish?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, to say that white people cannot experience racism is racism in itself. To say that white people cannot experience discrimination based off the color of their skin is racism within itself. So, like, the fact that you keep screaming that's an oxymoron. You get what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. I land my plane.
I wonder if it makes sense to just qualify Peaches for this argument at this point. Peaches, would you like to actually repeat back the question I asked you or the question that Country asked? Because you keep not answering. You just keep having this circular, weird shadowboxing session. You're more than welcome to repeat either his question or mine to you. Either one's fine with me.
That's the thing. It's not even shadow boxing. She's just saying, like, this thing exists. I can't give you a definition, but all I can tell you is that white people can't do it. They can't feel it. They can't be a part of it unless they are the proprietors of it. So at this point, who even cares? Like, your weird, vague concept that you can't describe, that's what I am? Okay, whatever.
I don't even understand the stance that she took where she was trying to, make this ideal that like racism is a fluid thing and ever changing. And so is wording. Like to some degree, I can get behind that. But I mean, if you don't want to actually pin down any sort of meaning to words, then fucking why can't I say the N-word then? You know what? Blunt man is my nigga, and I've decided that that's actually a positive word and it's proactive, and there's nothing you can do about it because you have already stated that these things are, they're changing, that they're never actually set or tied down to anything.
No, Auntie, she didn't say that racism was fluid. She said all definitions were fluid, therefore it's useless to define things. Even though we're talking strictly about language and definitions,
well, if it's fluid,
a very important part of that.
If language is fluid like that, why can't it apply vice versa then?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
that makes no sense. If it's fluid, then it can apply vice versa.
I would just like to posit this quotation from Ibram X. Kendi, who is a CRT scholar, also a black man, given the relevance of this conversation. Historically, people have imagined that people of color can't be racist because they don't have power. To say that people of color don't have power is to say white people are all powerful. To say white people are all powerful is to render them gods. And to say that people of color have no power is to render them slaves. So, Peaches, is it the case that I am indeed a god and you are just but a mere slave? Is that the case, Peaches?
You got to send me that one. That's powerful.
I got you, brother. I'm just going to take the silence as a concession.
Why is the chat tweaking out saying that she never said fluid? I did. by her
Because
definition of how
I didn't
words
say
are,
fluid. You actually, you were
by
actually the
her
one who said fluid.
understanding,
You actually said fluid. Nope. You
by
said the
her
word fluid.
understanding
You
of
said the
the,
word fluid.
by
You
her
said the
under,
word
can
fluid.
you be
You
quiet?
said nope. You
Time
said
for
the
the
word
adults to
fluid.
speak.
You
Time for the
said the
adults to
word
speak.
fluid.
By her
You said the
actual
word fluid,
understanding
and I
of the link,
corrected you and
by
said
her
no. I did not say
understanding
fluid.
of
I am
the,
not speaking
oh
about
my God,
fluidity.
why are
You
you,
said the word fluid.
can
You
you
want
just be
so
quiet?
badly to
Well,
be
Peaches,
right.
Can
Peaches,
you
Peaches,
You
just
Peaches,
want so
Peaches,
be
badly,
Peaches,
Don.
quiet,
I'm not speaking to
Peaches?
you. I don't deal with coons.
Peaches, can
You
you
want
just
so
be
badly to
quiet?
be
That's
right,
racist.
and you
Peaches,
are wrong.
I'm a
You
coon. What
just
makes me
want
a coon?
badly to be right,
what the fuck?
but you are wrong. And you used the word fluid. I did
Peaches,
not.
Peaches,
So
by
try
your
again, little
own
boy.
argument,
Try
where
again,
you
little boy.
refuse to
What
actually
I
put
said
definitions
was
behind
that the
things,
word is descriptive,
Peaches,
not
stop,
prescriptive.
stop,
You used nope.
stop.
Peaches, Peaches.
You
Be
used
I
the
have a
quiet,
question
word
for you.
Peaches.
fluid.
Are you white or
You
black?
Be
used the
quiet.
word fluid.
Peaches,
You
be
Peaches, are
used
quiet.
you
the
white
You
or black?
word fluid.
self-hating, you
You used the
self-hating
word
obese
fluid.
woman. Be
You
quiet.
you think that
Be
talking about my
quiet.
size bothers me?
Be
You little itty bitty
quiet.
dick having white boy.
Peaches.
You honestly think that
Why
at
are you
6'2",
so
I'm literally
upset
you
that
getting
think
I
that at six
violations
foot
left and
two,
right.
you think
I'm
Peaches,
that at
literally
why
6
getting
are you
two and
so
violations.
upset
fluffy,
that I'm
you
I'm
saying
think that at
fluid?
6
literally
foot
getting
two and fluffy.
violations left and right now, bro. Like, and I don't know what's being said because I stepped away. Whatever's being said, can we just bring it down to two, please, man? Please. I
Absolutely.
don't want to
They
lose my
keep
account.
they keep thinking
Honestly,
that
T-Bone,
speaking
There,
nothing.
about my
it's
weight.
who just removed him? Who did that? This chick is the actual What the problem, bro. fuck? She's the one saying
So
all this
so they
nasty
keep
stuff.
no
She's the
blunt. You
problem.
talked about my weight and he talked about my weight. I didn't say anything about your little
Bro, this
self.
chick is
That's
talking
an
about
on you
like
thing.
people's
That's
people's
You
an
called
on
him a
you
wieners and all
thing
little
kinds of
because
white
you're
stuff.
boy.
mad.
Yeah,
You
You're
literally
she's
called
talking
him a
angry
about
little
because
white
I
boy.
the
stated my
size of people's
facts.
wieners.
You're
She's
angry
calling them
because
coons. Like she's
I'm not
obviously the
giving in to
problem.
you. I'm not the problem.
Peaches,
You
did you
thinking
or
that
did you
body
not call him a
shaming,
little
Why
white
did you
boy?
call?
you
Hold
thinking
on.
that
Why did you
body
call me a
shaming,
coon?
you thinking that body shaming me is going to change
No, why
my
did you call me
point
coon? And
because
answer the
you are a
question. Why did you
water
call me a
carrier.
coon?
You are
Peaches,
a
why
water
are
Wait,
you,
carrier.
hold on, hold
I'm
Peaches,
on,
a
hold on,
water
hold
Peaches,
on, hold
carrier.
on,
why
hold on,
are
hold on,
you
hold on, hold
riled
on,
up
hold
to
on, hold
begin
on,
with?
hold on,
You
hold on.
can't even define the word fluid.
Oh,
And
the
you're
poor
upset that I
baby.
utilized it
The
and you
poor
can't even
babies.
define it. In
The
fact, you
poor
said that
babies.
you would
I just
refuse to
told you,
define
I told
words.
you first and foremost,
So,
I
and
don't
if
use
that's the case,
definitions.
then I can
I
make the
told you I
claim that
wouldn't use
I'm utilizing the
definitions.
word fluid
I told you
based
I
on the
wouldn't use
same pretense that
definitions.
you were
I
using the
told you I
word
wouldn't use
change.
definitions. I told you
I
I
don't
didn't
think
use
you actually
definitions.
have,
So
I
don't
don't
ask me
think
to
you can
define
actually
fluidity
have this
when you
conversation.
brought the word up. You are
I
trying to
don't,
conflate. You are
Oh
trying
my
to
I think we
conflate.
should like
You
mail
try to
order you
insult.
like some
And then I think you
IRGC
should find
husband.
something about a
I
male because
think
you
he
are
would do
not
a
one.
lot of good for
I
you.
think it would do a lot of good for you
I
to
truly
learn
believe
that
it.
just because you can't win an
Dude, I'm
argument,
serious. We should
just
like mail
because you
order
can't
her
win
like an
an argument,
IRGC husband,
because
bro.
I won't
Do a
give in
lot of
and
good
argue
for her.
with you, that you're
Like I
upset.
can't with you.
Bro,
I'm glad.
just
I'm so
saying.
glad.
Oh my god. Well,
Well,
I
it's
don't
What would
like
funny
be
that
a
you
though
said the
because you
word
got
IR
so
fluid, but
big
I
balled when
can't.
what
Casso.
would be
You
what
got
would be a
so big balled
IRGC
when
husband?
Casso left. Got so big balled when Casso left.
What would
Not
be a
happening.
IRGC
Well, I
husband?
Not
actually don't like
happening.
that you said the word fluid, but I'm
Not
refusing to
happen.
define what
You're the
fluid
one who
means
Is
because
used.
anybody gonna
words
answer
can
You're
mean
the
my
one
whatever
who
you
question,
want.
or
used
we just
fluid.
move?
What's
And
your
I,
But
question,
you
So
T-Bone?
used
so
it.
what so
I'm
what would
talking
be
Dude
a
like
is
I'm talking
weird.
like an H.
Dude is
IRGC
weird.
Bro, I'm
husband?
talking like
Dude is
a
weird.
straight up IRGC, like a Sunni, hardcore theocratic religious Muslim husband, somebody
Why
who
would that be good
follows.
for her?
Why would that be?
Yeah.
I think it would teach her a tiny bit of restraint, just enough to where she might actually be able to engage in conversations with other people without thinking that
Why
she
would
can
she
just
engage
rule
in
the
a
floor all by
conversation
herself.
with a stupid ass kid?
He's talking about like I need a Shia type of husband because he can't
Man,
hear you in the background
that's what's
because that
wrong
would
with these
wait,
white
wait, wait,
motherfuckers.
that would
I
You
teach
said
me
a
haven't shut your
Sunni
restraint.
mouth.
husband.
That would
Peaches,
teach
I
me
said a
peaches,
Sunni husband.
peaches.
Why the
I
Sunni.
fuck
need
are
to
you
know, why
saying
did you
Teach
call me a
your
Shia?
thug?
mama
You
some
don't even know the
restraint.
difference between Shia and
Teach your
Sunni. I said
mama some
Sunni.
restraint.
You can't even fucking keep your ears open. Oh my god.
Stupid ass boy.
Right. He thinks if I have a different type of
Peach,
husband that
peaches.
that'll teach me
Why did
restraint.
you call
That's
me a
why his
thorn?
mama ain't got a husband.
Right. Exactly.
Peaches, what does it? What's a when a dictionary says that words are
Again,
descriptive,
I
not
am not. Again, I am not engaging with you all about a dictionary, about fluid. Hold on, babe. About
So you
fluid,
won't talk
about
about
a
words with us?
definition. I am not talking about any of that.
All
What
right,
I
if she doesn't
said
want to
was
engage, are there
I
other
would make
people
it
in the
very
request that we
clear.
could
Yeah,
just
what the
I
swap
fuck
out
is
said
for
she
very
you?
doing up here?
clearly that white people cannot
Yeah, what the
experience
fuck is she
racism.
doing? Let her go
Period.
fucking yell at her
Period.
husband a little more, dude. Get her out
Period.
of the
I don't
panel.
have to yell
She's
at my
already
husband.
preoccupied
I
debating him.
don't
What the
have
fuck
to
does she
yell
need to
at my
talk to us
husband.
about?
I don't have to yell at my husband. Are you angry that I
That was a
have
poor
somebody and you
assessment.
don't?
Peaches.
Right. You're angry that I have somebody and you don't. I get it, little
Do I get
incel.
what number?
I get it.
No, I'm
I
good. I got
get
plenty
it.
actually.
I get it.
Peaches,
Yeah.
why
I
didn't you
promise you, I'm
engage with
very
my quote?
fulfilled.
One can tell.
Why didn't you engage with the quote that I posited?
I'm
You
not,
didn't.
again, I am not
Econ Mike, you have
engaging.
been dropped. Hold on. Econ Mike, you have been dropped for 10 minutes.
Who?
Econ Mike, the little boy who was below me.
Yeah. So why didn't you engage with the quote that I posited?
Because it matters
Why
not
would
to
you
me. It
engage
doesn't
with Igor?
change exactly what I said to you, which is that white people cannot
I got the
experience
round
racism.
gold, clear plastic,
I,
Period.
and
I,
Point
green.
blank.
okay.
You can
I
come up
never
with
contended that.
you can call yourself a god and me an enslaved person all you want. It doesn't change the fact
No, I
that
was
white
asking you
people
if that
cannot
is the case.
experience. Again,
I asked
it
you that. I
matters
didn't
not.
posit it.
Again, it matters not. YT people cannot experience racism. Period.
Okay,
You all ask me.
that
You all.
doesn't refute the quote or the question that I asked
I
you.
don't care. You confuse yourself with a person. So there's a gentleman who said that I do not debate those who don't know what I know. I just teach.
I
And
know that
I'm
I do
and
not
I am
know.
of and I am
What's
of
the
that
number
ilk.
for
I am not
the?
debating you. There is nothing to
You
debate.
can't.
That's what you're
You
confusing.
can't.
You think
You're
no.
right. You're right. She can.
You're absolutely
You're
right.
right. You're right.
I can't
She can't.
I can't debate the fact that white people can't experience
You're right.
racism. You're absolutely right. Does that you feel better now?
Motherfuckers.
You're right. It can't be
And why
debated.
can't people
There are only
why?
thousands. There are only thousands of people on this app that debate this every day. But you're absolutely right. It can't be debated. YT people just want to experience racism so badly
Yeah, that's
because
not what
number
I
one,
said.
I
it
think you're
helps you avoid accountability for the fact
That's a
that
straw
you
man.
all are
I
who
think you're
created.
just selling black people short, is all. They can do anything they want.
That's genius. But the
It
fact of the
actually
matter
is.
is, YT people cannot experience racism.
How many times you
Period.
gonna
Point
say
blank.
that?
Every single time.
It's rather convenient that you won't use definitions because you would just be definitionally wrong.
Okay.
Okay,
You're right.
she's
I know
wrong.
I'm
You're right.
right.
Yeah. You're right. Okay.
I know.
Damn.
So when a
Carry
dictionary
on.
says that definitions are descriptive, not
Yeah.
prescriptive, what
And
does
the
that
dictionary
mean?
also says you can't use it as a source.
Okay, sure, that's fine. What's a
So
prescriptive definition?
again,
What is a prescriptive definition?
the fact of the matter is, I am not going to debate that which does not to be debated. There is no way that
That's
white people
circular.
can experience racism. Period. There's no circle to it. It is a stance. It is
If
a
you can't
hard
debate it,
stop.
then you lost the
It
argument.
is a
Tell
hard
him to
stop.
pull it up where black people can be racist.
He
Pull
can't.
that shit up.
He can't. There is no
Pull
system.
the shit up.
He can't.
What
It
do you
doesn't
mean
need
pull it
a
up?
system.
It
The
doesn't
the
exist.
requisite of it needing a system is a social science definition, which is just a presupposition.
Actually, see, this is what
You
happens with these little
stupid.
with these little incel debate boys.
You
This
so
is all
educated, you
right.
dumb as
So
fuck.
That's an ad
I
hominem
so
fallacy.
again, the fact of the
I
matter
I
is,
pointed out
white
earlier
people
that
can't
if
experience racism.
This
Yeah, the
way you
host is
I
can
pointed
speaking.
out earlier, I just pointed out earlier that like, and I just want to be clear before moving forward. Do you think that black people can be systemically racist as well?
What?
No, Declan, I think he's
If you're
very
asking for the possibility of it, yes. If you're asking about the probability of it coming to fruition, that's a different topic. But the mere possibility, yes.
by what
So
sense.
then I get confused because us being around for I don't know centuries in this country and black people having presence within this country, us not being able to see that doesn't make any sense to me. Like if we possess the capabilities, you would think that as long as we've been in this country, that we would have seen some type of evidence of black people being systemically racist. If we can also be interpersonally racist, right? Systemic racism, we're not void of that either. So why do we just not see evidence of it at all?
Right.
Didn't Bluntman already walk this down earlier?
I didn't see what Bluntman said earlier.
Okay,
Hello,
so
my name is Declan.
hello, Declan.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me a second.
In the clear plastic containers, S.
But do you prefer Spike or Tone? I want to make sure. T-Bone, I'm sorry. Which one do you like to go by?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay,
T-Bone is
thank you.
fine.
Thank you, sir. I didn't want to misname you. The fact of the matter is that not only is there no system by which we can be racist, there is
Doesn't require a
interpersonally,
system.
interpersonally, we can't even be racist.
So
There is
explain
no way.
colorism.
There is no way that we can be racist.
Explain
Colorism is not.
colorism.
Colorism is not racism.
racist.
It's a direct. Colorism doesn't exist without
Colorism is
racism.
not. Colorism is not racism.
Colorism doesn't exist without racism.
I am inherently
What is
colorist.
colorism?
I'm inherently
Yeah,
colorist
colorism would be a prejudice or a discrimination of a black person
I'm
against a
inherently
darker black
colorist because
person.
I'm inherently colorist because I'm a fair-skinned black woman. But I am there.
So colorism is a direct olive branch of racism.
Colorism is not racism. Just like
I didn't say that it was.
Just like xenophobia is not racism. They are not the same. They are not the same. That's why they're different words. Colorism,
but words don't have
racism.
definitions. Wait. If words don't have definitions, then they are the same.
Colorism is not racism.
You would have to appeal to a definition.
Hold on. Who said xenophobia is racism?
The dumbest shit I heard in my life. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the young.
Who said that? Because that's not that. Xenophobia is not. Hold on, ma'am, please. Xenophobia is not racism. It's based off of ethnicity.
Yes, and ethnicity is covered under the definition of racism.
Ethnicity. You could be any color and have the same ethnicity. It is not racism. Racism is based off of skin color.
No, it's not.
What?
Well, phenotypes.
Yo, what you phenotypically present as? What is that?
Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism against a racial or ethnic group.
Okay, so cool. Who will be the marginalized group in racism?
It doesn't have to be marginalized.
Yes, it does have to be marginalized.
No, it doesn't. That's why it says typically.
Okay, cool. That's
Actually,
not the key.
Declan, there you go. So I asked them earlier about when the last time the definition in the OED was changed, and he couldn't answer. So the word typically was added in 2020 and then modified in 2023. Not 18.
In the current definition of racism models the original definition of racialism.
People, you have to talk over me because you don't want to deal with what
You
I'm
haven't
saying.
stopped flapping your fucking gums.
So you haven't, motherfucker, you haven't asked me to. You have continued to talk at me. So
if I asked you to stop speaking, would you?
I'll tell you to shut the fuck up and kiss my entire yellow ass.
Okay, so then the relevancy of saying that I haven't asked.
What I'm saying
So the relevancy of you saying I haven't asked.
So what I'm saying still stands. The fact of the matter is, the reason the word typically was added was so that white people like you would try and hang on that word. It is literally an adverb. It is an adverb that is not needed. You can remove the word.
Prove the intent.
Again, I am
of the addition.
Again, I am speaking.
Yeah, I'm asking a clarifying question.
And it is. You don't have to ask me clarifying questions.
I do.
If you shut the fuck up long enough to listen, everything would be answered. But the reason you don't want to is because you would rather argue, because in your mind you think you're right. Even though I have probably 50 years on you. No, you not only are not right.
You're 77 years old?
The reason you are, you're how old?
Are you 77 years old?
I'm 64. I'm 64.
Okay, so you don't have 50 years.
Little boy,
Pause
means
just
you're
a second.
27.
Pause just a second. Dylan, somebody dropped you for 10 minutes.
It's diabolical. Have fun with
It's just ridiculous, little boys like that. They just want to argue, but the fact of the matter is, the word typically was added to the definition in the OED in 2020. And the reason it was added is it's what's called a quantifying adverb. It's not important. If you remember back, I don't know how old you all are, but if you remember back in the day, you used to have to take sentences and diagram them. And a quantifying adverb is something that is not needed. It's not a qualifying adverb, it's a quantifying adverb. It was added because they wanted to be able to say, well, typically, not marginalized or minority, because it stated marginalized or minority prior to. So the reason typically was added was for this one-off right here, this off-ramp for people to say, well, it's not always marginalized or minority people. It always has been. Historically, it always has been. There has never been a time in history where racism was directed at white people. It's just stupid to even try and have the argument. It doesn't matter what the definitions of all of the words are. You cannot change historical context and truth. The facts are there has never been a time in history where white people have experienced racism unless they were doing it, unless they were being racist. They can't experience racism. Their race is not marginalized. Their race is not the minority. There are not systems in place to marginalize or disenfranchise them. All of the systems that are in place are there for them and by them. So no matter how many definitions you try and throw at me, no matter how many insults about my size you try and throw at me, I'm a big ass black woman telling you that no white person can be racist. No matter how many insults you try and hurl at me, it's still not going to change the facts.
Also, yes, you
Hey,
would have to be.
little bro.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? You would have to be considered marginalized to experience racism in a negative way. Reason is because why would you think that white people will create a structure? That's right. That's my daughter in the background. Why would you think that white people will create something amongst it to their detriment based on race? You think that white Europeans said, "Oh, you know what? Yeah, this is only for rich white people, not y'all." That doesn't make any sense. That does not make any sense. Why would you think that white people would disadvantage white people because of their race? Sorry, that's my daughter again in the background. She taking a shower. So yes, white people would never marginalize white people based on race. Race, the behavior part is a part of racism, but it's not racism. For you to say that, for anybody to say that, oh well, he hurt my feelings and he discriminated against race. Yeah, but discriminating against race to a marginalized group. Everybody can't be racist. Everybody can't be rich. Everybody can't be a capitalist. Everybody can't be a misogynist. Everybody can't be one thing. That is the reason why it's funny to me how certain people will be like, oh, well, typically, cool. It's typically hot in Trinidad and Tobago. When the fuck? Sorry, daughter in the background. When would you wear a winter coat? Anybody? It's typical, since we're using typical as a key word, when would you wear a winter coat in Trinidad and Tobago since it's typically hot in Trinidad?
Oh, I got this. You wouldn't.
Exactly. You wouldn't wear it.
I kind of really dig you, young lady.
Exactly my point.
I meant to tell you that like three.
Can I get a point for that one?
Yeah,
I meant
sure.
to tell you 3 interruptions ago that I kind of was digging you.
Like, what is we talking about right now? Like, why y'all relying on the word typical? Oh, it doesn't mean every day. Well, guess what? Unless you went through Jim Crow, unless the Constitution subconsciously attacks you, then you've never been through racism. You've never been through racism. Unless your livelihood is affected
T-Bone,
either.
you still there?
Yes, I'm here. What's up?
No. T-Bone.
Oh, T-Bone. Okay. Sorry.
I don't think she's there.
I don't know. T-Bone.
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah.
Hey, I got
Yeah.
when you were asking that question earlier about, can you give an example of it or something like that? No, I got disconnected. I was going to give you an example and see if you agreed or disagreed with it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So if a black person or minority is in control of like loans, let's say for a bank.
No.
I'm not asking you guys.
No.
Yo, black guy, stop crying, bro. Let this guy talk. Stop saying that.
Hold on. You gotta
stop crying.
No, but why we using?
Can I talk to the host?
Hold on, Bell. Why are we using a hypothetical? It never happened.
I know, but he's asking the host. We gotta be neutral here. Come on.
Hold on. Isn't the headline can? It doesn't say is, right? I mean, didn't we go through this already like 3 years ago? Okay, so so if a black person is in charge of loans in a bank, and they do not and for some reason they have a bad day. Let's just say they have a bad day. So for an entire week they deny all white loans and they grant all black loans. Is that not a form of systematic racism?
Did they own the bank?
No, but they were in control of that situation. And
Okay, then
and, and
no.
and the only factor is that they were giving out loans and denying loans.
Then no.
Okay, so therefore racism is not an action then, right?
Racism is not just an action, no.
But can it be an action?
It
What are we
can be,
what
yes.
are we doing right now?
Okay, so if it's an action, then anybody can perform that action then, right?
No.
No.
What this is just a blatant excuse for people to act bad. That's basically what you're doing.
No,
T-Bone,
no, 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 no,
Steve,
no, 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 no,
It
no, no, no,
is.
no. There's a difference. Give me a second. There is a huge difference between having an understanding of how racism operates and then weaponizing that understanding of how racism operates to your own benefit to not quote unquote take responsibility for your actions. Right?
T-Bone, Robert wants to use his credit for Stephen. 5 minutes.
What credit? What the fuck? What credit? The
He's got
fuck?
40.
We just
He's got 40 in credit
all right,
here.
yeah, come on up, Robert. Yeah, we just dropped Steven. Yeah, come on up, Robert. That nigga got credit from.
What?
T-Bone, I can't say who, but you can go back to your cash apps. It's the other night. I think they sent you
Oh
$100.
shit. Yeah, he's right. He's right.
Yeah, T-Bone. He's
Fuck.
got 40, so now he's got 35, Robert. 30. I'm keeping track. 35,
Totally.
Robert.
Actually, to be
No,
honest,
he
I
has
think I
30. He has
underestimated it, but it
38.
was okay. Cool.
What? Oh, because it's $2 here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's
Oh,
38.
38. 38.
cool.
I
Go
heard
ahead.
So Thank you. so before the interruptions, okay, if let me try
Sorry,
to get to
Thumb.
this. That's okay. That's okay. It's Yeah, great.
No,
You sorry to should
you
do
are
it. It's
you
good.
are awesome
My
for
duties,
keeping
my
track of
duties.
that. That is awesome.
Thank you.
So since it's an action, I mean, let me just try to understand. So, do you care about the actual like thought process of racism, or do you care about the actions?
I'm sorry. I need to pause because this
Okay.
oh God.
Right?
I almost lost my fucking account. Kat just said she's gone through modern day slavery and actually went through it and didn't ask for reparations. What the fuck is she talking about?
She's talking, and to be fair,
Can I
she has
block her?
Hey, Cat,
Can
you
we
no,
good?
ban her?
no.
What?
She has like a huge. It's a kind of serious claim, but she shouldn't equivocate. But it's that she went through human trafficking. And then she does tell that story, so it's not
Okay.
me.
I thought she was talking about jail. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay, go ahead. Anyways, yeah, go. Can you repeat what you said, Thumb Thuggy?
Yeah. So since what I'm trying to understand is, do you actually care about the actual thought of racism, or do you actually care about the actions of racism? Which one is it?
I care about the result of racism.
So actions, right?
No, the result of racism.
Which would be actions, T-Bone.
No, the result of
The
racism.
result based off of the actions, T-Bone.
Why y'all playing with food right now, bro? I don't understand.
Right.
This is word fucking. It's word fucking, but let's just go ahead.
The
It's not
result
even
of racism, guys. Listen, whether it be an action, whether it's microaggressive, whether it's laws, policies, and procedures, whether it's the effect of slavery, right, and the systemic oppression of our ancestors passed down to us, the result of racism is what I have a problem with, right?
Right.
You have not put any action in play, right, for the result of what slavery has passed down in our country, right? You haven't done anything, no actions, you in particular. The system allowed for the oppression, right? We're talking about the after effects of slavery to continue to linger within our country. Still a result. That's what I care about. If it results in oppression to my people, then it doesn't matter.
Right, because also, if white people was experiencing racism, they'll have books about it. No, I'm asking. Maybe I'm bugging.
Or no, and they would have some type of historical reference. They would be able to cite incidents, and none of that exists.
I gotta go do something. I'll be right back.
All you would
None
really
of that
say
exists.
is
None of
that's
that
an
exists.
individual
None of that
experience.
exists. Now, while you were speaking,
Sure.
Thumb Thuggin. So none of those examples exist.
All of those things exist.
None of those.
Give me an example. No. Give me an example.
Yeah, you could
Guarantee he's
set
going to
up.
say Irish people and Italian people.
And that's not racism because they're the same race. What are we saying?
Exactly.
Sorry, I was getting a phone call. Yeah, I'm just too high status. You're gonna have to set up a formal debate with me on the red room, blue room. Maybe we can do that Tuesday.
Tuesday? What time?
The
Yeah,
9th of
well,
November.
hold on. First of all, I don't accept challenges from anyone that's below A tier. So what tier is this guy?
Well,
So,
great. Then don't worry about it
Is
because
this guy
we are trying to
unranked? Is this
challenge
guy
you.
He's
unranked?
unranked, so
No,
then
there's
I
Oh,
think.
no
okay.
Hold
Well, then
on.
you gotta
Hold
get your
on.
tier up, bro.
No, 1 second. 1 second. Let me speak, please. I
I
think
like how Blutman's
I don't
dealing
know
with
if
his
many
business
people.
here.
Hold on, Duran. Do you not hear me speaking? I know Declan. I don't know if anyone else does, but I would put him in low A tier when it comes to debating.
It doesn't matter what you would put him in.
low
He
A
has to come
tier?
in.
Who's the
He
high?
has to come in at. He has to
Okay,
come in
but
at C
Declan,
tier.
I'm
But we
trying. But
already
Declan,
decided
hold on,
unranked
Declan,
people
because
come in at C. So
And
oh
mind you,
well.
Bell,
like
you're
we had
like D or
everybody
whatever.
unranked come in at C. We can't change it for certain people.
Oh,
You know,
we
we have to
can't
consider the
change.
source though, sweetheart Bell.
I
What
get
tier
that, but I
what tier are
get.
you?
Hold on, hold on. I know that we're getting new people go automatically in C, but he's
Okay.
saying that he only debates A tier. So I'm just saying that if he was here when we put people in the tier system,
Oh,
Declan
You
okay.
would
would have
put him.
been
You would
put.
put him as A tier. That doesn't mean that I would. You guys also put Tony in fucking A tier. You guys
I
put
didn't put
lumber.
Tony
You
in
guys
A
put
tier. I didn't
lumberjack.
put
You guys
Oni
put
in A
lumberjack in
tier.
like S tier.
Okay,
So
I didn't
I don't
put.
really care. I don't really care what you think he is,
Oh
right?
Okay,
wow.
well I
So
would.
unless he's proven that he is, he's not. So the motherfucker
no.
is C.
I bet.
Declan,
So
stick to your
get your
Are
debate
you
get your
not?
debates up, bro, and then come
So are
back.
you
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
okay? So are you not accepting his challenge, Bluntman?
He's saying to earn his
I don't
bones.
accept challenges from scrubs.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's not a scrub, Bluntman. He's
But
not a
Bell,
scrub.
let me just point of clarification. Declan, did you challenge him to a debate?
Yeah, just now.
Okay. Just wanted to I missed that part. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Well, but Bell,
I
this is actually a point for all of you guys to consider then, because this is actually a good point, is that when you guys are docking points for like a rejection, are you going to do that when it is such a drastic tier difference? Because I think it's actually justifiable for Bluntman to say, this just
I
sounds
didn't
even
ask
boring.
because I didn't ask for that
Yeah,
purpose.
I haven't put that in the Discord like a couple of days ago.
Oh, so this
I
is a
was just
real
like
shit.
Yeah,
look,
there's rules
if
and
people
shit.
like so far below you are challenging you, which they always are going to want to challenge the people on the top. Like it doesn't mean like there should be no strikes
How are
against
you
them
at
if
the
they
top?
decline. It's just like these people have not proven themselves. You know what I'm saying? So
I
it's like a brand new person entering a fucking gym trying to challenge Mike Tyson. It's like, who the fuck are you? Right?
You see
So
what happened to Mike Tyson in 1990,
anyway,
bro.
so
I'm
what I
asking.
was
No, I'm
saying
asking. No, no,
was
no, no, no. I'm
it
asking.
wasn't by a scrub.
So I
So
Nah, it
implore
wasn't by a
you.
scrub.
Hold on. I would
let me go ahead
implore
and just
you not
say,
to
Nah, it wasn't by
yeah,
a scrub.
man. So
Okay.
you people need to listen. So this is where I'm
I
debating
didn't know
now.
this was a real life shit.
This is the red room, blue room, and I'm putting on for the squad, bro. I'm putting on for the squad. So listen, if you
Oh
want to
my
see me
god,
debate, uh, get
that
your
is
debate skills
funny.
up or bring somebody that's a heavy hitter. If you can't do that, then you can totally bribe me with like $150 cash app and I'll debate.
Yeah, no. So 1 second though, Bluntman, because next time he goes live, I'm gonna
The
share his. Hold on.
audacity.
I'm gonna share his live to you, so then you can check him out and see if you think that I'm right about what tier he's on.
I
Okay.
would not check
so
him out.
so so, but this is a question I have still for Bell and
Weird.
Vex and T-Bone. Is there an answer for that? Like
No one
if
is
I
docking points right now.
I'm not saying that I'm just trying to get clarification, Bell. Why are you getting frustrated with me?
I'm not. I'm not. Sorry.
If I'm asking a stupid question, I won't ask it. I was actually just trying to understand, but it's not a big deal.
No, right now we're not. It's not. It's not about docking anything right now. It was just. I think Bex. When does the docking happen? After like their fourth or third or fourth challenge?
I think it's like the after three turn. If you turn down three debates, you get
Hey,
docked points.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't know this was like a point system, so my bad. I guess it's like a chain of command kind of thing. I didn't know. I just thought debates were debates. But okay, cool, no
No.
problem.
You can. There's plenty of other people that you can, debate, Declan. Whoever you'd like to debate. There's plenty. We
I
can
don't
show you
know
the
anybody
list.
outside of this person.
I will send you the Discord and I will show you the list of people, and I'm sure that you know quite a few people on that list, Declan. I'll send you the Discord. You can join.
And Declan, like I don't know you, but like there's people that might want to take a debate with you. I might want to if you're not
What
stupid.
on racism?
Are you
Oh
on the
yeah,
right
I
or the
love it.
left?
Oh, what do you mean am I on the right or
He's
left?
obviously on the left. Why even asking him?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was doing
There
something
you go.
else.
See, so
Wait,
This is a
that could be
typical
a.
black talking about typical racism. Like, what do you think?
Did he
oh,
say a typical
a,
black?
typ-
He
a
said it.
typical
He
black.
said
Yeah,
it. He
not
said
even
it.
Is
not
this
even
your
the
first time
Django.
meeting
Yeah, not
Bluntman?
even the Django 1 in 10,000 blacks either.
What
Oh
the
wow.
hell are you talking about?
He said it.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's that MAGA math up right now. I get it. I get it.
No,
I
that's
get it.
I'm
just
not that kind of
that
MAGA.
is
Yeah, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
You,
That's
but I'm
weak,
not though.
Yeah, you
inconsequential.
are. You are though.
Declan,
How am I?
that is insecure weakness.
It is insecure.
Because
How am I that type of MAGA?
I'll tell you, a lion never has to
I'm sorry, I'm
proclaim
not
his
talking to the
lionness.
woman. I care less about what women have to say.
I was speaking
Declan,
to,
how am I
I was
that kind
actually
of
speaking to the
MAGA?
real man. I was speaking to a real
So
man
you're
in the
the real man?
conversation.
Oh, Declan,
So
she
that was
speaks for you?
Declan. I was speaking to the
She
real
speaks for
man
you,
in the
Declan?
conversation, Declan, not you.
Look how, look.
You
Not
This
hear
is
you,
two
the
little
black
only
people
girl.
talking?
culture,
Not
by
Wait,
the
you,
hold on,
way.
hold
little
on, hold on.
girl.
You
Just
hear
to be
two black
clear,
people
Not you,
talking?
blacks are
not
the
you, little
only
Blunt man,
girl.
do you hear
people
two
Not
black
you,
people
who live
talking?
little
under a
girl.
matriarchy,
Do you
bro.
Not
hear
you,
two?
Every
little
other
Hold
girl.
on.
society understands that men are on top and women are
Do
on the
you hear
bottom.
two black
But
people
like
talking?
blacks,
I
for
Excuse
some
I
you.
I,
reason,
I will
believe
agree with
that
you on
women
Declan,
are
that,
on top
Bluntman.
and men are on the
I will
bottom.
Declan,
agree.
Peaches.
Look how well
again,
he just
Peaches, what were
submitted
you
to this
saying?
woman, bro.
I
Peaches,
was
Like
what
it's
were
saying
you saying?
crazy.
again,
Like they
I was
submit to
saying
Peaches, what
women
were you
like
again,
saying?
I was
insanity,
saying
bro. It's
I
again,
agree with
wild.
you.
insecurity.
Peaches,
It's
what
I
were
wild.
you
agree with
saying?
that.
I was saying
Yeah,
insecurity
Declan, answer your
and how
master.
a lion never
Be a
has to
good boy.
proclaim his lionness. That's how you can always tell a little incel, little PP having insecure man. You can
Yeah.
always tell them because they tell
This
themselves.
woman weighs like 400 pounds. Why is she even talking to me? So
I don't know
anyway,
why you
Declan,
think. I don't know
How do
why.
you know she weighs
I know
400
you're upset.
pounds? And
because
Declan.
that's
she's
why you
I
six
know
lack
foot
you're.
two
intelligence.
and
I
she's
know
And
you're
heavy
that's
as
why
upset.
shit,
you lack
Declan.
intelligence because you
Declan.
heard
Declan,
I got
because
results
this.
all
she's
day.
six
Declan. I
foot
got this.
two and
What
she's
is it?
heavy
Declan.
as
I
shit.
got this.
That's why I know she weighs 400
And me
pounds.
being heavier
That's how I
than
know.
you, and me
That's how I
being
know.
heavier than you, and me being able to dunk on your little weak
You're
ass.
heavier
I
and taller
understand
than
that
me.
you're upset. Exactly. You are a little inconsequential man who has to talk way outside of his purview and way outside of his weight
There are
class.
no good looking
So
6'2"
so
women, by the
come
way,
the fuck.
especially not if
I
they're
am
black.
not only am I
Putting
gorgeous,
that out there.
little incel.
Just putting
Not
that out
only
there.
am I gorgeous, little
If you're
incel.
gorgeous, why can't you
But
get in the gym? Why can't you
the
eat better? Why
reason
can't
you
you
are
make better
so on,
choices?
the reason you're
Why
on
can't you
my
make better
dick,
choices?
the reason you're on my dick, living in
That's what
your
I
mom's
thought. Anyway,
basement,
so Declan, how am I
wearing
one
a
of those
beater
typical
and
MAGAs,
writing
man?
your name on
How am
your
I one of those
orange
typical
juice,
MAGAs?
writing
Yeah,
your
this
name on
fucking,
What is
your
I'm
it?
pretty
orange
sure that this
juice
is a
in your
T
mom's
person. Like, this
fridge.
T person definitely has main character syndrome. So anyway,
Are
so
you a T
Declan,
person,
how
blunt
am I one
man?
of those MAGAs?
Are you a T person, blunt man?
Declan,
No, how am I one of those
So how do you know
MAGAs?
she's a T person?
He wants the
Because he's
What does
6'2".
incel mean?
he wants the
Are
attention,
women not
Declan.
supposed to be tall?
Not
Not
that
in his
tall.
world.
What's the incel mean again? I
He can't
forgot.
handle a tall woman.
That's
He can't
crazy.
even handle a short woman because he ain't got no woman
Peaches.
and ain't trying to
Well,
get a
to be
woman
fair, it
because
takes a
he knows
special
that's
kind of
way
guy who
outside of his
wants a
purview.
woman like you. So
Yeah,
Yes,
T-Bone
my
would like you.
tall ass husband.
Peaches. How? What does incel mean? I forgot.
Ask Bluntman. He can
I just want to know
blunt
from
girl.
Declan, how am I one
Ask
of those
blunt
MAGAs,
girl.
bro?
Ask blunt girl. She can tell you.
Because you all think the same. That's
Wait,
it.
I just told you I'm
I
not a
mean, you're
MAGA,
using
not
it. I
that
just
type of
want to
MAGA.
know.
How
You
am I
are the
that
MAGA
type?
though. You are the MAGA.
Wait, how am I? Explain that
You
to
are
me.
the MAGA though.
Yeah, but how? That's
You
what I'm
are the
asking.
MAGA. I'm being circular. You're the
Okay, bro,
MAGA.
this is what I'm saying, bro.
You're
Like,
the
if
MAGA.
this is what I'm saying. Like, this is your A
Yeah.
tier debater, Bell.
yeah, this is
He can't
bad.
even
This is
answer a simple
bad.
fucking
This
question.
is not
This is
bad.
what I'm
No,
saying,
I'm
bro. This man is fucking C
Give him
tier
an
where
MAGA,
he
A tier
MAGA,
where he
MAGA.
question.
But
deserves to
guys,
Give
be.
him an A tier
challenge yourself to
question.
elevate the conversation because like MAGA MAGA is definable. You can define it. So do it. What is it? What are you talking
Girl,
about?
give him an A-tier question.
The people who voted
It's
for
your
Donald Trump.
C-level ass.
Basically.
Give him an
So
A-tier
all
question.
Republicans
Well,
are
all
MAGA?
MAGA are the
Wait,
same
hold
to
on.
me. So I mean,
That's a pathetic
yeah.
definition because you're saying
Yeah, what if I no longer
Republicans are
support
MAGA?
Donald Trump?
All Republicans are MAGA?
Doesn't matter. Still MAGA. Yeah.
all MAGA are the same to me, man. But I mean, I guess if y'all doing this point system
I
shit,
would say
fine.
MAGA
It's a
are people that
non-nuanced
actively
perspective.
support Donald Trump.
What a nuance when it
I
comes to
think
MAGA.
if you supported Donald Trump enough on the campaign trail with Agenda 47, the slush that came out of his mouth enough to cast your ballot for him and support for him, then you're MAGA.
No,
That's
so
just how it
this
is.
is what I'm saying, bro. These are what there's low tier
People, there's a
debates, bro.
spectrum of
Okay,
in the
so there's
GOP
a
of people
difference
who
between saying
We
something.
debating
Oh, at
stupidity,
that
MAGA.
point in time,
Okay.
clearly
All right.
you were MAGA, but that doesn't mean that you support this man today,
If
currently. That would make you ex MAGA.
You're still MAGA, bro.
Hold on. So
And if I may,
what we're
T-Bone, hold
talking
on. But
about, hold on.
T-Bone,
So what we're
can I
hold
jump
on.
in?
So what we're talking, hold on, pause. So what we're talking about is the ideologies of the individual. That's what classifies you as MAGA. So just because you don't support him because
What
he
are the
went against
ideologies?
those, yeah. So the ideologies of fuck T women, right? Fuck the trans community,
Oh,
saying
brother.
shit like
Do you
these
think the
Those are
entire
individuals
also
need to
GOP
far
stop
right
coming
support?
into
people. Do
our
you think
country.
far
Look,
rightists are the same as MAGA?
guys, it's all in Agenda 47. I don't know why we're all confused.
No
You
need
all
to.
Wait,
voted
Well,
for the
but
man
T-Bone.
because
T-Bone,
you agreed with the
can I
ideology.
say what I
What
T-Bone.
are
I
we
don't
mean?
think
Real
you're
talking
quick.
about?
tracking. I don't think
Listen,
you're
I would
tracking.
love to finish the
Do
point
you,
that I'm making here.
go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So again, if you agree with the ideologies of the man who created the ideologies, then you would be MAGA. Just because he went against
He
what he
didn't create them.
told you he would be doing, which is not supporting Israel, not going to war, not regulating the housing market, just because he went against what he told you he was going to do, doesn't mean you did not agree with the ideology
Right.
enough to
That would mean
cast
that
your
you were
ballot.
MAGA. That's what that means.
No, that means you are currently MAGA.
No, bro. Okay, listen really carefully. I know it's difficult for you to track
It
conversations.
was
Like,
difficult
I
for you to
understand
realize
that.
that
But
MAGA
I
is
need
still
you to
MAGA.
really listen.
Stop
If
that,
you're
please.
saying, so here, check this out. I'm going to give you a real easy analogy. Okay. Let's say that, or a hypothetical. Let's say that somebody staunchly supports capitalism. I mean, to the T. They're an anarcho capitalist, in fact, right? They believe in total libertarianism. They believe in complete freedom, capitalism, right wing. That was what they believed a month ago. Today, they are an anarcho communist. They completely believe in something different. Are they still an anarcho capitalist?
No, they
This the
wouldn't be.
person who's A
Hold
tier?
on, D-Clan, stop, please. Stop interrupting me,
Well, you
please.
saying my name wrong. That's
No, they
why.
would not be an anarcho-capitalism anymore. Or
Oh, okay.
capitalist,
So the
excuse
same
me.
way you wouldn't be MAGA anymore. Okay, great. I get it.
Great. Okay, are you ready for the response? Awesome, great. So what happened was you heard the words that came out of my mouth and said, I know you're not able to have conversations and you don't understand things. But then you spit out something completely different than the examples that I gave you. What I said was there was a clear concept that you agreed with. So if I ask you the question, Bluntman, do you agree with trans women being allowed to go into women's sports? I'm sure the answer would still be no. If
No,
I
my
asked
answer
you
was
about
always
allowing
yes.
other individuals, hold
Wait, my
on.
answer
If
was
I
always
asked you
yes.
about allowing for, hold on
My
just a
answer was
second.
always
If I,
yes.
great. So your
So
answer
am
can
I
be
not
yes on
MAGA?
that. Would you allow for the, hold on. So would you allow for, hold on, pause, wait a second. Was that the same
Hold
answer
on.
prior to voting for Donald Trump? Did you have the same answer?
T-Bone
Yep.
Bluntman's.
Okay, great.
T-Bone.
So then that ideology didn't fucking change. Can I please finish my conversation with
He's
Blutman?
been
Holy
dropped.
fuck.
Someone wants to drop him for $5. Check your Telegram.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Bye.
Girl.
I'm going to finish this statement that I'm making. And I need everybody to just let me fucking finish what I'm saying because it's getting very fucking annoying. Right?
Sorry.
Again, what I'm talking about is the ideology. If you agreed with what was on Agenda 47, which was enough for you to cast your ballot for fucking Donald Trump, then you were fucking MAGA. I didn't say because you support Donald Trump. I said because you supported the ideologies of Donald Trump enough to cast your ballot for him. So just because he went against those ideologies would not make supported the ideologies. So just because he went against those ideologies would not make you not fucking MAGA anymore. The concept of MAGA is not we love Donald Trump. It's make America great again. The policies were presented to you. You voted for those fucking policies. Now, what you would have brought, or if what you stated would have been logically consistent, right? You would have brought that someone agreed with anarcho-capitalism, right? And the person behind who they voted for said that they also agree with anarcho-capitalism and then switched up and didn't believe that framework anymore and implemented communist fucking policies. Now we have something that's congruent, Tyler Bluntman.
Well, but
The
T-Bone, if
only
I
way
may,
that it would make logical
all right,
fucking sense is if you all would agree that every ideology that you agreed with,
T-Bone,
that you voted. I'm not done.
talk to the people on the panel.
Great. I'll talk to you when I'm finished. The only way that that would make fucking sense is if every single one of you that voted for Donald Trump that are saying that you are not MAGA completely disagree with all of the ideologies of Agenda 47. And if that was the case, my question becomes, why did you vote for the nigga
He's
if
not
you
on the
didn't believe in
panel.
the fucking ideologies? That means you're inconsistent. That means you're fucking sped. And you're too inconsistent to be able to have conversations with. It's not rocket science. Does everybody understand now? We all on the
No, I
same
don't.
page?
We're not.
Okay. Where are you getting it? Where are you getting it confused at, Robert?
Well, so for me, what I reject is that when you said the right, so everyone who's a Republican would be defined as MAGA. To be certain, you're talking about a spectrum of individuals, some of which support and love and advocate for LGBT, some of which want to see them on a tree, some of which who love race, all races, and want to see an international population, some people who are nationalists. This is a big umbrella party. And so what is MAGA actually, I think should have been defined better and more eloquently because it can be. What is it to run for president? When you're a president on Democrat or Republican side for the GOP or the Democrats, and you get the nomination, you're going to get about 48% of the vote. So what does it mean to have a base? A base is about a 3% populace that will vote to put anyone over the threshold to become a president, like Obama. What is the coalition is another word that we can use for this that voted for Trump. It can be defined, and it mostly is defined in another term when it's not attached to him as the forgotten men and women. This is a voter bloc that voted for Barack Obama. This is a voter bloc that voted for Bernie Sanders. This is a voter bloc that voted for Donald Trump. This voter bloc is a non-interventionist voter bloc. They are a nationalistic or national centric, let's call it, they're nationalists, generally speaking. They believe in large social programs. They don't reject large social programs. Trump has governed as a big government candidate. And so I think that when you're actually doing yourself a disservice by defining the GOP as MAGA, it just is defining the GOP inaccurate. It can be defined, and I just did it for you.
And I've been saying this for years, Robert. I've been crying out loud that MAGA is not. We're not all fucking Republicans. We're not.
How did I define MAGA?
Oh, you're good, bro.
You was very loosely, I think, and that's what I wanted to get into.
No, I was very specific in my words. I'll ask the
Tbones.
question again because I'm not getting an answer.
Okay,
How did I define MAGA?
You defined
If
it
you
off
agreed
of
with Agenda
ideology
47.
that. Okay, but you defined it off of ideologies that can go both ways, T-Bone. Those ideologies that you gave, that the T group, issues with the T group, issues with LGBTQIA, you've got Democrats, you've got leftists that have issues with those too. It's not the right ideology that you're using. Like, take it from a real Republican who's only voted Republican, who's always had issues. 1 second, who's always had issues with MAGA. The issue is MAGA thinks he's doing right all the time.
Okay, so I'm
on the
okay.
back for everything.
No, that's not what MAGA is. I love how you allowed for Duran to run from the fucking conversation.
I did
That's
not.
real
You'll be
bitch
right
made.
back.
Because what Robert fucking said was that I classified MAGA as all Republicans. That's a fucking lie. I never said this.
You kind of did.
I made it abundantly clear what my definition of MAGA was. And it's a person who agreed with Donald Trump's ideologies enough to cast their ballot for them. Meaning, if there was a Republican who didn't cast their ballot for Donald Trump, they wouldn't be fucking MAGA. We know that there were Republicans that didn't cast their ballot for him. So they would not be MAGA. But if you saw Agenda 47, right? If you saw him on the campaign trail, and you said that ideology and what he is spilling is enough for me to cast my ballot for him, then you agreed that America was in a terrible place and these policies were the best to make it great again. That makes you fucking MAGA. Okay, this is not hard.
No, because you have Republicans who still voted based off of party. Not just him. They had no better choice. You had Republicans.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter. They still agree with the ideology enough to cast their ballot for him. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You had Republicans.
It doesn't matter.
Can I finish my sentence, please?
Why can't I finish my
sentence? I want to finish my sentence.
They don't have to agree with
you
the
had
ideology,
Republicans,
but they just won't vote.
You had Republicans who did not think that Kamala would do better. Period.
That's fine.
Then what the... Okay.
Yeah, they still agreed that Donald Trump would be better at running the... That's fine. Still agreed that Donald Trump would be better at running the fucking country. They still agreed that Donald Trump would be better at running the fucking country. They still
Yes.
agreed that the ideology of
Yes.
having Donald Trump in office was still better than having Kamala Harris. They did not
Absolutely.
go third party. When he
100%.
said, make America great again, they jumped with fucking
They wouldn't
joy,
go to a
ran
third
to the
party 'cause the
ballot
third
box
party
on
can't
November
win.
4th and casted their fucking ballots.
No, that's not the way it works, T-Bone. It's not the way it works.
Where am I fucking losing y'all, bro?
I think you're.
This,
you're
I'm
fucking,
telling
I
you,
think
this is
you're-
getting
I
remedial
think
at
you're
this point.
utterly
This is bad. I'm not
what
going
T-Bone is saying.
We need to start
Hold
dishing out
on.
some fucking helmets.
Just because
What are we talking
Republicans,
about?
I get what
just because
T-Bone is saying.
Republicans, real Republicans
what
voted
he's
for
saying
Trump does
doesn't make
not
sense.
mean they agreed with his whole ideology or everything he stood for, T-Bone.
I didn't say everything. I said ideologies
Okay, so now
enough
you're
to
just,
cast
you're
your
word
ballot for
fucking.
him.
You're word fucking.
No,
This
I
is word
said,
fucking.
did I say enough to cast their ballot for him?
Okay, all right, T-Bone. All right, I'm sorry.
Did I say enough to cast their ballot for him? Or
So
maybe
if they
I'm
agree
tweaking.
1/3 of his ideology, then that makes them MAGA.
They
How
can
you
agree with one fucking policy. Enough to go and cast your ballot for him.
They
That
can't
makes
even
you
name one
MAGA.
policy.
What the fuck?
Can't even
MAGA's
name
a
one
slogan.
policy.
You do understand that MAGA is a slogan, right? You do get that.
MAGA can be a slogan. That's fine. I can also identify the people who agree with that slogan.
No, they identify that's necessarily the truth.
Hey, Bleach, I have a question for you.
Robert,
Why do
come back up here, Robert.
Why are black people racist?
No. I have a question. Why do you think people believe in that slogan? Answer quickly.
The same reason why people believe that when
I have a question. Why do you think people believe
Clinton said it?
Clinton said make America great again?
Sure did.
When?
No, go look back. Look it up.
Peaches.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He said we need to make.
I'm sorry. No one sent anything for Tyler Bluntman. I don't know why he was dropped. See, this is what I'm saying. Like,
I
who
need you to
sent something?
check. Can you?
I'm sorry. No one sent anything for Tyler Bluntman. I don't know what I'm saying. Like,
I
who
need you to
sent something?
check. Can you check your Telegram? Check your Telegram. Telegram.
But
Thank you.
Bleach, may I ask you a question? What is the slogan for the Republican Party?
Excuse me?
That's fucking pussy. That's so pussy, bro.
That's not.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's
But
not
that's a
my
very
fault.
pussy
I'm
thing.
just a
Yeah,
messenger.
go ahead.
I'm just a messenger.
I was just
When did
asking,
Bill Clinton?
what is the slogan of
I get all
what
the
Bill
heat.
Clinton said was we needed to make the country better. That was actually
No.
the way he put it. But wait, may
Not
I
making America great.
right? And that wasn't, and it wasn't a slogan. It was a campaign stump speech that he made, and it wasn't marketed. So I was asking, what is the slogan?
Actually,
of the Republican-
I was wrong. I'm sorry. Did I say Clinton? I meant
It
Reagan.
wasn't
Sorry.
Clinton.
It was
Bleach.
Reagan?
Clinton.
Reagan,
Yeah,
yeah,
Clinton-
that's why I was
But
saying.
but going back to my
Reagan.
point, why was that slogan created?
He used, but Bill Clinton did use it also.
No.
His 1990s,
Why
yes,
was
he
the
did.
why was the term, you see? And this is with this tear shit I'm talking about. Why was Make America Great Again a thing? Why was it ever a thing? Was it what is it a dog whistle for?
It's not a dog whistle.
Yes, it is.
To you, it is. Are you a dog? Do you hear whistles? See,
What?
I'm not a dog. I can't hear a dog whistle.
Wait, hold on. So now we don't understand
Only-
context. Okay,
only-
got it.
yeah.
All right, cool, got it. All right,
Yeah.
that's fine. Peaches,
Only dogs can hear dog whistles.
Why do y'all
Peaches.
do that? Yes, sir.
what
say
is the
stupid
Make
thing.
America Great Again a dog whistle for?
It's to denote, it literally denotes, get on the bed, Zeus. It denotes that, number one, America isn't good, and it's taking it back to conservatism, so back to prior to having a black president.
Interesting.
That's not fucking true.
That is very much true.
Really? So when Ronald Reagan,
Hey, would
used
you
it-
agree?
hold on,
Would you
hold on,
agree
hold
that
on.
America's
Ronald
great right
Reagan
now?
used
I mean,
it.
would you agree that America
Did he
was
use that
great?
against what black president?
Ronald
Which one?
Reagan used it. That, as I was saying, it wasn't Clinton. The only thing that Clinton said was on
Clinton
his
did
stump
use it
speech.
also.
He
Yeah,
said
he
we
did.
needed to make
He did.
America better.
He
But
did.
I was asking
He did
you,
use
I
it.
was, okay, I was asking you, what is the slogan? Because you asked T-Bone, you said, that's a slogan, right? So I'm asking
Yeah.
you, what is the slogan of the Republican Party?
It depends who's running. What do you mean?
Depends.
I said of the Republican Party.
Damn.
I didn't
It
say of a
depends.
person running as a Republican. I said, what is the slogan?
Stupid motherfucker.
Calm down, babe. I said, what is the slogan of the Republican Party? And prior to MAGA, what was the slogan of the Republican Party?
Even though they had a slogan. That's crazy.
Exactly.
I didn't even know they had a slogan.
No, exactly.
Hey,
That's exactly
I'm 36.
my point.
I didn't know they had a slogan.
The GOP, the grand old party. Is that what you're talking
Exactly. That's exactly my point. There was never a
There was
slogan.
never a slogan for them to run by.
The GOP was what it was known as, the GOP, the grand old party. But that wasn't their slogan. That was a moniker. So I asked, because there has never been a slogan until Make America Great Again. There has never been a slogan that was marketed as a policy concept or as a party identity until MAGA.
Also, Peaches.
Whigs,
Yeah.
the Whigs and the fucking Federalists didn't even have it. That's all that I'm saying. It's disingenuous when people are like, well, it's just a slogan. It became more than a slogan. It became an ideology. And that was
And an
Tbones'
identity.
point. And that identity. And that's all that I'm saying. It's a propagandist. It's become a propagandist identity for the Republican Party. And unfortunately, to Bell's point, it has looped in, like, there were amazing Republicans who stood on the ideals of the Republican Party.
Ma'am, every president.
I let her finish.
I let you
Let her
speak.
finish.
Every
please.
president has a
I let you
slogan.
speak. I let you speak, and this is the first time I've spoken in a while, and you just feel the need to interrupt me. I don't know why.
It's white supremacy.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, then if you could check your white supremacy and let me finish what I'm saying, because I didn't give consent and
Okay,
really
go
don't
ahead.
want your words touching mine. Thank you. So the fact of the matter is, the identity of MAGA, that slogan that has become the actual identity of the party, has enveloped even Republicans who stood for what the party was originally upon its founding in Ripon, Wisconsin, on the principles on which it was founded. So
Ma'am.
the idea of conservatism has taken on a whole different
No, it
ideology because of MAGA.
It hasn't.
But on top of, apparently you have diarrhea of the mouth right now and you just need to speak, so you go ahead and sput.
Well, you're just spewing so much nonsense.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of words.
So,
because every president,
hey, hold on a
every
second, Blue.
president
I got
has
the
a slogan. Would you like
actual.
me to tell you all the slogans? I can go through them. Every president.
Well,
has a
hang on,
slogan.
Bleach. Hold on. I got the actual quote from Clinton in his '92 presidential campaign trail.
Right. He said, "Make it."
He said, "I believe that together we can make America great again."
Right. He didn't say that.
Was that before?
Holy
Obama
shit! That
or
was
after?
before Obama.
Okay, great.
Oh, okay. Well,
no.
I just thought that was
that's fine. That's fine.
You know, strictly for
that's
Obama.
fine. When has it became an identity?
Said.
No. Peaches.
That's
When
not
has
what I said.
no, but Peaches, this is where they fucked up at. When has Clinton made that
we
an
didn't fuck up.
identity for all people?
It wasn't.
Nobody's made an identity.
Donald Trump
said-
made an
and
identity.
did I
What do you
not?
say?
And did I not?
No,
also
it's a
say it was?
fucking movement.
And
It's
did I
not-
not also say that it was on his campaign trail that he made that statement? Correct. It did
Right,
not
so he did
become
say
a
that.
slogan. It did not become a slogan of his campaign. It did not become a movement. There weren't motherfuckers walking around with T-shirts and hats. It was not
missed out.
an identity of all of that.
He just missed out. Donald
Right.
Trump. Donald Trump literally
Absolutely.
just ran on it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's the difference,
so
though?
It doesn't.
So what
change
was Build
a
Back Better?
statement. So by
Build Back
that
Better?
theory, thumb thugging, every
Build Back
statement
Better?
that Bill Clinton made, you're saying could have been just an
Triple
ideology.
Bs?
That's
Could have
utterly
been.
stupid.
Triple Bs,
Every
Build Back
statement,
Better?
Has
every
not.
statement
That's
that
the
he,
thing.
every
Restore the
statement
soul
that
of
he
the
made,
nation?
every statement that he made.
Yeah, but you're trying to make connections without actually going there and making the connection.
you
You're just
are.
assuming that's
You
that's why
absolutely
it's
are.
that.
You are
That's what
absolutely
you're
trying
just
to make
assuming.
a connection
You know
that
what
is not
happens.
there.
You know what happens.
You are
You know what
absolutely
happens when
trying
you
to make
assume
a
stuff.
connection that is not there. Yes, you.
You're
shouldn't
saying that they
assume.
literally
You
went
shouldn't
and said,
assume.
"Okay, let's do this because
You shouldn't
because
assume.
of Obama."
I am in agreement.
Maybe it was because of all the manufacturing jobs that were lost under Obama's presidency.
Maybe
Maybe
it was
that's
the
what they were
fact-
talking
maybe
about.
that it was the fact that the white male power structure is so afraid of losing its identity and
Nobody's afraid of
losing its
Okay,
stronghold on racism.
hey Bleach, did you go to your white fragility meeting this week?
Yes,
Yeah,
you are
and you know what I did learn,
fragile.
Thumb? I
You are
learned that
absolutely
when we
fragile.
fight,
as
we
evident
win.
from how you have to talk
You
over
know that,
me
When you
to
fight,
try and
you
make a
win?
non-point.
Yeah, when we fight, we
It's
win.
amazing.
What?
What do you mean?
What you're fighting? What are you fighting?
When we fight, we win. That's what I learned
What?
at my meeting. I don't know. It was a Kamala. It was a Kamala statement, slogan. It was one of her slogans. She had few.
So people have
We're not
slogans. How
going
does it make
back.
it an identity?
We're not going back. That was another one of her slogans.
Right. A
Many
slogan is not an
presidents have many
identity.
slogans.
Back better didn't
Bill-
translate. Did
Yeah,
it?
Triple
Okay,
B's,
cool.
Build Back
When was
Better.
America great? I have a question. When was America great?
America's
Yeah.
always been great.
February
That-
2nd.
From day one.
No, it has not. So wait. So because
was
of
day
great,
one.
Day one. When is day
I'll
one?
give you an exact date.
When is day
I'll
one?
give you an exact date.
When was the date?
February 2nd, 1980.
What happened on February 2nd, 1980?
Go look it up.
No, I'd rather you tell me.
It's when we beat the Russians in hockey. America was great that day.
Oh my God.
Fact.
Peaches, these are the people I'm up against.
It is the mediocrity.
Peaches, these are the people I'm up against.
Yeah,
It is
wait,
so-
Declan.
All right,
Peaches,
man.
It is
I
the
just wanna-
diabetes.
You know what?
I just want to.
Thing
all
that
right,
is circulating in this room.
It is having to. It's having to aim
All right,
high for
man.
mediocrity that gets me with these.
A hockey game is what? Okay, bro.
That shit's
A
embarrassing.
stupid ass hockey game that nobody
Has
give a
anyone
fuck about.
explained to the?
That
Has
shit.
anyone
Are you
taken the
even
time?
American? I thought you
Hold
were
on, Dom.
Canadian.
Yes.
Hold on,
I'm
Dom,
from-
hold on.
I thought you were
Hold on.
Canadian.
Has anyone
I thought
explained?
that's what
Has
you-
anyone taken the time to explain how the room works to both of these folks? Because I feel like you
No.
guys are trying to debate
fuck
two very unserious people. I'm sorry for that. Peaches, I'm sorry that you've been wasting your time.
No, I
Thumb
just-
literally
have you
can't
heard
read
this?
and
Stop,
Bleach.
stay out of my
My bad,
Have you
Jesse. I'm
heard
new
this
here.
conversation?
No, it's no. So these two gentlemen should
Have you heard the
introduced
conversation,
themselves.
Jesse?
I'm sorry. I don't have time for you to cry. So
Jesse,
these two
Jesse,
should have
have you
introduced
heard this
themselves.
conversation?
What we
It's
have
not
in here
serious at all.
usually is a debate league, and what happens is these two try their best to act illiterate, and so what you're doing, unfortunately, is you are kind of you're not going to get through to them. You see, Bleach is too old to learn a damn thing, and Thumb literally can't read.
Your wife
And so the
doesn't.
two of you have been making
Can't read at
phenomenal
all.
points.
Hey, yo,
Don't need
what?
to.
Your wife loves it.
And it's,
I've got
it's just
audio
unfortunate. I
books.
don't
Why
want you
do
to
I need
waste
to
your
read?
time on the two of
You
these.
know what? You're
people.
right. My bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
they're being hard.
That is my bad.
So
I can't sharpen my sword on people like
no,
this.
that's what I was gonna say. I was like, if you want to do a real debate, like a real thing, and I can engage in whatever you would like to help.
Okay.
But these two people are not capable of having that.
You're gonna sit up here and cut for me.
That's my bad. My bad, Theo. I'm sorry.
Get your little.
It's been a while, Theo. It's been a while.
So you can coddle.
Literally,
coddle
I
Jesse.
cannot.
How
even-
many
I'm
years
like,
did it
hey,
take you to get
I
1,600
got this,
followers, Jesse?
but I'm so glad, Declan, that he wasn't here to hear. He took Zeus for a walk, so he wasn't here to hear the dude. I was telling you, Blunt Girl was calling me all sorts of shit, and I was like, I'm so happy Theo's not here because I'd have been banned. I'd have been bananaed for like a month.
I feel bad watching you because I've been listening in and out, and none of these people.
I'm so sorry, man. I gotta
No,
go.
don't
take
even
it,
be
you know.
sorry. Everyone
Kiss the
usually the
baby
mods
for me,
will
Declan.
introduce it too because we'll do like lightning rounds and stuff. But like unfortunately, Bleach, it's 9:44 on the East Coast. Bleach, did you take your medicine yet? Your program probably starts soon.
Yeah,
if
hold
you
on.
wanna
I'm
go
gonna,
ahead and
I'm
wind
gonna have your
down.
wife roll over.
You might
and
want
grab
to
it
go
for
ahead
me.
and get like your glass.
Yeah, hold
of
on.
milk
I'm gonna have your
ready.
wife roll over and get it for me.
Why
That's
do
fine.
y'all
You can
think
say
that
that.
that's an insult? Like,
fine.
Bleach,
I have no
why
wife.
do you think that's an insult? And then if you're saying his wife and he's with her, then that
No, he
shows that
doesn't
you
even
are
have a
fucking
He's not.
alone.
He's
That
not.
shows
He's,
how alone
he's not
you
even.
are.
Jesse.
He's not married. Let me take that back. He's not married to a woman.
It
Just-
shows
hey,
how
Jesse.
He's just
incredibly
upset. I
alone
just came up here to make sure that
Hey,
he
Jesse, can I talk to you?
Right.
Jesse, could you ever say anything interesting
So-
or new?
So, Jesse, apparently-
I
You don't.
can.
It's
Just
always
go
the
on mute for a
same
second so me
old-
and Declan can talk, okay?
Unbeknownst to me,
Like school teacher. What are you, Jesse? Jesse, you're a school teacher. Is
Okay.
that what you are? Is that what you are, Jesse?
I'm actually
School
not
teacher?
that at all.
What are
That's
you?
not my job. Sorry.
What are you?
unbeknownst to me, Jesse, there's a
What are you? What
debate
have you
league.
accomplished in your life?
Yeah, Jesse.
So yeah, usually
Declan
we
and I were
organize
just
debates in
finding
here
that out
sometimes.
this evening.
Why do I
Yeah.
bet
It's
it's
actually
not
usually
this?
pretty rational, but unfortunately, the hand that you guys were dealt by being here for at this hour when unfortunately like Thumb
Bleach, I'm challenging you to a
fun.
debate. I'm challenging you to a debate.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure. What do you want to debate on?
What MAGA is.
I thought you said bleach. I
What
thought he
MAGA
said
is?
No,
I
because
was like, no, sir.
How
What's the
you
debate?
define MAGA?
apparently I'm C League because I'm new.
Okay, sure.
All
You wanna
right.
let's play- So, but T-Bone,
I'm
I
not
was
doing
just
it. I'm
explaining
not
the
doing it
league.
now,
Do you
though.
want to do that?
Wait, no, you got to do it now, Bleach. You
I
don't do it
can't
now.
do
You
that.
forfeit.
No,
You forfeit,
listen,
Bleach.
Jesse
Don't
has already
forfeit,
said it's
Bleach.
past my
Because
bedtime.
no, because Jesse apparently
Jesse said it's
I'm like
past my bedtime.
apparently
So then
I
when are
get
we
like
gonna
you
do
know.
it?
wouldn't be
Hold
fresh.
on, Declan, because this is important. When are we gonna do it?
I'll check my schedule. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Check your schedule and let me know
Do it
tomorrow.
now.
Yeah.
Why
Okay.
wouldn't you be
I-
able to do it now? I think you're well equipped to have that debate.
I am, but Jesse
Well,
just said.
just let you know, if he
it's past
denies
my
it, then I'm
bedtime.
going to you next, just so that you're
Listen,
aware.
the
If he
pudding.
denies it, you're
Listen,
next.
the pudding is
Bleach,
coming. The pudding is coming, and I have to get it. So.
Okay, so then
he knows
do
it's
we got to
funny,
put
T-Bone,
Bleach
that's
down
all.
for a strike? I feel like that's a
Yes,
strike.
that's a strike.
It's got to be a
Yes,
strike.
sir.
Okay,
Yep,
so this way.
It's gotta be a strike.
For a debate, and you have to do it in 30 seconds. Get the fuck out of here.
You're not even giving me a relative time frame on when you'd be available.
I said I'll check my schedule and get back to you. I have other things that I do.
It's a 20. It's 28 minutes.
Hold on. Can you do it
I
sometime?
run
Hold
a
on.
fucking
Can you do it?
multiple businesses.
Okay, can you do it sometime tonight though, Bleach?
No, I'm not doing it.
Okay.
No.
Oh my God.
Can't.
Get
How
the
about
fuck
tomorrow?
out.
Listen,
Tomorrow?
Bell. You might stay on this app 24 hours a day and don't sleep and stay up for 2 days
Oh, for
straight. I
fuck's
don't.
sake! There's no need for the disrespect, Bleach.
All right,
It's
so
not disrespect, it's a fact.
Bleach.
I'm
Look,
literally trying to
if you
ask
don't want to
how about
debate me,
tomorrow?
that's fine. You don't have to. I
Sure, I'll
understand I'm
debate. I don't know that I
intimidating,
want to debate you.
and I know you're not. Look, I know you're not equipped. That's fine. I won't even get you a strike. Okay, you don't gotta get no strike. You just move on.
If that makes you feel better, Timo. Sure.
But it's gonna make you feel better because I show enough.
Dude, you can give me 8 strikes. I could care
Give him a
less.
strike for you.
Can we like Bleach?
Bell, is that a rule? Can the rest of us give a strike for T-Bone?
Bro, that would be funny as hell.
If I could strike Bleach, I would like to strike now.
I don't.
I would.
That's
like
not the
to-
way
I'm not
that
gonna
it
lie.
is.
This whole racism shit.
It can only be one day. You can only take one.
This whole
day.
racism shit, like. So wait. So who's on top of the league? Right? Who's on top of this league shit?
Like who's running the league or who's
No.
on
Who's
top
like
of the
the eight?
leaderboard?
Who's like the Pokemon reference? Who's like the Pokemon master of this shit?
I will have to pull up the tier list. I don't know.
Because anybody debating against me on racism, bro, I think that's just a walk in the park right there. You might as well.
Wait, do you want to join the league and have a debate?
I think Bluntman would destroy you.
Sure. I think Bell sent me the thing
You know
already.
what?
So I'm
Listen, just
bet.
FYI. Do you want to challenge Bluntman? And T-Bone had the woman genius who came up here earlier got defeated.
Somebody challenging me on racism is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
I think he'll destroy you in that too.
It's destroy, and then you woke
I
up.
would. I'm not that good of a debater, but
We're gonna check with the judges, see what happened with that debate because I don't know.
He won the
about
debate.
that.
What's there to check? He won.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying with that.
No, you either respect the judges or you don't. And matter of fact, the judges.
Yeah, no, I respect the judges. I'm just curious on my end
I think
because
the
the
judges
same
have been very
dumbass that
good.
came in here tried to tell me what the fuck a MAGA is and stumbled at the fucking mouth before he got dropped is the same nigga that beat her in a debate over fucking race. I just don't believe it. Maybe it's possible. I don't know.
Who lost the debate on race?
But it ain't no way that.
Well,
Look, in my eyes, it ain't no way that a dumbass nigga can't tell me the inconsistencies with what a fucking MAGA
hold on,
is.
what you're
But can tell me
saying
about race. It just don't matter.
Anybody voted for Trump as a MAGA. Is that correct? Is that your
Yeah,
stance?
so I gave it like 7 times, man.
He did literally say 7 times.
He was very clear.
Like the nigga, he said it like he literally said it slower every time.
Every time he slowed up and was
He's like,
more demonstrative
he went from
than
2
the other.
speed to 1.5 speed.
Exactly.
He was like, MAGA
sitting
is.
still and spelling it out in the palm of your hand for you all.
He got the right not to answer that stupid ass question.
Again.
Listen, bro. Wait, who lost the debate on race?
But what I'm trying to understand is Blunt Girl, is she white or black?
Black.
Blunt
So why he
Girl
talk like
is
that?
Black?
So why he talk like that?
If He's coonerific.
And what are you,
Coonerific.
Peach man?
Okay, wait.
She just said she was black.
She's black?
I call her blunt girl because
You're high
she
yellow?
kept saying, bitch,
High
don't.
yellow?
You think light skinned people are white?
Let me
Huh?
help. Wait.
Yes, in America she'd be
Bleach.
white.
Is bitch
Why would
bleach
she be white?
white or wait, Declan? Is bitch bleach you all white or black?
Excuse me?
Are you white or black?
Me? Yeah,
You're the
I'm
only
white.
person named Bleach.
I am white.
Okay, then don't ever let it fall sideways out your mouth in front of me. Whatever your bitch ass says behind me, that's fine. But don't
Why
you
would
ever
I'll say it in front of you.
don't ever in your bitch made life call me high yellow white man. Don't do
I
it.
know, actually
Don't do it. I am
Wait, you think that light
I
skinned
am
people are
giving
white?
you a healthy boundary. I am
Didn't you-
telling you.
Yeah, I don't care.
am
Yeah, I don't give a
telling
shit what you
you
say. Yeah, I don't give a
healthily.
shit what you
Okay.
say.
All right.
You're
Okay,
meaningless
bitch
to
boy.
me.
Okay. You're
You
right.
think that light skinned
I just
people are
believe
white?
that you did say something about your kiss your yellow ass earlier, so I just assumed.
But why would you
Oh,
even make that reference?
see what you did there? You assumed. You assumed. So get out your
Yeah, I
bitch's
did.
ass
Yeah, I assumed.
and
So you
stop
made an ass
assuming.
out of yourself?
Yes.
If you want to say that, sure.
Okay. Well, keep moving your right hand and not your
So
mouth.
you
Wait, who
don't
lost
have
a
a
debate
yellow
on
ass?
race?
Keep using your
So
right
do
hand
you?
and not your
So the
mouth.
question is, are you yellow
Keep
or are you not
using
yellow?
your right hand and not your
You
mouth.
said that you have a yellow ass.
Keep
I didn't say
using your
this.
right hand and not your mouth.
You said you had a yellow ass. I
Keep
didn't.
using your right hand and not your mouth.
What part you not understand?
What am I doing with my right hand?
You
Hey,
know,
yo, what?
you know what you do with your right hand.
What?
Shit, motherfucker.
Wait,
What
who
if I do
lost
my
the debate
left
on
hand?
race?
Declan's been asking that.
Bro, I would no, because
The
how do you
earlier
lose a
debate,
debate on race? Bro, because how do you lose a debate on race?
Blunt
the
bitch.
earlier
Blunt girl.
debate was
Blunt girl.
could black people be racist?
No, we cannot be. We're not.
Well, she said the same thing, and she's a genius, and she lost the debate.
Why would Peaches lose a debate on race?
I didn't
I
debate.
don't know.
Are you referring to me, Bleach?
I didn't say you. No.
Okay, that's what I was making clear for
Wait. So
Declan.
who
No.
lost a debate on?
Some
Apache.
lady earlier.
Apache.
I'm not. I told them that I wasn't debating them because
woman
they think
named-
they're going to. They think they're
some-
going to argue definitions and
Right,
semantics and get in a debate with me.
I feel like
About black people
here's what I
being
feel.
racist.
I feel like if you are a person of color and you lose a debate on race, you deserve every bad thing happen to you. Because how the fuck you lose something that you're supposed to know?
That would be that John dude.
wish you would debate me.
Declan, there was this whole
Actually,
water
I'll tell you
theory.
what. I'll tell you what. Bluntman. Let me give you this.
Is there
Hold
a
on,
way
hold
to
on, hold
mute
on,
Bleach?
hold
No,
on,
I was
hold on.
speaking Bleach.
Hey, Bluntman,
And
if you're listening.
Nope, I was speaking
No,
Bleach.
Bluntman. Yeah,
I was
but you're not
answering
important.
Declan's question.
I know, but you're not really important.
Okay,
So
and
She's important to me.
You aren't. And I
No,
understand your
she's
mother
not.
told you that every day of your life, and that's
Yeah,
why
she
you
said
feel
I was
this
a-
way.
yes,
And
my
that's
mother
fine.
loved me.
I understand that you are an old ass white man and you are really upset because you have never mattered to anybody. You don't matter now either. Declan,
Yes, ma'am.
what I was
Really?
answering to you
I have a
was
whole family. What are you talking about?
okay, that's good. Then go be with them. Go
I
be
need
with
a
them.
I need a
Go be
slot
with
for
them.
Manny. I need a slot for Manny
We need a
immediately.
box
Okay, I'm
for
gonna drop.
Manny.
Hey, listen, I'm
Alright,
gonna
I'll
drop
drop.
down, but
I
I'm gonna
just
just let me say one thing and I'm
Pull me
out of here.
down.
Let me say one thing and I'm out of here, please. If Bluntman's listening, right? Declan, he said he would not debate
His
you.
name is not Declan.
Whatever his
Learn
name.
English.
What is it?
That's
English.
Declan. Well, it's
Declan.
actually an Irish name. Actually, it's
Damn, a
Declan.
white person can't say a
Literally.
white
You're
person name.
Irish?
That's crazy.
Okay.
Right.
You're
It's
black
a
Irish. Okay,
Celtic
cool.
ass name.
I'm not a
So
black.
you might have Irish. You're probably Irish. All right, fine. If Bluntman said that for $150 he would debate you, so I'll pay the $150 for him to dog walk you. Absolutely. So if you listen,
You
Bluntman,
think he would
take
dog
his
walk me?
debate.
You woke up, bro.
Bluntman,
All right.
yeah, he will. Bluntman,
No.
take his debate, and I will cash up you the $150.
That's funny that you would
Jesus,
think
I'll
someone-
debate for 150 bucks.
Hold on. Are you sure? Because I'm gonna message him right now. Are you sure, Bleach?
Yeah, I think I'm. I think I'm good
All
for
right,
it.
give me a second. Give me 1 second.
Bleach, you
Wait,
you know
so
you
hold
about to
on,
fuck up your
guys,
Social
hold on.
Security check. You
Wait,
ain't gonna
guys,
eat or
please,
have bread for a
everybody,
month.
please, wait.
We ain't gonna debate.
Officer, are you and Manny debating?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are.
Okay,
Okay. I'm gonna drop down for you, bro.
do we have a judge set up?
I could judge.
No, Bleach. Hold
Hell
on, I
no,
can
that's a
get one.
biased ass judge. If Bleach is the judge, then I already concede.
Hold
Get the
on.
fuck out of here.
Okay.
What are you talking about, bro? I was supporting you,
Ain't no
man.
fucking way.
You
Ain't
talking
no
about?
way I'm about to debate him on whether or not slave had rights if Bleach is the judge. Get the
No,
fuck
no,
Bleach
Bleach
no.
is
is
not
not
the
the
judge. Bleach is
Bleach
not the
said he was
judge.
dropping, so
I'm the fairest person on here.
That's not quite
Get the
true.
f-
That's
no,
absolutely
no, you're
true.
not.
I'm
No,
the
you're
least
not.
biased
Don't get me
person.
wrong.
Hold
We
on. So
have
she was
conversations
trolling me
all
in
the
the
time,
comments.
but when it comes to black,
This is
I
going
can't
to be
even
a
believe
lightning
Officer
debate,
want to
right?
debate this. This is
Yeah.
crazy.
All right, Manny. See,
Yeah, it was
Manny,
just
Is my
for the
audio
moment.
coming
I
in
was
okay?
gonna root for you, Officer
All
Winky.
right,
I
so
was gonna
hold
root
on.
for you,
Let
but
me
now
make
I'm not.
sure. So let me make
Because
sure the
now I know you're
premise.
gonna lose.
Okay, the premise is officer says slaves had rights. Manny says they didn't. Is that correct?
Is my
Correct.
audio
Okay.
coming in okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had rights.
Why would anybody debate slave having rights? They didn't.
You're going to find
I don't,
out when
you
we
know
do
what?
this
We gonna
lightning
find out,
debate, right?
Declan.
So
I
if
mean, I
everybody could
respect
just take.
Officer enough.
All right,
I
let's just
respect
take.
Officer enough to take this debate. I do.
Okay.
I ain't
All
gonna
right, we're
lie.
gonna once we have a judge secure, we're working on a judge in the background.
Give me
Give
one
us just a
second.
minute.
So Declan, when he thoroughly beats you,
No, don't go do research. This is the spur of the moment lightning
when he
debate. Don't go
thoroughly
look no
beats
shit
you in the
up. Just come
debate,
on, officer. Come on,
I
man.
want you to have to
I'm
kiss
not
six
looking
foot
anything
two
up. I'm just
peaches
making
on her
sure the
yellow
No,
judge
lips.
he's
is
not
Okay.
okay.
looking up.
All
We're
right.
doing
I
stuff. We
believe
got
you.
to
Very
get
I
the
good.
believe you. I
debate
believe
scheduled in the
officer.
back end.
I believe officer. But Bleach cannot be the judge. Fuck no.
No,
Officer was
Bleach is
trolling
not
me
the
in the
judge,
comments. Is
Manny. I
crazy.
got you. It's okay.
Okay. All right. I'm cool with that thing.
Who the fuck is Bobby Socks?
This me. I always write to you,
What?
and congratulate you. May I just say one thing?
Absolutely. We'd love to hear it.
Hey, Declan, tear him up.
I'm
Whoever go
up.
against him, don't lose this. Because I'm gonna
Why?
say this, and I'm not that
Oh,
good
I
at
know
debating
who.
like I used to. But I tell you one thing, man. These people, some of these people, just go for blaggers too. They think that slavery didn't happen. Like it was just a skip of the walk. Everybody was just happy being niggas being ass whipped. Blacks were being beaten, experimented on, eaten.
Hold on, Bobby. Don't make my
Okay,
arguments for
Bobby,
me.
we're about
No,
to. No, no, no. Hold
I'm
on.
about
No,
to have
you
a
hold
debate
on.
on
We're
this. You
about to
can't
do
make
a
my
debate on
arguments for
this.
me.
We're not going to have
You
people
can't have
debate
my
this before we do
don't
an
make my
actual
arguments for
debate.
me, fam. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
so please stop. We're not asking for opinions on this. We are about to have a 1v1 debate on this. Nobody's going to talk about it before the debate. You guys can talk about it after we have the one-on-one debate.
Okay, we got
I
the
kind of feel
judge.
like I should have shot
Okay,
this one to Declan, but I'll go. Let's do it.
all right, so hold on. So here's the rules. Here's the rules. Everybody can stay on the panel except for you all need to stay on mute. If anyone comes off mute, or speaks in the middle of this debate, you will be kicked out of the box. Both parties get a 2-minute opening statement. I'll put 30-second warnings in the chat. Then there's a 20-minute open dialogue and then 2-minute closing statements. I'll flip a coin for who goes first. Hold on one second. Who
I thought
wants
the
to call
challenger
it?
goes first.
You want
I'll
officer? You
call
want to
it.
allow
I'll
officer to
call
go
it.
first?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, officer, are you good with that?
With me going first.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so I will
Cool.
start the timer on your first word. Manny, if you could stay on mute while he's talking, he'll mute while you're talking, just because the background noise is really hard to hear. All right, I'm ready when you are.
Really quick, how's my audio?
It's fine. We can hear you.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yep. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So in this debate, I'll be taking the affirmative that slaves indeed had rights. Rights. I'll be grounding these in natural law. A right will be a claim or entitlement grounded by nature itself. Typically, this will be in human nature, reason or rational order of our cosmos. That would be the definitional sense. Rather than positive laws, so these are laws or entitlements that are going to be granted by the state itself, we will be today exploring negative rights, rights that are inherent to the person, regardless where you believe these rights come from. This is the right to self-defense. This is the right of speech. This is the right to property. This is the right to be non-unjustifiably aggressed upon. In this conversation, I will also be grounding that government, which the government that we will be defining today will be a legitimate authority tasked as managing a state, defining the rules of collective life, maintaining order through the justified use of force. My assertion today that slaves had rights will be that any government that unjustly embondages someone, unjustly violates their property, i.e., highest form your body, or unjustly commits any other act against the person is not only an illegitimate government, but stands in violation of those rights, not to divorce the rights of the person. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. And Manny, I will start your time for your opening statement on your first words. Manny, are you there?
Yes. I think he just kind of twisted the premise, but that's okay. I would start by saying that slaves absolutely did not have rights because those rights were taken away by the ruling parties at the time. If a slave tried to pursue things such as self-defense, they would be punished by whatever the ruling body would be, and those rights would be null and void. So trying to say that slave has rights, like naturally, I get the argument, but naturally those rights were taken away by whoever the ruling party or the massa of that plantation might be. So to try to say that slaves had rights while those rights were being actively denied is a misnomer at best.
You still have 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
It's pretty simple. I'll just leave it there.
All right. 15 seconds left.
It's pretty.
All right. We will start give me 1 second to reset the timer. You now have 20 minutes of open dialogue. I'll start the timer on the first word. We'll now have 20 minutes of open dialogue. Word.
Manny, what are rights?
Health, wealth, liberty, pursuit of happiness, self-determination.
Where do those rights come from in your opinion?
In my opinion, they come from God.
Okay. Does government define our
God
rights?
you believe in. What was that?
Does government define our rights?
They can. Absolutely.
If they're from God, do you believe that man has the ability to take your rights?
Absolutely, man has the ability to take your rights when they enslave you.
Do you think that man must first justifiably take those rights, or can they just take those rights arbitrarily?
Justifiably has nothing to do with it. Whether it's justifiable or not, man still has the ability to slave other people and take away the God-given rights that they were born with. So slave has no rights.
Right. So if the government can define those rights, like you said earlier, and if the government or man can take away those rights via slavery, unjust bondage, would you then agree that slavery was a just or moral system?
No, I don't think slavery was a just or moral system, and I think man was immoral and going against justice when they took away the rights of human beings.
What made slavery unjust if you said that the government and man can define rights and that government and the man can deny those rights? What made it unjust and immoral?
I think you're twisting my words. I said God gives man rights, not the government, but man can take away those rights by enslaving people.
Right. So if I said that slaves had rights, and I meant this in the most natural form, that they had the right to not be aggressed upon, they have a right to life, liberty, pursuit of property, um, would you then say that it was illegitimate that they were enslaved against their will without any type of jury trial, any crime to cite against the populace? Would you agree then that slavery is a moral sin?
Yes, I would agree that slavery is a moral sin, but I would also agree that man has a way of taking away rights from people when they enslave them. I don't know how much clearer I
Right.
can make
So
that.
so if man unjustifiably takes away somebody's right, do they still have a right? Or is it just to err as man?
I'm sorry, somebody was talking to me. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So if man unjustifiably attempts to strip you of your rights or follows through in an action that violates your rights, do you just lose the right all of a sudden? Or is it that to err is man, that man can be wrong, but you should still be in possession of your rights, but we're just violating you?
To be completely honest, I think you're being a little facetious right now because when we're talking about slaves, we know that man unjustifiably took away the rights of those slaves. So I don't know, just trying to make the argument that you still had rights under God, but man took them away just seems. I don't even know what the word for that would be. You're being disingenuous because if man has already taken away them rights, then what does it matter if God gave you those rights if God is not going to step in and correct what is going on with that man? Does that make sense? If God is not going to step in and be like, okay, man, you're doing something that's wrong in the eyes of God, so I'm going to correct it on a global level or even on a countrywide level, as say the United States, then what does it matter whether or not that person had rights initially? It doesn't matter under slavery because those rights have been taken away.
Right, right. So I think when it comes to God, which I want to move away from in this conversation, God gave us free will. So you would have to agree with the statement then that like, um, if man can take away rights arbitrarily, and if those rights no longer exist anymore because well, man just said so, right? You would agree with that. If man said so, they no longer exist, right?
Yeah, if you're enslaved.
How can man take away something bestowed by God?
By unaliving you if you don't go against what God naturally gave you. Say you said the right earlier in this conversation, you said the right to self-defense. Well, if a slave exercises their right to self-defense, if we even want to call it a right, if slaves exercise their right to self-defense, then the slave is unalived immediately. Tall tree, short rope type shit. So if we can't sit here and say that slaves have rights because God gave them to them, if that slave is enslaved by other men who are going to take away their life literally if they decide to exercise any of those rights. So if you have rights under God, but they're not acknowledged by man, and man will unalive you for exercising those rights given to you by God, then you have no rights.
So you would have to agree then that if you're randomly murdered one day, that you no longer have a right to life, or should the criminal justice system
Randomly,
pursue that? Yeah,
randomly,
yeah,
if you're randomly unalived, do you have the right to life?
right.
I would think that you would have the right to life unless you're a slave. Like a normal person walking down the street, if they're unalived, then the justice system, that as we know it, would do its best to pursue some type of justice for that illegal act. But if you're a slave and you're unalived by, say, your slave master or the overseers for whatever reason, the justice system is not going to come in and back up your rights. So therefore, you have none.
Yeah, I think I just reject this. I think this is why we saw at the time the growing abolitionist movement amongst politicians because it was seen as just a moral sin. Because if I arbitrarily just take your life one day, and you're walking on the street, I beat you with a coconut, you expire, I would go to prison, right? Because the system recognizes that you have a right to life. You had the right to life. You weren't
Yeah,
adjudicated. You weren't being aggressive. I aggressed upon you. So when I said slaves had rights, what I'm saying is, we can use God. Under God, they had X amount of natural rights bestowed to them. Without justification, those rights were removed by a government. I'll use quotations, 'cause I said earlier, government must be just. So to them, it's probably not much of one to remove them from whatever environment they were in and continue their bondage of any other type of trial or justification to do so. So they had rights, and just because the government chooses or people choose to violate you, which you agreed to earlier, by the way, doesn't mean you lost those rights. It just means that to err is man, to have an error is man. The error was slavery, but it doesn't divorce the slaves of the rights. It just continuates the violence of the government. And those are two important separations.
I would completely disagree that there is separation because the fact that the government was backing up those people who were aggressing the slaves in the first place. Like if we're going to be completely 100, if a slave master decided, as you said, to beat his slave over the head with a coconut and unalive him, then the government would back up the slave master no matter what, because the slaves were considered property. If a person is considered property, property has no rights. Property cannot go up against the person who owns the property and say, oh, I don't like what you're doing to me, so under my rights, under the law, then you need to do so and so and so and so. I would even go as far as to say that people in indentured servitude had more rights than so-called slaves, because at any given time those slaves' lives can be taken, which means they have no rights. They had no rights to liberty. They had no rights to the pursuit of happiness. They had no rights to self-determination because they were considered property, and property has no rights.
So we should never outlaw slavery then, because the government can just strip them of their rights and continue
I
the
didn't
immoral
say that.
process by denying them. But that's sort of
No, I
because
didn't say
if
that.
you hold on, I interrupt you. Hold on. Government is to be just and for the people. So, for example, just because something like genocide or certain war crimes were not at the time illegal, when we went into Nuremberg, we recognized the need to retroactively find a way to assert the rights of certain people through not being dehumanized and executed in the step of third. So underneath like your worldview, you'd be essentially saying, well, there's no reason to like even outlaw slavery because the government can just deny you rights. But we pursue the elimination of that system by recognizing that these people actually do have rights. We're just again violating them arbitrarily to be aggressive. Because if not, you have to come to the conclusion that like the H cost was perfectly fine because because a man and a government can just dehumanize you to the point of execution, right?
No, I completely disagree. It's like what you just said earlier in the conversation. To err is human, and every government is ran by humans. Just because it's a government does not mean that they're going to be just. We've seen that multiple times. I'm glad you brought up G side, because we see that with the Palestinians. Yes, they would inherently have rights from God, but the Izzy's class or the Epstein class makes it very, very clear that you have no rights under our system. So with that being said, if you don't have the right to health, wealth, liberty, pursuit of happiness, self-determination, then you have no rights, especially if you're going to be punished for even trying to pursue those God-given rights in the first place. Rights can be taken away by man. All it takes is more force on one end or the other.
Which one stands, since we're going to use God, I'll flow with this. Which one stands higher to you? The rights that are asserted by a God or the rights that are denied to you unjustifiably by a man?
Well, since I don't believe in the same aspect of God that most people believe in, I would say the aspects that are inspired by man. Because at the end of the day, I've never in my lifetime seen God step down and be like, you know what, this is unjust. Boom, I'm just going to switch everything around because I decide to. A whole lot of people like to espouse that God would do something like that, especially in the Bible, but I've never personally seen it. And since none of us have ever personally seen it in real life, then those so-called God-given rights can definitely be trampled on by man. And when man tramples on those rights, then you have no rights, because you'll literally lose your life because you tried to act on whatever God-given rights you thought you had.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a contradiction from your earlier statements. So, whenever you said that you agreed that the rights were bestowed by God and that they're natural, but then you also said that the government can take away those rights, and I had asked you, so then why would the government step in against slavery? And you said what was wrong and immoral. You seem to be kind of wrestling with yourself on this very topic. I'm being very clear. I want to make sure that we're clear on where you are. Where I'm at is very clear, which is slaves had rights, they're bestowed by God, the government violated them unjustifiably, and a government or man cannot divorce you of the divine. You also agreed to that earlier when we had agreed on where rights are coming from and who is asserting rights. Now, a God that is uninterventionalist doesn't also divorce you of rights because you have a right to be in a space. If I come and kidnap you from that space, I'm violating your rights and denying you of those rights. I'm not divorcing you of having those rights. That's why it's a crime. Because with your, and I'm going to land here, with your premise, we might as well just abolish the legal system.
Okay, good point. I absolutely agree that we should abolish the legal system because most governments are not just in any way whatsoever. But as I was saying earlier, and I'm glad you mentioned that, if it's going to be a crime for you to exercise your rights, if it's going to be a crime or something that is punishable by law, may I mention, it was actually by law for you to exercise these so-called God-given rights that they can tall tree short rope you, then no, you don't have any rights, because anytime you try to exercise those rights, there's going to be some type of consequence for you trying to be whatever God-given rights, for you trying to exercise whatever God-given rights you have. So if there's consequences for you exercising whatever God-given rights that you have, with keep in mind an unjust government backing up the people who are giving those consequences, then no, you don't have any rights.
Right? I'm sorry. I've said that. Do you believe in government?
Not
Like, should we
really.
have
I'm a
like?
libertarian.
Okay, so we should
I
have a
believe
small.
government should be as small as possible.
What is a government in your own words?
The ruling party or whatever landmass, the people who make the laws, the legislation, enforce the laws and the legislation, the ruling party. Yeah.
Okay, and so you believe that through the state, man makes rights, even rights that can supersede the rights bestowed by God, right?
Since like you said earlier, God is an uninterventionalist, is that the word you used? Since God doesn't intervene, yes, rights are given and taken by man, in my personal opinion, because I've never seen God step down and make anything correct or exercise. Distribute any type of justice in my lifetime. I've never seen that happen. So with that being the case, and man holding the power on this landmass that we call America, yes, rights are given and taken by man.
Right. So you would agree with me? Okay, really quick. Who has the key authority on delegating rights? Would you argue it's God, since you agreed earlier that rights come from God, or do you think that man has the key authority to delegate rights?
I believe man has the key authority to delegate rights. I believe that people are born with certain things that should be in a righteous world. There are inherent things that people should be able to pursue, like I said earlier: health, wealth, liberty, pursuit of happiness, self-determination. But we also know that in the real world, these things are often put to the side in order for man's system to work. So like, say I had a right to self-determination, and I decided that I don't want to live on the grid anymore. I just want to go over to this piece of land that nobody has claimed, nobody's lived on for centuries. I clear it out, build me a little cabin, start collecting rainwater, and build me an electrical grid. The government can come in at any point and say, nope, you don't have the right to do that, because we're the government and we decide who gets what in this country.
But
Then my God-given rights to self-determination is taken away immediately, and we call this law. So if the
but
law of the land is that certain people don't get to do certain things because man says so, and God is not going to actually step in and arbitrate the situation, then yes, man gives and takes away rights.
I feel like you're floating between like a libertarian and anarchist system. Like, I would argue if you're a
I
libertarian
am a
that
bit of an anarchist.
right. So I'd argue if you're a libertarian that you're a libertarian because you actually don't believe that the government bestows rights and you want a small government so that they don't aggress upon you. Because if I was just to
No,
present your, excuse me, hold on. If I was just to present
go
your
ahead.
argument as I heard it, that would be correct in framing. And then on your anarchy side, where you said, well, man actually is the final determinant of rights, I would just have to present you with the conversation of, well, if the government says one day that raping women is acceptable legally, would that be okay with you?
No, that wouldn't be okay with me, but that's because of my own personal morals. That has nothing to do with what the law says. And the
Okay,
law is what determines whether, just let me
sorry, go ahead.
finish. The law in that situation would determine whether or not those women actually have rights. Because if the law says that you're not going to be punished if you decide to start raping women, and men start deciding to raping women, then the right for the women to have self-determination or self-defense would be taken away, correct?
No, they inherently have a right to self-defense. The government's just violating them, which underneath your principles of libertarianism is why you'd want a small government, or even anarchism,
Yeah,
why you want no government, because the government is becoming oppressive to the women. So underneath my view, I
correct.
would say we uphold strong legal systems to defend people against grape, because grape is wrong, because you have an inherent natural right against being violated by other people, which goes back to the topic. Slaves had rights, but the government chose to violate those rights, which is why the government struggled with itself and fought with itself to ban the practice. And even today, it would be illegal to like have a personal slave because it's a violation of the body. No?
Okay, no, I would counter that argument with first off, the government did not abolish slavery. Slavery is still legal as a punishment for breaking the law. That's literally in the 13th Amendment. Slavery is still legal as a punishment for breaking the law. That's why we still have chain gangs in the United States. We still have slave. I think what's the name of I can't remember the name of the plantation right now, but we still have slaves who are prisoners who go work on plantations today as slaves, and they have no rights because of the simple fact that the government has deemed them to be without rights. Second point, I would also like to acknowledge, I would also like to put into this conversation that the government thought that those people who were slaves were subhuman, so they didn't even stand on the same legs in front of the government like a normal well, not a normal Angola, thank you. They still didn't have the same rights that say their white counterparts would have under the government, because they weren't even considered to be human. They were considered to be subhuman. So them being considered sorry, I've been drinking. Them being considered to be subhuman would prove that the government didn't even consider them to be human beings to have rights in the first place. So just because the government was unjust in the way that they treated people does not mean that the government didn't have the right to take away rights, because they absolutely did. If that slave tried to escape and say they got to the north with the abolitionists, right? And the slave owner came to claim his property, and I'm throwing up property in air quotes, then the government would still back up that slave owner, because at the time that was the institution, slavery.
Right. So in the federal, first of all, in the Federal Bureau of Prisons, when inmates that are sentenced to work, they receive pay. It's typically 12 cents to 40 cents per hour. I don't agree with that, but that they are compensated. Again, we had agreed earlier though that you could not be put into bondage or made to work without proper adjudication. So that point for me is mute, because you disagree with me that as long as they're adjudicated, it actually doesn't matter. Slaves are not adjudicated, and we also agreed earlier that rights are coming from God. And you also agreed earlier that to err is man. You also agreed earlier that that slavery was wrong and immoral. And being immoral would then signal to me that you believe that there is a rights reduction making it harmful. So I think we both agree, based on some of the concessions you've had, that slaves had rights. Their rights was being denied by the government, which we both agreed was wrong.
A right denied is a right that you don't have. Just because it's wrong does not mean that it wasn't the law of the land at the time. Just like slaves being put on plantations today to work because they went through the judicial system and deemed guilty, is still wrong. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, if you have God-given rights and man decides that we're not going to acknowledge those rights because we don't even consider you to be a man, then what does that even mean? You don't have any rights in the first place unless those rights are acknowledged by other men and women, and that is lawful. So if the law says that you're the
Time.
property of another person, damn.
Okay, so we're going to start ending statements. Officer went first, so Manny, you'll do your closing statement first. You have 2 minutes. I'll put a 30-second warning in the chat. I'll start the timer as soon as you start speaking.
Okay, I believe the argument the officer is trying to make is that men had rights. It's just that other men decided to take those rights away from them, which I feel like it's disingenuous if we're having a conversation about slavery, because we know that slaves did not have the right to self-determination. They didn't even have the right to self-defense under the law. So if say somebody tried to put me into slavery and I fought against them today, then I would have the right to self-defense. But if somebody tried to put me into slavery in, say, 1850, and I fought against them then, they would literally unalive me, which means my rights mean nothing, which means slaves didn't have rights.
Is that it?
I'm done.
Okay,
Yep,
thank you
that's
so
it.
much. All right, so we'll start this over. Officer, you have 2 minutes. I will start it as soon as you start speaking. I'll put a 30-second warning in the chat.
Regardless where rights come from is irrelevant. Underneath Manny's governmental style or worldview, as long as somebody can use enough force to take away your rights, it's okay. Slaves had rights in the fact that they retained all their natural rights that every human with personhood has, and that if people come along and they enslave you or they grape you or they take your life, even though I said to err is man, which is a quick summarization of saying that man can be evil or wrong or bad, and that doesn't divorce you of rights. That's why we have a legal system. With Manny's view, we shouldn't have a legal system. But even Manny would agree that the government can come along and take your property through eminent domain and other things, why he's a libertarian and why he wants a smaller government. Manny also agreed earlier that slavery was an immoral act, which would also signal to me, again, as I said earlier, that it means that it's a rights violation. You can't have an immorality without it violating a morality. The morality I'm asserting is that it is wrong to enslave people because it's wrong to violate their rights. Slaves had rights. The government chose to violate those rights. It doesn't divorce them of their rights. It just means that man is acting evil. And that's an important distinction. Without that distinction, we do not arrive at a place where we're able to create meaningful system structures and laws in which to have our society, population, or the guys to abide by.
You done?
For now, I'm running vegan ethics now.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. So we will go ahead. If the judge could get me the numbers, that would be fantastic. We will open up boxes for conversation about this now. If you'd like to come up and have a conversation about this, your opinion, please request. We would love to have you.
Where's that guy who said that there were still three-fifths of a person? Where does he exist, X? I want that debate too.
That's
I don't know,
actually
but
incorrect. I corrected him, officer.
Okay.
perfect. I have the score. I have the score. I have the score. All right. In the categories, respect for the other team, Manny got 5. Officer got 5. Information, Manny 4. Officer 5. Rebuttal, Manny 3. Officer 5. Use of facts and statistics, Manny 5. Officer 5. Organization, Manny 4. Officer 5. Understanding of topics, Manny 4. Officer 5. The final is Manny with 25 and Officer with 30.
Manny, good struggle. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. Good struggle.
That was actually one of the best debates we've had here so far.
Bruh.
If you ever want to run it,
Manny's been
It's all
dipping in the
good.
sauce.
if you ever
It's
want to
all
run it back for a round 2 on it, I'll take it someday. But good struggle. I appreciate it, Manny. Really, thank
good. Hey, I'll be a good sport about it. It's all good.
I love that you said you were dipping in the sauce, though. That did
I
not
have
fall on
been.
deaf ears.
I have been, but you know what? I'm not. The debate is over. It's all good. Good play, officer. Good play.
That was one of the most actually that was what it's supposed to look like. Like I want everybody to know that was a great I that was a great display of a debate. I'm really proud.
you.
That
What
was
was that
awesome,
final
guys.
score so I can mark this down on the chart?
It was 25 Manny and you had 30.
Okay, I'm just making a column for this. All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
That Bex was like how forensic debate, like on a collegiate level, when I do forensic debate, that's how they go. Even though I'm still in complete disagreement with the officer, but but that is I applaud you all because that is how forensic debate should go.
So, are you a black supremacist, 6'2"?
The fuck is wrong with you, dog?
Who is that?
Well, I've been listening to you, little girl, and it sure sounds to me like you have some
Don't
supremacy
respond to
issues.
that. Don't respond to that.
Okay, well that's a you issue, not a me issue. That's a you thing. So I don't care
Well,
about the.
it's a simple question. Alls I'm
It
asking
is
is, do
okay.
you
First and
think that
foremost, there's no
black
such
folks
thing
are
as
better than
alls.
white folks?
First and foremost, there's no such thing as alls.
Do
But I
you
do not.
think
I
that
don't.
black
I don't have.
folks,
I don't care what you think and what
can you
you
just answer the
suppose.
question?
I just did. I just answered you.
Oh, what
I
was it? What
don't
did you say?
care. I
You don't
said
care?
I don't care what you suppose.
No, I'm saying
Like
answer the
you matter
question. Can
not.
you answer the question
You.
on whether you think black
I
people are
answered
better
your
than
I
white
answered
people?
the question. I just didn't answer it the way you want me to
I want
answer
to
it.
know a direct answer.
And my
Because
direct answer is I don't give a
now
fuck
people think
what
you're
you
white.
think or what you
Now people are
feel or
judging
what
you.
you suppose.
Well, when you can't answer a simple question, I think
Again,
everyone's judging you.
I am telling you, I don't care if people judge me. What I am
Are
telling
you
you
a black
is
supremacist?
I am answering you very directly. I don't care
Answer
about your
louder.
question. I don't care about your question. I don't care about you. So you and your question are completely irrelevant. There is no answer to give that question. You
So
just don't like
you
that answer.
no,
It
the
doesn't
answer
matter. It
is
doesn't
that
matter.
if
It
the answer
doesn't
were
matter if
simple,
you,
you'd
it
give it.
doesn't
But you're a
matter.
black
It doesn't
supremacist, and
matter
it's
if you
obvious who you
continue to
are.
reconfigure. You
But
can
I will
continue.
clock you
You can
people every time I
continue.
run into one of
You
you.
can
I will clock you.
continue. You can
One of you.
continue. You
Oh
people.
yeah, one
You
of
can
you,
continue. Okay. You
black
can continue.
supremacists.
You can continue down that road all you want. You're going by yourself. That's all I'm telling you.
Robert, did you run away on purpose or
Oh no, I
what
got a
happened?
call. What's up? Oh yeah, no. What were we talking
Yeah.
about?
Okay. Yeah.
Remind me.
You
Remind
you
me.
misrepresented my definition of MAGA, and I was pretty
Oh
upset about it.
no. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. I wasn't. No, I didn't misrepresent. What I said is,
Yes, you did.
I would have
Yes, you did.
appreciated. No, I tried to stop you at every point in the conversation. I said I would have appreciated if we had done this because it would have meant more for the conversation. Because you oversimplified it too early, in my opinion. You just like your answer was not a good answer early on. I just wanted to
It
say
was a
you
perfect
would have
answer.
done yourself a better service to engage in it in depth, like I so eloquently did.
I think you just try to overcomplicate things because you don't want to admit
Exactly.
that those people who voted for Donald Trump because they agree with his ideologies would be considered MAGA.
But I think you're being intellectually dishonest if you say that because I broke it down, I think, pretty methodically, which is to say that we know this is to be true, that when you are the Republican or Democratic nominee for the presidential election, you are going to get 48 roughly percent of the vote. That is how it works. What puts a presidential figure into the books as a president? Well, a coalition. Obama had a coalition, Bush had a coalition, Trump has a coalition, and what can be defined as this voter bloc, what is called MAGA. And this is something I like do in data for my job every day is have to identify MAGA. It's they're people who can be understood in data. These are people who voted for Barack Obama. These are the same voters who voted for Bernie Sanders. These are the same voters who voted for Trump. These are the forgotten men and women. That's a term that's used for them. They're the economically downtrodden. They're generally in, let's say, Rust Belt states. Um, and that is currently MAGA. But what is to be certain, and I make this critique quite often, is that MAGA is not Republican. And what will be sure is that once he's gone, MAGA will not be loyal to the GOP. MAGA, this movement, whatever you want to call it, the forgotten men and women, they will go to whoever the populist is, period. So if the Democrats get the next populist, they will go to the Democrat Party. They're not loyal to the GOP. They're not Republicans.
They're not. They
So
will move
most of
around.
most
They're
of
going to move
MAGA are
around.
Republicans. Yeah, so most of those MAGA are Republicans. But let me ask you a question, okay? Because you said election, right? I want to touch on that just a bit. So are you telling me that the reason that MAGA was created as a concept was to help Donald Trump win the election? Is that what I'm hearing?
Not particularly, but sort of, because it's to say that how does a presidential so when a presidential nominee or candidate perspective goes to data firms or political consultancies and you test the market for their viability, you have to try to find a coalition for them. Surely, for Obama, that was black people, that was
And you
young
were saying
people.
that that coalition would have been put into place to help him win the election specifically,
It would
correct?
have been identified from his talking points. It's to say that when you then draft
Right.
policy, because Steve Bannon, if you don't know this, is who wrote Trump's policy book for the presidency. So it's to say they
Agenda
shop.
47?
No. What I'm talking
Okay.
about
That
is
doesn't
Jeffrey
matter.
Sessions.
We're getting close because you're going too far into like the explanation. That doesn't matter, right? The point being is that the coalition was created, right,
It wasn't
to help
created.
Donald Trump win the
You
election.
can't create a coalition.
Get
For
what?
these purposes, you can in general you can, but for the purposes of what we're saying, to create a
Yeah, but you can't
coalition would be
How are you defining
because
a coalition?
well, it's to say that the coalition we're discussing right now. Oh, and I'm so glad this little punk got up here. No, I'm kidding. I love Blue South, but
What is a coalition?
a coalition, as we're defining for these purposes, is going to be a group of voters that can be identified to thrust a presidential nominee from 40% to 51%.
Okay.
And they have to be identified by the moment. So it's to say that you can't really make the candidate can't make this voter block something that it's not. The candidate as a
Identified. I'm so glad
populist,
that you said
the
that word,
candidate
right?
as a
Because that's
populist represents their wants.
I'm so glad that you said identified, right? Because on the campaign trail, right, there were two individuals. One, what, and obviously nuance, right? But the major would have been the two individuals. One would have been the individual who voted for Donald Trump, right? We identified those individuals by the MAGA gear that they wore. Can we agree to that
Because he
statement?
becomes their vessel, sure. He
Right,
becomes
right.
their
I'm
vessel.
not disagreeing with you. Absolutely.
So
Right.
it's in reverse
There we
though. You
go.
don't make
Right.
the
So how
coalition.
do you become a
You bring
part
the
of that
candidate
MAGA
to
coalition?
unite the coalition.
Hold on. How do you become a part of that MAGA coalition?
Dog whistles.
Well, no. What generally brings people to that coalition is being part of an economically downtrodden demographic of people since the post 2008 recession have not been able to, for whatever reason, get back to where they once were, and they have an
Right.
animus towards our economy and our political system.
You're now explaining
Was
who those individual. Hold on, pause. You're now explaining a part of who those individuals are. Not all of them were this way, right? We
That's a
had
big
rich
chunk.
individuals that were flourishing. That's fine. We had rich individuals that also voted for Donald Trump that do not struggle within this country. And then
Well,
we have the
that
individual
would be
that you just
that would be
explained.
the
So
traditional GOP.
hold on, Robert, because the point that I'm making with this is that I asked a very clear question and you are giving me something different than what I'm asking, right? It's very simple. I need to know, how do we identify who those individuals are, right? What makes them a part of that
Economically
coalition? It's a
downtrodden.
very simple thing.
I just said it.
no. There's lots of other things.
No, because as I just told you, Robert, and me and you both agree, there are individuals that were not, hold on, there were individuals who, excuse me,
Sorry, I keep
who did
sneezing.
not
Give me one
feel as
sec.
though they were ignored and that they were on the downtrodden, who still voted
Right,
for
but
Donald Trump.
because
So
that's going to be the
clearly
hold on.
there is
I
another
want to
way for
explain
us
that
to
to you.
identify who these people
No, I
are.
want to
How do
explain
we
that to you.
do that?
I want to explain that to you.
I need to
So
know
the
how.
people that you're
This
explaining,
is a very
I'm trying to
simple
answer you
answer,
though. I'm
bro.
trying to answer you. So the people that you're explaining and saying like these rich fat cats, that's traditional GOP. They're not who I'm arguing isn't of the GOP. They are.
That's not what
That
I'm
is
asking.
their
I didn't
home.
say GOP.
MAGA is something functionally different. It identifies differently and it functions differently. And those
Okay.
people are not invited into the rich cat version of the GOP.
It does not. I did not ask you about the fucking GOP, bro. I didn't ask that.
But what I'm
We just
distinguishing
agreed that
here,
hold on. We just agreed that there are individuals that will be voting for Donald Trump no matter what because he is a part of the GOP. I get that. I understand that. Right? There are individuals who voted for Bernie Sanders that are also voting for Donald Trump. They're not a part of the GOP. I agree with that statement. However, both of these individuals were wearing MAGA gear. How do we make the distinction that those individuals were a part of that coalition versus
one would
Kamala
be
Harris? How do we
economically
make that distinction?
downtrodden versus the other. You made the case
Who is
yourself.
the other?
It's to say
Who
that
is
the
the
only
other?
thing that makes them different, minus the gear, if you will, is their economic condition. And
No,
this
no, no,
is
no, no.
and
You
this,
just
if I
answered the
may, hold
question,
on,
Robert. You just answered
if
the
I may,
question. Thank you.
can I finish my sentence? Because what is also then true is your acknowledgement of it's my point, which is it's in a big umbrella party. There are people from all charters of economic systems and social categories. And I think for that, what we're saying, and I think maybe you're agreeing with me now, is that the GOP can't be defined by what is MAGA. MAGA can't be defined by what is the GOP.
Okay. The
That's a long
gaslighting
way.
is not going to work. You will not be able to manipulate me into thinking that I'm agreeing with the point of yours because I made a clear fucking distinction on the fact that there are individuals who are different in their
You think I'm
ideologies or their
manipulating you?
economic stand. I'm still speaking in their
Do you
economic
hear me?
standing, right? Yeah, yeah. In their economic standing. However, these individuals who come from different races, different economic classes, are not a part of the GOP or are of the GOP. Those individuals still voted for Donald Trump, right? So the answer that I was looking for, if you were being intellectually honest, is that the way that we understand who these individuals are is by their gear and their support vocal
Incorrect.
or by ballot for Donald Trump.
Incorrect.
That is how we determine who is a MAGA, correct?
No,
That's
because
correct.
again,
I'm sorry. Then how are we
hold on.
supposed? Hold
This
on,
is
hold
why
on.
you can't
How
do
are we
that.
supposed to determine who a
T-Bone,
MAGA is?
you can't keep talking over me. Because then again, the reason why you would do yourself a disservice as to trying to categorize these people together is because these people will not likely, I don't see them in 2028 being at all a part of the GOP. I actually see them wholly defecting to the DNC. This category,
Yeah.
this category
It's
is
like
socially fairly liberal. They're economically downtrodden. These
that's
are
fine.
this is
This
a
is wrong.
category.
This is a
Can I tap
bad.
in for one
This
second,
is I
Robert?
no,
One
because
second,
we're just not being fucking. I never
please.
made the fucking claim that
You
in
haven't
10
made a
years from
claim.
now
I
they will
made
still
one.
be a part of the GOP.
You haven't made a
I'm the
claim.
one who's making the claim, Robert. I
No.
am. I am making,
What's your
yes,
claim?
I'm
What's your
going to say
claim?
it again. How we got to this point was I made a positive claim, right? That a MAGA would be an individual who agreed with Donald Trump's
I
ideology
told you
so
I didn't
much
disagree
so
with
that they
that.
would have casted their ballot for him.
You didn't have a
That is what
point
a
on
MAGA
that.
is.
You
You
didn't
all
have a
have
point there.
disagreed with me. And so now I am
I didn't
telling you what
disagree with
I
you.
mean when I say MAGA. Now here's my problem. Hold on, Robert.
I
Here's my
said you did
problem.
yourself
We
a
went,
disservice.
hold on, Robert. Here's my problem.
Make me
We
mod
went down
immediately.
the line of the differences between the individuals that voted for Donald Trump, right? We are agreeing that an individual can be heavily in support of the GOP, a part of the GOP, and cast their ballot for Donald Trump. We can also agree that there were liberals who voted for Bernie Sanders who also casted their ballot for Donald Trump, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
So
when I am making the
Bell really wants to
statement
jump
that you
in.
can have
T-Bone,
clear
what we're not going to
differences
do is
between
we're not going to
individuals
interrupt
that
Bell.
supported Donald Trump, but they still supported Donald
You're
Trump, that is
gone.
one
You're
thing that
gone,
all of
Post.
them have in common, right? Is that they casted their ballot for Donald Trump.
They have a
So,
lot more in
T-Bone, can I
common though
just
than
point out?
I want to
T-Bone.
Can
respond.
I
I
just
want to
point out
respond
one
after Bell and Blue.
similarity? What was the big oof and the big rush when it came to MAGA, right? If you take Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Communists, and Socialists, what is one thing, one similarity that they all have? They are extremely fed up with this government. They low-key want to overthrow it. I feel like that's what drove them to, or that's what they were attracted to when it came to MAGA and Donald Trump. And I can't lie, as a Republican, I did want him to drain the swamp, right? It's another thing that he manipulated everyone. Also, I feel like this was another way he manipulated the whole party, right? He said it from the beginning. I'm going to run as a Republican, yet... And he won. He won. He manipulated everyone, in my opinion. But you got to keep that in mind, T-Bone. The similarity when it comes to all of these parties, right? Even independents, anarchists, everyone. What was one thing that they all have in common? We are all fed up with the government, and he gave us that belief, or he made us believe that he's gonna change something. Like he's
Yeah,
gonna transform the government. Am I wrong?
you're not
Yes, you're
wrong, but you're
wrong.
not
The
entirely
exit
right
poll
on that.
tells
There's
you
an
that you're
How am
wrong.
I
The exit
wrong?
poll tells you that the biggest
Fuck.
reason that individuals voted for Donald Trump was because of fucking immigration and the
What?
economy. So this claim,
I did
I'm
not vote
telling
on
you what the exit.
immigration. I don't
I'm
care
still,
about
guys.
immigration.
Yeah,
Honestly, it's
yeah,
not
that's
at the
fine.
top of
You
my
may
list.
not care about Bell. You may not care about immigration. I didn't ask you what Bell thinks. I didn't say you think. What I am saying is that the exit poll clearly states that the biggest reasons for voting for Donald Trump was because of immigration and because of the economy.
Was
Either ways, it
overthrowing the
doesn't
government
matter.
on that list? Was that overthrowing the government on the list of options for them to choose? Because I promise you,
No,
Can you
because it
interrupt the
wasn't
host
something
again,
that they
Bell?
were
You're being
hold
concerned
on.
with.
You have BLM protesters
No, because it
who
wasn't
are
something that
MAGA,
they were
who
concerned
became
with.
MAGA. Like, what are we doing?
No, because it wasn't something they were concerned with.
Okay.
If it was a concerning topic, it would have made it on the
because
database. As I was
yeah,
saying before, I was
But
rudely
draining the
interrupted,
swamp
guys.
is kind
As
of
I said,
Can we hear
I'm
from
regardless,
sorry
it
Blue?
to
does not
rudely
go to my
interrupt
point.
you.
Blue's
yeah.
been
All
waiting
of
Regardless, it
patiently.
does not go. Regardless, it doesn't matter and doesn't go to my point, because regardless of whether you thought the biggest issue was immigration, whether it was about trans women, whether it was about the economy, whether it was about getting homeless people off of the street, right? There was something that drove you to putting a Make America Great Again hat on the top of your head and going and casting your ballot for him. It doesn't matter
Being
what your reason
economically
was.
downtrodden.
You agree with it
No.
enough. That's fine, Robert. You can take that as one as
It's
well.
fact.
The
It's
point that I am
fact.
making, that's fine, Robert. I'm not denying. Let's just say what you're saying is a fact. That is fine. What I am saying is, as well, is that there are individuals who are a part of the GOP who didn't feel as though their voices weren't being heard, economically fucking wealthy, who said, I'm tired of seeing brown people and I want them gone.
They
Those
don't
Yeah,
feel that way.
people
that's
There's not a
true.
single rich
also
person
That is
that feels
true.
that
voted
way. Rich
for
people don't
fucking
mind.
Donald
They like
Trump.
brown people.
Duran, no, Duran, I need you
Rich
to answer.
people
Is it
love
a true
brown
statement?
people.
Duran, stop. Is it a true statement that individuals that were economically wealthy who made the statement that they hated immigration also voted for Donald Trump?
Can you ask that question again? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Is it also a true statement that the people who were economically wealthy who said, I cannot stand immigration, also casted their ballot for Donald Trump?
I don't think there's
Yes,
that
white
many wealthy
replacement theory.
people. Well, no,
Yes,
hold on.
yes, white replacement
He
theory
asked
is a
Robert.
thing.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
it's proximity to
So
power. It's whoever the dog
He
whistles
didn't
work
ask
on.
you.
That's the common thread. It's all right, Brown. I was been trying to put in here. T-Bone, you're right. The common thread is anybody who falls for the dog whistles that go back to racism. That is the one thing. Whether you'll always have voters like the Bernie Trump voters. Those are people we call politically dumb. They just always vote
oh
for the
wow.
anti. Yeah, no, they do. They vote for the anti-incumbent. They think that just
Okay.
who's ever in power, they vote for the opposite.
Talk
There's
about
been
elitist.
studies done on the Bernie Trump voters. But then you also have to remember that Bernie bros, they also have an authoritative tendency. They lean towards authoritarianism.
Let's
And that's also
go.
the common thread in your MAGA voter is their propensity for authoritarianism because their brain psychology is just
Wait,
completely
wait,
fucked
wait,
up.
wait, wait, wait,
Oh
wait, wait,
wow.
wait, wait. Hold
Okay.
on. I
Wow.
would
Yeah,
like to.
no.
Sure.
I've been quiet for a
Just
very
go.
long time. I would like to push back on that a little bit. How
Mhm.
are Bernie Bros more authoritarian than Democrats?
Yeah, I remember a bunch of Bernie bros like just bullying everybody after Bernie
They are.
lost. They're very misogynistic. I mean,
But no,
they
wait,
may
wait,
care
wait,
about
wait, wait,
other
wait,
How
wait.
does that
Hold
people,
on,
make
hold on, hold
someone
on.
but
I'd
they
like to
do
authoritarian?
wait, wait,
How
wait.
does
align.
that make someone
Wait,
authoritarian?
yeah. How does that make them authoritarian?
Because the basic tenet of authoritarianism is you listen to me. If you don't listen to me, you're going to listen to the person I elect, and you're just going to like it, right?
No, that's not
Bernie
even. That's
Bros.
how. Where is that anywhere
Ber-
in
Bernie
authoritarianism?
Bros just couldn't stand that Bernie lost the election, and
But
they
wait, that
fall for the
none of that is.
DNC
But
rigged it
your
bullshit.
claim was that they're authoritarian, like
Yeah,
mega.
yeah.
How are Bernie Bros any more
Oh, sure.
authoritarian than
Here,
Democrats?
give me a second. I'll find you an article. Hold on.
I don't need an article. I just need an answer.
I've read it like years ago, but I'll find it if you want to read it together. Just hold on. We're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
read
I
an
think that
article.
there's
Nah,
certainly
don't
those
believe everything you
overlap because
read, bro.
they're the Bernie Bros that I would say manifest in today's modern political discourse is going to be like the Silicon Valley team, and they are openly authoritarian. Let's say like your Peter Thills
Did they vote
and
for Donald Trump?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No, hey, I got you're talking to like head. I love authoritarianism. What are you
But
talking
well,
about?
look, but that's. I wanted you to bring it back to my point that I was making because there are differences in individuals politically ideology, right? But there is a common theme between those who are the Bernie Bros and those who said I hate Latino people and those who are trailer trash, whatever you name it. That are men that felt like this economy is not hearing my voice and now I can't afford a fucking home for my family. Trailer,
T-Bone,
excuse me.
T-Bone,
And so
T-Bone.
the point that I'm making with this, go ahead, Bill. Which one?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
they hate Latino people. You're gonna tell me that this was the first time in history that the majority of Latinos voted for Trump? What are we doing? You telling
Did
me
you
that
say
all
it?
Voted
Latinos that voted for
Republican.
Okay.
Did you
Trump
say it
were Lat-
was?
Okay.
Yeah,
what?
they did
All right.
vote. Yeah, Latinos overwhelmingly voted Republican this year.
Yes,
I mean,
you
last
telling me that
administration.
Latinos hate Latinos now?
The majority of
That's not what
Latinos
I
usually vote
said.
Republican, I
That's
thought.
not what I said. You weren't listening to what I said.
Oh,
No,
but I'm
you're
sorry, then
usually
misunderstood.
Democrats.
Okay, go ahead,
Yes,
finish.
what
I'm
I
sorry.
said was the people who said I can't stand these Latino people. I want them out. That's what I'm
Nobody
talking about.
says that. Nobody says that.
Then
We
you're
Listen,
want
you
them.
talking
you
about
can
the
you
Yes,
can
I
say that.
do.
Latinos
That's fine.
too.
I done
The
heard people
Latinos
say
wanted
we
the
don't
Hold the
want them
Latinos
fuck
out
Latino.
too.
on.
Then
I'm just telling
Nobody
you what the
says that,
people told me.
T-Bone.
Look.
well, what
I was
people?
on this app for a while. Every day I'm going live. I had conversations with these people every day. They came up and told me. Some people just straight up,
You're
bluntly,
gaslighting us
look,
right now.
them black, they I'm not lying to you, Duran.
You are talking
Did we
about
not just have somebody
SBA.
come up
Hold
on here
on. You're
yesterday
talking.
and today? No, not yesterday. It was 2 days ago. And today, using the N-word verb.
I
Okay,
guarantee he's
but
a
T-Bone,
Democrat.
how do you explain the Latinos that voted for
No, not yesterday. It was 2 days ago.
I
Okay,
guarantee he's
but
a
T-Bone,
Democrat.
how do you Latinos to get out?
Oh
Oh, for
wow,
fuck's sake.
you are such a sadist.
Wild for Latinos to get out. Wild. Where do you come up with this shit? Like, no joke.
I would
He
agree with
pulls
Blue
it
on that.
straight out of his ass, right?
Straight out of the
Sorry, excuse me,
DNC's
y'all. I
dirty
got a phone
pod.
call. And so, as I was saying, these people would get up here bluntly and call me the N-word. These people,
Me too.
they blunt with
Yep.
it, right? And so these people came up here to tell you, like, hey, I have a problem with MS-13. I have a problem with the fact that these people come from third world countries like Haiti, like Venezuela, and they flood our borders and they come in here and mess with the culture of the United States of America. I have a problem with that.
True,
And
but
I
that's
want these
not.
people gone.
Well, hold on, but
That's
that's
what
not
they
The
said.
white replacement theory
that's
is a
not a
thing.
I hate you equation. That's a this
Yes, it is.
country administratively cannot hold and sustain you. You
Well,
need to
we ain't
go
going
home.
nowhere,
But
It's
that's
a
not what
bitches.
they said,
logistical
Robert.
thing.
Robert,
No,
that's not what they
no.
said.
It's
T-Bone,
administrative.
he acting like
Donald Trump did not say we
he
cannot
acting like white
sustain. Hold
replacement
on.
theory was not a
Donald Trump did
thing.
not say we cannot sustain these individuals being here. He said that we have a problem with Haitian people coming over here and eating the cats and dogs. That's what he said.
Well, look, are they ruining the blood of
Am I wrong?
American culture? Yes, they are.
Okay,
Well,
so
then,
now
then
we
what?
being honest about it, right?
Well,
So there were
no,
people that said
because
that. So
no,
why am I
because
being?
hold on,
Why
no,
everybody
because
coming at me like I said something wrong?
you're misconstruing our words, and I'd like to clarify what it means to say that these
This is
foreign folk
bullshit.
ruin the blood of our nation. It's to say that these people come with their third world tendencies. They bring their baggage, they bring their bullshit, and they bring the end. And so what I'm saying is that if you want to have a country that's functional in the West, we bring other Westerners. The flooding of our nation with these third worlders will be our demise. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay, so
Call it what
let's
it
bring it
is.
back.
White
Hold on
replacement
just a second.
theory.
Let's
It's
bring it
white
back to my
replacement
point.
theory.
Right. I agree with that too, right? People voted for that, regardless, right? Let's bring it back to my point, right? There's individuals who agree with immigration, or I'm sorry, disagree with how immigration was going. There were individuals that hated trans women being in women's sports and in the bathrooms, right? There are
Yep.
individuals that come from different economic
On both
classes, people
sides,
that they
on both
voted for
sides,
prior to. The point
on
being,
both
absolutely,
sides.
on both sides. On both sides, I don't disagree with you. The point being, and the point that
Bigots
I
on the
am
left.
making, is that there were overlaps. And these overlaps were so enough that they saw Donald Trump on the campaign trail, saw Agenda 47, saw him on the podcast, and said, that's the man that I'm voting for. Give me the hat. They said,
But if I
give me
may,
the hat, give me the
if
shirt,
I may, the reason why
Okay,
let
people
me
wait,
go to
hold
the
on.
identify with you
rallies
though
Yeah,
is
yeah. Can
because
I
that
I'm
get?
they're
excited
not
Wait,
to vote for this man. And what
these
I'm
are
telling
not.
you, hold on just a
Republicans.
second. Hold on just a second. And what I'm telling you, Duran, is that a MAGA would be that. That
But
is
we
what a
don't
MAGA
Are
is.
we
identify
only talking about,
enough.
wait, real quick, Durant, just real quick. I'm so sorry. I just want to clarify. Are we
You're good.
only talking about second term MAGA or are we talking about MAGA overall? Because I just wanted to
Oh,
clarify.
that's a
I am specifically referring to second term.
Okay,
That's just me.
okay. To Bell's point earlier, right? It doesn't apply to your point, but I just want to clarify. Would agree that first term MAGA had an anti-government, anti-establishmentarianist kind of mindset because of what we all know, the whole, conspiracy theory of like the whole QAnon shit, right? We know that
Yes.
that was a huge basis, right, within his like within his like voters, right? They were like, anti-corruption
Yeah.
or, deep state, all that kind of stuff. Second term, now I'm gonna agree, right, with T-Bone here. I don't think that really played a role anymore. I think that and I think that was the con that got a lot of people to go to the Republican side, claiming it to be an anti-establishmentary movement that was happening, and then they kind of Trojan horse that to be able to then just turn these people that would typically be anti-establishment or independent voters that could be swayed. They were able to con them by getting them to the Republican Party, getting them under this populism of Trump. And then now, like, as we see what's happening, serving them, right, these neoconservative talking points, right, where they're like, super pro Zionists, right? They're super pro war with Iran, all this kind of stuff, which is like the deep state apparently just disappeared overnight, right?
Yeah.
Nobody questions that.
That
But
I
to
would
T Bone's point, the top three
three things as to why people voted for Trump in this last election was immigration, economy, and then also trans issues or topic. Those were the three number one or the three bases as to why people voted MAGA in this most recent
But
election.
that's why I also said,
Yeah.
Mikey, the manipulation. It was manipulation. I will admit to that there was a lot of manipulation, especially this term.
Yeah,
But
it's the dog
Sure, but
the
whistles.
point that I'm
but
bringing
remember
up with
T-Bone's
this is
point.
that
Yeah,
if you
T-Bone's point is if you agreed with the rhetoric of Trump, right? And I would say, just to embolden your point further, first term or second term, right? Because there was kind of parallel rhetoric there that he tried to use. Now we can say that it was more disingenuous on the second term from what we saw from the first. But if you agreed and gravitated towards that rhetoric, then that would make you
No,
MAGA
no,
based
because
on concept.
no,
That's what
but
T-Bone's arguing.
you're
thank you.
forgetting
What
other
Well, I
concept?
mean,
things though.
he's
You're
really
wait,
trying
hold
to
on.
conflate things.
You're forgetting that a lot of people voted for him because Republicans mainly, I will say like me, is that I felt that he didn't finish the job, right? He only had 4 years and I felt like I
For
was going to
sure,
get
that's
2016 Trump back. Do you
but
understand?
that means that, right. But I
The
know,
Trump
but
we
that's what
got
I'm saying.
back.
Though.
Oh,
I go through
jeez.
his mother.
Can you
if I
put
could
on
do
mute though for a
Can I
second?
finish, please? Can I
But
really
we're not
finish?
talking about
This is
practical. I just
nothing.
want to clarify. We're not
Okay.
talking about practical application, Bell. We're talking about rhetoric used on the campaign trail, and the rhetoric that he used on the campaign trail gave you that notion that you were going to get the final boss, super based fucking Trump guy, anti-establishment, drain the swamp guy
Yes.
that you thought you were going to get in the first
Yes.
term.
so,
And
Yes.
but
that okay, great. So that's
I
what
thought he was
T-Bone's
going to
saying.
continue that.
the
That's
But
what
the
no,
T-Bone.
the
That's what
candidate
T-Bone is
doesn't.
saying. Just
but
real
you're
quick,
missing
just
the
so I can land my
point though,
plane.
because
That's what T-Bone
MAGA.
is saying that makes somebody MAGA.
Yeah, no, to me,
Uh,
MAGA is somebody who has never called him out, who has agreed with everything that he does. I've
No,
been
you're
calling
just
his
no,
ass out
you're
for 4 years.
no. You're conflating.
Even when he was
No,
in office
no,
in
no,
Okay,
2016,
so
no.
I'm gonna
You're
bow out of
MAGA
conflating.
is
this.
back. He
Don't take
can't
that
do
as a
any
Okay,
wrong.
concession.
Bell,
Like
Bell,
I'm
You're
Bell,
gonna.
Bell.
conflating that being MAGA
If
this is
I
makes
not
you a
that
say,
story.
sycophant.
if I make this statement, right, trans people in women's sports has got to stop. And once we do that, that makes America great again. I'm gonna go cast my ballot for the guy who's gonna do that. Right? Right. Now, Donald Trump has not passed a single policy. We're saying theoretically. He has not. Oh, you know what's even better? War, right? Let's use that term. He said no new wars. You said having America have no new wars will make America great again, right? We are now currently in a war. Does that then mean that you, as Bell, who agreed that we shouldn't be in no new wars, changed your perception and now you want us in war? Is that what that means?
No, hold on. So
I'm
that's what I'm talking
asking,
about.
yes or no?
No, because yes,
Great.
I'm not with him. I don't back him anymore. But
Right, right.
MAGA,
I'm not
well, hold
disagreeing that
on.
you don't back Trump.
MAGA,
No, but
one
you're not.
second, once
Oh my
no, you're missing the
God.
point. MAGA is making
You're
excuses for the
missing
war.
my point, Bell. And this is why you
Real
keep trying to go
Republicans
into
are
an
not making
explanation for
excuses
something
for
that
the
is not
war.
needed. I was not done landing my plane. The only thing I needed was a yes or no. You
Why do
just
you
said
take so
no.
long to land? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Hold on. I just want
follow
to
up
clarify a
question.
comment I
Yes,
just
holy
made.
fuck.
Please let me.
Follow up
I have to.
question to you. Hold on.
I don't love
Follow
Bell's
up
butt.
question. Hold on. Follow up question. Did Donald Trump say no new wars, which was enough for you to identify yourself as MAGA,
Can someone
which is
mute
an
me?
idea that you still believe in? Was that an
No, mute the
ideology
comment.
that he said on the campaign trail enough for you to cast your ballot for him?
That is one of the
Y-
reasons why I
y-
voted for
y-
him.
yes.
Yes,
Holy
but that
fuck.
does not fucking make me MAGA.
Wait, no, yes, because okay, here's
No,
the
it doesn't.
conflation. That's hold
No,
on. Let me
because
try to bridge this. Let me try to
I
bridge this.
voted mainly for the party. I got lucky. I liked him. I think I voted for McCain.
I know. What I'm trying to explain is there's a conflation that's happening here. Okay, this is why you and T-Bone are talking past each other. There's a miscommunication that's happening. You're conflating being a sycophant, being like a Trump sycophant, with being MAGA. T-Bone is being maximally charitable here. in saying what is individuals that are, or what individuals are that is MAGA, is not that you are a sycophant to Trump and that you agree with every action that Trump does and you think that he couldn't possibly make a mistake or that he couldn't possibly go against his word. That's not what T-Bone's saying it is. T-Bone is saying that what is MAGA is aligning yourself with the original concept of what the purpose of the campaign was, whether that be, again, he's only saying second term, right? But I would just say whether that was first term and bleed through to the second term, or if it was solely based on the campaign of the second term, because there is a parallel there with what he told you would get. It clearly spoke to your greater desires. You aligned with those things. And you said, I'm going to cast my ballot for this. That's what makes somebody MAGA, not a
He
sycophant. There's a
he was
Because
distinction.
conflating
I
the same
fucking
thing,
I
which is
had
what I
no
Or
called
other
out
Coleman.
earlier.
choice.
You
But
can
I
say
wasn't
Coleman.
gonna give my vote to
can I jump in
Kamala.
though? Because
I
what
had no
bothers
other
me in this
choice.
equation is that I went from a conversation that I easily could have handed T-Bone on his ass to Bell taking over the conversation where this has now fallen flat on its
Oh,
ass.
I'm
And so what I
sorry.
don't want to say is that I'm making that conversation mine at all.
All right,
Can
I'm
we talk
sorry,
about the third
Robert.
category that I think
But
nobody
go
ever
ahead and
brings
give
up?
him. Go ahead, hand his ass. What would you say? Let's see you
No,
do it.
because now they
Can we
just
talk
did the
about
same.
the
Because no, Mikey literally led you into the same position I was going to go with T-Bone, and it worked beautifully. It would I knew it would have.
Okay, so
But can
I'm
we talk about the
confused.
third category? Can we talk
Listen,
about the
great
third
minds think
category of
alike,
people that
Duran.
nobody ever brings up? Um, there are a subsect of human, I mean, not humans, Americans. There's a subsect of Americans who are more thinking like me, that both sides are corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Both sides are trash. Both
Hmm.
sides are bullshit, and we need to get rid of the system, the duality
Yeah.
system that we have right now. And because Trump, I don't know if this falls into what y'all think, but I don't think it does. But because Trump was, I'm going to drain the swamp, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to take you away from the norm and the status quo.
Yeah, yeah.
He got some of those. That's the reason why he got some of
That's
those
that's
so-called
the
Bernie
anti
bros. You know what I
right.
mean?
That's
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
some of the. That's
anti-establishmentarianism that I was talking about. That was what he tried to.
okay.
That was what
But
he was pandering to, was people that are, both
but hold
sides
on,
are
hold on. Let me
corrupt.
let
The
me finish,
system has
Mikey. Let me
problems.
finish,
All of
Mikey.
that.
Let me finish, Mikey. But that's what I think Bill is saying, because even though she's a lifelong Republican, there are people who never voted Republican, and they decided, okay, I'm gonna go with this person because last time he said he was gonna do what he said he was gonna do. I'm not gonna start any new wars. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that, and he pretty much lived up to it. And then this time he did a complete fucking 180, and you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't think those people would be considered MAGA. I just really don't, because especially if you only voted for him one time. I don't think they would
Well,
be considered MAGA. I think the argument that Bill is making is that MAGA is the ones who won't stand up against him and won't criticize him on anything. Whereas her just being a Republican and not being MAGA, she will absolutely criticize him
well,
when she feels like he's not doing what he ran on.
yeah, but
You
the
feel what I'm
the
saying? Do that
difference
make
that
sense?
no, I hear, no, yeah, I hear you, right? But where I would say, when I think of MAGA and I think back to when it started, right? When Trump's first term, first campaign started, right?
Mm.
I was in like my final years in high school, but I remember this, right?
Oh shit, you a
Very
baby.
distinctly, right? It was, yeah, I'm 26, man. But anyways, it was something that was very, it was very, very foundationally based around the idea of anti-establishmentarianism. At least
Right.
as an idea. As an idea, that was what it was. You would correlate with the first thing you'd correlate MAGA to, and any MAGA creator that you talk to, it would be MAGA and draining the swamp, or MAGA equals addressing the corruption, right? MAGA addresses shrinking the governmental powers, all of these kind of things. That
Yes.
was what it was correlated to, right? So that's where I would say that yes, even those people, again, because we're not talking about the way that Trump practically applied this, we're just talking about the concept itself, and those that agreed with said concept, those people would be considered to be MAGA under the fact that the idea of MAGA as a concept was anti establishment.
Right. But that's why I didn't vote for him the first time, because I didn't believe him. I thought he was full of shit. It was just gonna be
Yeah.
more, you know what I'm saying? He just another fucking businessman coming up here playing a politician. I thought he was full
Did
of
you vote for
shit.
him
But
the
then
second
he
time? I'm
actually,
just curious.
no, not the second time either. The
Okay.
third
The
time I did.
third
Or the
time.
third
But
time.
I
The
did,
third. I meant the third time. My bad.
yeah, the
I
third time I
forget that
did.
it's
The
three
second time I
times.
didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second time I didn't. The third time I did. Because but the second time I thought Biden was at least partially competent. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. We all make mistakes. But the third time I did, because I'm like, after seeing what happened with Biden was at least partially competent. Happened with Biden in the last administration and Kamala being his vice president, it just kind of, to me, it seemed like common sense that she was the one running shit behind the scenes, and it didn't look good to me. You know what I'm saying? And then we turn around and we was hearing all these stories about Democrats flooding the borders with immigrants so they can pretty much pad the vote and Democrats would never lose again. I thought that shit was anti-American as fuck. But that's me being a libertarian. Like I think our government should be as small as fucking possible because. But that's me being a libertarian. Like, to be completely honest, they really done nothing good for everyday average citizens since what the 60s,
Yeah,
60s,
so
early
you're
70s. You know what I mean? Like, it's
so
been shit
you're a
since then.
minarchist. Yeah, you're like a minarchist. Like you would probably be aligned with people like Ron Paul, Thomas
Yes,
Massey.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Rand Paul definitely, but it's just I don't know, man. I'm gonna take it to conspiracy theory, so somebody else take it away because I was
No,
about to
yeah.
start. I was about to start talking about our
But yeah,
little brother over there in the Middle East.
Bell or Duran. Do you guys understand? I mean, I think Duran understood it maybe a little bit more than Bell did. Bell, do you understand what T-Bone's saying when he's saying that people that cast their vote for Trump are MAGA, whether they want to hold that label now, right, or not? It
But
still
this is
is the
like,
case that they are MAGA.
but this is like saying that anyone who voted, but this is like saying anyone who voted Democrat, even the communists and the socialists, are Democrat.
They aligned with. I would say that conceptually they aligned with the Democratic policies that they decided to vote for.
No,
Unless
no,
of course,
no,
Yes.
no, 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 no,
unless of course,
That's
no,
the
wait,
thing.
Yes.
That's
because
what
we're
I'm saying.
conflating.
Now you're
Because
gonna
what
start
we're
fucking
conflating now. Because what we're
damn.
conflating. Because what we're conflating now is political ideology, right? Because let's be clear, there are Democrats who voted for Donald Trump, right? So you can have both
and
tags.
you're
You
making
who voted for Donald Trump. So you can have both
and
tags.
you're
You could
making
have
them
been
MAGA.
a.
You're making them MAGA.
You could.
And that's where the
Yes, they are
conflation has
also
happened
MAGA.
for
That
T-Bone.
is
You
what I
you've
am.
tried to conflate
Now we're
things that
getting it,
I
guys.
wouldn't
Holy
say
shit!
are
So
defined
you
as
could be a
MAGA though.
Democrat and be
That's what
MAGA.
he's
That's
saying.
possible.
So you could be a
You could be a
communist.
libertarian and be MAGA.
Okay, so you're telling me all the communists and all the
Yes, you could have been
socialists
a
that
But
vote
communist and
T-Bone,
been
Democrat.
T-Bone,
Democrat and be
That's what
MAGA.
he's
That's
saying.
Don't say
possible. You could have been a
socialists. Hold
communist and
on.
been
T-Bone,
Hold
MAGA.
this
on a minute.
undermines the
Hold on.
position of what is MAGA. This is where you do your
This
own
is not
argument a
hard.
disservice by
Exactly.
broadening it to the point that it's everything. What does that mean?
Exactly.
It's
We getting
something. It's
somewhere. I tell you what it
identifiable. It's a
means. We
voter
getting
block.
somewhere. I'm so glad you said that. During. What it means is that if you voted for fucking Donald Trump, that you were fucking MAGA.
Right.
It's not fucking
Right.
hard.
So once again, you're back to your premise, which the GOP is MAGA, which it isn't.
That's not what I said.
You just said
There are people who are a
Yeah.
part of the GOP who did not vote for Donald Trump because they did not agree with him running our country. They would not have been MAGA.
Yeah, they're called the never Trumpers.
Right. They're not MAGA.
Yeah, you're right. It's like Rick Wilson, the Lincoln Project, those people.
So the only true Republicans were like 100,000 Republicans in this country that did the Never Trump thing.
The never Trump,
Everyone else
100,000.
is MAGA. Everyone else is
I
MAGA. So you
think they're
think
bigger
MAGA
than
took
100.
99.99% of the party over?
No. Well, remember what I said earlier that there's a lot of people that never voted in their life except that they voted for Donald Trump the first
Correct.
time.
This would be a
Yeah, these are just
unique
the
category.
politically
What you're saying is a
disengaged.
unique category that can be
Wait, let
put
me
into the MAGA coalition.
wait. Let me ask a good question here to what Duran's saying. T-Bone, I want to test your logic. If somebody voted for Trump his first term, let's say his second term, right? Or his second attempt, not term, but second second attempt, or and then didn't vote for him on the third run and voted instead for Kamala, right? Is this individual still MAGA?
So if
He
we're
was about to say
taking
yes. Yeah, you almost said
yeah,
yeah.
so if we're taking okay. Go ahead, Bell, because you know my answer. I'm just a big
Oh, I want to
dummy
hear
up
you,
here.
T-Bone. I want to hear you, T-Bone. I want to hear you.
Yeah,
T-Bone.
so in the way that I am utilizing it in current day, I would say no. That is my
Okay.
personal opinion on that, right?
So it matters on the
If
most
we're
recent
keeping
election.
it consistent with the concept, Yeah, if we're keeping it consistent with the concept, then yes. The only reason that there is a huge issue that comes into play here is because there were two different terms that he was in office. There are people who could have learned from the first term and said, yeah,
Right.
this is not the guy that I fucking want. I do not want to be a part of MAGA anymore, so I don't want to cast my ballot. Once that
Yeah.
distinction that this is not the guy, I am not going to be MAGA, you're no longer
Now,
MAGA.
now what if okay, now here's another one. So I agree with you on that. I think that's logical. What if somebody voted for Trump on his third run, right? This second term that he has, they voted for him, but they didn't align with the policies. They actually don't agree with those policies, but they're like, let's say, like an accelerationist or something. And they think that he will speed up this destruction of the system so that their ideology would be able to come to rise.
Can you say it one more time? It cut out for me.
Yeah. What if somebody voted for him this third time, right? But they completely disagreed with all of his policies. They think that his policies were absolutely dog shit, but the reason that they voted for him was because they're like an accelerationist that believed that he would speed up the destruction of the system for their ideology to be able to come into play.
What is their
Chaos
ideology?
agents.
Are we
It
talking
would
like
still be
Well,
MAGA
it's just
as
I
long
don't
as
know. I
you
mean, it could be
still
anything,
agree
right? It
with
could
the
be
policy at the base time. You still
yeah.
agree with the policies.
wait. When you're saying you agree with the policies, what do you mean by that? Because I'm saying like their ideology, like they recognize these policies are
As in
terrible.
saying
Mhm.
yes, yes, that they agree that the policies are so terrible, terrible enough that it
Mhm.
will achieve
Yeah,
whatever they want the outcome to
that
be,
it still
and so they're
appeases
going to
them.
cast their ballot for it.
Okay,
Yeah, except for one,
okay,
the
yeah.
drain the
So it's so
swamp
terrible that it
ideology.
appeases them.
Well, no, one of them could
So
drain the swamp could work for them if they're an
so yeah, I would
accelerationist. The
I would
question is, what are they trying to
right.
accelerate towards? Are we talking like Bugaloo Boys and the
Well, that's what I
Fuentes
mean is
kids, like those
well,
guys?
well, that's
Well,
what, well,
for
that's what I
me,
was going to
let's
say. Was
finish
there?
the
There
point.
could be well, there could be a plethora, right? Communists. I mean, I know some accelerationist communists
Mm.
that stated that they voted for Trump because they wanted that. They're like, I'm tired of this. I want things to get so bad for the working class, for the proletariat, that it eventually results in this forcible kind of class collaboration happening as a means of what'll happen to the system. And then obviously, yes, you also have people like Richard Spencer's or the Nick Fuentes, right? Or, whatever the case is, that are like, yeah, Trump's absolutely cooked, right? We're going to vote for him anyways because it's going to speed up this kind of, whether it be racial tension or whatever the case is within the country to bring it to a head fold, right? Where, we would be able to actually see what we want to have within the country to come to pass. So I was just
So,
wondering if those
it,
people would still be considered to be MAGA or
Mm,
not.
yeah, and T-Bone, has he answered that?
Yeah, he did. He
I
did.
think he did. Yeah, he said he would to be consistent. If you're voted for
Yeah.
Trump,
He
you're
said. He
Well,
mega.
said.
but and if
Yeah. He
and if
said. Well, and it wasn't just because they voted. I want to be charitable here, Durant, in case you didn't
if
hear
I
that.
may,
He said it was because the policies would have appeased the individual, even if it was the case that they said these policies were so terrible, they were terrible enough to appease those individuals to cast their vote.
Mm,
but even if you're using
I don't
T-Bone
know.
just having voted for Trump as the qualifier for what is MAGA, what distinguishes the 48% of Republicans that will vote for Republicans no matter what and his coalition that we've been discussing? Is there then no coalition? And then what do you assign as the name to that Republicans that will vote for Republicans as the name to that coalition if we're broadening his coalition name to the entire GOP?
The racist
Also,
religious right.
also, you
I'm
got to
sorry. What?
distinguish those
Can
people
you
that I was
say that
talking about
again,
earlier
Duran?
who were just anti.
Guys, I'm sneezing.
Also, you have to distinguish those people who I was talking about
I
earlier
might be
who are
on a
more
delay.
like
My
me,
bad.
like a libertarian, more of an anarchist, and are more anti-establishment. They just didn't want more of the same shit that we was already seeing. So they didn't have no choice but to vote for Trump. Because who's really a Green Party
I mean, to be
viable
fair,
candidate at
as
this
somebody who
point? You know what
knows,
I
well,
mean?
yeah, but to be fair, somebody who used to be an anarchist, I think plenty of people know this. I've read a lot of libertarian theory. The route for those individuals to go, because typically libertarians are not accelerationists; they're typically incrementalist. The route that you would want to go, and I'm kind of letting you know this, Brown, would be what's called agorism. It's called peaceful noncompliance. which is where you would just simply say, until you see a representative like a Massey, like a Ron Paul, whatever the case is, that's running for this position of presidency, you would just simply abstain your vote. You would not facilitate the continuation of that system because you would be peacefully non-complying with that system.
Not necessarily especially when it comes to Trump, because his first administration where he was actually in office, I'm not talking about the one he lost, but when he was actually in office, he pretty much did what he said he was going to do. So then when he comes around to the third time, and I think he actually has a chance of winning, especially when I'm looking at his counterpart, Kamala fucking Harris, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be more of the same bullshit. And keep in mind, I've been preaching that we was entering World War III for like the last 2 or 3 years. Like, I've been saying this shit, streaming it from the fucking mountaintops for a long time. I used to do whole hour-long lives on it. And there's multiple people on this panel who can tell you that that's true. So I already saw where this shit was going. And he's the only one saying that I'm not going to enter us into any new wars, no more forever wars, all this other shit on the campaign trail. And then he turned around and did exactly the opposite of what he said he was going to do. So I think you can't call those people who didn't necessarily like either choice. They just felt like this would be the better choice. I don't think you could call them MAGA. Like that just doesn't make sense to me, because
but like you said, if you agreed with what he said he was going to do, because again, we're not talking about practical application. I think we can all agree, and I think this is why MAGA is dead, right? And I think Durant would agree with this. We can all agree Roe lied at the highest extent. And I think this is why MAGA is dead. Roe lied at the highest extent of the capability of lying,
definitely.
right? Whether it was from the first term, like a lot of the Democrats and people like Blue South Rising, even though him and I had some back and forth when I was kind of more on the MAGA when I was younger, right? He was aware of it. He tried saying, "Hey, this is a lie. This isn't what's happening." Whether it's people that recognized it then or whether it's people that recognize it now, we all agree that he lied. But what Tbones talking about, and hey, this is a lie. This isn't what's. Whether it's people that recognize it now, we all agree that he lied. But what Tbones talking about is individuals that acknowledge or aligned themselves with the concept of what it was that he was saying that he wanted to do, whether or not he did it. If you aligned with that concept, that's what T-Bone's describing as being MAGA, specifically in the most recent election.
That's what I'm saying. I disagree.
Because
if you align, just because you align with, see, that's the thing. Just because you align with a politician in one way, don't mean you align with them in everything that they say.
It doesn't matter. The alignment was enough for you to go to the ballot box and say, I'm going to cast my ballot for you because I want you in office.
They sold you a lie.
Yeah, but that's
some
not the
people
same
fell
thing.
for it.
That's not the same thing as being a
the art of the deal is what they call that.
No matter what he does.
Yeah, so there's going to be a difference between being. There's going to be a difference between being a cult member, which is a person who can switch up on a dime their ideology based on what Trump is doing, right? This is a fan. He a super fan, right? I hear what you're saying on that. I am not saying that all of you are super
Except for
fans.
that jab.
That's not what I'm saying.
So you saying just because you made that vote, that automatically makes you MAGA?
Yes, unless you
that's his definition.
Unless you woke up the next day and said, I don't necessarily have a problem with trans women being in the women's restroom. I don't necessarily have a problem with these brown people being in our country. I think that I've reached an epiphany, and I should not have casted my ballot for Donald Trump because now I don't agree with that ideology. Not what Trump is doing. What Trump's doing. The ideology specifically.
Me personally, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I felt like the trans women being in, because I don't agree with trans women being in women's bathrooms. I don't, especially if you haven't had bottom surgery. I don't really care about the immigrants, to be completely honest. Me considering myself to be a pro-black person, I feel like they're detrimental to the black community. But that wasn't really my main reason for voting for him. My main reason for voting for him was the no new wars, because I already knew, like I said, I've been doing lives about World War III for like years at this point, literally years. And I knew Iran was the next target. And I knew if we attacked Iran, we was going to lose. You know what I'm saying? So I've literally been doing lives about this. I got whole fucking notebooks of research that I used to use in my lives and show people videos and shit. Like, some of y'all have seen this. So that was my main reason for voting for him, because I knew
But you still would be classified as MAGA, Manny, regardless.
How? Because like
because you
Under
voted
your
for
literally
Donald
most of the
worldview,
Trump
a
things
because of
that
the
rat
he
is
concept of
classified
no
as
new
MAGA,
wars.
I mean,
buddy.
I think that that's just T Bone's opinion on
Yeah, it
my
is his
opinion on
opinion.
MAGA.
I mean
My
that's
There's
my
cool.
not a
That's cool.
hole
my
in this though.
opinion.
This isn't just.
So
Go
so
ahead,
hang on a second.
Thugger.
My opinion about MAGA is that you
Oh
did
wow,
not
no
get into
lightning bolts for me, thumb
politics.
thugging.
Do what?
No lightning bolts for me.
No, sir. Calm down.
Oh damn! All right.
Yeah, calm down. But anyway, so my opinion of
He
MAGA,
said no.
and I go with there's blue MAGA also, is because prior to Trump, people were not interested in politics. It was boring.
I saw you giving
Only
your
certain
comrade
people.
lightning bolts.
For fuck's sake.
Calm down. Yes, I did.
Yeah, you
They're the
all
hosts. They're doing a wonderful job. I'm trying to promote
it's
host.
anti-Semitism.
Okay, I agree with you. So yeah, that's my definition of MAGA. That he pulled you in and you actually got into politics because of Donald Trump, whether you love him or hate him. He brought in. I agree with you. So yeah, that he pulled you in, hate him. He brought in more people, in my opinion. Now that's strictly
You
my
think that's a
opinion
wait?
about
You
it.
think that's a good thing,
And
Thumb? Hold on. You think that's a good thing?
yeah.
Bringing in
So,
more people
so
to
at the
vote?
so at the hold on,
Absolutely.
but at the expense of bringing in like LGBT into the GOP, you think that was a good thing?
Yep. Everybody's got a voice, right?
You're
Yeah,
sick.
he's not wrong.
You're sick.
It's because when you take
I said you're sick.
when you take the initiative to get off the couch and go vote, right? You have a reason to hold somebody accountable. The more people do that, the better it is. Like a lot of people complain about both parties and they don't represent me or whatever, but they sit on the sidelines when it comes to debating party policy because party policy is not a rigid platform. It changes every 2 years. But everybody's like, oh, both sides are corrupt, whatever. These mostly from my experience are people who just sit on the sidelines and they just vote. They don't get involved in the process. They don't really care what happens at these, weird meetings where we do bylaws and charters and all that other shit. But, like what I said
But
earlier, politically
this is why I
disengaged
tell them,
people.
right? Like this is why I can make the statement: MAGA needs to hold Donald Trump accountable, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm
Well,
talking
we
to.
are.
The
We
people
are,
who cast
T-Bone.
their
We're not going
ballot,
to
the
vote
people
for him
who agree.
anymore.
We're not
Well,
going to
Bringing
vote
him
you
for him.
don't
We don't
have
want
the
to
accountable.
We're
option to
totally
hold
going to
Hold
hold him
accountable.
to
on.
it.
What I say,
piece of
hold him
shit.
accountable. What I'm saying is make big enough voice.
People
What
are
I'm
I'm
saying
still
is
going to
make
be
a big enough
MAGA.
fucking voice to the point. That's fine.
Yeah.
You are MAGA. That's what I'm
Yeah,
telling you. You are
I'm
that.
still going to
You
be
can't
MAGA,
absolve yourself of that. What
and
I'm saying
I'm not going to vote
is
for
that
Donald Trump
you
anymore.
have the option to hold Donald Trump accountable, and what that looks like is vocalizing, "Hey, Donald Trump, you're doing something so fucking bad," and putting pressure on Donald Trump to change his fucking ways. This is what
Yeah.
we saw in motherfucking
yeah, but
Minneapolis. Had a whole
But they
bunch of ICE
won't.
agents there. People disagreed with it because of the Alex Purdy situation, and then it fucking backed off
there
because he
are
was held accountable.
Yeah.
there are
But T-Bone,
plenty
they
You know
of
what I'm
won't.
saying?
Republicans. Hold on. There are plenty of
After Trump,
Republicans that do
they're
want
just
to
going to vote
hold
for
him responsible.
Vance.
That's fine.
Wait,
Do I
to
have a
be fair, Blue,
lag?
I would just
Trump,
Republicans that do
they're
want
just
to
going to vote
hold
for
him responsible.
Vance.
Do I
to
have a
be fair,
lag?
Blue, I would just oh, I thought you stopped.
No, go ahead, Mikey. Sorry. I think I have a
Yeah.
lag.
Well, I was just gonna say I think that I think Blue, I think you will be one. I don't know. I don't know how the left isn't aware of this, or when I say the left, just like Democrats or leftists, right? Like the right should not be like a detrimental concern. And I'm not trying to like get you guys to become like complacent or something like that. Like please, like go out and vote. I'm not telling people not to. But the right is going to lose badly. Like the right's going to lose badly in the midterms, and they're going to lose even worse in the primary because of the actions of this current term and current administration.
I mean,
I don't. The JD Vance can't beat a wet
we
fucking
agree.
noodle in a boxing match. Okay, let's be clear about that, right? Marco
Well,
Rubio. Marco Rubio
Yeah,
is
but do
not
they
going to
have a
have
wet noodle
anybody that's
though?
going to want to.
yeah, I
Marco
mean, they're
Rubio
just,
is not going to.
I
If
mean,
they
come
run
on.
Gavin, dude.
No, let him
If they
finish.
run Gavin, Gavin wins bar none. Gavin has already been preparing this with certain rhetoric that he's been using around Israel, his kind of unfavorability when it comes to Netanyahu, right? You know,
you,
I think that's a shoe in. I think
I,
that Newsom is probably going to be on the ticket and he's going to win.
yeah, I don't disagree, but this is where that logic breaks down because earlier we defined MAGA as somebody who doesn't stick to their values and whatever. They'll just take where that logic breaks down because earlier we just take whatever this authoritarian pushes down their throats.
Mm-hmm.
And the party power structure, the typical WASPs take whatever this structure, the typical WASPs, the neocons, the people that actually control the Republican Party but need to pretend like they're not doing anything so that the no new structure, the typical WASPs, the neocons party, but need to pretend like they're not doing anything so that the no new wars people and the economically downtrodden people can vote for them so that they can, build data centers everywhere and watch doing anything so that the no new power rates go up and send their kids to war. They're just going to vote for the next person who lies to them because they don't know how any of this shit works.
No, I don't disagree with you. I'm not saying, listen, to be clear, I'm not saying that a win for Newsom is a win for America or something. I'm just saying that, yeah,
Sure.
like I agree with you, but the pendulum is going to swing back. Like, you're not going to see a JD Vance. JD Vance is not going to hold, at least not in 2028.
I
He is
mean,
not going to hold presidential office. It's not going to
it
happen.
really depends on the primary, what that field
Blue
looks
Sam,
like, and how motivated the Fuentes and the further right are. That's how you get people like
I think,
Goldwater and stuff
well,
like
I
that to
think that,
move
yeah,
an
yeah. I
entire
think that even,
Blue,
platform
I think, well,
are you?
towards their
yeah.
side.
Well, real quick. I was just going to say, I think that it's not even just the Fuentes, because I think that is pretty niche in my generation, right? But the anti-Israel sentiment, the anti-Zionist sentiment, right? That is something way more prominent, and those two things are not mutually exclusive to one another. Like, there are individuals that are not in favor of Israel on the right that are not directly aligned with Nick. Now, is there some overlap in some areas? Yes, but that's not not in favor of Israel on the right. That's citated. Like, I can't stand Nick Fuentes. I'm not a Nick Fuentes fan. I'm not a Groiper. I don't align myself with Groipers. I disagree with the ideology, but I'm very anti-Israel. Right? I've been a pro-Palestinian. Like, I can't stand Nick Fuentes. I've
Sure.
been a debater on the app for years. Right? But that is becoming more commonplace, and that's where the modern Republican Party is not prepared to make that shift. And I think even Duran, you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? We don't see that shift happening, and I don't even think that that's something that's even being taken into consideration strategy-wise for the Republican Party coming up to the midterms or the primaries or the general election.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to be surprised. Like, them turning on Candace and Tucker Carlson as soon as those people are like pushed out, whatever. Like, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see their primary and whether they go further to the right, or come back to, what I like to call rhinos, which I don't disagree with on some stuff, but I don't see it happening. I think MAGA's a little too powerful. Too many people have taken that red pill, and then it's just what I like to call stuff, but I don't see it happening. And then it's just reinforced daily on social media. You got the entire manosphere and the trad wife shit, like just trying to feed people garbage, and they will get them.
This voter group, this voter, hold on, but this voter group, hold on quickly. But this group, hold on quickly, guys.
Wait, real quick.
Hello, hello.
Wait,
Oh, brother.
okay, but I do want to hear Duran and then Queen after.
But I have to agree with Mikey on this because I think there are way more people on the Candace and say Tucker Carlson side than there are on the Fuentes side.
On
You
the
know what I'm
Nick
saying?
side,
So
yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with him on that. Like this whole anti-Zionist thing is major for most Americans. That's the reason why I voted for Trump because I'm saying the same thing that like this whole anti-Zionist thing is major for most Americans because I'm saying the same thing that Mikey is saying. Like, I've seen this shit coming for a minute. We had already hit the 5 out of the 7 countries. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? And like now they're talking about. Because I'm saying the same thing that Mikey is saying. Like, I've seen this shit coming for out of the 7 countries. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? And like now they're talking about going after Turkey after they get done with Iran. Like, they can actually beat Iran. I've been talking about this shit for years. So yeah, I think there's more people on who you know what I'm saying? And like now they're talking about going shit for years. So yeah, I think there's more people on who just voted for Trump because of the rhetoric that he was saying, like, I'm anti-war, no new wars, no forever wars. But then he turned around and did exactly what he said he wasn't going to do, which means the Democrats are going to make a major comeback, whether you want to believe it or not. Because you only have a duality system. Who else is saying anything? The Green Party? There's no Green Party viable candidates. There's no Green Party viable candidates. So like, this is
But
just a waste of a vote, if you're going to be
the
honest.
duality,
You're
the
voting for
dualities, yeah, the duality. So like the people who are on the fringes of the duality are always like, oh, the duality sucks. But in reality, not many people agree with them. That's their real problem. But once more people do, you can change. Like I said, party platforms aren't rigid structures. They change every 4 years. Like I said, party platforms aren't rigid structures. They change every 4 years. It just depends on the strength of that wing, of that duality. And if they're up for the fight, like the Fuentes bros, they're up for change every 4 years. It just depends on the strength of that wing, of that duality. Like the Fuentes bros, they're up for it. They know what they're doing. They want to push the party further to the right. They know how to do that. They just might not be big enough yet, but they know what they're doing. They want to push they just might not be big enough yet. But I think that
No,
coalition with them and the
here's what I,
Tucker
well,
and
here's what I'll tell you. Here's what I'll tell you actually, right? I actually think that the attempt that Nick is trying to do of infiltration into the institutions, I think is unironically, and this was kind of a joke that people were saying, unironically, it's actually happening in the reverse, where what we're seeing is the Nick Fuentes base is caving on a lot of principles. They're cozying up to people like Steve Bannon. Uh, they're keeping their cards close to their chest when it comes to talking about Israel. That people saying on Twitter was they were like, if you infiltrate the Republican Party and you're not standing on your principles in order to try to quote unquote infiltrate, you're just becoming a Republican. Like you're just becoming what that basis or status quo is, right? And I think that I see that more happening than not, right? Like they're agreeing with like Venezuela, they're agreeing with Grind, they're agreeing with in some regards, I would say there's some pushback about Iran, but not in principle, right? Um, they're just becoming like the neoconservative Republicans that we currently have. That's one thing that I would say to kind of maybe ease that tension or concern. I don't really think that they're as big of a factor as people think that they are. I think that Brown's right. The biggest factor is the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson,
Joe
anti-Zionist,
Kent,
but
Thomas
not the same.
Massey, like that
Yeah,
type
Joe
shit.
Kent, Thomas Massey, those are more going to be the kind of shifters of the ideology for the right, not really the Nick Fuentes Groyper movement. And then Duran, I do want to hear
yeah,
your take. I do want to. Yeah. Just real quick. I do want to hear real quick, because we've been real quick. Because we have been
Queen.
bogarting a little bit. I want to go Duran and then Queen right after because she's been waiting patiently.
Why I think it's a disservice for T-Bone to have defined them so broadly is that I speculate, and I think will be true, that this voter base is fairly fickle. That when they did vote Obama, Bernie, Trump, this group is not ideological to the right or the left. It's an economically driven, not socially driven. And so I would think that in 2028, if the populist presents itself on the left as the Democrat, this group will defect.
I doubt. I don't know if they would come that far to the left. The Fuentes bros are never going to vote
They're
on the
using
left. We're
they
not
don't
we're not
well
anti-Semitic enough for them because we can
uh
make a
uh
distinction between
are you
anti-Semitism and
aren't you
anti-Zionism.
uh, you guys are kind of the home of anti-Semitism.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold
No,
on.
wait, hold
There it
on,
is.
hold on,
There it
hold
is.
on, Robert. Robert, hold on.
Stop it,
So I'm going to
Robert.
But
ask
Queen,
you,
can
where
we get
are the
Queen in?
Democrats? Where are the
The home of
Yeah. I do want to
anti-Semitism.
hear. Wait,
Yeah,
real
Queen, what's
quick.
up?
Yeah. I want to let Queen jump in, and then we can open up
No,
the
if I
dialogue
can,
again.
I just wanted, I don't think I'm tracking the conversation. Are we talking about whether or not MAGA exists with no Trump in 2028?
No, no, no.
No?
I
Oh,
made
sorry.
a very clear
I didn't.
distinction between what MAGA is. And I said that MAGA is going to be anybody that agree with Donald Trump's ideology so much so that they casted their ballot for him.
Or
Right?
in the
Right.
last
Yeah.
Robert
election.
Duran disagrees with it.
In the
He
last
doesn't
election, I
like the
should
fact
say.
that I would make a statement like that. I mean, I can make either argument. I'm in particularly talking about the second term, but I can make the argument for the first and the second attempt.
No, because you answered Mikey in a series of questions that would have said you're contradicting yourself now.
I have a question, T-Bone.
Well,
Where do
yeah,
you
that's why I
think,
said I could make the argument if I want to, but I didn't.
But you
I didn't
won't.
want
You
to.
could, but you
can
won't.
I ask a
Because then
question?
you'd contradict
Hold
yourself.
on.
Yeah,
My God.
well, no, it wouldn't contradict anything that I said before either. I could just take up a new
Do you want to
position.
go back to
What
his
were you
do you want to
saying?
go back to his questions? Do you want to revisit
I know
those?
what the man said. I know what the man said. Right?
All
I
right,
know what the man
let's move on.
said.
Let's move on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's move on. All right, Bill, what was you saying?
My question is, okay, so the Democrats and the socialists and the communists, and I'm even going to throw this one in there, BLM supporters and protesters who voted, who aligned themselves with MAGA. Till today, where do you think they're going to go when MAGA disperses? Because it is going to disperse. Where are they going to go? You think they're going to stay Republican?
It depends on how
That
good the
you
next
just
flag
called them
bearer.
Republican. They
I did not call them
what are you
Republican.
talking
I
about?
called them.
You did. You just said,
I
are they
said,
gonna stay Republican? Are they Republican or not? Are they
for
Republican?
fuck's sake.
They
No,
voted for Trump.
they're MAGA. They're MAGA. What I'm
Okay,
saying.
great.
Oh, no. Did you hear
I
what?
don't know
No,
where
I
Yeah,
think. Do
I
you
don't know
have?
where them
Hold
niggas going.
on.
I just know they won't be MAGA.
Yeah, but they're not.
yeah.
But do you think they're going to go to the Republican side or the Democratic side?
If the Republicans
Now
can lie to
that's a
them
different
enough,
question.
yes.
I personally believe that Donald Trump has fucked up so bad that the Democrats are going to get so much support in 2028. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I
Now,
think so
we
too.
have issues with the Democrat Party. I'm not going to lie, Blue South Rising, and it's pissing
I
me
don't.
off. I'm
I
starting to
will.
get
I hear
mad.
you.
I'm
That's all
about to
right.
get angry.
Come,
Oh
come to
wow,
a meeting. Let your voice be heard and bring
a meeting.
supporters.
What
Yeah,
kind of
dog.
meetings you guys holding?
You
Yo,
know the
with your
good
profile,
kind.
with your profile picture, you shouldn't be talking about come to a meeting.
Yeah, what in the world?
It's a
I
cult.
said the good type of meetings, guys. Come on, people meet all the
Y'all
time.
heard? It's a cult
That's
meeting.
crazy.
It's a
Yeah, that's
cult
what it
meeting.
is. That's what
T-Bone,
it is. They're
brother
in a
to brother,
cult.
don't
They're
you
in a
take your
cult,
No,
black
bro.
you
ass to
just
that
have
meeting.
you have to get in with your
Don't take your
accountability.
black ass to that meeting. I don't give a damn what he say. Don't take your black ass to that meeting. You
Oh,
won't make
okay.
it out. I promise you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's funny.
Look at your
But
profile picture,
T-Bone,
bro. Stop playing.
bro. Oh, do you even know what my profile picture is?
Don't,
Where it says
Bunny.
America first, and it shows the Klan, like the origin of where MAGA starts. Like it's rooted in
Yeah,
white supremacy.
and I'm a
You do
black
know that,
man.
right?
That's not a good
Okay,
look.
good.
That's not a
Yeah, no,
good
that's
look.
fine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a troll picture
The
to fuck
fuck
with MAGA. You like most people get it.
is it?
It's a
Is it
historical
though?
picture.
That's not a good
Okay,
look.
good.
That's not.
Most people get it.
Is it?
It's a
Is it
historical
though?
picture.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Is
like
it
if
Blue
you
though?
South is
do,
a
you
Blue
do you want
South
to
is
argue
a
about this? Do you
Democrat.
want to argue
Bad
about the
choice,
Southern
fam.
switch, like the Southern
Bad choice,
strategy and the
fam.
party switch?
Bad.
People get it.
Is it?
It's a
Is it
historical
though?
picture.
Blue
Do you want
South
to
is
argue
a
about this? Do you
Democrat.
want to?
Bad
It's all right.
choice.
It may not work on you. You're a
Why did it take
libertarian,
so long,
but it'll
Blue?
trigger MAGA.
Blue,
Who?
Blue. How come it took so long, Blue?
Oh, the political realignment. It's all right.
Choice.
It may not work on you. You're a
Why did it
libertarian.
take Blue?
Oh, the political realignment. Yeah, because like I said earlier, platforms switch slowly every 4 years when there's a
Sure,
presidential
sure. Could you show
convention.
me the?
Platforms
Could you show me
switch
the?
slowly. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Could
You
you
know,
show me the ideology that
yeah,
switched
can you just
in
tell me how many
Republican and
times you watch?
Democrats?
Yeah, can you just tell me how many times you watched that Carol Swain video
5,
from PragerU?
5.
Let's start there. 5 times. Okay, yeah, you don't know anything about this.
I'm asking you. We about like when governors actually switched in the South.
Oh, you mean like Strom Thurmond and George Wallace running as independents, and
No,
then beat the Dixiecrats? What were we talking about? Goldwater, and then the
no. I
'64
mean, like the
convention. Jackie
governors
Robinson.
that were
What were we
elected
talking?
in the
The
South, and when
opposition
they
to civil
started voting
rights. What are we
Republican.
like? Appeal to white grievances, Southern white male grievances, like MAGA. Like, oh yeah, it's the brown
Weren't
people that
all the
took your
governors in the
jobs, right?
South? Hey, weren't the governors in the South all Democrats up until like the '90s and early 2000s?
Yeah, that's when it finished with
Why did it take so
technically.
long?
Yeah, because like I said, platforms take a while to switch. The South has historically had closed primaries where the Democratic
Now, who
primary
was
is
control of it?
essentially
Who was in control of it for
yes, the
how
old
long?
Dixiecrat,
For
the
30
old
years, 40 years?
Dixiecrats. Yeah, yeah,
The
and it was
Dixiecrats
you could.
that came up one cycle and lost and went back to the
Well, no,
Democrats.
they were smart enough to do exactly what Nick Fuentes did. It was move the party in their direction
They stayed the
slowly
Democratic
every
Party.
four
Yeah, sure.
years because the battle happens in the South in the Democratic primary
An
before
irrelevant
Newt
group of
Gingrich's
people you're mentioning,
Republican
the
Revolution. If
Dixiecrats.
these words don't mean anything to you, you should Google them. Right? Political realignments happen all often and take a long
What did
time.
LBJ say when he was signing the Civil Rights Act? What was
Yeah, he
what was
wasn't
his
wrong.
famous quote?
I think it was an aide attributed that quote that said, "I'll have them voting for Democrats for 100 years," and he wasn't wrong
Wait,
because
who was
civil
them?
rights
Wait, who was them?
Democrats.
That's colorful.
No, black folks.
That's a very
No,
clean
he
version
used
of
a
that
very he
statement.
used a very
Because
he
they were
used
the
a very
face
he,
of the
he
civil
used
rights
a very
movement.
different terminology though.
You said them. No, like Democrat. No, it's not just Democrat.
Wait,
It was black
was
folks.
was
Let's be very,
LBJ
very clear.
was he a Republican?
No.
Was LBJ a
He
Republican? I
was a
can't
racist,
remember.
I'll tell you that.
Okay, but he was part
He
of the
was the
Southern
racist.
Strategy, right?
Yeah.
No, he was not part of the Southern Strategy. You should do some more political history. Goldwater and Nixon are the Southern Strategy, and Reagan, those
Obviously, you
guys,
can't tell what
that's Southern
sarcasm is, but
Strategy. I get you.
I'll try to
Okay.
stop using it.
That's good because tone doesn't really come across well.
Sarcasm should.
This is why they don't
Yeah,
really teach politics in school, because if they did, then we'd be a whole lot smarter voters. I'm just saying.
this is true.
It's some bullshit.
What is it?
T
What kind of
T-Bone, you
bullshit
still
do you
got
got up
your
right now, Duran? Duran, what is this?
Something cool. Just King Trump, King Art, American King. Yeah, super cool picture.
Yeah, there will be no. I promise you. I promise you, Duran. There will be no kings in America. I
I
promise you
mean,
that.
believe me, there's protests going on every day to make sure of it.
Yeah, I I,
Wasn't there
I will say
wasn't there protests in England too about no kings
Yeah, there was a no
for
kings
Trump?
protest in England.
yeah.
Which
was
is
there
crazy
really?
Actually, whoa,
considering.
look at, they're so unoriginal. They stole it from England.
Freedom.
They're
No,
so
we're getting back to
they're
our roots,
so
Bell.
unoriginal. The left is so
I mean,
unoriginal. Can
what
I
would you
finish
rather
a
have us
fucking
do?
sentence, dude?
Would you rather us just be like in the town halls and in the school board meetings, like putting out death threats to stay engaged for 2 years? Come
The
on,
left,
we
the
do it.
left.
We do it a little different. You just don't like it. It's all right.
You don't like to let women finish, do you?
I
Okay.
don't like either side.
Yeah, I'm mute.
Oh, you're better than that. You're a Christian woman. Come on. You're Chrislam.
You're Chris Law.
Come on.
Yo, Robert be killing me, man. Like I said, bro.
Hey, I'm the best of both worlds. There you go.
Behave like it.
I said you're a Christian woman. I mean, you're Chris Law.
Behave.
I mean, she did say it herself, so she kind of set herself up for that one.
No, yeah, she's still trying to convince me to this day that Chris Law is a thing. She goes, it's on
It is a
Wikipedia. I said,
thing.
I don't care
It's a
what's on
thing. It's a
Wikipedia.
thing. It's a thing. It is.
What is going on?
What the fuck is Chrislam? I'm assuming it's a mashup of Christian and Islam. Well, like,
Yeah, that's exactly as it sounds.
Yeah, it's the belief.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the belief that it's the belief of you being half Christian, half Muslim.
Okay.
Not
All
really.
all in
Not
the
really
same day.
half and half.
All in
That's
the
not.
same day.
I mean, it can
That's
happen.
oversimplifying it. But if you look at theology, Muslims pretty much acknowledge all the prophets of Christianity, and Christianity pretty much acknowledges all the prophets of Judaism. So they all it's like a trilogy type thing.
Incorrect.
You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
The first fucking movie, then the second movie, then the third movie. So it's pretty much the same damn shit. It's just they have different ideologies, especially when it comes to racism.
That's incorrect. That's not true.
You can't hold
It
it.
is
You can't
true.
hold a view. No. You can't hold it. This is why Judeo-Christian is also a misnomer, right? Because you can't hold a view that upholds Christ as God in the flesh, and its core tenet is to believe that Christ is God in the flesh, and then to gravitate towards an ideology that either A, only views him as a prophet, or B, views him as a rebel, that because of the problems or trouble that he stirred, this is why he was crucified by the Romans. Like you can't.
That's not what I said, Mikey.
Combine
Fucking
those two.
thank you, Mikey.
To
It's
be
like
fair,
I've
I
been
heard
saying this
that.
shit for the past
hold
6
on,
months
hold
since
on.
Bell. Like, come on, bruh.
We'll
How
come
many
back
times
to
I
you,
gotta
Bone.
say
If you
for
let
that?
me, if you let me respond,
Can't do
please.
that.
That's
All right,
not what
go
I
ahead.
said, Mikey. That's not what I said.
This
I didn't
You
say
did. You said
that
that they
Judaism.
acknowledge all of the
No.
prophets and all of the,
Yes,
but you can't
yes. But this
acknowledge
is
God.
how it
Hold on.
works.
Hold on.
He
You can't
acknowledged.
acknowledge Christ as a prophet if you're a Christian because he
Correct.
wasn't a prophet. He
Exactly.
is
Yes, that's
God.
true. That's true. But listen to what I'm saying. True.
The
That's
second
what
and
I'm.
third
True.
movie.
At
I
Very
least,
get it.
true.
hold
But
on.
this is
At
what
least
I'm
we
saying.
respect
Hold on.
him.
Let me.
At least we
God
respect
damn.
him.
Can I just it's gonna be very quick, right? No, Judaism does not acknowledge Christ as the Son of God, but Judaism does acknowledge Christ, right? So if Judaism comes first, then Judaism don't have to acknowledge Christianity the same way Christianity
Wait,
don't have
Judaism
to
doesn't
acknowledge
acknowledge
Islam.
Christ at
But
all.
hold
Wait,
on, let me finish. Let me finish. But because Islam comes third, it has to acknowledge all the prophets of Christianity, and it has to acknowledge everything of Judaism. Because Christianity becomes second, it doesn't have to acknowledge it doesn't have to acknowledge Islam, but it does have to acknowledge Judaism. Judaism came
no.
first, so it don't have to acknowledge none of them. You
Wait,
feel what
no,
I'm
wait,
saying?
hold
So
on. No,
because I was here first, all I'm saying is that Christianity is an
wait, no, no.
evolution of Judaism, and
Judaism today.
and Islam is an evolution of
No,
Christianity.
no,
Schisms.
Yeah,
I think the word you're
no,
looking for is some
no.
schisms
yeah.
happened and
Judaism,
they broke
no,
away.
no, no, no. Judaism, as we understand and know it today, was not around until the 5th century A.D. Right? Rabbinic
That's before
Judaism,
Christianity.
all modern A.D. Bro, what does A.D. mean?
What?
After death,
A.D. means after death. Whose death?
Christ.
Jesus.
Christ.
Jesus.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so 500 years after Christ was crucified and brought his message to earth is when we get rabbinical Judaism. Rabbinical Judaism is modern day Judaism, whether it's Orthodox,
That's
Reformist, or conservative. This is
but
what
we're not talking about.
Judaism is. Stop.
But you're not acknowledging
This,
Kabbalah. You're not
mhm.
acknowledging Kabbalah,
This is
Mikey.
Kabbalah came about in the 7th century with the
No, it didn't.
Messatori. Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. That's a lie. That is not true.
You got
Kabbalistic,
lightning?
bro, Kabbalistic teachings, as we
Kabbalistic
understand it
teachings.
when it comes to practice, right, was popularized
Kabbalistic teachings were
under.
stolen from the
Why do I get cut off,
Kabbalistic
bro?
teachings
Why
were
do I get
stolen
cut
from
off?
the
Why do you cut me off? Why do you cut me
because you
off,
didn't
bro?
let me
No,
finish.
no, no, no.
You didn't let
What?
me.
What?
Okay,
What?
go ahead. Go ahead. Go
What
ahead.
the
Go ahead,
fuck?
and then I'll respond.
Again, bro. Kabbalism was incorporated into modern Judaism, right? After the fact that rabbinical Judaism was put in place. Right? That is where they incorporated into the Torah, like with the Torah, not only the Kabbalah, the Zohar, and the Messatories, right? Which eventually helped craft the understanding of the Talmud, which is the oral Torah, right? Which is why it's
Hmm.
called rabbinical Judaism, because you have to take the interpretation of the Torah from the rabbis to be able to understand what is being taught in the Torah for you to be practicing Judaism. So, no, Judaism as we know it today is not a precursor to Christianity. In fact, we have precedent in the Bible with Christ speaking against the council of the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin council was made up of the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which were considered to
Hmm.
be the religious teachers of the time, the rabbis. And they were,
Right.
and Christ came and said, "Who are you to read into the law, to read into what God gave you and ascribe it to him as man, right? And you are not to follow these teachings. These teachings are not from God, right? Know them by their fruits. The fruits were poison, right? So, no, Judaism did not precurse, right? Christianity. Judaism is completely separate from Yahwehism, and the conflation is common. But Eastern Orthodoxy teaches us this in an understanding. Yahwehism was just a worship of the pre incarnated God. And we even have, again, precedent of this when Christ ascended to heaven. Moses, or in Hebrew, Moshe, appeared with Christ, had a conversation with Christ, accepted Christ, right? Obviously, as he was talking to him, right? And they both ascended to heaven together, right? Which means the patriarchs of the Old Testament were spiritually Christian, not Jewish.
Can I ask you a couple simple questions, and you could just make these yes or nos? Is that cool?
Or,
All right, cool. Um, was Aaron Moses' brother the first rabbi?
the first rabbi in the sense of a teacher, yes.
Okay. Um, did Moses spend most of his time under the Egyptian mystery system when he was hiding in Egypt as a grown man?
When you say
Was he not a
under the
prince of Egypt?
when you say under Abraham or Moses,
Moses.
Moses, sure.
Okay. So Moses spent most of his you've already agreed. Moses spent most of his time under the Egyptian mystery system when he was hiding in Egypt as a prince of Egypt. His brother Aaron was the first rabbi. So when we start talking about whether or not Kabbalah was already established before Christianity, we have to be very clear that the first so-called rabbi was Aaron. This was generations before we get to Jesus. You can't have Christianity
I
without
already covered
Jesus,
this.
right? Okay, but that's what I'm saying. You're wrong, because if we had the first rabbi generations before we had Christianity, then how can we say that Judaism or modern Judaism or what we used to call Kabbalah did not already exist if Aaron was the first fucking rabbi? that don't make sense. If we already have rabbis generations before Jesus, then obviously Judaism or a form of Judaism that we call Kabbalah already
Mhm.
existed, and Christianity
What?
only came about through
No,
the,
no.
hold on, I did not cut you off. I did not cut you off. Christianity only came about through the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. So if this is true, then that means Judaism or Kabbalah existed before Christianity did. And
No.
another thing that I want to bring into this conversation is that Moses stole his 10 commandments from the 42 negative
No,
confessions where he
that's a
spent
pivot.
22 years
No,
of his.
no, no.
Hold
That's a
on, hold
different.
on, hold on. I'm
No, that's
not
a different
done. I
claim.
did not
No, it
cut you
doesn't
off,
matter. That's
but
a
I didn't
different
cut
claim.
you
You're
off,
not
Mike.
adding a
I
new
didn't
claim.
cut
No,
you
you're
off,
not
Mike.
adding a
I
new
didn't
claim
cut
onto
you
the
off. I
argument.
did not cut
Brown,
you off.
this is
We
a
don't.
different
I admit that
topic.
it's a new claim. I admit that
Okay,
it's a
but
new
it's a
claim.
different
But I'm
topic.
just
We're
saying.
not
Hold on.
addressing it. We're not addressing it.
I
You don't get
admit
to go two
it
different
ties in, and
topics at
now
one
it
time.
ties
You
in,
don't
and
get
I
to
will
go
tie
two
it in
different.
if you let me.
No, you don't
It
get to go
ties in,
two
and I will
different
tie it in if
topics
you
at
let
one
me.
time.
Just let me
No,
finish. I did not cut you off. I did not cut you
T-Bone,
off,
bro, does
sir.
he get to bring up a
Give me the
second
same respect
topic
I
in the
gave you.
discussion we're
He
having,
didn't
Give me
cut
the
bro?
you
same
off
respect
until he
I
brought
gave
up a
you.
second topic. Just keep
I
going.
don't
It doesn't
I
matter.
I
It doesn't
don't
matter.
think
It's not a
I
second
don't
topic.
think
It
that it's
ties into the first topic, and
intellectually
I'll show you how.
okay.
It
I'll
ties
allow
into
it.
the first topic, and I'll show you how if you allow me.
Oh
If
my
Moses spent
God.
22
Yeah,
years of
right.
his adult life because he didn't get to Egypt till he was, he went to Egypt as a baby. So 33 years of his adult life, 33 years of his primary life he spent in Egypt, which means he learned the Egyptian mystery system. Kabbalah takes a whole lot of the Egyptian mystery system and turns it into Judaism.
Oh,
All the fucking pagan practice, what they call pagan practices that they do, and you'd have to look into it
yeah, this
because I
has
cannot
nothing to
go
do
into
with
this
what
shit
we're
on
talking
TikTok.
about,
Hold on, let
bro.
me finish. Let me finish.
Tie it
You have to
in.
look
Prove
into
You're
that
it
you
kind
could
of
because I
tie it
cannot
in
ruining
go
right
it.
into
now.
these. You have to look into it because I cannot go into these things on
Prove it.
TikTok.
Okay, then
What
stop
was considered?
talking. Then
Hold
stop
on. What was
talking.
considered?
If you
What was
can't prove that
considered
you can
early
tie it in, if you
Judaism?
can't prove that you
Let
can
me
tie it
finish. I'm
in right
tying it in
now,
right
bro,
now.
just
You just
knock it
keep cutting
off,
me
bro.
off. Are you a Zionist? What's wrong with you?
What
I'm
do you
tying it in right now. If
the
you just let me
fuck?
talk. I didn't cut you off, Mikey. Give me the
What
same
the
respect.
fuck, bro?
I did not cut you
T-Bone,
off.
bro,
Give me
come
the
on,
same
T-Bone. I
respect.
know you hear
I
it,
did
bro.
not cut you off. Give me the same
I
respect.
do
All I'm saying is that early Kabbalah has a whole lot of pagan practices that Judaism still practices today,
When
which proves
did
that
Kabbalism
Judaism and
emerge? When
Kabbalah
did
are the
Kabbalism
same,
emerge? When
which
did
proves that,
Kabbalism emerge?
let me,
When did
that has
Kabbalism
nothing to
emerge?
do with what
When
I'm
did
talking
Kabbalism
about.
emerge? When did
Oh my
Kabbalism
God.
emerge? When did the Kabbalah emerge? What century? Do we know?
Like I was saying, early
Do we
Kabbalah,
know what century
which
did
is
the
the
Kabbalah
precursor, which is,
emerge? It's a simple
you're
question.
not debating
What
in good
century
faith.
did the
You're not
Kabbalah
debating in good faith.
emerge?
You're not debating in good faith
Sure, bro,
at
you
you
call
all.
me
cannot
bad.
make a
Cool. You
claim
call
that
me
is
bad
not
faith all
debated
you
in
want.
good faith.
What century did the Kabbalah emerge?
What century
I
did
just want
Moses leave Egypt?
What
I just want to
century
be
did the Kabbalah emerge? Since you don't
The
want to
same
answer that,
century that
just to
Moses left Egypt.
T-Bone, you're super muffled, but real quick, since you don't want to answer that,
The
12th
same
and
century that
13th,
Moses left
the
Egypt.
can y'all
12th
hear me now?
and 13th century
If
was when the
Aaron was the
Kabbalah
first
system
rabbi,
of
I thought you
Jewish
said 700
mysticism
AD.
emerged and was formalized was in the 12th and 13th
Oh,
century
did you
in
just call it?
southern France and
Did he just
Spain.
call it Jewish mysticism? Did he just call it Jewish mysticism?
While its roots are traced to earlier ancient
This is how
esoteric
you know he's
teachings,
being disingenuous.
ancient
This is how
esoteric
you know he's
teachings,
being
second
disingenuous
century.
because he himself just called
Bro,
it
come on,
Jewish
bro. I can't mute
mysticism.
him. I
But
can't
now
mute
you're
him,
going to
bro,
say,
because it's gonna
no,
be
you
mod
can't
abuse.
mute me
I
because you
can't
keep
fucking mute
interrupting
him
me, but I
because it's
don't get
gonna
to
be mod
interrupt
abuse.
you.
And okay, so
Just called
bro,
it
come on,
Jewish
bro. I can't mute
mysticism,
him
but I
because it's
don't get
gonna
to
be mod
interrupt
abuse.
you.
And okay, so
No,
you
you
have a
was being
never-ending
disrespectful.
motherfucking plane,
I was
Brown.
talking
You
and
have
you
a
didn't let me
never-ending
finish.
fucking plane, Manny.
I'll let you finish. I would have landed way faster if you would. I
Because it's
don't get
gonna
to
be mod
interrupt
abuse.
you.
And okay, so
I would have landed way faster if you would have just shut up and let me finish, and then you could debate what I had to say. But you just call it Jewish mysticism, which comes directly from the Egyptian mystery system. Okay, so when we talking about Kabbalah, Kabbalah, and we talking about early Jewish mysticism, we are literally talking about what Judaism has evolved into today. So to say that Christianity existed before Jewish mysticism is a fucking lie. You're being disingenuous, and the
Okay,
fact that you
perfect.
called it
Great.
Jewish
Plane
mysticism,
landed.
the fact that you called it Jewish mysticism proves exactly what I'm saying.
Okay,
You're
great.
lying
Plane
on
landed.
purpose,
Perfect.
Mikey.
Plane landed. Now stop
You
talking.
don't tell me when
Right?
my plane
12th and
lands.
13th,
You
12th
don't
and
tell me
13th
when my plane
century,
lands. This some
12th and
bullshit,
13th
bro.
century Kabbalah, the system of Jewish mysticism, was where it was emerged and formalized, right? It originated from the ancient esoteric traditions of second century Merkabah literature, right? The core literary work, also known as the Zohar, was written in the late 13th century. So again, all of these things post date
the fucking crucifixion and the life of Christ. And then
That's what I said.
I can't even begin. Stop. No, it's not. So
Yes, it
again,
is.
the point
I
of
said Judaism is
stop cutting
precursor
me off,
to Christianity.
Manny,
Oh, the same way you
you
was
are the
cutting me
one
off?
cutting me off again, bro. You're the one that's
The
cutting me
same way
off.
you cut me off, right?
You do not get a
Yeah.
never-ending
Okay.
fucking plane, bro. It
I
doesn't
didn't
work
need a
that
never
way.
in the plane. You just cut me off, so I'm cutting
Okay,
you
great.
off.
So
You see how that
can I
works?
fucking get my shit
The
off, bro?
fuck?
Or are you gonna throw
Yeah,
a
you can be
tantrum and be
wrong.
petty, bro?
I'm not throwing a tantrum. I'm just
You
acknowledging
actively
that you did
are,
the
bro.
same
You
thing that I did
actively
to
are,
you.
bro. You actively. That is literally
Okay, so you
definitionally
can
throwing
cut
a
me off, but I
tantrum,
can't cut you off.
but,
Well, for
bro.
fuck's
That's fair.
sake, just finish.
This is absurd.
If
Yeah,
you
I
was
would
throwing a
love to be
tantrum,
able.
if
I
I'm
would
throwing
love
a
to be able
tantrum,
to
then you were
continue.
too.
I would
That's not just
love
how it is.
to. I would literally love to. Right now, anyways. Again, the Kabbalah, 12th century to 13th century, originates from 2nd century Merkabah literature. Right, the core literary work of the Kabbalah,
Wrong.
the Zohar, written in the 13th century. Fact check me on it, bruh. Right now, anyways, these are all hundreds of years, if not over 1,000 years after Christ's existence, after Christ's crucifixion. Right.
That's
So
what I
to
said.
say that Judaism predated, right, Christianity is a misnomer. And when you use the word rabbi for Abraham, the reason that Abraham
Not
was
Abraham,
considered a
Aaron.
rab, Aaron, my bad, Abraham was also considered a rabbi, bud. Now,
No, he wasn't.
anyways, guess he, dog. I can't. I literally can't, bro. I can't. Okay.
Abraham
Abraham
was
came with
never
no mess.
described as a rabbi.
Abraham came with no message from God, no teachings at all. You're so right. That wasn't where the original covenant was made. Wasn't through Abraham and God, right? No, that never happened, right? Had no teachings at all. You're so right. That wasn't Abraham and God, right? Now, anyways, Aaron, when you refer to Aaron and you call him a rabbi, you're just referring to him as being a teacher, right? That doesn't mean that he was a religious leader or teacher in the sense of what we understand rabbi to mean today. There's a lot of equivocation that happens when people use this language. And this is why in the rabbi to mean today. There's a lot of language. And this is why in the Bible it says, beware of those who claim they are Jews, for they are not, for they worship in the synagogue of Satan, because the religion of Judaism today, post-dating the crucifixion and the destruction of the second temple, is not the understanding that that people try to ascribe it to with the Old Testament patriarchs. It is not. It's fundamentally different. And that's the whole purpose of the verse. And the whole shit about Egyptian mysticism, I can't even touch. We can have a whole other conversation about that. But like, I
Oh, we
don't have the
will.
time. I don't have the time to sit here and run you through these false understandings of Egyptian mysticism being the creation of Christianity. I don't even care to convert you to Christianity, bruh. Hold your
We can
belief,
have that
but
debate
don't
another
lie,
day. But just let me know when I can respond to what you just said.
but don't lie on my belief system and then get mad at me when I correct it. That's it.
Okay. I'm glad you said that's it. Can I respond now? Okay, you just said yourself that the covenant was made with Abraham. If the covenant was made with Abraham, that you would be the father of Israel. If the covenant was made with Abraham, that you would be the father of Israel, then that means that there were no Jews before Abraham. How can Abraham be a rabbi when there was nobody to teach? What are you talking about? There was no nation to teach. The covenant had not been made yet. So how can Abraham be called a rabbi? The reason why Aaron is called the first rabbi is because they actually had a people to teach, and Aaron was the first one to teach those people. That's why Aaron was named as the first rabbi, the brother of Moses, Aaron, not Abraham. The covenant was made with Abraham. So before Abraham, the country, the idea of Jewish people did not exist. According to any book that you look into, there was no covenant before then. Before Abraham, everybody was just descendants of Adam. You know what I'm saying? So that makes no fucking sense if we're going to talk about the Bible in any way whatsoever, or if we're going to talk about the Torah, the Talmud, or anything else, because there was no covenant with God before Abraham. It's the descendants of Abraham who became the children of Israel. So what are you talking about? Aaron was the first rabbi. That's why I said you have to go to Aaron and look at Aaron and Moses and where they came from. If Moses was a prince of Egypt for most of his life, then there is no way that Moses could not have known the Egyptian mystery system, because all princes of Egypt, it was required in the same way that it is in Islam that you pray multiple times a day under the Egyptian mystery system and say the 42 negative confessions. So Moses recited the 42 negative confessions as a prince of Egypt for most of his life before he left Egypt as the savior of the Jews, or whatever whatever you want to call him, the liberator, right? This is how the story goes. So you can't take it back to Abraham, because with Abraham, before Abraham, there was no covenant. If there was no covenant, then that means there's no Israel, which means there's no Judaism, which means there's no Jewish people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's get this correct, Mikey. You're not dealing with a lightweight. You're dealing with somebody who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. So when we talking about Aaron and Moses, that's when the Jewish people were first freed from bondage out of Egypt. So that's why Aaron was the first rabbi, because he was the first teacher when it came to the people. Moses brought down the 10 commandments, and every one of the 10 commandments you can find in the 42 negative confessions that he had been reciting his whole fucking life. Every last one of the 10 commandments is in the 42 negative confessions. So what are we talking about? And you can't say Moses didn't know the 42 negative confessions, because he was literally a prince of Egypt.
Did he feel that he had
let's
more
stop
of a
being
connection?
disingenuous.
Did he
Let's
feel
stop
like he
being
had
Hold
stop?
on, let me finish. I did not cut you off.
Now
Let's
you're just
stop
gonna
being
do this one
disingenuous.
weird
Let's
rhetoric
stop being.
line. Can we
No,
just?
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. If you don't cut me off, let's
You
stop being
really got to get the
disingenuous
rhetoric
and
in.
acting like none of. Let's stop being disingenuous and acting like none of these things tie together, because they absolutely do. One is a child of the other, and the oldest of these is the Egyptian mystery system. Then you got Kabbalah, or Jewish mysticism. Then you have Christianity, and then you have Islam. That's how it
Yeah.
works
Okay.
chronologically. Nobody
No,
can
that's not how
deny
it works.
this.
I already did. Again, Kabbalah didn't come about till the 12th to 13th century. You just keep restating the claim. Any source that shows you that Kabbalah originated earlier than the 12th to 13th century as a formalized and emerged belief system, you won't. Right? Find me any source that says that the Merkabah text or traditions, right, which is what the Zohar was based off of, which is the written teachings of Kabbalism or the Kabbalah, right? Show me anywhere where that originated prior to the 2nd century AD. You can't, right? So all of these things, right, everything else that you just said, automatically just falls by the wayside on those two facts alone. You were not able to refute them. The Bible does not influence the belief. The Bible has nowhere it mentions the Kabbalah, has nowhere that it mentions the Zohar, has nowhere that it mentions any of these things, right? The only thing that the Bible you're referencing, and I was going to address this about Aaron and about Moses, the story of Moses is very clear. The Hebrews in Egypt were more and still held to their traditional beliefs, which was why they were persecuted in Egypt, because they did not accept the pantheon view of the Egyptians. They did not accept their multi god structure. They only remained to be Yahwehist. This is why Moses, right, after he met with Aaron, went and spoke and talked to, what was it? That's right, the fucking burning bush, which was the Spirit of God telling him, to go tell the Pharaoh to let his people go. Why were they God's people? Because they were following the teachings of the one true God, not the Egyptian structure. That's what the Bible teaches you. So don't try to appease to the Bible for this belief that Christianity was based on Egyptian mysticism, because you're going to be woefully mistaken. Now, if you have some kind of credible evidence outside of that, because that's a terrible sourcing, if you have a credible evidence outside of that, I would be interested to look at it. But you can't, because that's not true. It's a common theory that's been debunked by multitudes of church fathers, early historians, and teachers. Right? And you can't refute the dates that I gave you about the Zohar, the Kabbalah, right, and the emergence and the practice of it. You can't. This is just historical fact. I not just concede.
Holy
May I
slop, bro.
respond now? May I respond now? If you know anything about the story of Moses and the Ten Commandments, when Moses went up to Mount Sinai to talk to the burning bush and get the Ten Commandments, he was gone for a little bit of time. And what happened with the Hebrew people while they were waiting on Moses? They built a golden calf, right? You know what a golden calf is a representative of? A golden calf is a representative of the goddess Hathor, Egyptian
Babylonian god
goddess,
of
might I
Baal.
mean.
It's the Babylonian god of Baal.
Baal was a goat,
Molech.
not a calf.
No,
Molech is a goat,
that's not
not a
true.
calf.
That's not true. That's not
Yes,
true.
it is
Historically,
true. It is true.
Really,
Molech is
really.
a
So when
goat,
okay,
not a
so when we
calf.
see,
Let me finish, but I
ancient, wait,
didn't
so
cut you.
when we
Why,
see,
Mikey? See, this
when
is
we
the
see
thing,
ancient
Mikey. I wait
sculptures
till
in
you're
Persia
done.
of a
I
bull
wait till
head,
you're
you're telling
done,
me
and
that's
then I
not
get.
ball?
No, that's Hathor.
That's
Hathor.
No one
Hathor.
said
Okay, that's not.
four.
Okay,
Let me
okay.
respond. Let me respond. You see how every time I start talking, you try to cut
Bro
me off.
says
If you wasn't
four.
scared of
I'm
what I was gonna
crying.
say, if if you wasn't scared of what I was gonna say, then you wouldn't cut me
Bro,
off.
you're not even making any
Okay,
sense.
so
You're
when Moses
speaking
went up
pure
at when
slop.
Moses, why y'all steady cutting me off? Maybe
Hold
Slop,
because
on,
I'm
let
slop,
saying
him, let
something
slop,
him,
that you
slop.
haven't researched yet.
let him,
Why?
let him.
Because I know something that you haven't researched yet. See, at the end of the
Look at
day,
Never,
El
when it's
never
Duce.
heard
said and
Look
done,
this.
at
they
Elvis
built the
Salini,
golden
bro.
calf to the goddess Hathor, because if we know anything, while they were spending their 40 days and 40 nights out in the desert, they were starving. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, God sent manna from heaven, but that's another conversation. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about when they built the golden calf to try to get the gods to acknowledge them. Now, you're trying to say that they didn't acknowledge Kabbalah and they never came from the Egyptian mystery system. So why would they build a golden statue to the goddess that they worshiped while they were still in Egypt? That's bullshit, because they know damn well that while they were in Egypt, they didn't stick to their ancient practices, and that's why God let them languish for as long as He did, because He said they had not kept the law. Moses was the one who brought the law back to them, and Aaron was the one who
It,
made them co-sign to it. But before Moses even got down from Mount Sinai, they were already building and worshiping a golden calf, because they were worshiping the system that they had learned in Egypt,
Really, what
which
the
means they
fuck?
no,
didn't keep,
no,
which
no. They
means
were
that they
keeping
did
to the
not keep. Hold
teachings. They
on,
were
hold on.
keeping to
No,
the teachings
they
of the
did not keep
Canaanite
to the teachings.
religion. Baal is depicted as a bull due to the symbolism of strength and
Bel is
fertility
depicted as a goat.
associated with bulls in ancient Canaanite religion, reflecting his role as a storm and a
Bel is depicted as
fertility
a goat,
god.
sir.
I
Bel is
literally,
depicted as a goat.
bro, it says it right here in plain English. At this point, if I
Just because white
continue to try to
supremacy tries to
argue
rewrite
basic
African
fact,
history does not make them
okay,
true.
bro,
Bel is
okay,
depicted
now
as a
now
goat.
it's white supremacy why Ball
It
is being
is. It's
depicted as a
absolutely
bull.
white
Okay, bro.
supremacy. Yes, it is. It's
Okay,
depicted as a
bro.
goat.
You
The
got
reason
it.
why they say
Yeah,
it's
you
depicted
got
as a
it.
bull, because if you depict it as, okay, so were the Hebrews under the Canaanite?
Yeah,
Were
you
they
got it,
enslaved
bro.
by the Canaanites or the Egyptians? Which one? Was the
The,
Hebrews
were
enslaved
the
by the Canaanites
Hebrews
or the Egyptians?
were the Hebrews Canaanites before they were in Egypt?
No, they
Where did
fought against the
Abraham travel?
Canaanites.
Where did Abraham travel to?
He
Where did
traveled
Abraham
to
travel
Canaan,
to?
which means he wasn't a Canaanite,
Canaan. He traveled to Canaan from the Chaldeans. He was a Chaldean that traveled down to Canaan to
which
spread
would mean
those
he was not a
teachings,
Canaanite. He was a Chaldean.
which means that at that point, those that gravitated towards Abraham and the children that Abraham had, right, and the teachings that were dispersed thereof became what? Became what?
Abraham traveled to Canaan. He was not a Canaanite. He was a Chaldean.
It's that
Okay, and then
you just can't
He married an
engage.
Ethiopian, and these. Then he married an
What
Ethiopian, and these is where his sons came from. So they would not be
the
fucking
fuck?
Canaanites.
What the
That's like
fuck?
saying a Mexican American immigrant is now an American. No, you're
What
Mexican
the
American.
fuck? You bro, Abraham, right, was a Chaldean, I agree, that traveled down to the land of Canaan. Right? Baal
Canaan,
was
whatever you want to call
worshipped.
it.
It's Canaan. There's two A's, right? In Canaan, right? The ancient Canaanite worship was to Baal. Baal was depicted
Is a
as
goat.
a bull, also known as Hubal, right? That's a Canaanite god, Baal, also known as Baal, and he was depicted as a bull, and that's why they made a golden calf when they were waiting for Moses to come down from Mount Sinai with the Ten Commandments. It does not mean that they were actually practicing Egyptian mysticism. They were reverting back to the beliefs of their Canaanite lineage because intermixing happened. This is why Jewish people or Palestinian people or people from the Levant, Canaanite DNA genetic markers, bro. Like, what the fuck?
May I
Brown, what do you
respond
think
now?
about my photo?
I don't even
I
know what
can't
that
really fully,
is,
to
and
be honest. I don't know what that
I
is.
don't even, I don't want to know, bro. Just let the
Bro, the
conversation
10
happen for a minute.
plagues,
Hold on.
bro. What do you think about the 10 plagues?
The 10 plagues.
What do you think about the
You
10
talking about the
plagues, bro?
plagues that God let loose on Egypt?
Yes, bro.
Yes, the 10 plagues. The 10
It's
plagues
not
were
10. I thought it was
because
7.
the plagues, I think it is 7, but anyways, the plagues that um God gave to the Egyptians, right, was because of the fact that they would not allow the Hebrews to
To leave.
practice their beliefs. That was why they were not able to freely practice their beliefs in Yahwehism, aka the worship of the pre incarnate God, right? As we still would understand is spiritually Christian, because God is God and it's the pre incarnation of God, which is what Yahwehism is. The Hebrews were not able to practice this openly, so they were being oppressed and repressed, right, by the Egyptians, on top of them being enslaved. And God said, "Let my people go." Nothing to do with, if that was the case. Listen, here's the thing, this is where it cooks you when you use the Bible as your source. If it's the case that Egyptian mysticism is what created the Hebrew ideological belief, and that's in line with what is true, then why would God demand the Egyptians to let his people go because they weren't able to freely practice their belief in a system that held to the mystic belief that you're arguing that their ideology comes from?
Can I respond now?
Answer the question.
I will. Can I respond now
Yes,
without
I
you
want a
cutting me
direct
off?
answer to the question.
The direct answer to your question is because Christianity derives directly from the Egyptian mystery
Wait,
system.
okay, if
Jesus
that
is
was the
not.
case, wait,
Hold on,
if
hold
that
on.
was
Let
the
me
case,
answer. What?
wait,
No, you
no,
can't
that
say I'm
didn't
going to
answer
let
my
you answer and then
question.
cut me off two
That didn't
seconds into
answer
my
my
fucking
question.
answer.
I asked you very simply, why did God
I'm going to
command
tell
for
you
the
how.
Egyptians to let the Hebrews go if it were the case that what the
Can
Hebrews were
everybody else see that he
practicing
is not
came
debating in
from
good faith?
ancient
Every time
Egyptian
I start talking, he
mysticism?
cut me
Just
off.
answer the
Every time I start
question.
talking, he cuts me off.
Yeah.
How can I answer the question when you won't even let me talk? You just mad because I'm not giving you the answer that you want. You thought you had a gotcha moment.
No,
You
I would just
didn't.
want you to answer the question.
What's your question, Mikey? And I
Okay,
respond
great.
directly to your
Okay,
question.
perfect. Why would God command that the Egyptians let his people go if what they were practicing was based off of, right, the Egyptian mystic views? And your argument is that that is correct, right? Why would they have had to hide their practice in Egypt from not only the Egyptians? And why would God want to get them out of that system if it was the system that was teaching the truth?
Is it my turn to respond now?
Yes, that's a direct question.
And I can respond in the way I like, not the way you want me to, correct?
Sure, bro, you're probably not going to answer, but go ahead.
I'm answering the question like this. First off, you have to believe that the story that was written about Moses is true or original in the first place. Secondly, you'd have to believe that the story that was written about Abraham is true, if not plagiarized. Third, you'd have to believe that the story written about Jesus Christ is true and not plagiarized. And I could prove that all three of these stories are plagiarized. So if we're going to really talk about the Egyptian mystery system, which you obviously know nothing about, because when we talking about the golden calf and we talking about Baal was always depicted as a goat. The calf was always depicted as Hathor. Okay, so this is the thing. The story with Moses, when God said, "Let my people go," most of these what did he call them, plagues that were afflicted on the Egyptians, these same plagues were already depicted in literature before the so-called Hebrews ever lived in fucking Egypt, if that's even historically true. If we gonna be honest about it, the story of an immaculate birth, an immaculate conception, the story of being crucified and risen on the third day, the story of the man who made the covenant with God, They already existed before
All of
Christianity or
this is a
Kabbalah
pivot.
ever existed.
Manny, you still haven't answered the
Stop
question.
talking while I'm talking. Stop
Manny,
it.
you still
Stop
haven't
it.
answered the
Stop it. I'm just not
question.
answering it.
You're
I'm
talking
just not
about
answering
Christ
it in the
now.
way that
Wait,
you want me
okay,
to.
explain to me
I'm
how
talking
talking
about your
about
whole
Christ,
Bible.
explain to me
I'm
how
breaking
talking
down the
about
whole
Christ.
damn.
Wait, the
I'm
same
breaking down
Bible
the
that
whole
you tried
damn
to
book.
source out of,
I tell you how.
the same book that you tried to source out of, Manny. You know how stupid you look trying to do that?
No, I don't look stupid. It's just that you don't
You tried to
understand that
use the
certain things were
Bible
written
as your
before other
source,
things. The
and now you're
chronological.
saying the
No,
Bible is not a justifiable source. Are we taking crazy pills?
the only reason I use the Bible as a source is because you was trying to say that Judaism did not exist before Christianity. So I use the Bible as a source to prove that Judaism existed before Christianity, because you can't talk about Christianity until you talk about the death of Christ. And you can definitely talk about Judaism if Aaron is considered to be the first prophet. Aaron is generations before Jesus. So if we're going to use if I'm going
I
to use
gave you
that
the
as a source
distinction.
and lay down the chronological order, that's all
I
I'm
gave
trying
you
to
the
do. I'm not
distinction.
saying
I
I
gave you
believe
the
you. I'm
distinction.
not saying I
I
believe.
gave you
No,
the
let me.
distinction.
Why is it every fucking time I start talking, you start talking?
Because you still haven't answered the question.
I'm trying to answer the damn question. I'm just not going to answer it in
Why
the way you want me
would the
to. It's a
Hebrews,
whole lot
why
you're
would the
leaving out of this
Hebrews have to hide?
conversation, and I
Why
don't know if
would
you're
the
being
Hebrews have to hide the
disingenuous or
way they
what.
practiced? Why would
It's
the
a whole
Hebrews have
lot
to
you
hide the
leaving
way
out
they
of.
practiced if what they were practicing came from the ancient Egyptian mysticism that was being practiced at the time that they were enslaved? Why would they
Because
have
they
to
were
hide the way they
transforming
were
it into
practicing?
Kabbalah. Because they were transforming it into Kabbalah, and they didn't practice the same system as the
The
Egyptians
Kabbalah
because
that
they
didn't
believed
exist
in
until the 12th
monotheism.
to 13th
Because they believe.
century?
No, it's because they believed in monotheism. Why the Egyptians believed in
Nettie, do me a favor.
polytheism.
Look up
So
right now.
it's
When did the
not the
Kabbalah?
exact same thing. It's
Look
not
up
the
right
exact
now.
same thing.
When
It's
was
not.
the Kabbalah
No,
created?
stop
Look
fucking
up
talking
when
when I'm
was the
talking,
Kabbalah
Mikey.
created. Look up
Stop
when was the
talking when I'm
Kabbalah
talking,
created.
Mikey. Stop
All
talking
right,
when I'm
bro.
talking.
Bro, we're just gonna have to do
The
this.
Hebrews
I'll
did
just have
not
to put it
believe
on
in
my screen.
polytheism. They believed in monotheism, correct? The Hebrews did not believe in polytheism. They believed in monotheism, correct?
Oh wait, I agree. Which means it was a
Yes or
fucking
no?
different
Okay,
belief.
so let
Which
me
means it
let
was a
me
fucking
continue.
different
Let me
belief, Manny.
continue.
Which
Let me
means it was a
continue.
fucking
Let
different
me
belief,
continue. So
Manny.
the
Like
logical
what the
conclusion
fuck are we
is
talking about?
if the Egyptians believed in polytheism and the Hebrews believed in monotheism, then they're not practicing the same fucking thing, are they?
Dude, no, bro. Wait, yes, wait, I agree. Wait,
That's
I
my
agree
point.
with you. Wait, I agree. Okay, great. So then,
So
therefore,
you just
they're
debunked yourself.
monotheistic.
You just
No,
debunked
dumbass. They're
yourself. You understand that,
monotheistic.
right?
They're mono.
How are
No,
they
dummy, you just
practicing the
debunked
same thing as the
yourself.
Egyptians
You
if the
just
Egyptians
debunked
believe in
yourself. It was
polytheism?
an internal critique to your dumbass position. Now, just to be clear, if they have two
Oh, now you're
separate
gonna move the
beliefs,
goalposts.
if they have two separate beliefs, then that means that they had two distinct roots to those beliefs. Because if the
No, it
roots were
doesn't.
the what motherfucker, bro,
Christians and Jews don't
bro.
believe the same thing. Do they have two distinct roots to their belief?
Yes,
No,
that's been
Christianity
my
is a
argument
direct
the whole
derivative of
time.
Judaism.
Yes, this has been my argument the whole time.
Christianity is a direct derivative of Judaism.
No,
Yes, it is.
no.
Yes, it
Judaism. Look up right
is.
now. Wait, look up right now. Look up right now. Is modern Judaism rabbinical Judaism? The answer will be yes, right? And then look up when did rabbinical Judaism come to be? And it'll tell you a big old 5th century AD. AD means what? After death. After
But you're not
Christ
speaking about
came and
Kabbalah. You're
taught
not asking
and
about
was
Kabbalah.
crucified and was ascended. So no,
But you're not
Christianity did
asking about
not come
Kabbalah, the
as a
oldest form of Judaism.
Kabbalah didn't exist until the 12th and 13th century, matey. I've showed you this multiple times,
You haven't
dude.
showed me shit. You just said believe
Oh
me,
my god,
bro.
I'll show you it. I'll show you it. I'll show you it right now. I'll show you it right now. Show you it right now.
AD doesn't mean after death, by the way.
Yeah, Doomer, bro. Doomer, don't do that. Please, bro.
Well, I'm just saying it doesn't.
I know it doesn't. I know, but like colloquially, when we're doing AD, it does start from the point in time that we would understand that
No, it means the night he was born. It means the night that Jesus. It's two Latin words meaning the night he was born. But anyways, yeah, no, rabbinical Judaism post Christ.
Kabbalah, as a formalized system of Jewish mysticism, emerged in the 12th century, with its foundational texts developed between the 12th and 13th centuries. So you're cooked, Manny.
I mean, another way we know Christianity doesn't originate with contemporary Judaism is the Jews, the rabbis, see themselves as descendants of the Pharisees, and the Pharisees were the primary people who Jesus was objecting. That was
Correct.
kind of the whole
Brought this up
point.
earlier. Brought
Um,
this up earlier. The
and another
Sanhedrin
thing is the
Council.
Trinity, right? The Trinity is completely absent of any Jewish belief.
Correct.
Like you said, they have a weird, strict monotheism, a type of Unitarianism that's found in Islam. That's completely absent in Christianity. So, completely different metaphysics. So, I mean, there's multiple ways to look at it. Your phone's broken.
GPT,
That's my
Chat
other phone.
GPT
That's the
is
other
not.
phone, not the phone that I normally use. This is my old phone. I just
Can
use
you
it to look up
read
stuff
what
in the
it's saying
moment.
before you?
The earliest forms of Kabbalah, often referred to as Jewish mysticism or Merkaba literature, began to form around the 2nd century, with roots in earlier
Correct.
biblical prophecy, while formalizing Kabbalah emerged in the 12th and 13th. While formalized
Oh,
Kabbalah emerged in the 12th and 13th
perfect.
century,
Perfect.
foundational texts were Sefer
Beautiful.
Yetzirah, may date to the 2nd
Sefer
or 6th
Yetzirah,
century,
the Book of
with
Creation.
early
Yep.
mystical themes appearing in the Talmudic era, which means it's way earlier than you tried to say, which is
No.
absolute bullshit. You
Even
literally
if it's
tried to
the
save like you
again,
literally tried
I
to save
said
like 6
Kabbalah.
centuries.
I said
You
I read
literally
it
just
out
tried to
loud. I read it out loud.
no.
Stop
You read the
talking. I
part
read
that
it out
suited your
loud. I
argument.
said
No, you
Kabbalah as
stop
a
talking. It's my
formalized
turn.
system.
You stop
I
talking.
said
It's my
Kabbalah
turn.
as a
You literally
formalized
tried
system
to
of
read.
Jewish
No,
mysticism.
no, no. You
I said,
didn't. No,
bro,
you didn't.
here
You didn't say
let's just go to an
formalized
outsider.
system
Hey
until you read
Queen.
it.
Hey
No,
Queen.
no. Don't.
Hey
She's
Queen.
biased
Hey
against me.
Queen.
Don't you dare try to use
Biased
Queen as a
against you,
fucking
bro. I'm
Wait,
being
argument.
dead ass
it
though.
doesn't
Yes,
matter.
she's
It
called
doesn't
me.
matter. It
She's called
doesn't
me a bitch
matter.
a million times, and I don't like her either. So fuck her.
Okay, it
You're
doesn't
not
matter
about
the
to use her
century.
to
It doesn't
judge.
matter the
At the end of
century
the
that Mikey
day,
said. No, it doesn't. What
what I'm
century?
saying
You said the
stands.
second
What I'm
century. You
saying
said the
stands. He
second.
literally tried to shave 6 centuries off.
Okay,
He
you
tried to
said the
shave
sec.
off 6
Okay, fine,
centuries.
Real
fine, fine,
quick,
fine,
regardless,
fine.
real quick, sorry, real quick, because Mikey called
Man,
my name. Regardless of how you feel
of
about
course
me,
he called your name.
I don't feel any type of way towards you. I ain't got no beef,
Yes, you
ain't no
do.
smoke.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
Yeah, okay.
genuinely like. There's no beef, no smoke. Like, I don't care about
She did
nobody
call me a
except for
punk
my
ass bitch
crew on
multiple
TikTok.
times.
You are a punk ass bitch, and you're a dumb bitch, but that's
See,
besides the
but
point.
she don't
Like,
feel no type of way. But she don't feel no type of way towards
I
me.
said
Ate
like
all the
that.
way
How we
That
gonna
has
down.
have
nothing to do
how
with
we
my
gonna have
feelings
debate
towards you.
topics if
That
we
has
don't
to
have
do with you
unbiased
never
judges?
conceding to a
This is
debate.
bullshit.
You like
I don't concede
lost.
because he's
Well,
wrong.
you said
Yeah,
I conceded
Mikey, what
earlier
you
against
said was
Officer.
correct.
That's
By the
not true.
way,
I conceded earlier against Officer.
Yep.
That's not true.
Perfect. So
You a lie.
perfect. So
Well,
You a
hold on. It
fucking
again,
also,
lie.
even
I
if
also just want to say it doesn't matter what
I have
century
never seen
Mikey
you
said,
concede to a
right? Like
debate.
you
Well, you
said
didn't
the
look at the debate
earliest.
earlier, did you?
Excuse me. You
Sorry,
said
darling.
I mean, it's all good. You said the first claim you made was Christianity comes from or is a derivative from Judaism, and then we got into Kabbalah,
Mm-hmm.
and you said Kabbalah, the earliest origins of it are the 2nd century. Yeah, presumably that's 2nd century AD or 2nd century CE, the Common Era. That's still well after
correct.
Christ.
Correct.
So like
Correct.
either way, it doesn't matter if Mikey said the 16th century, fine, whatever. That's probably
No,
when it was completely finalized. The point is that
Yeah, the 12th and 13th, yeah.
that's still after Christ. That's still much after Christ.
my
Correct.
first
Yeah, the
points.
first century
My first points
CE is
were
after Christ.
my first points were the ideas of Kabbalah and the so-called pagan practices that they still practice to this day. The sacrifice, the what's the word? The oh man, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I just can't think of it. Oh, the sacrifices, the
Is
seances,
circumcision wait, let me just ask you, is ancient Egyptian mysticism the reason that they're doing that weird shit with the circumcision? So you won't take credit for that?
What is
Or is
the
that
no,
just
argument?
because Egyptians
his
didn't believe in
claim is that
circumcision.
his claim is that
Egyptians didn't believe
Jewish
in circumcision.
mysticism his claim is that Jewish mysticism in the Kabbalah comes from ancient Egyptian mysticism, not Canaanite mysticism, right? And that Christianity is a precursor to that, or a post, or not a precursor, is an aftermath of that, and that we can't. So like he's saying Christianity is the child of Judaism, and Judaism is the bastard child of ancient Egyptian mysticism.
No, that's false.
Yes, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
false. That's false, though.
It's a Canaanite. It's Canaanite
Okay.
mysticism. It's Babylonian and Canaanite
Most
mysticism,
of
bro.
the Kabbalah
Can
comes
I ask you two a
from.
question? Who
Well,
was the
hold
first
on.
guy ever written of? Who was the first guy ever written of who was sacrificed and rose from the grave on the third day? Who was the first one?
The first and only person to actually do it was Jesus Christ.
But who
Amen.
was the first guy to be written of? Who was the
I
first one to
mean,
have this
I
story?
seriously, if you're gonna name like some
Which
pagan
guy was the
god,
first one to have this
if you're
story?
gonna name some pagan
That they were
god,
sacrificed, rose on the third day. Which God had that story?
zero. I can just very
Okay.
confidently say zero. Yeah,
You never heard the story of Heru?
Yeah. Go ahead and repeat it to me.
Killed by his brother, rose on the third day.
Oh, really?
Literally sacrificed by
Can we
his
get a
brother and
source?
rose
Can
on
we
the
get a
third
source
day.
on that?
This is
Can we get a source on
historically.
that?
All you got to do
The
is look up
story
the
of
story of
what?
Heru.
No, you can.
H-E-R-U.
I didn't say anything. I'm not going to look up anything. This is your claim. This is your burden to prove. I'd like to see a source on
What?
that. I'd like to see a source on that.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I'll look up a source for you.
Yeah. And then also, I would prefer the original source that you're referencing. I'm not going to lie, was probably written. If what you're saying is true, that like there was
the
this
ancient god Heru or Horus sacrificed and rose on the third day?
Did you just verbally ask ChatGPT in front of our very eyes?
Yeah, I did. He said he wanted a source, so I'm going to look up a source for him.
Or you're just gonna take the first thing that it's gonna respond to?
No,
with?
I'm going to find one that actually has a source on it, and then I'm going to use that one. I'm not going to go with the AI. I'm just going to go with.
I just want to point out the title is well earned.
I don't know what Medium 4 is, so.
Well
I'm
earned.
trying to find a source that's relevant. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about Horus?
Yeah, he's talking about Horus. Yes.
Yeah, Heru is the Egyptian name. Horus is the white people name.
Bro.
Well, no, I'm not even gonna say.
Yeah, just let it run. Just let that run. Let that shit slide like water off your back, bro.
Okay, your source is the book called The 16 Crucified Saviors by the historian Kersey Graves.
Oh, really? And what source does she get it
Yes.
from?
Yeah, where does she get it?
Because you understand a lot of
he's a
problems with
historian.
these. You understand a
He's
lot
a
of problems
historian.
with
He
these
wrote the book on
pagan.
this.
Historians can be wrong.
That's a
Manny.
second.
So
Okay,
where
I'm going
did
to
he
tell you.
get
So
it
a
from?
historian. Let me just tell you, a historian is a secondary source, right? And so historians deal with primary source, and then when you cite the historian, that's a secondary source. So a lot of problems when it comes to this. First,
Well, I
I'm
don't
not
have a book
familiar.
in
I've
front of
looked
me,
into
so I can't
Horus a
look at
good
his
bit.
sources.
Excuse me. So there's two things that you're going to have to do. One, you're going to have to prove that the writers of the Gospels were plagiarizing this myth of Horus. That's the first thing. The second thing you're going to have to do is find me the primary source, and that primary source must have to come from before the death of Christ. Because a lot of problems with these pagan myths, what happens is after Christianity becomes a popular religion, there is a lot of syncretism that goes into these pagan myths that borrow from Christianity, such as the pseudo trinity in Hinduism. A lot of the pagan Roman practices were post hoc celebrated on the 25th of Christmas. To counteract the celebration of Christmas. That's where you get a lot of claims of like Christians were copying paganism by celebrating on Christmas. It's actually the opposite way around. So when you say that Horus like rose again on the third day, first, I don't even think that's a part of Horus's canon. but it could be the case that was added into Horace's canon after the story, literally after the story of Jesus. But then you also have to
Can I
prove.
read to you the list? Can I read to you the list of so-called crucified saviors who rose on the third day before Jesus was even ever
No,
written
we want
about?
no. I want to stay on the Horace thing, and then we can go to another one. You're not just going
Horus
to
is
get
part
to
of the
go.
list, though. Horus is part of the
I
list.
understand that, but you're not just going to go duh, and then we're going to
Right.
have to go and check first.
That's
Why?
called gish galloping.
You
That's called gish
said
galloping. So
no.
we're going to stick to the
You
claim
said
on
the sister.
Horus. We're going to stick to the claim on Horus rather than gish galloping and giving 10 different ones that we then
Okay,
all
so
have
is
to sit
Godfrey
here and
Higgins a
try
good
to
source for
spend
you?
time on.
Is
What?
Godfrey Higgins a good source for you?
God for what?
Godfrey Higgins,
Godfrey
Anacleopolis.
Higgins. We have to wait, dude. You
Yes.
can keep naming. You again. You can keep naming historians. We're asking
If
for
you
the
don't know what I'm talking
primary
about, just say that.
source.
Are
We're
I can
you?
give
Are
asking
you
for
the
the.
you?
primary
Are
sources.
you? Okay. Let me. Okay. You name one
Here,
historian.
I can give you
Hold
the
on,
list.
buddy.
I can
Hold
give
on.
you the
Stop.
list
Stop.
chronologically.
I don't care. No.
Bro.
Stop. Stop. You named one historian. I'm going to name another one.
Now
One
I'm
of the most.
naming two.
Okay. It doesn't matter. One of the most well-respected historians on the historicity of Jesus, Bart Ehrman, who's an
Yep.
atheist, has deliberately dealt with um, the argument that Jesus mysticists like to use, that Jesus was a cultivation of multiple different pagan myths, one being Horus. And he goes through evidence about the actual mythology of Horus and how there's multiple different major differences between Horus and the story of Christ. Now,
Okay, so
you
I'm not
have
gonna
to
let y'all two v
prove.
one me and just bogart this conversation. So,
Well, can you deal with?
in order to prove that Jesus being sacrificed and rising again on the third day is not an original story, I'm going to name quite a few so-called
No.
saviors who have the same story.
No.
No, no, no,
You
no.
don't
I'm
get
going
it.
to
Just
name
no.
quite
You
a
don't
few.
get
Yes,
no.
I
No,
do. Yes,
Manny.
I do.
No,
Because
Manny. That's
you're
not
trying to
how
claim that
this
this
shit
story is
works.
original. You're trying
That's
to claim
not
that this
how this
story is
shit
original.
works,
You're trying to
Manny.
claim that this story is original and it doesn't have any type of
Manny,
pagan
we have
backing
to go
whatsoever.
one
And I'm trying
at
to
a
no.
time. We have to go
Bullshit.
one
We ain't
at
been
a
going no one at a time. Y'all
time.
starting to piss me off because every
We
time I
have to
start
go
fucking talking, you
one.
cut me
You
off.
have
Every
to
time I
give
start talking,
one
y'all cut me off, but I'll
example.
let you
At, I'm
finish.
not saying
Can we get
turns
some
in
no, can
talking.
we get some
I'm
type of
not
decorum
saying
in here?
turns in
Can we get some
talking.
type of
I'm
fucking
saying
decorum in
you
here?
have to go
Can we get some
one
type of
claim
fucking
at
decorum
a
in here? Because
time.
I
Now you're
and this
throwing a
is one of my
tantrum.
claims. This is one of my claims. Yes, I am
One of
because
your
every
claims
time I
just
start
has
talking,
10
one of you
different
cut me off.
gods.
Every
One
time
of
I
your
start
wait,
talking, one of you.
one of so wait, just to be clear, one of your claims
Oh my
has 10
God.
different
That's why
gods
I say this
included
shit
in
is a
it.
popularity
That's
contest
10
because
different
every time I
claims.
start talking, you cut me off. And then I give you the respect to let you
Oh
finish.
my
Then I start
god.
talking again and you cut me off again. If what I'm saying is so stupid and you can so easily debunk it, then why won't you just let me say it?
Because when you rattle off, and which is what you're about to do, and you're begging to be able to do, 10 different stories of 10 different gods that you're going to all claim
I'm not going to tell the
predate
story of all of
Christ.
them. They
You're
can
going
look
to, I
them up
know, I'm
themselves.
saying you're going to give the examples, Manny. We're not dumb. I know what you're going to do, not read
Then
the
why won't you
stories
just let me
themselves.
do it? If you're not dumb and you can debunk it, why
Because
won't you just let me do it?
I'm explaining to you why not, Manny. I'm explaining to you why not. When you do that, means me and
You scared.
Doomer then have to
You
go
scared.
each. We have to shut the fuck up. We have
You
to go
scared.
each, and
No, you
we have to
shut the
gather
fuck up.
every single. We have to
Youngin,
gather
you don't know
all
what the fuck
10.
you
We have to
talking about.
gather all 10 of those claims and make sure to go through one by one. It's much better for the conversation, so one doesn't get left out and or forgotten, that we address each one you're claiming as it's being brought up. Right now, we're on Horus. Are you conceding the point of Horus? And if not, then you need to
No, I'm
provide
not.
evidence. Okay, great. Then you need to continue to provide evidence for Horus, not for 10 other stories that you want to draw parallels to. Doomer gave you a credible primary source and a historian that's pulling from the story of Horus and is showing you the lack of parallels between the story of Christ and the story of Horus, and how these things were not directly related and they were not a plagiarized version of one another, right? At least specifically, the story of Christ was not a plagiarized version of Horus. So you have to provide that evidence. The burden of proof is on you to defend the Horus claim before we move on to another one.
The crowd goes mild.
Okay. One of the most important gods in ancient Egypt, the origin of Osiris or Horus, is obscured. He was a local god of Busiris in Lower Egypt and may have been a personification of Catholic underworld fertility. By the year 2400 BCE, however, Osiris clearly played a double role. He was both the god of fertility and the embodiment of the dead and resurrecting king. The dual ride was in turn combined with the Egyptian concept of divine kingship, and the king at death became Osiris, god of the underworld, and the death of the king's son, the living king, who identified with Horus, the god of the sky. Osiris and Horus were thus father and son. The goddess Isis. Hold on, I need the one about his crucifixion.
Yeah, no, now you're giving the story which you
According
just
to the
said you
form
weren't
of the
going to
myth,
do.
this is from Britannica.
You just said you weren't going to give the full story. Just give the evidence that backs up the claim that the story of Horus was plagiarized by the Bible to
He's not going to be
represent
able to because he
Christ.
doesn't know anything about Horus, because Horus
Was the
doesn't
story
die
of
at
Jesus
all.
plagiarized from?
Horus doesn't die.
I know he doesn't.
Because Horus is the Greek name. I'm talking about Heru, which is
That's
the
the same
Egyptian name,
thing.
which who
It's
you
the
It's the
call
same
same
thing.
thing.
Osiris. No,
It's
it's
the same thing. It's the same story, buddy.
was Osiris crucified and died on
Horus
the
is an
third day.
exonym. Horus is an exonym ascribed to an Egyptian concept. Greeks are not going to use Egyptian when referencing an Egyptian concept. They're going to use an exonym in their language. You know, the same way that we have ancient architecture and archaeological findings that refer to the land of Palestine as different exonyms due to the language of the people that were there and discovering it or were acknowledging it. It's the
But
same thing.
Hero or Horus, the god that you're referring to, doesn't die. They don't die and then come back to life. They don't die at all. They merge. There's like this weird, in the myth, there's this word merging that happens between Horus and the sun god Re, and they become like this jointed, weird super god. So they don't die. Horus doesn't die at all, and they certainly aren't crucified and come back to life.
Cause of death: Osiris was murdered by his brother Set. In most accounts, Set tricks Osiris, stealing him
It's
into a
Osiris.
coffin and throwing him into the Nile, causing him to drown and
This is
suffocate.
Osiris.
Father and son, same story. Less Set steals the body, dismembers it into
what?
14 more pieces,
Wait,
and scatters it across
what do you mean
history.
father and
The
son,
third day
same
claim,
story?
while there
What are you talking about?
He just said Osiris and then said father and son, same
It's
story.
the same canon, the same
No, dude,
story.
Osiris
Every
is
fucking
not
time I start talking,
Heru.
bro. Shut up.
Osiris is not
Shut up, Mikey.
Heru,
Shut up.
Manny.
Every time I start
Osiris
talking, you
is
won't
not
let me finish.
Heru. Hey, Manny, is Osiris Heru? Is Osiris
Are you
Heru?
gonna let me actually answer a fucking question without cutting me off?
Yeah. Is Osiris Heru?
No.
Okay, perfect. Then why the f are you telling me about the story of Osiris, bro?
Because it's the same damn canon and the stories
They're
tied
not the
together.
same
You just won't
god.
let me finish.
They're not
not
the
the
Won't let
same
me
same.
god.
finish. It's the same canon. It's the same
No, it's
fucking
not.
mystery system. Yes, it
Bro
is.
said Hercules, Zeus, same story. Like, what are we doing, bro? What are
You
we
said
There
doing?
is
you
no
said
story of
Jesus
Hercules
was
without
stolen
Zeus.
from you.
There
No,
is no
listen,
story of Hercules without Zeus.
listen, bud, listen, buddy. Here's what happened.
Hercules cannot be a story without Zeus.
See, now who's
What are you talking
interrupting?
about?
You were just bitching and moaning about people
I'm
interrupting.
interrupting
Now,
because you just won't let me fucking finish. Every time I start
because
talking,
you're hip
y'all start
hopping, you're
cutting in.
hopscotching.
I'm not hip hopping. You just gotta
You
let me
are.
finish what the fuck I'm saying.
No,
If you
dude.
don't understand, just
No.
you know
Stop.
what? Fuck
You
it.
don't
You got it.
understand
You
how
won. You
conversations
got it.
work.
You
Yeah, I
got
know
it.
I do. I
It's
got
not a
it. So
conversation. It's a
sit your
fucking
ass down
debate.
and listen. Shut
It's a
your
fucking
mouth and
debate.
listen.
We can't
Shut
have a
up.
I got it.
fuck you. You can't
Dude,
have a damn
come
debate
do
if you
something
won't let the
about
other
it.
person talk.
Okay.
You can't have a
No, I'm
debate if you
trying to
won't let the
actually.
other
No, I'm
person
trying
talk.
to actually
You
have a
won't let
debate.
the other.
You don't know how to debate. You made a claim about Heru or Horus, which were the same god. Then, when pressed on the claim you made about Horus, you switched to another god. The claim you made, and you were asked for evidence about that claim. Then you go into another god. So you were interrupted to stay on track. Horus, the claim you made about Horus was false. It was false. You made a false claim. Then you switch, knowing you made a false claim, to another god. So if we can acknowledge here that you were wrong about Horus, then we can go on to talk about what you want to talk about with Osiris.
You cannot tell the story of Horus or
Yes, you
Heru
can. No, you made
without
a
telling the
very simple
story.
claim. You're
You
wrong.
cannot tell the story. You can. Why is it every time I start talking, one of y'all
Because
cut
you're
me
not
off?
addressing at all what was
Shut the
said.
fuck up and let me
Come
talk.
make me stupid, bitch.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk. Ooh,
Dude, these
keyboard
people, they're
warrior, you're
so
so
ignorant.
tough.
They don't know
You're
On
who
so
they
this
tough
day
are.
of
behind
our
your
Lord,
phone.
on
You're
this
so
day of
fucking
our
tough behind
Lord,
your
on this
phone.
day of our
No, fuck
Lord,
this day of my
March
Lord. Every
29th,
time I start
Sunday.
talking,
Okay,
one of you
on this
motherfuckers
day
cut
of
me
our
off.
Lord,
Because
So
you're not responding.
if what I'm about to say is not dangerous to your argument, then why wouldn't you just cut me?
Okay,
Why
I'll
would you
let you
just let
go
me
for.
say
Okay,
it?
I'm just gonna mute and let you go
If
for
you're
how
not
long you want,
scared,
dude.
why won't you just let me say what the fuck I need to say?
Okay, I'll
Like I
let you
said
go
earlier in
on
this
for how long you
conversation,
want
you
to.
cannot tell a story. I'm done. Fuck it. I'm done. This is stupid. You won't even let me talk. So how
I
can
just
we
told
have a
you I was
back and
gonna
forth?
let you
How can we
go.
even have a how can we even have a conversation if you won't fucking let me talk? Every time I open my mouth, one of you bitches start talking. Every fucking time.
we're
And
on
like I
mute
Literally
to
on
said,
let
mute, and
you
you.
you're still
cannot tell the
We're,
bitching.
story
I'm
of
literally
Heru.
on
There
mute,
you
and you're
go
bitching
again.
about
There you
not
go
being able to
again.
talk.
There
We
you
were
go
both
again. There
on
you go
mute.
again. I just started talking, and there you go
Manny,
again.
we are going on mute so you can give your
You
point.
cannot
We
tell
will
the
stay
story of
muted
Heru.
until you stop.
You cannot tell the story of Heru without telling the story of Osiris. Okay, and if we're going to be completely honest about this, just like Osiris was, killed by his brother. Heru died and rose on the third day. These are the first guys who were called the Lamb of God. These were the first guys who were called the Son of God, because literally Heru was the son of Osiris, who was considered to be the greatest of the Egyptian pantheon. That's why he was called the Son of God, Heru. Jesus' story is not fucking new. It is not original. It is literally a plagiarism of Egyptian mysticism, which is why Kabbalah is a plagiarism of Egyptian mysticism, because they do the exact same fucking thing. They just stole the story. If we talk about the 12 hours of the day or the 12 disciples, we're still talking about the story of Heru, because we're talking about the 12 steps that Heru took across the sky in order to make the sun rise and set. But if you don't know Egyptian mysticism, then you're not going to be able to have this conversation with me, because you don't even understand how these stories tie in together. These stories existed hundreds of thousands of years before the story of Jesus, this crucified savior, came about. That's why I wanted to read to you the other stories that came from all over the fucking planet, who had pretty much gods, so-called gods, who had the same exact damn story, but we gonna sit here and act like these stories didn't exist and they don't tie into what we're talking about, simply because you don't want to acknowledge them. And that part is what really drives me crazy, right? The Cretes had their story of immaculate conception. The fucking Babylonians had a story of immaculate conception. The Chinese had a story of immaculate conception. The Japanese had a story of immaculate conception. There are many cultures across this planet who have had stories of immaculate conception before Jesus Christ. And somehow, these same stories also had their savior being crucified and rose on the third day. Buddha is one of them. Buddha existed way before Jesus did. How about Tao? Same story. You know what I'm saying? Immaculate conception, live life as some type of holy prophet, doing miracles and fucking creating great things across the planet, doing injustice. Enacting justice for the people who were persecuted at the time. And then they come out and they do the same damn thing that Jesus did. Crucified, rose on the third day, ascended to heaven. This story is not new. That's the part that I'm trying to get y'all to understand. So when I bring up the story of Kirsty Graves and the 16 crucified saviors, and I try to read for you the 16 crucified saviors that came before Jesus with the exact same damn story, and you don't want to hear it simply because it debunks your whole fucking argument. Christianity is not new. Judaism is not new. Islam is not new. Matter of fact, when it comes to the religions that have existed on this planet, these three are the youngest.
Okay, are you done now?
Besides like Scientology and shit like
Are
that,
you
these
done,
religions are
dude?
the
Are you
youngest.
done?
No, I'm not done.
No, you keep going
I'm
on
not
and
done.
on.
So in order
And
to
also, no, what
prove,
about the Druze? What about the
oh my god, I'm
Alawites?
not done. I'm not
You
done.
have no
I'm
idea
not
what you're
done.
talking about. You are
I'm
done.
not done.
You're wrong about
No, I'm not.
everything. You're
No,
wrong.
I'm not. I'm not wrong about everything. So
Horus was not
in
conceived
order to
from a
prove to
virgin.
you, in order to prove to you that there were multiple,
No, the claims
in
about
order to
Horus.
prove to you
We're
that there
not
were
going
multiple
through all your
gods,
shit, dude.
in order to prove to you that there were multiple gods that came before Jesus who had the story of an immaculate conception and were
Horus was not one.
crucified and
Do
rose
you
on the third
concede?
day.
Horus was not born
If you
from a
got
virgin.
Thelius of Egypt, 1700 BC, that's 1700 years before Christ. Krishna of India, 1200 BC, 1200 years before Jesus. Crite of Chaldea, 1200 BC. Atlas of Phrygia,
Yeah, you don't get to
1170
just you don't
BC.
get to just list these out.
Tammuz of
Remember when we
Syria,
told you that this is remember when
Holy
we told
hell,
you you
1100
dude.
can't do
BC.
this? Remember when
Heru,
Horus
we
was
told you
not
you
born from a
can't do
virgin.
this?
Horus was not born
Remember
from
when
a
we told you you
virgin.
can't do this?
This
Yeah.
is why
Yeah.
I did okay,
Horus was
now
not
it's my
born of a
turn. Now it's
virgin.
my turn to talk, right? This is why I kept interrupting you, because instead of addressing the claims that I made about Horus, you just went on and on and on about a whole bunch of different gods in different areas, right? Nothing about Buddha. Everything you said about Buddha is fucking false. How were the Hebrews in Judea under Rome occupation even supposed to know anything about what was going on in China? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe you're hinting at some type of pernarialism, right? Which is that all religions have some type of aspects that are similar to each other. That could just be because they're all hinting at some type of universal truth, which I actually think is the case. But when it comes to Horus, Horus wasn't even conceived from a virgin. So you're just completely wrong about that. Horus didn't die at all. So there's no way for them to die and rise again on the third day. There's multiple, the Islam, Christianity, and Judaism are not some of the youngest religions in the world. There's multiple religions in the Middle East and Africa that are very, very new. Think of like the Druze, think of like the Alawites, think of some other things that we could go into, but I don't need to. But Christianity is the oldest religion in the world because it's it's the truth. The truth is eternal. God is eternal. Now, one thing that you're failing to do when you're going on and like lying about the things that you're saying are similar to the story of Christ, I could possibly grant all of these, although Horus is something I know a good bit about and you're just fucking wrong about it. You have to prove some way that the authors of the Gospels did in fact copy these. It could be the case there's just some similarity. Maybe God is speaks in irony, right? You have to prove that these were actually copied, but you can't because they weren't copied. And plus the things you said, yeah, this presupposes Christianity is false, what you're showing me. This presupposes
Yeah,
Christianity is
also
false.
yeah,
I do not think
but also if I could
Christianity is
just
false. But you
can
can't.
I just go in and just like I just want to dismantle his source because that's the biggest thing that he's gonna stick to, right? One, Kersey Graves got a lot of their writings from Higgins and Massey, right? Neither Higgins or Massey were scholars or academicians, right? Or academians, right? They didn't have any kind of academic background. They were amateur Egyptologists, right? One from the 1700s to the 1800s, the other from the 1820s to the 1900s, right? Gerald Massey and Godfrey Higgins. They both have been completely ripped to shreds by all biblical scholars today, right? All scholars today recognize that their approach is fundamentally flawed when they sit here and they try to draw parallels one after the other, trying to claim that biblical writers borrowed the stories wholesale from the ancient tales. All of these things have been shown to be fundamentally flawed in their approach, right? And nearly all of the supposed parallels that the two men discovered, scholars today say without hesitation that there's no genetic connection that exists between the Bible and the myths that these two men were examining, right? So that shows that your source later, that comes later from Kersey Graves, is just based on poisoned roots as it is, because those two men and their methodological like issues or flaws that they had are just reinvigorated and re-emboldened in what Kersey Graves is saying in the world's 16 crucified saviors that came out in 1919, right? This is just going to be the fact that it's going to be a book that was based on the work of error-prone amateurs. And to make the matters even worse, Graves doesn't even appear to have actually consulted
any of those original myths himself. He didn't even look into the mythology. He himself didn't even look into the mythology of the Egyptians to be able to see if the methodology that the two people he was taking after actually did good work. So he's not even familiar with Egyptology. Yeah, you can yawn while you're getting BTFO'd. That's totally fine, right? I would probably do the same. It's a nice little rhetoric thing, but it doesn't really embolden your position when it lacks substance, right? Again, right? They
Let
were
me know when I can
amateur
respond.
Egyptologists. They were amateur. Yeah, I will. They were amateur Egyptologists. They have no credible backing or academic raising, right? Or yeah, like academic backing, right? And then Kersey Graves just reiterates the same claims, right? None of these individuals in the entirety of the book, The World's 16 Crucified Saviors, were crucified. Not a single one. None of them died a salvific death, right? And which was on the behalf of the salvation of others, right? And even some of them never died. What the fuck are we talking about, dude? How do you write it? How are you going off a book that says the world's 16 crucified saviors when some of the gods never died, others of them were never crucified, and then all of them did not die a salvific death on the behalf of others in the salvation of others. There's a complete break in the parallel there. You're just wrong in coping.
Because none of them are people.
Let's go to Christianity. Let's go to Christianity.com if we might.
Oh my
Most
God. What is
most research
Christianity.com?
points to Hinduism as the oldest form of religion. It was founded approximately 2300 BC. However, the Christian Bible and Jewish scriptures also reveal that not only did God create the world and everything within it, but God did so because he wanted to share his glory with us. So that's proven right there to you that there are religions older than Christianity, Hinduism being one of them.
Oh my
And even an
God.
older religion than Hinduism would be the Egyptian mystery system. Because if we're going to be completely honest about it, if you understand the chronological order of how countries and different dynasties were set up across the world, then you will understand that the earliest dynasties were in Africa. That's just a fucking fact. Okay, so the idea of a
North Africa
pantheon,
or sub-Saharan
the
Africa?
Middle Africa, then they moved south before they moved north. The
Egypt
south
is
is
not in
older than the
fucking Middle
north.
Africa, dude. I don't know what you're
I
talking
said
about.
Middle Africa, then they moved south before they moved north.
Egypt's
The
not
thing has
south
nothing to
either,
do with
dude.
my argument. I didn't say Egypt was South Africa. I said they moved south before they moved north.
You said the
Doormat.
earliest dynasties.
I said
You
they
said the
moved
earliest
south before they
dynasties
moved
were
north.
in.
Doormat.
It's also
Were in
not true. It's just not
the
true.
earliest
But
dynasties
whatever.
were
Go
in
ahead.
Africa. They moved south before they
Okay.
moved north.
Okay.
Okay, so in
Whatever you say.
order for you to sit here and say that Christianity is one
We
of the
wouldn't know
oldest
because I didn't
religions on
write
the
any. We
world,
wouldn't know. We wouldn't know because I didn't
you
write
said
anything
Christianity.
down.
No, you yourself, sir, said that Christianity was
Yeah.
the oldest religion in the
Oh, it
world, which
is.
is a
It
fucking
is.
lie.
But
No,
did
it's
you
not.
No, it's
did you
not.
hear
No,
why
it's
he made
not.
that
That is
argument?
not true.
Did you
Did you
hear?
listen to
Okay,
why
tell
he
me
made that
why.
argument?
Tell me
Christianity
why
is
I
not
said
the
that.
oldest religion.
Tell me why
Christianity
I
is
Wait,
not
did
the
you
said.
oldest
hear why he
religion in the
said that
world. That is
though?
not
Can you
true.
tell
It doesn't
me? Can
matter
you
why
tell
he
me
said it
why?
because it's
Okay.
factually incorrect. It doesn't
Okay.
matter because it's
No,
factually
it does
incorrect.
though. It
Christianity is
does
not the
though.
old.
In
No,
this
it does not.
argument, it
No, it does
absolutely
not.
does. Yes, it
Christianity is
does.
not the oldest religion
But
on the
that's not,
planet.
you're
That
But
not
is just
just
a
understand.
fact.
If you
So
don't
it
know his
doesn't
wait,
matter
hold
argument,
why
up.
he
you
said it.
saying that
Wait,
means
hold up.
It does
nothing
not
though.
matter why he
Hold
said
up.
it.
And
I'm gonna
I'm not
just.
even a
I'm
Christian,
gonna
but
end
I'm
this.
just
Wait, wait.
saying his
It does
argument.
not
I'm gonna dead
matter
this
why
right
he
here.
Go
said it.
ahead,
It's
Mikey.
I'm gonna
not
Sorry.
dead
true.
this right here. I'm gonna dead
Christianity
this
is
right
not the
here.
oldest
I'm
religion
so
on the
over
planet.
this.
It's not the
Busted dead this right here. I'm busted dead this right here. Adonis.
Christianity
We're
is
just gonna
not the
go through the
oldest
book. We're just
religion
gonna
on the
go through the
planet.
book.
It's easily
Adonis.
researchable.
We're just gonna go
Anybody
through
can
the
look up
book,
whether or not
Manny. We're
Christianity
gonna
is
go through your book,
anybody can
Manny.
look up
Hey,
whether or not
Manny.
Christianity is the oldest
Manny.
religion on the
Manny.
planet,
Okay,
and
great.
it's
Okay,
not.
great. Are
It's
you done
not.
Hold on,
You're
sparking?
Mikey.
Are
Mikey,
you
lying.
done
stop. Mikey,
sparking?
You're
stop. Mikey,
lying.
stop. Mikey,
No,
stop.
The
no,
base of your
no.
argument is wrong.
Right?
So how can you
Just to be
proceed on
clear,
a
The
just to
basis
be
of my
no?
clear,
How can
argument,
you
no.
proceed?
Manny, Manny, wait, hold on, bro. Hold
You
on.
proceeding the
Stop
debate with
spurging. Stop
cross points.
spurging,
The
right?
base of your argument
16.
is
Here we go.
wrong.
Let's go through
Christianity is
your
not
book.
the oldest.
Let's go through your
Christianity is
book,
not
Brown.
the
Hey,
oldest religion. It's not my book.
Manny.
I'm not a
Okay, great.
Christian.
Okay, great. Keep
I'm
repeating
not a
it. Keep repeating
Christian.
it. Keep repeating it. Keep
I'm not
repeating
a
it.
Christian.
It
What the
doesn't.
fuck is you talking
Okay,
about?
great.
But he
Awesome.
said Christianity
Awesome.
is the oldest
Awesome.
religion,
Great.
and it's
Beautiful.
not.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Great. Awesome. Okay. Now, anyways, let's go through your book because I'm just want to dead this, bro. This shit is insufferable, right? Adonis. Adonis died when he was gored by a bull on a hunting trip. I would run the fuck away too, Manny. Now, for everybody in here, Adonis died when he was gored by by a bull on a hunting trip. Addis, in a moment of madness, Addis committed unaliving by emasculating himself. Ball, the text is unclear, but it appears that Ball was slain in personal battle with Mot, the
Wait,
Canaanite
this guy
god
was
of death.
citing a book
Right?
that said Jesus was copied from Ball?
Yes. Yes. These are. By the way, he didn't even read his own book. He didn't even read his own book because he's in the comments saying Adonis is Greek. Yeah, guess what, buddy? This is your book you cited from Kersey Graves. I went and found the book, and I'm looking at the book, and I'm looking at the gods that they're claiming are parallel, and those gods are as follows: Adonis, who died when he was gored by a bull on a hunting trip; Attis, who in a moment of madness, Attis commits unaliving by emasculating himself; Baal, which the text is kind of unclear because it's a very ancient belief, but it appears that Baal was slain in personal battle with Mot, the Canaanite god of death. Right? Bacchus is the Roman equivalent of Dionysus, right? Whose body is almost completely devoured by the Titans, which leaves only his heart. Don't know how that parallels to Christ. Balder, which is a Norse pagan god. In Norse myths, Balder is invincible to all known objects except for mistletoe. One of the god's pastimes is throwing objects at Balder who cannot be harmed. Loki then crafts a magical spear from this plant of mistletoe and tricks the god Hoder into throwing it at Balder, unaliving him. Okay, right? Bedru, supposedly claimed by the author of your book that you're citing, right, as a Japanese figure, right? But apparently your author had a bad source, or they just didn't care to fucking actually look up the real name of the person because there's no figure with the name Bedru that exists in any Far Eastern literature at all. So he just lied, right? Japanese figures have equated some of that with Buddha. Regardless, there's no record of the crucifixion of this individual, even if he existed in the literature. Devatat. This is uncertain, but appears to be the name of Buddha in some places in the Far East. Again, no crucifixion that's found. He died at the age of 80 of a natural illness, though some say that he might have been poisoned, right? Dionysus, as I already addressed, the Greek god of wine and grapevine, had a tough childhood. When as an infant, the Titans devoured his body, leaving only his heart behind, he then is later reborn. Hercules, book cites Hercules. Hercules died when he was burned alive on a funeral pyre. Hermes never dies in the Greek myths. Horus never dies in the Egyptian myths. Krishna is mortally wounded when a hunter accidentally shoots him in the heel with an arrow. Right? Mithras does not die in the Persian myths. Orpheus is torn apart by Maenads, the female followers of Dionysus, right, for failing to honor their master. Again, no parallel. Osiris is killed when his brother Seth drowns him in the Nile. Seth later recovers the body and dismembers it. No parallel. Tammuz, also known as originally Dumuzi to the Sumerians, right? Tammuz is taken to the underworld when his lover, Inanna, is given a deal where she can be released if she finds a substitute. She is enraged that Tammuz is not mourning her death, so she chooses him to take her place in the realm of the dead. No mention of a crucifixion or a resurrection in that instance. Thor dies in fucking Ragnarok, the final battle that will end the fucking world, and is bitten by a giant serpent. And then Zoroaster. According to one singular ancient source, Zoroaster was murdered while he was at an altar.
It
And
wouldn't
these
make
are your
any
16
sense.
crucifixions.
It wouldn't make any sense for any of these people to, or any of these fake myth gods that he's saying to be crucified, because crucifixion was pretty rare before Rome. The only people you see doing it are Greeks, and Carthage, and then the rest is basically Rome doing it. So like this weird understanding of like these people would be crucified. Crucifixion was a rare thing that would happen before Rome.
Right.
So, the oldest reference, unironically, probably the oldest reference we have to crucifixion is in the book of Deuteronomy, which I take as a prophecy about Christ that was fulfilled. And then after that, you have a story about the Greeks crucifying people in Persia. You have stories of like actual like real people getting crucified in Carthage. And then that's it. And then you get to Rome. And obviously Judea was under Roman occupation when Christ was crucified. But like this weird idea that like these people would be crucified in like ancient Egypt and China and India, like that's all dumb. Like they didn't fucking do that. They just didn't do that to people.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. Like, dude, if you just don't like Christianity, that's bro. But don't come up here and lie and just say that there's 16 other gods in history that were crucified when not a single one of them were crucified,
Well,
not
it's
a
weird
single
he
one of them were
went.
self-sacrificed, and they all appear to die from accidental deaths or fucking murder in battle.
I think he's one of those Hotep people that think that like everything ever comes from Egypt. And so like he wants to claim that like all three major Abrahamic religions come from Egypt because like for some reason Kabbalah was stolen from which it wasn't. Most of Kabbalah's stuff is relies upon Neoplatonic metaphysics and mysticism from Canaanites. It doesn't fucking come from Egypt.
Yeah.
And
No,
also so
exactly.
like I don't like I don't it's so weird. And it's like there's so many
Bro,
things that are absent.
he
Go
tried
ahead.
telling me, right? He tried telling me the instance where the Hebrews did the golden calf, right, was them actually depicting an Egyptian god as opposed to them depicting what we all obviously know would be the
Mama,
Canaanite god of Baal,
mama.
right? That they were reverting back to those beliefs while waiting for Moses to come down with the Ten Commandments. And he's like, no, Baal was always depicted as a goat. Bro, so when I show you ancient sculptures or like fucking statues in Persia of a bull that's not Baal, are we are we okay? Like are we good as a society? Like are we cool?
How'd that even start? Because I see what the prompt is. How'd that even start? Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't even because of the prompt. It was there was a statement, not the statement that was made. Fuck, dude. We were just been kind of having like free flowing conversation. Christianity got brought up. Bro piped up and said, "Oh no, bro," unsolicitedly said that Christianity is the child of Judaism. So you know me, I immediately pop off mute, and I'm like, "No, not true. Modern Judaism is not what we understand. Like Judaism would be in the Old Testament, which wasn't even Judaism; it was Yahwehism, right?" And then we got into a whole back and forth. He said, and then he brought up the Kabbalah and said the Kabbalah came from ancient Egyptian mysticism. I showed him that the Kabbalah wasn't a formalized and emerged belief system until the 12th to 13th century. He told me that that's white supremacy. And then,
Hmm.
yeah, and then we went into the point of
Wait, what did
addressing
he
all the
say?
claims
What did
about
he say is white supremacy?
when I told him that the Kabbalah was emerged and wasn't an emerged or formalized belief until the 12th to 13th century. He said that
That's white supremacy.
that's white supremacy to cover up from the ancient Egyptian
Oh,
rootings
my
and the
aching
whitewashing of
ass. Well, I
yeah.
won't say what I want to say about Egypt, but we'll we'll keep that there, I guess.
You know, I know you have strong opinions on Egyptian
Oh
mysticism and
yeah.
stuff
Well,
in
no,
Egypt.
it's for real. Like never mind.
Yeah, no, you're good.
The people in Egypt now are the descendants of ancient Egyptians, and just go there and tell me if you think those guys look like
Well, the
sub-Saharan
government's
Africans. They
failed.
fucking don't.
Yeah, yeah, and the
They
government, and
fucking
also
don't,
yeah, and
dude.
the government's dog shit. So like, if that's going to be like a point of like integrity or meant to be like good character, like doesn't really look like it's showing that. Like, look by the Egyptians. So like, if that's going to be like a point of that, like look by the Egyptians have just rolled over.
All these fucking fucking Mm. all these people. It's same thing with like it's what our guys do about like the British Empire or like Rome. These places suck to live in. Like I don't understand why people want to uphold these ancient societies in like such high regard. They weren't nice places to live in. They were very brutal. Life expectancy was very low. Well, like assuming that he's like a Black American or like a diaspora African, West African, Central African, he has like no continuity, like no claim to the Egyptian Empire. The only like sub-Saharan African people who can have a little stake in it would be like Sudanese people, northern Sudanese people, Somalis, some Ethiopians. It wouldn't be like a Black American. Yo, Mikey.
Yo,
Yo, when can we go talk about Iran?
Well,
Yo,
okay. It's Sunday. It's 12
It's
already.
Monday.
Well, it's 11:59 here.
Oh,
But I think maybe not tonight, but tomorrow night I'll open
you
because I do want to get
motherfucker.
some sleep. I know, dude. I want to get some decent sleep for work tomorrow.
Dude, those are the best debates, though. How you fucker? Evil. You're evil, dude. That's like evil. East Coast is not the best coast. The East Coast is filled with a bunch of bitches.
Okay, that's your opinion.
It is. It's true. Like Jersey sucks.
Is that where you're from?
No, hell no. I ain't from there. You hear the way I talk?
Listen, those people in South Jersey, they have a funny accent.
It doesn't sound like mine.
No, you're right.
Oh, fuck
No,
those
that's the
poor
no, yeah,
little sons of bitches.
that's the crispest New Jerseyan accent I've ever heard. Boomer.
No,
I
the
don't
Literally.
East
know
Coast
where from
sucks.
down south he's from. He's obviously a southerner.
Oh, I am Mississippi. But no, Jersey sucks, New York sucks. I guess the rest of the East Coast is cool though. Like
Yeah, you're not going to talk shit about New England.
Massachusetts, that's cool.
Yeah, there we go.
That side of the family is from Mass. They're over in
Oh,
like
that's
Lynn
cool.
area.
Same.
You know what's weird? I have a buddy who's from Massachusetts. He just moved to Arizona. He is
Mhm.
100% Sicilian.
That's not uncommon.
I
Yeah.
know it's not, but you think Massachusetts, New England, it's all waspy.
Yeah, but then you
Mm,
have like
it's a
the
lot of Irish too. A lot of Irish and Italians too.
yeah, a lot of Irish and
Yeah,
Italian people.
Boston.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah.
That's a
But
shitty place though. Boston sucks.
no, yeah, Boston. Yeah, Boston is shitty. I am gonna probably hop down though, because that was just fucking exhausting going back and
Oh, what's up,
like
Radoid?
that.
Wait,
What's up, Moon?
I popped up because he was saying that the earliest reference to crucifixion was Deuteronomy in the Bible, and is that
No. He didn't say that. He said there was other instances of crucifixion, but they were very rare. It was not a commonality of understanding for like crucifixion outside of like the Roman. It was a very big rarity to see this happen of like when Romans were doing it.
so?
We
King
were the
Darius crucifying 3,000 people.
King
That'd be
Darius
rare.
and King
The
Darius.
Persia. King of
Yeah,
Persia.
I would still say that that would be. What's the evidence that they were crucified? I
Around
know that there were.
around 519 BC, saying that there were enemies of Babylon estimated to
Right.
have crucified about 3,000 people.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is what's the evidence that the individuals were crucified? I know that
Dive
they were. I
into
know
it.
they were obviously dealt with, but I'm just saying, like, how do we know that they were crucified? Like, what was found proves this.
Let's see. I'll dive into it.
Yeah.
See, I mean, archaeology isn't exactly my wheelhouse, so usually if I just see that there's there's precedence for it, I'm usually give a thumbs up and I'm like, oh, okay. Try not to question it too much.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that because that was what Manny was doing when we were debating. He brought up a book supposedly written by a quote unquote historian called the 13. What was it? The 13 Crucified Gods in History or something like this. Is it? Hold up, I have the name right here. Yeah, the world's 16 crucified saviors. None of them were crucified. This is like a common myth that like anti-Christians will try to use to dilute the importance of Christianity and say like, oh, it's just a repackaged version of a bunch of other ancient, like ancient beliefs that came before it. None of these gods were crucified that are found in this book.
Who's
Some
the
of
author?
Well, it's looking like
Kersey Graves.
so. This article is citing the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'll see where they get their source from.
Yeah, because I was looking it up too. I know one of the earliest records that we have of proof of the crucifixion is from 200 AD, where there was a depiction that was found within the Roman patine, or I'm probably mispronouncing that, but it was like a donkey or an ass on a cross, and it was to represent those that were mocking the crucifixion of Christ.
Okay. Well, I'm on the Encyclopedia Britannica. That's not. I'm not seeing a source for where they
Right.
get
Yeah.
it.
That's what I was going to run into a problem with, because when we think about things like 519 BC, we're very limited when it comes to like actual like documents that we have that are preserved from areas back then. And so that's what I was wondering when it says that there's documented evidence that they were crucified. Are we just like presupposing they were crucified just based on the fact that the king was like, yo, these motherfuckers got to get dealt with? Or is there actual like, was there like archaeological findings,
Well,
crucifixions?
it typically requires a collaboration of evidence in order for it to be accepted into something like the Encyclopedia Britannica, meaning that there has to be archaeological evidence along with documentation. They wouldn't just take documentation and run with it. They would need to have physical evidence as well, archaeological evidence. And then it would have to be, of course, peer reviewed on top of that.
Yeah, I'm.
It's not something like they wouldn't just take one piece of evidence and run with it.
Yeah, I'm currently looking. I controlled F on that article for crucifixion.
And that's one of the things that I think when we were talking about the one Philbro methodology and debate that I found is particularly dangerous and for me echoed the whole flat Earth debate, because like the origins of the flat Earth debate is essentially not trusting the experts and drawing your own conclusions on things.
Well, yeah, skepticism. Yeah, empirical skepticism and stuff like that, I think can be taken to radical extents, what we call radical skepticism. But being a skeptic itself, like some skepticism towards things, I do think is fruitful and not dangerous. But like the only point, like these people that like, for example, people that argue a flat Earth to you just based on skepticism, you can just press them on that and just be like, okay, like how do you know that you're not like a brain in a vat now? Right? How do you know that what you're experiencing is what you're experiencing if you're not operating based off like any kind of like empirical data or whatever?
Yeah. Well, I think Chris
typically
Farley
they're not
said it best. You can get a good look at beef by shoving your head up a cow's ass, but I'd rather take a butcher's word for it.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's fair. But yeah, like I said, skepticism isn't necessarily like a dangerous tactic to use. You can become radically skeptic. I don't think that that's really too much of a problem for anybody that knows how to, respond or address it. Gideon, did you find that book I was referencing?
Yeah, I found it, but I was reading more into the Darius situation. Well,
Hmm.
what's the exact ambiguity? Whether they were crucified like on a cross or just impaled or
Well, yeah, I think that when we say, yeah, like, because, well, that was kind of the point that I was asking, right? Because when I think of crucifixion, I think of something really specific. And I think that that's what Steph was referring to when he was up here, when he said it was a rarity for crucifixion to take place side of the Roman Empire, right? They kind of, that was where the emerged, kind of commonality came from, what we understand crucifixion to be. So if we're just saying crucifixion becomes maybe a little bit more fluid, right, or loosely used in the sense of like impaling and things like that, and sure, I would say that there's probably examples of emerged crucifixions in the sense of impaling prior to Rome, right, and that these were not rarities. And would be fine with saying that that's what happened with Darius, but again, what I mean by crucifixion is, yeah, individuals being placed on either a wooden post or cross or some kind of an X shape, right? And then,
you know
suspended and left there.
that's not the case apparently. I did a little bit of reading, so the main evidence is from Darius's autobiography, which is reinforced by the writings of I think it's Herodotus. Um, and the words that are used from like ancient Greek and also ancient like Farsi/Persian is that they're impaled to a pole. So it's not like a cross or an axe or what we would associate with like crucifixion in the Roman or I guess Christian symbolic sense. Like you'd have to be pretty loose to consider a pole. It's also not fully clear if they're like impaled by the pole or if they're like nailed to it. It's not really 100%, but the idea that the Persians originated crucifixion from like what we generally associate with it is definitely not the case. But yeah, it seems they
Yeah.
did perhaps somewhat invent the practice of like humiliating
Mhm.
people through like impaling them to some kind of wooden post of some kind, but definitely not the Roman iteration of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that that's what Seth was referring to, that Moon Boots was coming up to address. But yeah, so like if we use a looser understanding of what we mean when we use the term impaled, then I can understand where you're coming from, Moon Boots. But if we're using maybe a little bit more of a specific understanding of what crucifixion is, then yeah, I don't think King Darius would be an example to use as an egregious number, because that was kind of the thing, was like 3,000 people. Seems that it was commonplace in Persia. I wouldn't think that that would be an example to counteract what Seth's statement was around crucifixion.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty clear that the Romans seem to have adopted the
Well,
practice and
The way
Mhm.
modified it.
the Persian method of crucifixion is described is nailing
And
the way
Mhm.
modified it.
the described is nailing a victim to a vertical stake or tree.
Where are you seeing that from?
Uh, Greek report, history collection. Again, uh, Encyclopedia Britannica, Tastes of History, Quora. This this source here is just to do. It's a history of crucifixion, but the URL looks Korean. I can't read that.
I'm gonna hop down, y'all. Have a good night.
Have a good night, Quinn. Uh, Ancient.
Yeah. Now, um, it does say that their methodology was uh, lashed or staked to a pole rather than a T or an X shape, where traditionally we actually have a harder time finding precedents for the T or the cross as we understand it than the X being the more traditional method
Yeah, what
of
I
crucifixion.
yeah, what I have here is scaphism, which was their method known as crucifixion, and it was the victim was placed in two hollowed out boats with their heads and limbs sticking out and their bodies trapped inside. They were force fed milk and honey, and their bodies were left to fester, attracting insects and vermin that would consume them from within. This method was used to torture and unalive criminals, and is one of the most macabre execution methods ever devised.
Well,
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty macabre.
it doesn't sound like a good time. Not how I would like to spend a Wednesday. But I mean, I guess it also comes into question which one was used, which one was more prevalent at the time. Because it's possible that they used other methods more frequently uh, than crucifixion. I mean, did he publicly execute more than 3,000 people, which is a lot.
Who, King Darius, if it was a regular practice?
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, what was more prevalent?
Between what two, like, options?
What Mikey just described versus
Scaphism.
versus crucifixion.
Oh.
What I found is just that they cite that there were 3,000 crucifixions during his reign.
But I think that's a singular instance also. I don't think
Here's
it's
another
the
here's another
aggregate of
version
his
of
entire reign.
yeah, here's another version of crucifixion that ancient Persia used, involving trees. In ancient Persia, a gruesome method of execution involved crucifixion, where convicted thieves were tied to two trees. Executioners would pull the trunks of the trees close together, causing them to snap back and split the thief in half. This method served as a deterrent to potential thieves, as the severed body would hang from the trees along the roads, reminding others of the consequences of theft. Additionally, other punishments included amputation and severe tortures, reflecting the harsh legal system of. I'm
Also,
not
from
seeing
what I read,
suspended. Yeah.
I think a lot of them are also post-mortem, apparently. So,
Oh, a lot of like the suspensions were like post mortem.
yeah, so a lot of these, like, what I guess are akin to crucifixions that Darius employed on the Babylonians, it sounds like the bulk of them were post-mortem. So a lot of them had their noggin severed from their body, and then they'd be hung up as kind of a display. So it wouldn't be like an active torture method for how they met their demise.
That would make sense. Like the majority of Vlad the Impaler's Forest of the Dead that had 10,000.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but
yeah, the majority of them were even post mortem.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I'd imagine it'd be pretty tough to go about that method pre-mortem for everyone. Because how many did he have? He had, like, how many Ottoman
10,000.
soldiers?
Either 10 or 20,000.
Yeah, that's quite the bunch.
Yeah.
For anybody that's curious what we're talking about ancient Persian torture methods and unalivement in reference to crucifixion as we understand it, and whether or not the ancient Persians were deploying a similar or applying a similar usage of what we understand crucifixion to be today, virtue of the Roman Empire and their punishments during the ancient Persian Empire under King Darius.
And if you stick around, eventually we will explain how it made its way into various fetishes like BDSM and made itself as a kink of its own.
be around for that conversation. That is a conversation that Moon Boots is choosing to take on his own. Gideon and I will not be around for that
Yeah,
conversation.
I think you're on your own there, brother.
Yeah.
I don't have much to add there,
Yeah,
to be honest
right.
with you.
Oh man.
If that's your shtick, like, have at it.
Mikey,
Yeah.
eventually you will find out that my desire to troll is quite possibly one of the most powerful forces on this planet. So
No, you're good. You're good,
it
man. You're
can be
good.
subtle, it can be swift. You got
Listen, I would tell you whatever floats your boat, but after what I just read about scafism, I don't want to bring up boats for a while. Crazy. That's a crazy tactic. Put
I
you in a
do feel bad that I thought that you may have like understood that about my personality prior to me trolling you the other night,
oh no.
but
So, dude, I get so locked in these debates. Like, it don't even matter if, like, one of my homies, like, it's even happened with my buddy Doomer or Seth. Like, he's popped up on a panel before where I'm just like locked in, and he'll try to like interject or like correct me, and bro will just catch a wild stray. Like, you just like step in the middle of a bar fight or something, bro, catch a wild stray from be like, shut the fuck up. Then I'm like, oh, my bad, dog. My bad, Seth. What was that? My bad. Because I just get locked in and like, ADHD when there's so many people talking on a panel, it gets overstimulating. Like, I don't crash
Yeah.
out, but I just, you know what I mean? Like, you just like get more tense.
you could ask Bex. We've paneled together almost every night for the past like 2 years, and you can count on you. She can count on one hand the amount of time she's seen me lose my composure. Like the insane things that have been yelled at me in different corners of TikTok, and I have not even like shown shown to be faced whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
What do you guys think?
if
Yeah.
I'm trolling and you lash out at me because I'm trolling, believe me, I understand that it is deserved for you to lash out at me at that moment.
But yeah, what do you think we're kind of experiencing a calm before the storm with this whole Iran situation, Gideon? You think that
Oof. I
quiet,
mean,
too quiet?
it's so hard to say. Like, honestly, I've probably never um, encountered a conflict where there seems to be more mis and disinformation in the ethos around what's going on.
Right.
Like, so it seems like, for example, Israel has put a very tight leash on people being able to procure footage of any strikes on Israeli soil. So I remember
Mm-hmm.
in the early days of the conflict, there were all sorts of videos that, at least to me initially, I was under the impression were AI, and many of them had some videos that, at least AI, and many of them have since been discovered as being like digitally like synthesized and not real
Mm-hmm.
footage, like synthesized and not. I think it's very clear that the Israelis want this to escalate, right? They've kind of crossed every line possible. The Iranians kind of drew a line in the sand, said, you don't hit infra, you don't hit energy. And they've just been going to town, hitting refineries, the energy grid. And it seems they're trying to pull the US in deeper. So I don't really know. I'd like to think Trump shows like some moral character and tries to play the optics in his favor, says, pulls out, says this was a huge success. We got the Ayatollah, nothing else to talk about, back to business. But it seems like they are probably gearing up to put some boots on the ground. I highly doubt in the event that takes place that it will be a conventional like invasion that you might have seen in Iraq, for example. I
Mm-hmm.
think from what I've read, the like Pentagon officials are going through.
Hmm.
I think from what I've read, like, Pentagon officials are like mission scenarios of basically like special force operations that are very select scenarios of basically kind of in and out, not like a sustained war effort with stations and barracks and logistics to provide munitions to soldiers that are 24/7 on Iranian soil. So I honestly have zero clue. I've never been so unsure about a conflict. I just hope it wraps up. But
Yeah, I don't. One thing that listen, I agree when it comes to kind of the uncertainty. Comes to kind of the uncertainty. I was reading an article here. Uh, One of the things that I will agree on is the uncertainty. But where I will disagree, or at least be the black pillar here, is I do think the one thing that I'm certain on is it will not wrap. I think that this is the biggest quagmire that we have ever gotten ourselves in the East. I do not think this will be another Iraq. This will not be another Afghanistan. I mean, this is the big one. This is the Middle Eastern military operation. This is the big one. Middle Eastern or war, since the administration is so scared to call it that for whatever reason. This is like the number one Middle East war that we've tried so scared to call it that for whatever reason. Middle East war that we've tried to avoid for very long. I think rightfully so. I don't think we have any business being over there, but since we have done that, we've kicked the Middle East war that we've tried. I don't think we have any business being over there. Hornet's nest. I do not see us getting out any. This will be something that'll be ran on in presidential elections, probably 3 presidential elections from now, talking about I'm gonna pull our troops out of Iran and bring them back home, and you know what I mean. Like that's
mm, I don't know. I think it's much more likely that this reaches the point of like a tactical nuke than you have people stationed in Iran 3 administrations from now. I
I
just
mean, if
think
we do
like
that, yeah, if we do that, that changes the
yeah,
entire geopolitical world stage when it comes to the way that the conduction of war.
yeah. I mean, I think that's more likely, and that's what I'm really worried about because
Yeah,
it's
I,
very clear who is able to pull strings with the admin, and I
right.
think those guys are way more likely to do something drastic of that scale.
Yeah,
There,
yeah,
like
something irrational. Yeah.
there were alleged rumors and reports that during the 12th day like fiasco in the summer, that the reason the U.S. got involved with the bunker busters and B-2 bombers is essentially, I mean, more or less blackmail, being told if you don't get involved here, we're going to use a tactical nuke. Um, so that I'm much more worried about than like sustained war effort where like there's troops overseas for a while. I'm pretty sure like in the war games at the Pentagon, this is like one of the most simulated conflict scenarios that they've been doing for probably 3 decades, right? Like John
Hmm.
Bolton goes to bed every night for the last several decades and dreams of a war with Iran, right? And
Yeah.
my understanding is in the war games, like consistently, they either lose or they have like, I mean, just like gigantic casualties on a scale that they've never had in a
Well,
conflict before.
the biggest war
Gigantic casualties on a scale.
game simulation that we did against Iran was back in the early 2000s. It was called Operation Millennium, and we lost because we had one of our top Marine strategists. I think his last name is Van Ripper, General Van Ripper. He was controlling the Iranian side, right, and he was going against the top of the U.S. military. he literally pretty much BTFO'd the US in 45 minutes. The entire simulation was over, and Iran was declared the victor. And then they reran it again, and the US won this time. But Van Ripper looked into it and found out that they had skewed, they had to literally cheat to be able to make those results be the case.
I
So
think
skewed, they had to literally cheat the case.
I
So
think I saw this. They had to add a bunch of caveats and tweaking of the
mhm.
rules.
Yeah, like handicaps effectively on Iran that
The rules.
yeah, like aren't actual aren't real life handicaps that everyone would face.
I mean, I
And
think
then
what
real life handicaps that everyone would face. And then mhm.
yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I think what people don't grasp is like the idea of a land invasion in Iran is basically impossible. Like this is grasp is like the idea of a land invasion is impossible. Like this is Afghanistan times 3 just by land mass and population. Very
Mhm.
similar terrain. And this is an ancient people that are like when it comes to existential battles, will fight tooth to the nail, right? Like look at the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s when Khomeini comes in and Saddam tries to sort of opportunistically go in. They were backed by the entire Gulf, the US. Funny enough, I think the Israelis backed Iran and provided them intelligence during the conflict. But besides that, the Iranians were kind of fighting on their own footing, getting hit with chemical weapons. And
Mhm.
the Iraqis can take a centimeter off, or an inch, or whatever metric you want, off of Iran's borders by the time it was all said and done. Like, these people will fight decades on end, harder than any opponent the US has ever faced before. If they're
Right.
in excess, like, these people will fight in any opponent the US has ever faced before if they're in
Right.
an existential battle. Like,
Right.
I
Which I think that
pray
they're
to
in now.
God that I pray, yeah, they 100%. I mean, if you just see the footage, like, actual battle, like,
Right.
100%. I mean, if you just see the footage, like, and the reports coming from Tehran, people don't have energy. There's
Mhm.
smoke and smog, 100%. I mean, if you just see the foot, people don't have energy. There's
Mhm.
smoke and smog in the sky from refineries being, blown to smithereens. It looks like apocalyptic almost. Like, no matter what the populace perception is of the regime, there's some like ambiguity how many Iranians actually support the IRGC versus don't, like the reformists and traditionalists, and then the more secular groups. At the end of the day, now, I think everyone's on board with the government, at least internally in Iran, because this is an existential thing to them now. And I just pray to God the US doesn't send a bunch of Goyim to go turn into red mist for Israel. US doesn't send a bunch of Goyim. You know,
Facts. Facts.
I I think that's my main worry, because this is much uglier than any conflict the US has ever been in before. This is worse than Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan. Like,
Yep.
if there is an effort to do what the US did in those countries in Iran, this will drag out for decades. They will be unsuccessful. Tens of thousands of Americans will come home in body bags. Like, it's just not going to be. Tens of thousands of Americans will come to be a success story at all. So, yeah, I don't know. I really hope the doomers are not correct on this, and somehow things resolve themselves. I know I saw a report. I think the foreign minister of Oman
Mhm.
went on CNBC or MSNBC and basically said, like, there are talks, and the Iranians have sort of bespokenly agreed to terms that are significantly better than the, what was it called in 2015? The JPAC or something? JPAO? The
JP, yeah, the JPCA, yeah.
Yeah, JPCA, that one. right? Like basically hold off, don't escalate this. Like there is a route to uh, negotiation here.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'd like to
the most recent from Iran, which is kind of like because they're you remember like they're not wanting to back down right now, like allow the U.S. or allow Trump to be like, oh, oops, I made a mistake, let's go home, boys, because they've been pressed on the international stage. So when Iran was last posed with the capability of a peace talk or a ceasefire deal between the U.S., the five things that they brought to the table, which was last week, was allow them to have full control over the Strait of Hormuz, and they can charge ships that go through it, very similar to the Suez Canal. No restraint on their missile systems, right? And then ceasing all types of aggressions that are occurring in southern Lebanon by Israel.
yeah,
Remove
it's not
all
gonna work.
sanctions. Yeah, remove all sanctions in Iran. And then there was a fifth one. And I can't remember what the fifth one was, but it was another big one. I mean, what we can just see from the four that I named, right? Those are complete non-starters that the U.S. would never, right? They would never be able to
Comply
accept.
with, yeah.
Exactly. So I think Iran is forcing the hand of the U.S. They're like, no, bro, you want to come over here? You want to kick this hornet's nest? You know what I mean? Like this is what's gonna happen. But yeah, I just wanted to get your take on that. A little bit longer of a dialogue than I expected because I was about to hop down. But I hit you with a follow, Gideon. I'm very curious to kind of pick your brain. I saw that you followed me, so I hit you with a follow back. I'm interested to kind of
Awesome,
pick
bro.
your brain. And yeah. When I host lives, I'm talking about Iran all the time. Seth typically comes in when he's available, so you're more than welcome to jump up on the panel as well.
Would love to, bro. Nice speaking to
Yeah,
you.
man. I mean, God bless. Everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you so much.
Speaking to
Yeah,
you.
man. I mean, God bless you so much, T-Bone. I appreciate you, brother. Bex, I don't know if you're still up. And Moon Boots, y'all have a good one. God bless.
Have a good one.
Shoot. How you doing, Moon Boots? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Have yourself?
I'm all chilling like a villain, you know.
All right, all right.
What'd you think about the? I don't know your take on the whole Iran like situation. If you overheard the chat, like if you have any kind
Yeah.
of
I mean, I do think that
if you overheard the chat,
um, I think ironically, it actually does create an avenue for us to be able to sever ties. It actually create an avenue to sever ties with our allyship with Israel.
mm-hmm.
So I think that the biggest allyship with.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the biggest concern with. Sorry, I'm in the middle of something. I think the biggest concern with during the everything going on in Gaza was essentially the domino effect that it would have on global trade and modern monetary theory. So this actually creates that an avenue for us to be able to sever ties without having creates that an avenue without having that domino effect. So if the position were to be taken from future leaders that they will no longer be allies in domino effect were to be taken from future leaders that they allies in supporting Israel, that's something that's now possible due to the due to escalations in Israel. That's something that's due to escalations in Iran. So it might not play out the way that some people would like. Now the question is, will we have someone in office willing to, or will we have elected officials willing to take that position?
Yeah, I think what still astounds me is if I could like hop into a time machine pre October 7th, 2023, right? As opposed to now, the general American perception of Israel has basically like deteriorated to nothing. I think internally in the US, general American perception to nothing. I think internally in the US, like 20% of the voter base supports this whole situation with Iran, for example, of the voter base, whole situation with Iran, for example, and like census data or polling data, I should say.
I thought that it was even lower than that. I thought it was 20% of Republicans.
Oh, is it that bad?
I think it's that.
Or polling data, I should say.
I thought it was 20% of Republicans. I could be wrong. And I do know that, but like they divided up. Last poll that I saw, they divided up by like moderate Republicans to MAGA and all that fun stuff. The like really core Trump base. Even then, like that obviously has the largest to MAGA and the like really core largest support. And even then, it's like something like 50%.
Yeah. No, I think future elections are like clearly the issues that are going to move the needle are going to be vastly different to before. Like even Trump getting into office this last time round, like he basically completely psyoped his way in on a few like key issues. Like one of his talking points was that, this admin is so soft on foreign policy. I'd wrap up Russia, Ukraine, this whole situation in Gaza would have never happened with me. No new wars, etc., etc. And now, I'd wrap up Russia, Ukraine, no new wars, etc., etc.
The actual tactic that they took was dividing the Democratic base. So, which they successfully did. And their propaganda wasn't so much to prop up Trump. It was more about dividing Democrats or left-leaning voters against Harris. So feeling that she would not uphold the leftist views and that they're better off staying at home. And that was like the more critical aspect of the campaign in 2024. So we saw that there were 8 million registered Democrats that did not vote in 2024. Million registered Democrats.
No, for sure. But I guess the key point I was trying to drive is a lot of Trump's brand that he's tried to push and he ran on last time around was this very like isolationist foreign policy position and more of a diplomat than like an iron fist of resolving situations. Like I can vividly remember him. Yeah, didn't he promise he would wrap up Russia, Ukraine like his first month back in office or something silly? Right?
Oh yeah. All of his promises were.
Yeah, didn't he promise he would wrap? Right?
Oh yeah. All of his promises were absolute horseshit.
Yeah. So I think going forward now with the PR damage that Israel has
absolute horseshit
damage that Israel has sustained, I think it is plausible, at least now in like the youthful non-boomer like voting base, the average, it is plausible in boomer like voting base, like perception on where the US should stand in terms of its like allyship with Israel is abysmal. Right? Most people can't see any net perception on where the US is abysmal. Right? Most people can't see any net positive to the sort of U.S. non-symbiotic in reality like arrangement that they have with the Israelis. And
If I could jump in for a second, get in. It
yeah,
could
go
have been
ahead.
advantageous. It could have been advantageous for the United States, and we could have held that position as long as we had the petrodollar. But now with everything going on in the Middle East right now, like Saudi Arabia, why would they sign back onto the petrodollar? Because the original reason they signed on is because they had security guarantees from the United States. And now everything that's going on with Iran hitting them as anytime they pretty much want to, you know what I mean? They don't have any security agrees from the United States, as well as others like Jordan and Egypt and so forth, right? So now that they know that the United States can't protect them or won't protect them against the Iranian adversary, then how can we possibly secure them with security guarantees? So if they don't have those security guarantees, why would they back the petrodollar? So now they traded oil and UN and rubles and whatever the case may be. So now the petrodollar is going to be demolished, and the United States is going to suffer because that's what's propped us up since what, World War II. So now at this point, all this debt that we owe, we're going to have to pay it back. What is it, 39 trillion at this point? We're gonna have to pay it back, and who are we paying it back to? I don't want to say it, but anybody who's been paying attention knows who we owe this debt to. Who runs our banks? Who runs the federal banks? So like, what are we gonna do at this point? The
Well,
United States has pretty much fucked themselves for the future if we're gonna keep it completely 100. And God forbid we actually renege on these loans that we have with all this debt behind them, because we're not going to win this war with Iran. So yeah, we're pretty much cooked at this point.
Recluse. I just want to. Could you substantiate what the petrodollar is?
The petrodollar was the agreement that we had with Saudi Arabia and the, it's not the G6, it's the GCC or something like that. The
Yeah.
Gulf, I can't remember what it stands for right now, but we had an
It's the
agreement with them
Gulf,
that they
yeah.
were only going to, yeah, that they were only going to trade their oil in dollars. So they made a requirement for other countries who wanted to trade in oil that they get their oil in dollars, was made a demand for the United States dollar. But now that Saudi Arabia, that agreement has already expired, and now that they see that we can't really defend them against Iran, has already expired, and now that Iran, because we're getting our ass whooped right now over there, we're fucked. You know what I mean? So like they're not going to sign on again to only trade in dollars when they don't have those security agreements that they had before. And Iran is pretty much proven by themselves, because Russia and China has stepped in a little bit, but they haven't really got involved. Iran has proven by itself that the United States can't protect you. So why would Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, why would they sign on again? It don't make sense.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
there
Well,
definitely is more to the value of the dollar than um, just trading oil in it. It definitely is a lot more to it than that.
but you can admit that that was a big part of it, right, Moon Boots?
It's a big part.
Yeah.
It definitely attributes to why global trade is not just oil, but global trade is done in the U.S. dollar for the most part. But it's also important that countries keep the U.S. dollar in reserve. Um,
For oil trade.
Not just oil trade,
What else?
for various reasons. I mean, like I said, global trade is predominantly done in the dollar, outside of oil. When you're talking about
Uh,
the petrodollar, you're talking about the value of oil, not the value of the dollar.
I think
right. But if the
the
oil is traded in the dollar, then that props up the US economy, because they
Yes,
need the dollar, they need
it
US
has,
dollars and oil.
but it's not solely reliant on that. Like it is
Not
the
anymore.
value of oil is more tied into the value of the dollar, not the other way around.
I disagree.
Okay,
well,
you could.
I think also
I mean, we can disagree on that, but that's fine. It's still traded in the dollar, but not anymore. That's the problem, because we're no longer propping up the U.S. economy, because other countries don't need the dollar anymore in order to trade oil. which is going to be a problem for us in the long term
Well,
because that is what propped up our economy for the most part.
But you should also bear in mind that like these currencies in the GCC are pegged to the dollar anyways, right? So like if China wants to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, they have to sell yuan and buy the real,
Not
right?
anymore.
Uh,
They're trading in yuan now.
they still do.
no,
No, they're still they're
you,
trading in yuan now, especially since the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. They're trading in yuan. They don't have to. They're trading in yuan now.
They still do.
They're
you,
trading in yuan now, especially they're trading in yuan. They don't have to buy any other currency.
but
But the
so
value of
what
the
you're
dollar
not,
has jumped at about 2 to 3% since the conflict in Iran has started.
yeah.
I mean,
But what I'm trying to say to you, Brown or Brown Recluse,
Brown is fine.
it.
Yeah.
All right. What I'm trying to say to you is, in terms of trade with the GCC countries, because their currencies are pegged to the dollar regardless, it, like, I don't know exactly how it functions as at the moment, if there's an intermediary of like purchasing dollars to then provide real to them versus buying the
Mm-hmm.
real or the dirham like directly. But like, because by virtue of the fact that they're pegged to the dollar can't be hit by them trading a different currency, because at the end of the day, by the end of whatever transaction, like the Saudis or Emiratis or Qataris need to hit in their account their own domestic currency, which is tied to the dollar anyways. What the US is like, I think, domestic currency, which is tied to the dollar anyways. What the US is like, I think, largest threat of this here, kind of by virtue of the fact that they've not maintained the security guarantees that they provided the Gulf, is
Mm-hmm.
at the moment as it stands, every single American base in the Gulf is completely destroyed. Right,
Facts.
Bahrain, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Saudi's bases as well. What is a huge risk to the US is when this wraps up, are the Gulf countries going to want to be buddy buddies and cozy with the US afterwards? Does the
Right.
footprint
Yeah.
of where US troops, assets, and bases happen to be diminish as a result of like the lack of fulfilling on their security guarantees? Like, I think at the end of the day, these countries that are the oil giants of the Gulf, their currencies are already pegged to the dollar anyways, and that's not going away anytime soon. It's
You think they're
kind
going
of
to stick to the
strategic.
United States after
Well, they're
what
pegged.
Iran has done?
Well, they're pegged to the dollar, right? And that's strategically advantageous to these regions. So I grew up in the Gulf, for a bit of context, right? Um, it's a huge appeal in that these are emerging markets by
Mm-hmm.
their nature, though, because they're pegged to the dollar from a foreign investor perspective, it's way more appealing to have capital inflow to these countries because you get dollar denominated returns in an emerging market, right? So these countries don't really want to spin off and depeg from the dollar. It provides some stability to their currency and makes it more appealing for like Western investors and like alternative managers to enter the regions. I think the bigger risk for the US is basically loss of their like geographical footprint and the strength of like their ally base. But
So you think
I
that do you let me ask you as someone who grew up in the Gulf states. Do you think that they're going to stick to it even though the United States can't provide the security guarantees that they already co-signed to? Because it wasn't just United States soldiers who were unalived when these bases were hit. It was also citizens of whatever country these bases were in. So do you think they're still going to stick to the petrodollar after all this, or they
well, I mean,
might start rethinking
I
their move
think
for the future?
well, I think that in the conversation of the value of the U.S. dollar, it is almost negligible to even bring up the petrodollar at this point, because like the more damning thing going on in this conflict, like Gideon said, is the security guarantees. The more damning thing is that our allies are talking about kicking us out of our own bases, telling us to leave our bases in their countries. Though that
So
is
why
more
would they
damning
stick
to
to
the
the
value.
petrodollar?
Okay, the petrodollar doesn't even fucking matter, is what I'm saying. If our allies move away, if countries are no longer holding our dollar in reserve, regardless of oil, regardless of the petrodollar, if people no longer are looking to the United States to protect trade, if we're showing that we can't protect trade, if we're showing that we're not going to make good on our promises to our allies, that is the more damning thing to the value of states to protect trade. If we're showing that we're not going to make good on our currency, then what currency people are trading are using to buy oil.
But
Like
that's
in
what I'm
leaps and
saying, Moon
bounds in
Boots.
currency, then who's are using to buy oil.
But
Like
that's what I'm saying, Moon Boots.
in leaps and bounds, it is more critical that we are doing irreversible damage to our relationships than who's using what currency to buy oil.
I think
I don't know if I agree.
I think
I'm sorry, Gideon. Go ahead.
I think the main issue here is the geographic footprint of the U.S. and its allies diminishing. I think the petrodollar, it won't be do or die because of the GCC anyways, right? Like, of course, you have major oil exports coming out of the region, but the real concern is the baking of influence in the region the U.S. has done for the last probably 50 years in the Gulf can very easily be wiped away within the next 12 months, effectively. If the Gulf nations basically decide you made our countries a target from your own foolishness and aggressive sort of intervention in Iran, you didn't hold true to your security guarantees. We don't want you restocking and rebuilding your bases. It's safer for us if you're not around. Because the thing people don't understand is if it's safer for us if you don't understand is if the IRGC doesn't disappear, if there isn't an effective regime change, right?
Yeah.
And most likely they won't. Iran will still be there and their neighbors will have to deal with them. And if there's a sour relationship between the Gulf countries and Iran as a result of the Americans, they're the ones that are going to have to deal with that, not the Americans, right? So I think you asked earlier, what I think the Gulf with that, not the Americans, right? The Gulf nations will do as a result of this. I might not be the best person to ask. I have more perhaps a pessimistic view on the Gulf leadership.
Understood.
And I think there is a weird, I don't know how to word this eloquently, but there's a weird resentment that is deeply rooted in the Gulf hemisphere towards the Persians. That is an ancestral thing almost, in that the Persians were this mighty empire and people that were basically the front runners of the region for most of history. And we were kind of this Bedouin state, not very sophisticated. You had the rise of Islam and Mecca, but besides the Arab Caliphate, really they were always dwarfed by the Persians. So there's this weird ethnic tension as well. And then the Shiite sort of Sunni thing. And I think the Gulf leadership is extremely paranoid and trying to safeguard their current positioning from seeing what's happened to the other Arab nations with the Arab Spring and the civil wars and regime change. And I think they'll probably keep licking the US's ass for the most part, unless the US does something really stupid to where they become a target. I still have some friends that live in a few of these Gulf countries, and they are so susceptible to the Iranians, right? Like we've seen it as is, like they can kind of hit them at will. And these are like synthetic cities and countries to a huge extent, in that these countries can't exist without, like, take the UAE, 90+% expat. It's like 10% of the populace are Emirati. 90% of the country are foreigners, basically like maintain the infrastructure, the energy grid, desalination plants. If the Iranians hit the energy grid and desalination plants in Dubai, like it'd be uninhabitable. Same thing with Qatar, Bahrain, or Kuwait. So I think if US intervention causes these guys to get hit in a way where there's irreparable damage done, then maybe that distances them from them. But otherwise, they have a pretty
From the U.S. or Iran?
From the U.S., right? They don't get along
Okay.
with Iran as is by the fact they kind of side with the U.S. on most things. If the U.S., I think, basically causes this to escalate to where they become targets and there's huge consequences to them, that might make them back off. But I think as things stand, like leadership in the Gulf is so incompetent, because really, if you look at it, they like
You think they're
Saudi.
still favoring the U.S.?
I think they will. I mean, they're like,
Wow.
I don't know
Okay.
enough about MBS's rise to power, but it seems like the U.S. had some role in that, because effectively a coup, right? Mohammed bin Salman
Yeah.
was not the
I mean, he
crown
really
prince.
unalived everybody else who was in succession. So,
Yeah.
yeah, a coup, I guess.
I think his uncle, who was the one that was meant to take power, basically, like he wasn't unalived. I think his uncle, basically, he wasn't unalived, but he basically like kind of gave his blessing for MBS to take over in what seemed to be him being like very compromised while doing so, because the like many Saudi houses were kind of in uproar about MBS coming to power. So like he was arresting his own people, like he was holding them like hostage over any like backtalk towards his like claim to power.
True.
So
Yeah.
he basically usurped the throne, and I mean the Saudis probably buy like 100 billion in U.S. military technology every year and equipment, and that's basically to buddy up with them and rub shoulders and say, hey, we're best friends, right? You can't have my back if things go south. I think, yeah, probably they won't distance themselves unless they face some like really serious consequences and they can point the finger at the US. Otherwise, I mean, these guys are so stupid. They don't even know what they're doing. Like any competent leadership at this point basically says, we're severing ties with the US. You can fuck off. Don't rebuild your bases. What have you done to the region?
But I
So
agree in a different way, I guess, because I would think that the reason that the Saudis would have chosen the U.S. petrodollar is because U.S. gave them certain security guarantees, and Iran is proving. I would think because U.S. gave them certain. Iran is proving that they can't protect you. So why would they? I heard you say they're stupid, but like, if it was me and I signed on to a security company to give them certain legal claims in my backyard, so to speak. But the their side of it was that you got to protect me when shit happens, and then when shit happens, you don't protect me. Why would I keep going with them? Like that don't make sense to me.
I think they're kind of
I mean, I get
scared.
that you said that they're stupid, but like it got to be more than that, right?
I think it's a mix of stupidity and fear. There might be some element of a delusional view that they can just, if they buy enough U.S. military equipment, they'll, be equally as important to them as Israel is, right? And I think there's the other element that these, like they're all monarchies, right?
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't take very much to do some serious damage to them or topple them completely. The U.S. is well
But you don't
within.
think Iran has proven that to be false at this point?
It wouldn't take very damage to them or topple them completely.
At this point?
No, I'm talking about the Gulf
Like,
countries,
right, that's what I'm
not
saying.
Iran.
Like, the security guarantees don't make very much sense when Iran has proven that we can hit you anytime we want, and there's not very much that the United States can do about it.
No,
So, with that
100%. But
being the
I'm
case,
saying, no,
don't you
you're
think?
misunderstanding me. I'm saying the Gulf countries are very susceptible to if the U.S. decided, U.S. intelligence decides, you know what, let's get rid of Sheikh Zayed Al Nahyan or Mohammed bin Salman or whoever's the ruling sheikh in Qatar. It
So
wouldn't
they're
take
more
very
scared of the
much.
U.S. than they are of Iran.
100%. I mean, look at like the Levant, right? Like
Interesting.
Saddam got wiped, Bashar got wiped. I mean, look at like the Saddam got wiped in North Africa. Gaddafi got wiped from Libya. Soleimani got hit by the Americans in Iran, right? Like,
right.
If they want to topple your country, most of the time they can. Iran is the most formidable, but like these are countries that are so vulnerable. They're not like real countries in the sense. They're kind of synthetic. They're so dependent on desalination. Like seriously, if you hit the desalination plants in like Dubai, the 10 million, the 10 million residents of the UAE would have no drinking water. You would have to somehow fly, I don't even know how many gallons that would be per day into the country because now the strait is also closed. So you couldn't even ship it and just like stock shelves en masse. If you hit the desalination plants and the energy grids, you'd have an exodus of 9 million people that can't live there anymore. And the Emiratis kind of got to stick around. And, as we kind of saw with MBS, it's not that hard to usurp these thrones if you've got the right people backing you. So I think they're quite fearful to some extent. That's why they really like play ball with anything the US tells them to do. So I think they are kind of aware that the reason these countries got propped up was because of like BP, British Petroleum, as well as like the American Shell as well, but they're Dutch, I think. And then a lot of the American petrochemical companies they sort of provided the equipment and infrastructure for them to become these oil states. And so they had a very active handling in these countries being formed, picking the families that would end up ruling. So there's some element of like a debt to be paid to like these Western powers that are the reason that these families currently rule and have been able to. And they know to some extent they can get booted at any moment. So I think they're also very fearful beyond just incompetent, like stupid. I think sane leadership in this position, the right thing to do would be, the UAE comes out and says, the US can fuck off. You're based in Abu Dhabi. You're no longer welcomed. What have you done to the region, right? Like we have to fly our food in now because the Strait of Hormuz is closed from the mess you caused. Because I have some friends that still live in the Gulf, and I ask, like, how do you guys get food in? And they're having to fly it in, right? Because the Iranians won't let any ships go through, which I can't imagine how expensive that is if you have to fly food in from, like, I don't know, India or something on a daily basis. It's quite expensive. So they've completely destabilized
that's why I'm
the
asking
region.
why would they stick with the U.S. instead of just, I don't know. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It makes sense because the United States have known to exact regime change whenever they feel like it. But at the same time, if I'm a Gulf country and I see that the United States can't protect me from my neighbor, then why would I still choose the side of the U.S. instead of choosing to do trade with my neighbor? It just don't make sense to me. But I don't know. I'm an American, so maybe I just don't get it.
I think a lot of it is fear, right? And
for themselves or their country.
What do you mean for themselves or their country?
Because like if I'm MBS right now, and I'm in
Yeah.
charge of my country, and it's causing me to have to spend a whole lot more just to be able to feed my constituency and feed my citizenship, then why would I still choose the side of the US unless I feel like if I don't choose the side of the US, they're going to come and unalive me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's more rooted in themselves. Like these are families that rule the
Right.
Gulf countries, right? Like take the UAE, you've got seven Emirates, seven Emirati families were kind of handpicked and ended up being the rulers of the like independent Emirates, and then Abu Dhabi is the capital, so you have the Al
Mm-hmm.
Nahyan family. They run the whole country then, right? So these guys can be booted quite easily. Like they're so vulnerable to, I think, any type of intelligence op in their countries. They're extremely dependent on expats. If expats don't think it's a good idea to move to Dubai, for example, then that's devastating for the country. If foreign money and human capital can't come to the Gulf because it's an active conflict, people don't think it's safe. Like that really dwarfs these economies like massively. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I would guess half of the white collar workers in the UAE are of European origin, probably. Right? So your entire like
No, I didn't know
higher
that.
end,
Okay.
it might even be more, to be honest with you. That's like a conservative estimate. Like the demographics of the UAE, for example, are like 25% Indian, 25% Pakistani, like a mix of probably 10% Bengali and Nepali as well, a bunch of Filipinos, and then Europeans that do like higher end work. Because obviously these guys get flack for basically having,
Mm.
what many consider modern day slavery from like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka. And that amounts for generally in these Gulf countries about half the populace. And then the higher end work, like the people who are the teachers, your bankers, investment professionals, doctors, etc. A lot of them come from Europe. So, I know a lot of people now that are considering relocating because they don't want to be in an active war zone where there's no guarantees of even food getting into the country unless the government flies it in on a daily basis. So, if there was any desire to look after their people, they tell the U.S. to, kick rocks. But these families are so fixated with maintaining like their power over these countries that they'll do whatever the big sheriff tells them to do. I mean, it's still insane to me. Like, take for example, these Gulf countries in the last few years normalized ties with Israel. That is
So
like
you
if you
still think, without the security guarantees of the United States, because Iran has proven these to be untrue, you still think they choose the United States simply because they want to maintain power,
I,
even over their
I
own people?
yeah, more or less. We'll see.
Wow,
Like
that's crazy.
that's my guess. There might be a little bit more distance that the U.S. has to observe with the Gulf compared to before, but yeah, I think they'll.
So they straight up
they're-
sellouts.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
crazy.
hugely. That's why I brought up the Israeli thing. If you speak to the average Saudi Arabian, they don't like Israel. They don't want to normalize ties,
Right. Of
but
course.
they
Yeah.
did so regardless because the leadership decided we're going to do this, and this is somehow in our interest on like the global
Mm,
geopolitical scale. But if you speak to the average Emirati, Qatari, Saudi Arabian, they don't like the Israelis.
of
For the
course.
longest time, there
So
was a ban on. Yeah,
may I ask where you from, Gideon?
I'm European originally,
Mm-hmm.
but I did grow up in the Gulf. So I spent a lot of time there.
And you saw this personally yourself.
Was specifically like the opinion grew up in the Gulf. On like Israelis, for example, or
or like the Saudi Arabians choosing the U.S. side over what may be necessarily good for their own,
like Israelis, for example, or
choosing the U.S. side over what benefit into the future. Because I could believe that at one time, because the United States had this aura around them that we the biggest, baddest military on the planet, that they believe the security guarantees, right? I could believe that at one point. But today, with everything that's going on, this aura around them that we the biggest, I could believe that at one point. But today, with everything that's going on in the Middle East right now, and Iran pretty much is doing whatever the fuck they want to with the backing of the Russians and the Chinese. The United States in the Middle East right now, and the United States has proven themselves to be inadequate as a bouncer, if that's what you want to call it, or a security guarantee. So why would they
Hmm.
still choose the United States if we've proven ourselves to want to call it, or a security guarantee to be inadequate? That's the part that don't make sense to me. And you're saying it's just because they want to hold on to their power and they feel like the best chance of doing that is linking with the United States. But
Yeah,
in my mind, like as a Westerner just watching from the outside, it don't make sense. But
yeah,
in my mind, like outside, it don't make sense because the United States is proof. Like with all those, like you said earlier, the bases have been completely destroyed, right? If the bases have been completely destroyed and they're pretty much going to come to the conclusion that nah, it's not advantageous for us to let you come in and rebuild, then why would they still choose the United States? You would think they would choose themselves and like put their
yeah.
money in their own basket or start trading with their neighbors instead of just still choosing us. Like that don't make sense to me.
You would hope that for sure. Um, like it's quite an irrational thing. If you look at also what security guarantee is the U.S. really providing insurance for, right? Like, what's the policy actually say? And I suppose the implied policy is that the US will protect the Gulf from Iran. And I suppose the implied will protect the Gulf from Iran. But when was that like a tangible threat on the cards, right? Since like the Islamic regime came in like what, 79? The Iranians have not launched any offensive military effort in any Gulf country,
Yeah,
like zero. So what are you really insuring against? Like some boogeyman, like almost like schizophrenic paranoia scenario that the Iranians wake up getting out of bed on the wrong side one day and decide, yeah, it's like invade Qatar or something,
hmm
right? So the optics of a security guarantee to begin with, I think, were rubbish. And the only reason these countries got hit is because of the Americans, right? They didn't hit
right.
Emirati military bases. They didn't hit Saudi Arabian military bases. They hit American ones on their soil, right? They hit industrial sites for the Americans in Jebel Ali. They didn't hit Emirati ones. So, if anything, the US just makes them a bigger target, and there's no like tangible threat to begin with.
Yeah,
Like,
so the US would be a liability. So why would they choose the US over their own? I guess that's the part that just don't make sense to me. Like
it's
if
agreed
they're
thing,
only hitting
man. It's
US
just,
bases, yeah, I get what you're
it's,
saying. Like it's based on their own greed and they're trying to maintain their own power. So you so let me ask you this. If the US wasn't in play, you think the citizens of these countries will overthrow the governments that they have right now?
one more time. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
You think the citizens of these countries will,
One more time.
if the US wasn't in play at all, like if Iran gets everything they want, the US completely has to move out of the Middle East. Do you think the citizenship of these countries will overthrow the governments they have now? Is that what they're trying to hold
No,
on
no,
to?
no. I don't think that. Like the average Emirati lives a great life. Like they're not taking up arms to kick out the royals. I think what they're more fearful of is when you don't play ball with what the U.S. tells you to do, they will kick you out.
The
Right?
US.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like for example, I'm no Assad enthusiast, right? Though at the same time, like for example, if you point at Gaddafi or Saddam, you can really, go through a comprehensive list of like terrible things they've done, right? Even though the average Libyan will tell you under Gaddafi things were better than they are now, there's still no denying like Gaddafi did terrible things, right? Same thing with Saddam. I can't say that for Assad. Like, genuinely, they tried to accuse him. I remember during the Arab Spring, they tried to say he was using chemical weapons on his own people, and then that ended up being debunked like maybe a decade later finally. But it was quite clear like that's Western misinformation. Like Assad, like his greatest crime, where the US was backing every like opposition force to him, Assad, like his greatest opposition force to him was refusing to be toppled by ISIS and Al-Qaeda, right? Like really what his opposition force to him rooted in is he didn't play ball with the US on a lot of topics and important issues to them. He didn't get along with the Israelis, the US on a lot of topics. And he didn't get along with the Israelis. Like the idea Assad was like some brutal leader who just rounded up his people and did terrible things. Assad was like some did terrible things leading up to the Arab Spring, and then during the Arab Spring did horrible things in the Syrian civil war. It's all like nonsense. It's like even if you're did terrible things in the Syrian civil war, it's all like for the most part a benevolent ruler like Assad, but you just don't play ball with the US on a couple key things to them, like, get with the US on a couple key, along with the Israelis, normalize relations and ties with them, give up the Golan Heights, whatever it is. They'll topple you. So like, these relations and ties with them, give up. So like, these guys in the Gulf know if the Americans want you out, they'll get you out. So play ball with them. That's what it boils down to. Security guarantees and all this stuff is rubbish. Also, by the way, like...
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and also, by the way, all this equipment tech that the Saudis, for example, buy, or the Emiratis, is like... just like pure... And also, by the way, all this equipment tech... just like purely for show. Like, these countries don't have competent militaries. I think, like, Saudi Arabia's army, probably 50% of it is Pakistani. Right? It's not even manned by Saudi Arabians. They don't even have the right people that can operate an F-35. If they buy, like, 100 billion worth of F-35 planes. So, it's pure optics. Like, they will just do what they're told to do when they're told to do it. And like that keeps them in power, that keeps them out of war, that keeps them out of civil war or like regime change, or a coup where a family member that is willing to play ball with the US usurps the throne from them, right? So this was rooted, like they see what's happened across the pond with even people like Assad, who like is as level-headed as you can get. Like Assad was meant to be an eye doctor. Even people like Assad, who like the most mellow guy, even his email leaks, it's been shown like the most, it's been shown like, I think the Israelis or some foreign group kept trying to like send honeypots at him. It's been shown like kept trying to like, and the only thing they could find was him emailing love letters to his wife, right? Like for the most part, a pretty like reasonable guy. Like even he got thrown out. They funded everyone besides him. They funded the Kurds, they funded the Turks, they funded every opposition group to Assad. So yeah, these guys just want to keep everyone besides him. They funded the Kurds, every opposition group to Assad. Their spot. They know if they don't play ball with the US, then maybe their little cousin, who's a member of the same royal family, will, and the US will prop him up. And next thing you know, like they'll be choking on their own vomit. That's like kind of how it goes, right?
for explaining that, Gideon. Damn. I thought it was the opposite, that they would decide to finally stand up against the U.S. because they had somebody in Iran who was willing to actually go against the institutions and has been pretty much successful so far. But yeah, I get what you're saying too. It's like self-preservation at this point. But yeah, I get. Damn, I didn't even think of it like that. All right, appreciate that, sir. Thank you for explaining it
No
like that.
worries, brother. But yeah, I think I gotta hop off also. It's starting to get pretty late, so I'm gonna call it a night.
Yeah, same. Y'all have a good night.
You too, man. I'll see you around.